and abandoning her for over a century. That inheritance almost ruined my book's chances of becoming a bestseller and, with the grace of God, a lavish Broadway musical. I wonder if Samantha would get the Tonys relocated to this barn.
Patience crazy. So you find evil in things as innocent as picnic or orgy. Point is, sometimes things just good, clean fun.
Right? There's nothing evil going on here. So, what part of the city do you live in?
I saw and put this thing here. There's gonna be a sleep stream tonight. Fuck this. I'm not gonna be alone tonight. No, that's all good. Hey, who's this? Hey. Yeah, I just watched Pet Semetery 2. It's gonna be a sleep stream tonight. I can't, I literally cannot I can't do things like I used to. Boy, living in a haunted place really fucks with you. I can't watch spooky movies. Yeah, I feel better, but not really after watching Pet Semetery 2 and realizing that there's been a recent death in here in the apartment. A neighbor downstairs died a few weeks ago. There's people dying in here. This place used to be a nursing home back in the 1800s. People have been dropping like flies since this place has been established. Yeah, that's why there's been people noticing the animatronics moving on their own. No, I'm not being alone tonight. Not after watching Pet Semetery 2. Y'all are gonna be with me. Fuck this. I don't care what y'all say in this live chat. As long as I'm not alone. Fuck. Shit. I am not being alone tonight. I am getting my live stream on. I am watching Ghosts. It's my favorite sitcom. Hopefully that doesn't get ruined. Pet Semetery 2 used to be a tradition. Now I can't watch a horror movie in this place. I can't. I'll have to do a sleep stream afterwards. I'm terrified. I'm terrified of horror movies in a place like that.
Shame. 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 Oh my God, don't get this. The ghost brought this like Puritan lady back to the house to distract her so she won't really watch her. I just came by the house to grab something. So,
season 5 has its premiere. Don't spoil anything for me, but I'm about to watch it. I'm watching the season 4 finale. Got to have my briars too. Don't mind me if I'm not talking much. I just need company.
I got your thoughts about Catherine.
Oh. What the fuck?
They're loving this next one you're reading.
Isaac and his fellow patriots crept onto the vessel under cover of darkness. The Boston Blood Party was about to begin. No exsanguination without representation, shouted Captain Higgintooth at the Redcoats, who howled impotently at the moon.
So where the werewolves? I'm having trouble following.
Oh, crap, said Captain Higgintooth as he heaved his barrel into the bay.
We tried to stop us, Samantha.
If you won't put an end to this demonic gathering, then I shall.
So cool, right? Oh, wow. This is so cool. Blood, because vampires is clever. Question. Yes, man. Thank you. Thank you. Answer?
Oh, Alberta, hey! I was just smelling a lot of cheese. I recognize one of your foot sores. Oh, yeah, that's a distinctive one. Hey, have you seen Pete anywhere? Yeah, I think he's like the property. What?
It was right after your day of humiliations. She said something about having to get out of here, and then he just booked it. Those little twigs can move fast. Oh my God, I scared him away. It was pretty intense. I'm not defending the guy, but you laid a lot on him. I'm such an idiot.
Season 5 looks like it's gonna be a doozy.
Okay. They're there? Sorry, I'm not the greatest in situations like these. You know who you should talk to? Creepy Dirk. He's a very empathetic listener.
To Isaac Higgingtooth, colonial vampire. May the sailors of this boat begin to...
That's some deep vampire shit right there, and I like it.
How do you do?
Thank you, sweetie.
Thank you, Samantha. Let the world see the crowd reacting to our words. Mostly my words, but you did type them.
Jay, can you believe we're here in your restaurant celebrating my book? We have come a long way.
I know, we've had our ups and downs, but
And yeah.
everything started to click for us.
Oh, just wanted to
So-
have a great party.
Now that I got people here, let me tell you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Before season 5 starts, I gotta tell you guys.
Julian Klein.
For those who are new,
To say the food tonight was
this building, this apartment building was once a nursing home back in the 1800s. People have dropped here like
Anyway,
flies.
we'd love to do a cover story on you and the rest.
And it's now an apartment complex. And now, instead of just having spirits around,
To be honest, it wasn't really on our radar.
come with me. The room of the dead. Yeah, I don't like being in here by myself. You can see why. I mean, I feel like I'm in a wax museum. Oh, not just any wax museum, a haunted one. No, I don't like these things staring at me. I don't like this. Get me out of here. Fuck that shit. I don't like the way they're positioned.
You got a promotion in hell and now
Yeah.
it poses a
Fuck all that. I'm good. I'm not going out there again. You guys can just inform other people about that because I am not. I got my great. I'm watching Ghosts. It's my favorite show. I hope it doesn't get really too.
When you signed the contract to hire me, in exchange for making your dreams come true, I secured your soul for Satan.
Seriously? Jay, you have to read the fine print.
I told you all I would not rest until I reaped a soul from this house.
Oh, I wonder if this is the evil patience we're sensing.
Dirt Troll was right over him.
So what is this?
Dirt troll.
When Jim dies, is he going to hell?
Exactly. By the way, you're welcome for the cover story. It's looking good for an appearance on Kelly Clarkson.
What? No, I want out. Forget the cover story. I want my soul.
Unfortunately, what's done is done. What's important for you is to relax and enjoy what little time you have left to live.
What do you mean, little time? I'm still young. I'm in good shape.
Not sure that's true. I mean, mostly so at this point.
Well, you
Oh,
already know
this.
that we have ways of speeding things along.
Look out!
Right. Thought I'd get him on the first try.
Oh.
See you soon.
I'll get you a quote on that.
Alberta.
Pete, I'm gonna stop you right there. All that stuff I said before, I was just going along with it to distract patients. I don't really need any of it, so we could just forget it.
I don't want to forget it. I want to talk about it.
Pete, you literally fled the property. You've been gone for 2 days, so let's just move on.
The reason I left was because I had to go talk to Donna. To tell her that I can't see her anymore because there's something I have to do.
Get it, Pete.
This.
Get it. Yeah, Pete. Get it, my boy.
Oh my. Good strength. It's from my Aurora days. So, what did I miss while I was gone?
Well, a couple things.
I'm afraid to use the toaster. I can't live like this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We are on to season 5. Ghosts. Hell yeah. It is on. I've been waiting all fucking summer for this. Yep. Season 5, episode 1. Hell yeah. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom.
The reason I left,
Yeah.
I had to go talk to Donna to tell her that I can't see her anymore.
What
Because there's
that?
something I have to do. Look, this.
Hold on. Someone brought me from the dirt today. A presence, most evil.
Although you know me as a hardworking publicist, I'm in fact Elias Woodstone, an emissary for the devil.
No.
When you signed the contract to hire me, in exchange for making your dreams come true, I secured your soul for Satan. What's important for you is to relax and enjoy what little time you have left to live.
Look out!
Thanks. Thought I'd get him on the first try.
Yeah.
Oh well. See you soon.
I'm afraid to use the toaster. I can't live like this.
I knew Elias showed up and revealed that he had tricked Jay into selling his soul and is now actively trying to kill him, but it was a lovely book launch party.
That's true. It'll be pretty bitchin' as one of Jay's last memories.
How is Jay doing
Oh.
today, Samantha? Still on edge?
Yes, we're both on edge. An emissary of the devil is trying to kill my husband and drag him to hell, so we're on high alert, okay? It's DEFCON 5.
Well, actually, DEFCON 1 is the most dangerous.
Not now, Pete.
Huh.
Did the bubble wrap I ordered arrive?
Jesus
I
Christ.
need you to wrap me in it. Poor Jay. An eternity in hell. I know what that's like. I want to spend a weekend in Boston.
Oh.
Jay, I don't think this is gonna cut it. We need a better solution than hockey pads and some bubble wrap.
You're thinking I should put on my stormtrooper armor. I wish I had Mithril, which, as you know, protected Frodo from an orc spear at the Mines of Moria.
Oh, see, he's intentionally trying to shrivel your desire for him in order to make his upcoming absence more bearable.
I think it's
Eddie.
just keep evading attempts on your life. We need to figure out how to get you out of this deal.
How are Jay's fiddling skills?
Pete.
If you get the reference, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. It's a phenomenal song.
What are you talking about?
Oh, come on. The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. And he was in a bind because he was way behind and he was willing nobody could beat him. When he came across a young man sawing on a fiddle and playing it hot. So he hopped up on a hickory stump and said, boy, let me tell you what.
Uh-huh.
Fire in the mountain, run, boys, run! Devil in the house on the rising sun!
Are you happy with yourself?
We're all nervous, Jay.
What's going on here?
Small man fixing ghost trap and quixotic bid to circumvent you, devil.
If you're wondering about all the big words, Sam got to work the day calendar and Tori's been following along.
Don't ever skip day. Pull battery up the dexterous.
He doesn't always nail it.
Jay, I was thinking maybe we should start pureeing all your food. You know, cut down on choking hazards while we're figuring out this whole Elias thing. Wait, what are you doing?
Well, I was thinking about what you said. I can't keep worrying about Elias trying to kill me, so I've come up with a plan.
And it is nuts.
I got in touch with Giannis,
The Lockheed Ghost Trapper together.
and he taught me through how to fix the ghost trap. If I live, we're having pierogies with him and his mom next week.
Oh.
Anyways, the plan is, if Elias kills me in the few seconds I have before he drags my soul to hell, I'm just gonna touch the ghost trap and get sucked right on in.
So in this scenario, you're still dead, but instead of going to hell, you're just stuck in a little box for eternity?
No, just until you guys figure out a way to extricate me from the devil's bargain.
That's him about the tiny furniture. It's crazy.
And the tiny doll furniture?
Well, I might be in there for a while, and I thought I might as well be comfortable. It actually doesn't cost much to live luxurious doll's life.
He's lost it.
Check this out. Huh? You never let me have one of those in real big life.
I honestly can't tell what he's really for.
Jay, I just gotta be honest here. This seems like a terrible plan.
Well, it's the one to beat.
Sam Elias Woodstone is here in demon form. Who would like to talk to Jay?
No, Jay, Elias is here.
Okay, yeah. Let's just hear what he has to say. Wait.
Now I'm ready. And a turn a cookie. It's genius.
Turn a cookie.
Turn crime. If kissing were a crime, which it's not, although arson is. We did almost burn this place.
Yeah, my dear. So, how are we planning to tell everyone about us? Oh, I'd like to maximize jealousy, and ideally, it should involve me singing.
Well, I mean, I know it's not the same, but when Carol and I got engaged, we announced it in the Kiwanis newsletter. There had been a float collision with the Rhubarb Days parade, so most of the announcements were pretty somber.
Well, maybe we should just go downstairs and tell everyone the good news.
We could. Although, is it a little insensitive to put our happiness on display with all Sam and Jay are going through? That's partly based on some feedback I got after the Rhubarb tragedy.
Sure, I get that. It's just, as far as everyone in the house is concerned, I profess my love to you in front of everyone, and then you immediately flip the property.
Oh boy, yeah, I didn't think about it that way. Although, I mean, with all this Jay stuff going on, I doubt that's on anyone's radar.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Leave the man alone, Alberta. He's not interested. I filled her in on the whole day of humiliation thing. We're friends now. We walk.
Well, Carol, if you must know,
Carol.
I can't take a hint.
Can't blame a girl for trying.
Is there anyone for her in the basement? Creepy Dirk is newly single, but he's pretty picky. I'll do a temp check.
I'm here to talk about the timeline of your death. Wait, what is that?
It's an air fryer. I'm looking for healthier ways to eat chicken nuggets.
Ah, at last we come face to face.
Oh.
Spawn.
Who is this little freak?
Patients just came in and is confronting Elias.
Seriously?
Juicy.
Knew I was right when I sensed the devil's presence in
Patient
the
versus
house.
a liar.
Now it is my destiny to smite thee.
Oh, damn, it's about to go down.
She says she's gonna smite me.
God damn right.
Goodbye, demon.
What's happening? Is she shooting lasers out of her eyes? Flames?
Not exactly.
Smite! 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 Smite!
What the fuck?
Smite!
Is this your whole plan? Just to yell smite? I mean, that's what I'm wanting.
Patience, have you ever done this before?
Well, not exactly, but I just assumed on account of my holiness and his wickedness.
Patients don't need to feel ashamed. Very ambidextrous effort.
It didn't work, Jay.
Damn it. I mean, yay, my publicist is saved.
This doesn't make any sense. Patience! Patience!
Now, where were we?
Oh shit.
I am not here to kill you.
Okay.
Could be trick. I often tell Dee not going to kill you, but then I do feel very funny.
I realized it was unsporting of me to take your soul before I made good on my end of the bargain. I mean, you made a deal with the devil, you should get something in return. So, in exchange for Jay's soul, promise to take him to new heights of success, to put him and his restaurant on the map.
So how long exactly do I have left to live?
Gosh, I mean, the rise from obscurity to the top of the culinary heap could take decades.
Decades. Okay, I can work with decades.
No, I was saying it could take decades if I were a less incredible publicist. But I pulled some strings and worked my connections. I secured you an appearance on Good Hang with Amy Poehler.
Oh, that's actually a really big podcast.
Yeah.
So what does this mean?
Means that I fulfilled my end of the deal. Oh, one more thing, it tapes tomorrow, after which you die. So, make it a good hang, or it shall be your last hang.
Oh boy.
I can't believe you married this guy.
I had two cousins to choose from.
Hey, old man, Gort, this is bad. We gotta come up with a plan to save Jay's life.
I had three clever anecdotes for Jake to talk about on the podcast. We've all heard the pasta story. That's not going to cut it.
Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I fill a Ziploc bag full of water, put it in the ghost trap, and now little Jay has a water bed.
Wait a minute. A ghost trap.
Yeah, sweetie, that's what it's called.
No, I'm saying, what if we trick Elias into going inside it and hold him hostage until he lets Jay out of the deal? It's like what the cult did to get that radio DJ.
Flower, you're a genius.
There.
A good idea undermined by a disturbing example.
The ghosts are saying we should try to trap Elias in the ghost trap.
Interesting. Either he lets me out of the deal or we use the evisceration function to destroy him.
But we can't trap a demon in a ghost trap. We need to get him back to ghost form.
Right. How are we gonna do that?
Jay, the Good Hang folks want to know what you'd like for lunch in the green room tomorrow.
I don't know. Big deal double sonic smasher, I guess.
You're a chef, man.
What if I just refuse to go to the podcast? Is that some kind of loophole?
Sadly, it's not. And honestly, it's just rude to pull her. Who is lovely? Speaking of lovely, nice to see you again, Elfrida.
Boy, that must feel like a nice shot in the arm after the brutal public rejection from Peter.
Still think you're a super lady.
Hey, Elias seems like he's really into Alberta. Maybe we could use that to lure him into ghost form.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying, if Elias were made to think he's got a shot with Birdie here, he'd have to turn into a ghost to make a move.
You're suggesting a classic Hoboken honeypot.
And before anything happens, we make him in contact with the ghost trap, and boom, in he goes.
Sounds exciting. I'm in. Oh, Birdie's about to get flirty.
The ghosts are suggesting we have Alberta hit on Elias to get him back into ghost form.
Interesting. And her confidence isn't shot from that whole Pete debacle.
Forget it. Send this man to hell.
She can do it, Jay.
I certainly believe in her.
Shut up, Pete. Well, I come to bid thee farewell. Following my failed smiting, I am returning to the dirt, where I shall live out eternity in shame.
Okay, bye.
Nice seeing you.
With my patience. Are you okay?
I don't know. For centuries I've wondered why God hath abandoned me to this purgatory. And then Elias came and it all made sense. I was kept here to defeat the devil.
I think I'm here to entertain others with my stories. Have I ever told you about the time I found a weird apple?
It just doth make no sense. A good and pure soul should be able to vanquish evil.
Well, maybe, and don't take this the wrong way, it's possible that your soul isn't so pure.
Patience?
It's true. Patients spend much time saying others bad, but not much time doing good.
Oh, so you're saying patience talketh the talk, but don't walketh the walk.
Yes, sir.
Patience know what she need do. Patience.
Now back to the apple story. It was a red, but it was a weird red.
No, he doesn't want something better. He wants Sonic.
A man who goes after what he wants. I wonder if there's anything else he has his eyes on.
Excuse me?
It's just, we don't get a lot of handsome strangers around here. I'm sorry. Is it hot in here?
I'm not the best judge. My condo is in the fiery pits of hell.
Ooh, a homeowner. That's right. When you're a demon, I can't touch you.
Oh, there's an easy fix for that. Hello.
Oh my. So you in ghost form now?
Indeed. I believe you were about to touch something.
No, you're about to touch something. He's in, Jay.
Hell yeah.
What's going on?
You're in a ghost trap, Elias.
And I just hit the evisceration button. You have 5 minutes to release me from our deal or you're toast. Now I'm gonna wait for you to say something and have Sam tell me what you said.
Why is everyone screaming?
Who is that?
Who are you?
Oh no.
Jay, I think we have a problem. It seems as if Carol is also in the ghost trap.
Oh crap.
Oh, what?
Carol, what are you doing in there?
Well, I was in the kitchen sniffing baked goods, and Jay walked in with this strange little box. I tried to poke my head in to see what was inside. Next thing you know, I'm in this weird little room.
I was holding the ghost trap for the last 20 minutes. Why didn't you yell for help?
I must have fallen asleep.
There's this really comfortable chair in here. Dork lounger.
Great. She would have been rescued, but she fell asleep in her doll chair.
I would have been comfortable.
Oh, this is rich. You thought you had? Threatening to eviscerate me unless I release James Soul. But you can't destroy me unless you destroy your precious Carol. I
Well, no, not precious.
It's 3 minutes until evisceration.
Oh, can we stop the clock? Maybe we can just hold them hostage for a while.
The only way to stop the countdown is to let them out.
Or let them both, Penny, I am just talking it out. I mean, it would save Jay, and it's Elias and Carol. I had to choose two ghosts to be eviscerated. Would be anywhere to try it out, really.
Carol's not quite the bargaining chip I thought I'd lucked into, but we don't have it in you to eviscerate an innocent ghost.
Innocent, he's strong. He cuckolded Pete for years with his best friend.
And then she lied to him about his entire career, leaving him to believe he was a legitimate travel agent when he was actually an unwitting front of the mob.
Some of those trips were real, although some in retrospect appear to have been assassinations.
You can also just kind of tell she voted for Nixon.
When you put it all together,
Jay, the ghosts are sort of implying that maybe it's okay if we sacrifice Carol.
Not all the ghosts. Look, I know Carol is far from perfect, but deep down, way, way down, I know there's good inside her.
I don't want to go to hell, but I signed that deal. I can't do that to somebody else, even Carol.
oh,
You tricked me, Jay. Not cool.
He went back down.
Okay, so maybe the danger's past?
yes, I'm sure that's it.
Jay's life ends now.
Elias, please, just...
Silence!
Oh my god! He's got the force!
Oh my God, was that the Force? Unimportant right now. Did Pete say something about the Force?
Yes, Jay.
My man.
Is Jay making lightsaber sounds?
Let's practice this in the mirror. You're ready, Jay! You've got this!
Your soul will soon be mine, Jay, and with it, my promotion from vice president to senior vice president with shared assistant.
Oh! Just stop, Elias!
Say goodbye, Samantha.
Wait! Would you accept another soul in his stead?
What happened, babe? Why did you stop trying to kill me?
I think Patience is volunteering to take your spot.
No way.
It's about time Patience walketh the walk.
Cool. Let's make it official.
Oh, wow. Really felt the heat. Oh, it's pretty ghostly.
Patience? I'm so touched.
Yeah, I'm out.
This is just beyond generous. Seriously, I don't know. I'm never
Jay,
gonna.
she bailed.
Damn it, that feral little dirtball.
All right, Jay. Time to die.
I'm scared, Sam. I'm sorry I signed that contract. Give you my blessing to remarry after a respectful 7 years, as long as it's not to Kyle. I hate Kyle. I love you, Sam.
I love you, Jay.
Not as much as I do. Elias, take me instead.
Hey, no!
Oh, Jay's my best friend. He's got his whole life to live.
Works for me.
Oh my God!
Carol, what did you just do? Something I should have done a long time ago. Done right by you.
Carol just sacrificed herself to save Pete, who also stepped up.
Oh my God. All right, I haven't had one since high school, but I need a cigarette.
You're a bad person.
Like donuts and donut holes.
How do you mean?
You know, because they come from different machines.
But it's all donut material.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Time to go. Ta-ta. Jay, you are officially free.
I was going to do it. As some could say, I sort of got the ball rolling. Oh,
This is new.
What the fuck?
No.
what's happening?
She getting sucked off.
Sucked off. This is incredible. Bye, Pete. Bye, everyone. Tell Baxter I'll wait for him.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Carol.
Her sacrifice must have been enough to cancel out going down. Amazing.
Wow, this must suck for you. You were so close.
Patience. New recliner. I love it. This is the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Multiple girls just offered to go to hell for you, sir.
Relaxation. I'm so glad I didn't. I'm glad they didn't go to hell, but I'll miss Isaac.
I'm right here.
Okay, well, if you're Isaac, then who's Doug?
There is no Doug.
We lost Doug?
No! Dad! Everyone, we have an announcement.
Now that the danger has passed, we'd like to let you all know that
He and I finally smooched last week.
Oh, sick. It's just like the doll version.
That is amazing.
It is amazing.
No, I'm talking to Pete and Alberta. Apparently they kissed last week.
Well, let me get this straight. You kissed Peter, and then he immediately volunteered to go to hell.
No, that's not. The two are unconnected. I don't like this narrative.
Oh, real big life is fixing to be okay.
That was good. That was good and juicy. All rolled into one. Season 5, Episode 1, Ghosts, CBS. Check it out. Oh, I love that show. Next. Well, not really next. Because I'm probably going to hit the hay soon. 45 most ridiculous addictions. That'd be good to go to sleep too.
Addiction is typically associated with substances like drugs, alcohol, or behaviors like gambling that clearly alter brain chemistry. Most people understand how someone could develop dependencies on things that provide obvious chemical rewards or dopamine rushes. But humans have proven they can become addicted to absolutely anything.
Yeah, look at me and animatronics.
It's possible to develop cravings for, demonstrating the incredible complexity of addiction psychology. One, a woman became genuinely addicted to eating couch cushions, consuming approximately 2 cubic feet of upholstery foam for over 20 years of her adult life. Eating foam shortly after her pregnancy and could
I'm hot.
numerous attempts, describing an
But
overwhelming
I was trying to swallow the ice cream as I eat it. No, you guys are coming with me.
Her addiction methodically destroyed countless pieces of furniture throughout her life.
Because I'm turning on the air and that requires going in the creepy room. So I'm just straight up creepy. I am not watching horror movies anymore in here by myself. And for Christ's sake, I just finished watching Pet Semetery. Now, see, I don't know. It's cold in here, unusually cold. Fuck this.
Psychological disorder causing persistent cravings for non-food
Nope.
items. But simply understanding the medical condition didn't immediately trigger deeply ingrained addiction.
Alright, it's gonna be a sleep stream kind of night. I do have to.
She literally eaten her way through most of the furniture in her house over 2 decades.
What is she, a Cocker Spaniel?
Addiction ultimately cost her tens of thousands of dollars in replaced furniture and created profound embarrassment about having friends or family visit her foam-depleted home that looked like a furniture graveyard. 2. Someone developed a dangerous addiction to drinking gasoline, consuming approximately 1 gallon of petroleum fuel per day for several years despite the extreme and obvious health dangers. The person described genuinely loving the taste and unique sensation gasoline provided, though multiple doctors repeatedly warned that drinking petroleum products causes catastrophic organ damage and can be fatal. The addiction started innocently when they accidentally got gasoline into the alcohol siphoning fuel from
Pardon me.
discovered to their surprise that they
Well, y'all can,
over months and years, the compulsion group
enjoy the sleep stream because I'm going to bed.
leading
And I don't like being alone after watching a horror movie. So every time I watch a horror movie, we're going to get to do a sleep stream from now on. Especially in October. You know the veil is that it's thinnest between the living and the dead. I should know, I am dead.
Medical
And I live in...
professionals expressed genuine shock that the person was still alive given the quantity of gasoline.
Before I go to bed, let me tell you guys. Back in the 1800s, this place was built. And, it was built to be a nursing home. There have been people dropping like flies since the 1800s. No damn wonder this place is haunted. And then people are still dying. By just a few weeks ago, somebody died downstairs in one of the built apartments. There was a funeral being held for him. He was in the wheelchair, so I don't think he's going to come up here. Although there is the elevator, and there is the possibility of him regaining the ability to walk in the spirit realm. Okay, on that note, I am not going to go to bed. I don't know. I should never watch Pet Semetery 2. You know, if this place was not haunted, I wouldn't have a problem watching that shit. Oh, hell.
Scans revealed his digestive system had remarkably adapted somewhat to accommodate regular glass consumption, developing tougher tissue, though doctors emphatically warned
Y'all can tell me if you see anything. I'm going to leave my chair rolled around like that. So.
The addiction caused constant.
Y'all can tell me in the morning what I missed.
Despite obvious dangers that would prevent most people from even attempting glass consumption once, he struggled immensely to stop eating glass, even during periods when he genuinely wanted to quit the behavior. Eventually, he sought emergency help, caused severe internal bleeding, immediate surgical intervention. The addiction powerfully demonstrates how behaviors that seem impossibly dangerous and self-destructive can become deeply compulsive through psychological addiction mechanisms. 4. Someone developed an immutable addiction to eating dirt and soil, consuming several pounds of specific types of earth daily for over a decade of their adult life. They described passionately craving particular dirt flavors and textures, developing sophisticated preferences for clay-rich soil from specific geographic locations like a wine connoisseur. The addiction started innocently during childhood with occasional dirt tasting and intensified dramatically over years until they were meticulously planning daily activities and traveled specifically around opportunities for dirt consumption. Comprehensive nutritional testing revealed severe mineral deficiencies that medical professionals suspected might have initially triggered the unusual cravings. But the behavior had clearly evolved far beyond simple nutritional needs into full psychological addiction. They regularly traveled significant distances to specific locations to obtain their preferred types of dirt, treating soil acquisition like a gourmet chef seeking rare fine ingredients for cuisine. The persistent addiction caused significant dental problems from abrasive soil particles, chronic digestive issues from non-food material, and severe social isolation from the intense stigma of the highly unusual public behavior. Treatment involves simultaneously addressing underlying nutritional deficiencies with supplements and intensive behavioral therapy to systematically break the deeply ingrained compulsive dirt eating patterns that had dominated their life. 5. A woman became disturbingly addicted to smelling and chewing dirty diapers, particularly her own children's used diapers containing waste. She described being psychologically unable to dispose of dirty diapers without first deeply smelling them for extended periods and often chewing on the diaper material itself.
She's a nut.
The shocking addiction started shortly after her first child was born and intensified progressively with subsequent children over years. She would deliberately save dirty diapers specifically to satisfy her growing cravings, creating large hidden bags of used diapers stashed throughout various locations in her house. Family members were absolutely horrified and disgusted when they eventually discovered the full extent of the behavior and the substantial hidden diaper stash. The addiction caused severe relationship strain with her partner and posed serious potential health risks from constant exposure to fecal bacteria and pathogens. She eventually sought professional treatment after the painful realization that the behavior was negatively affecting her children's developing perception of normal hygiene practices. Intensive therapy sessions revealed the addiction was deeply linked to stress and anxiety disorders, with the bizarre behavior providing strange psychological comfort during difficult periods.
6. Someone developed a peculiar addiction to eating cigarette ashes, consuming the burnt ashes from multiple packs of cigarettes daily over several years. They initially started by occasionally licking ashtrays out of curiosity and progressively escalated to deliberately burning entire cigarettes solely to consume the resulting ashes. The addiction provided a significant nicotine dose without traditional smoking, but the ash-eating behavior came with its own serious health risks and intense social stigma. They described the taste and texture of cigarette ash as uniquely satisfying, a deep craving that absolutely nothing else could fulfill adequately. The compulsion grew so overwhelming and controlling that they actively searched public areas for discarded cigarette butts to burn specifically for ash consumption. Medical professionals sternly warned about the dangerous heavy metals and concentrated toxins present in cigarette ash that accumulate during burning. Comprehensive treatment involved simultaneously addressing the underlying nicotine chemical addiction and the specific compulsive behavior pattern of ash consumption that had become psychologically reinforcing. 7. A man became dangerously addicted to eating raw meat, consuming several pounds of completely uncooked beef, chicken, and pork daily, despite repeated food safety warnings from health professionals. He described cooked meat as fundamentally unappetizing and developed intense cravings specifically for the taste and texture of raw, bloody flesh.
I mean, I enjoy
The addiction
meat.
started with occasional raw meat consumption out of curiosity and escalated dramatically until he absolutely refused to eat any cooked food whatsoever. Multiple severe cases of food poisoning requiring hospitalization didn't deter the compulsive behavior at all, as the psychological addiction was far too powerful.
Bacon tastes good.
He eventually modified his diet somewhat to reduce poisoning risks by selecting fresher meat, but continued eating primarily raw meat against all advice. Family meals became increasingly awkward and uncomfortable as he insisted on preparing raw meat dishes while everyone else ate normally cooked food. Serious medical intervention was eventually required after a particularly bad illness from dangerous parasites and raw pork caused life-threatening complications. 8. Someone developed an odd addiction to eating, consuming multiple full bars per week for over 5 years of their adult life. They initially started eating small amounts of soap as a young child, and the bizarre behavior inexplicably persisted into adulthood, despite knowing intellectually it was harmful. Different soap scents and flavors provided varying experiences, with certain types becoming more psychologically addictive than others based on taste preferences. Persistent addiction caused chronic digestive problems and made their sweat smell distinctly like soap products, which others found off-putting. They attempted hiding the embarrassing behavior from others, but family members eventually discovered soap bars throughout the house with obvious bite marks. The psychological compulsion was so overpowering that even locking up all soap didn't stop them from finding alternative sources. Intensive treatment eventually revealed the addiction was partially linked to underlying obsessive compulsive disorder and chronic anxiety that the soap eating somehow temporarily alleviated. 9. A woman became strangely addicted to eating toilet paper, consuming multiple full rolls per day for many years. She habitually carried toilet paper with her absolutely everywhere, eating it constantly throughout the day like normal people consume snacks. The addiction started during a particularly stressful period in her life and inexplicably became an uncontrollable compulsion she couldn't resist. Different toilet paper brands had noticeably different tastes and textures that she developed strong preferences for through extensive sampling. The behavior caused a significant embarrassment in public settings when other people noticed her actively eating toilet paper. Chronic medical issues developed from the nutritionally empty bulk material constantly filling her digestive system. She eventually sought professional help after the sobering realization that the addiction was literally consuming her life, budget, and social relationships. 10. Someone developed an unusual addiction to eating classroom chalk, consuming dozens of pieces daily from educational supplies. They described the taste and powdery texture of chalk as irresistibly satisfying, with particular colors and brands providing superior experiences. The addiction began innocently as a child writing on classroom blackboards and accidentally tasting chalk dust, which evolved into deliberate consumption. They eventually purchased chalk specifically and exclusively for eating purposes, trying numerous different types to find preferred flavors. Severe dental damage from chalk's abrasive mineral content eventually forced acknowledgement that they had a serious problem. Medical testing revealed the addiction was partially linked to calcium and mineral deficiencies, but supplementation didn't immediately stop the deeply ingrained compulsive behavior patterns. 11. A man became disturbingly addicted to drinking his own urine, consuming several full glasses daily for supposed health benefits he read about online. What started as questionable alternative health experimentation evolved into genuine psychological addiction over time.
Paid me $500 for a
He claimed his urine tasted fine and provided noticeable energy, though medical professionals disagreed strongly with both claims. The shocking behavior caused severe relationship problems and increasing social isolation as people learned about his habit. Despite repeated
That might be the guy I slept
and
with.
concentrated waste products, the compulsion continued for multiple years. Treatment required addressing both the pseudoscientific beliefs about urine's benefits and the compulsive behavior patterns that had developed. Someone developed an intense addiction to eating ice, consuming dozens of ice cube trays daily, and constantly chewing ice throughout waking hours. The behavior started innocuously with occasional ice chewing, but intensified dramatically until they were eating ice literally all day, every day. They developed strong preferences for specific ice shapes and textures, becoming genuinely upset when ice wasn't immediately available. Dental professionals warned repeatedly about serious tooth damage from constant ice chewing. Medical testing revealed iron deficiency anemia was initially triggering the ice cravings, but the behavior had evolved into full psychological addiction. Treatment involved iron supplementation to address the deficiency and intensive behavioral therapy to break the compulsive ice eating habit. 13. A woman became bizarrely addicted to eating baby powder, consuming multiple large containers per week for several years. She started using baby powder normally, but began occasionally tasting it and unexpectedly developed strong cravings. The addiction progressed rapidly until she was eating literal spoonfuls of baby powder throughout the day like food. Different brands and scents were sampled and compared like fine foods, with specific preferences developing over time. The talcum baby powder posed serious health risks when consumed in such large quantities regularly. Chronic lung problems and accidentally inhaling powder during consumption eventually forced emergency medical intervention and psychiatric treatment. 14. Someone developed a destructive addiction to eating mattress stuffing, systematically tearing apart mattresses to consume foam and fabric materials inside. The compulsion was similar to couch cushion addiction, but focused specifically on mattress materials for some reason. They described the texture and taste of mattress materials as uniquely satisfying compared to other similar foam products. Constantly replacing destroyed mattresses became a significant recurring financial expense. The addiction caused deep shame about bizarre behavior and made it difficult having guests visit their home. Treatment addressed the underlying pizza disorder driving the unusual consumption patterns. 15. A man became oddly addicted to eating sand, consuming beach sand, playground sandbox sand, and construction sand.
Oh, great. Well, last person thought they were from studio. This one thinks it's an for him.
Sand with preferred taste and texture characteristics. The addiction caused severe dental erosion and dangerous digestive impaction, requiring medical treatment. Despite knowing the serious risks, the overpowering compulsion to eat sand remained overwhelming. The behavior started after accidentally getting sand in his mouth at the beach and discovering he enjoyed it. Therapy revealed deep connections between the sand eating and comforting childhood beach memories. 16. Someone developed a dangerous addiction to smelling gasoline, spending many hours at gas stations deliberately inhaling fumes from fuel pumps.
I mean, I do enjoy the smell of gasoline. I miss
smell pleasant evolved into compulsive puffing behavior. The addiction caused dizziness, severe headaches, and potential brain damage from repeated toxic exposure. They structured entire daily routines around opportunities to smell gasoline at stations. Multiple family interventions failed to stop the behavior until serious health problems forced treatment. The addiction was driven by both the chemical effects and psychological dependence on the ritual. 17. A woman became disturbingly addicted to eating cigarette butts, actively collecting discarded cigarettes from streets to consume the tobacco and paper. She describes the taste as satisfying deep cravings that other forms of tobacco didn't adequately fulfill. The extremely unhygienic nature of eating street cigarettes caused severe health concerns. Multiple infections resulted from bacteria on discarded cigarettes. Despite the behavior disgusting even herself, the compulsion continued until medical crisis forced intervention. Treatment addressed both nicotine addiction and the specific fixation on cigarette butt consumption. 18, someone developed an unusual addiction to eating cat hair, deliberately collecting shed fur from their multiple pets to consume. They would brush cats specifically and extensively to gather maximum hair for eating purposes. The behavior caused hairballs to form in their digestive system, similar to what cats experience. Veterinary supplies for hairball prevention became part of their own health regimen. The unusual addiction created serious relationship problems when partners discovered the behavior. Treatment revealed the compulsion was linked to anxiety and provided strange psychological comfort. 19. A man became strangely addicted to eating cornstarch, consuming multiple large boxes weekly in its raw powdered form. He carried containers of cornstarch everywhere to satisfy constant cravings throughout the day. The addiction started after tasting raw starch while cooking and discovering he enjoyed it. Different brands were carefully compared for subtle taste and texture quality differences. Medical issues developed from the nutritionally empty calories and digestive impact. The behavior was eventually linked to nutritional deficiencies triggering unusual cravings. 20. Someone developed a dangerous addiction to eating laundry detergent, consuming both powder and liquid detergent despite obvious dangers. They described certain detergent scents as irresistibly appealing for consumption purposes. Multiple poisonings resulted from ingesting the toxic chemical mixtures. Locking up all detergent didn't stop them from finding sources or buying their own. The addiction caused chemical burns and serious digestive damage. Emergency intervention was required after a particularly dangerous consumption episode. 21. A woman became oddly addicted to eating baking soda, consuming multiple boxes per week for many years. She started using baking soda for heartburn and developed cravings for the taste and texture. The addiction progressed until she was eating spoonfuls throughout the day like snacks. Medical professionals warned about sodium bicarbonate overdose and dangerous electrolyte imbalances. Despite health warnings, the compulsion to eat baking soda remained strong. Treatment addressed both the physical dependency and psychological drivers of the addiction. 22. Someone developed an unusual addiction to eating coffee grounds, consuming both used and fresh grounds daily in large amounts. They preferred the concentrated texture and intense flavor of grounds over brewed coffee. The addiction provided significant caffeine doses, causing heart palpitations and severe anxiety. Dental staining from constant grounds chewing became highly noticeable. The behavior started as occasionally eating grounds and evolved into genuine addiction. Treatment involved both caffeine addiction and the compulsive grounds consumption behavior. 23. A man became bizarrely addicted to eating candle wax, consuming various types of wax regularly over years. Different scented candles provided different flavor experiences in his consumption. The addiction started after accidentally getting wax in his mouth and finding he enjoyed it. Medical concerns included intestinal blockages from non-digestible wax accumulation. Replacing eaten candles became an ongoing, significant expense. The unusual addiction was eventually addressed through therapy, targeting the compulsive behavior. 24. Someone developed a strange addiction to eating newspaper, consuming multiple pages daily of printed newsprint. The taste of ink and paper together created a combination they intensely craved. The behavior started during a stressful period and evolved into daily consumption patterns. Concerns about ink toxicity and digestive blockages eventually forced medical attention. They described feeling anxious without access to newspaper to eat. Treatment revealed the addiction was linked to oral fixation and anxiety management. 25. A woman became destructively addicted to eating drywall, systematically tearing pieces from her home's walls to consume the gypsum board. She described the texture and mineral taste as uniquely satisfying. The addiction caused extensive visible damage throughout her house, requiring expensive repairs. Family members were disturbed by the wall damage and the bizarre consumption behavior. Medical testing showed mineral deficiencies possibly triggering the initial cravings. However, the behavior had evolved beyond nutritional needs into psychological addiction. 26. Someone developed a disturbing addiction to eating hair, consuming their own hair and hair collected from brushes extensively. The behavior caused large hairballs to form in their digestive system, requiring surgical removal. Despite surgery, the compulsion to eat hair continued unabated. They described the texture and act of pulling and eating hair as deeply satisfying. The addiction was eventually linked to trichotillomania and required specialized treatment. Therapy addressed both the hair pulling and hair eating components of the disorder. 27. A man became dangerously addicted to eating plastic bags, consuming shopping bags and other plastic materials regularly. He described enjoying the texture and the way plastic felt in his mouth while chewing. The non-biodegradable plastic posed serious digestive risks and accumulated in his system. Medical scans showed plastic material throughout his digestive tract. Despite clear evidence of harm, the compulsion to eat plastic remained strong. Emergency surgery was eventually required to remove accumulated plastic blocking his intestines. 28. Someone developed an odd addiction to eating rocks and pebbles, consuming small stones daily over many years. Different types of rocks were preferred based on taste and texture characteristics. The addiction caused serious dental damage from chewing extremely hard materials. Medical professionals were concerned about intestinal damage and blockages from stone accumulation. The behavior started in childhood and persisted despite knowing the dangers. Treatment addressed the underlying pica disorder causing the stone-eating compulsion. 29. A woman became strangely addicted to eating makeup, consuming lipstick, powder, and other cosmetics regularly. She described enjoying the textures and flavors of different makeup products. The addiction started while applying makeup and accidentally tasting products. Chemical ingredients and cosmetics posed serious poisoning risks. The behavior caused shame and difficulty maintaining relationships. Treatment revealed the addiction was linked to body image issues and anxiety. 30. Someone developed an unusual addiction to eating erasers, consuming rubber and plastic erasers constantly throughout the day. They preferred specific eraser brands and types based on taste and texture. The addiction began in school and continued into adulthood. Digestive problems developed from the non-digestible rubber accumulation. They carried erasers everywhere to satisfy the constant compulsion to chew and consume them. Therapy addressed both the oral fixation and the specific eraser consumption behavior. 31. A man became dangerously addicted to eating matches, consuming both the matchsticks and the ignitable tips regularly. He described enjoying the wood taste and the slight chemical flavor of the match heads. The addiction posed obvious fire hazards and poisoning risks from match chemicals. Multiple health scares didn't stop the compulsive behavior. Medical intervention was required after consuming a large number of matches caused serious illness. Treatment addressed the dangerous addiction and underlying psychological drivers. 32. Someone developed a bizarre addiction to eating sponges, consuming kitchen and bath sponges regularly over years. Different sponge materials provided different textures and absorption characteristics they craved. The addiction caused serious digestive blockages from sponge material swelling dramatically in their stomach. Surgery was required to remove impacted sponge material that had expanded. Despite the medical crisis, the compulsion to eat sponges continued. Extensive therapy was needed to break the dangerous behavior pattern. 33. A woman became oddly addicted to eating pencils, consuming the wood and graphite core of multiple pencils daily. She preferred specific pencil brands based on wood type and graphite hardness. The addiction started during school and intensified over years. Splinters from pencil wood caused mouth and throat injuries. Medical professionals were concerned about graphite accumulation and wood fiber impacts. Treatment addressed the compulsive pencil chewing that had evolved into deliberate consumption. 34. Someone developed a dangerous addiction to eating mothballs, consuming the pesticide-soaked balls despite extreme toxicity. The chemical naphthalene in mothballs caused serious poisoning symptoms. Multiple hospitalizations didn't stop the compulsion to eat mothballs. They described the chemical taste as addictively appealing despite knowing the danger. Family members desperately tried hiding mothballs to prevent consumption. Emergency intervention and psychiatric treatment were eventually required to address the life-threatening addiction. 35. A man became disturbingly addicted to eating paint chips, consuming peeling paint from old buildings throughout his neighborhood. The lead content in old paint caused serious lead poisoning requiring medical treatment. Despite diagnosed lead toxicity, the compulsion to eat paint chips continued. He sought out old buildings specifically to find paint chips to consume. The addiction posed severe neurological damage risks from lead accumulation. Treatment involved both lead poisoning therapy and addressing the compulsive paint-eating behavior. 36. Someone developed an unusual addiction to eating tire rubber, consuming pieces of tire material regularly over many years. They would find discarded tire scraps and eat the rubber, describing the taste as satisfying. The chemical treatment of tire rubber posed serious health risks when consumed. Medical professionals were shocked by the unusual addiction and concerned about chemical poisoning. The behavior started after chewing on a tire swing and discovering they enjoyed the taste. Extensive therapy was required to address the bizarre tire rubber consumption. 37. A woman became dangerously addicted to eating deodorant, consuming stick deodorant like food daily. She preferred certain scents and formulations based on taste preferences. The aluminum and other chemicals in deodorant caused serious health concerns when consumed. Multiple poisonings resulted from eating deodorant regularly. Despite illness, the compulsion to consume deodorant remained overwhelming. Treatment addressed both the chemical dependency and psychological drivers of the unusual addiction. 38. Someone developed a dangerous addiction to eating garden fertilizer, consuming plant food and soil amendments regularly. They described enjoying the mineral taste and chemical composition of fertilizers. The toxic chemicals in fertilizer caused repeated poisonings requiring hospitalization. Medical professionals couldn't understand why anyone would deliberately eat fertilizer. The addiction was eventually linked to severe mineral deficiencies and mental health issues. Comprehensive treatment addressed both physical and psychological aspects of the dangerous behavior. 39. A man became bizarrely addicted to eating insects, consuming live bugs regularly and deliberately in large quantities. While insects are food in some cultures, his consumption was compulsive and excessive beyond normal dietary habits. He would seek out bugs specifically to eat, sometimes consuming hundreds daily. The behavior caused parasitic infections from bugs consumed without cooking. Family members were disturbed by watching him eat live insects compulsively. Treatment revealed the addiction provided sensory satisfaction from the textures and movement. 40. Someone developed an odd addiction to eating potpourri, consuming scented dried flowers and oils regularly over several years. They preferred specific scents and would eat multiple bags of potpourri weekly. The essential oils and preservatives in potpourri posed poisoning risks when consumed. Medical issues developed from the chemical exposure. The addiction was linked to scent preferences evolving into consumption compulsions. Therapy addressed the progression from smelling to eating scented materials. 41. A woman became dangerously addicted to eating air fresheners, consuming gel and solid air freshener products regularly. She described the scented gels as tasting like candy, despite knowing they were toxic. Multiple poisonings resulted from air freshener consumption. Chemical burns in her mouth and throat didn't stop the compulsive behavior. Emergency medical treatment was repeatedly required for chemical poisoning. Psychiatric intervention finally addressed the dangerous addiction to eating toxic air freshener products. 42. Someone developed a destructive addiction to eating shower curtains, consuming plastic shower curtain material regularly. They would cut pieces from shower curtains specifically to eat the plastic material. The addiction destroyed multiple shower curtains and posed digestive risks from plastic consumption. Medical scans showed plastic material accumulated throughout their digestive system. The unusual addiction was eventually linked to texture-seeking behaviors and anxiety. Treatment involved both behavioral therapy and addressing underlying psychological issues. 43. A man became dangerously addicted to eating steel wool, consuming metal scrubbing pads despite obvious dangers and injuries. He described the texture as satisfying to chew and the metal taste as appealing. The steel wool caused serious mouth and throat injuries from sharp metal fibers. Internal injuries from swallowing metal required multiple medical interventions. Despite serious harm, the compulsion to eat steel wool continued. Emergency psychiatric treatment was required to address the life-threatening addiction. 44. Someone developed an unusual addiction to eating VHS tape, consuming the magnetic tape from video cassettes regularly. They would open VHS tape specifically to extract and eat the tape inside. The plastic and magnetic coating posed chemical poisoning risks. Medical professionals were baffled by the unusual addiction. The behavior was linked to nostalgia and texture seeking, combined with compulsive tendencies. Treatment addressed the specific VHS tape fixation and broader addictive behavior patterns. 45. And finally, a woman became devastatingly addicted to eating her couch, consuming not just the cushions, but the wooden frame, fabric covering, and all filling materials over many years. Over 5 years, she literally ate her way through 3 complete couches piece by piece, leaving only metal springs and legs. She described being psychologically unable to sit on any furniture without feeling intensely compelled to taste and consume it, making furniture shopping impossible. The addiction cost thousands of dollars in constantly replaced furniture and caused severe nutritional deficiencies and chronic digestive issues from non-food consumption. Family members were horrified and confused watching her systematically destroy and consume furniture piece by piece over months. Medical professionals diagnosed severe pica disorder complicated by obsessive compulsive behaviors and anxiety disorders. Treatment required intensive therapy to address both the physical consumption compulsion and the deep psychological drivers of the behavior. She eventually learned to manage the urges through years of treatment, but admitted still feeling tempted when seeing furniture, proving that even the strangest addictions can have lasting psychological impacts that never fully disappear. These bizarre addictions prove that human brains can develop dependencies on virtually anything, regardless of how strange or dangerous. Most of these cases involved underlying conditions like PIECA, obsessive compulsive disorder, or nutritional deficiencies that triggered unusual cravings. What makes these addictions particularly troubling is how they often cause serious health problems, but the compulsions were too strong to stop without professional help. These weren't just weird habits, they were genuine addictions with all the psychological and physical dependencies the term implies. Subscribe if you found these strange addictions as shocking as we did, and remember that addiction can take many forms, even ones that seem impossible to understand. Darwin would be confused by these stories. Sometimes evolution rewards the exact opposite of intelligence, and these people proved that making terrible decisions can accidentally be the smartest thing you'll ever do. 1. A woman in Chicago missed her morning commute because she spent 20 minutes trying to kill a spider in her bathroom with a shoe. Convinced that the tiny spider was dangerous and needed to be eliminated before she could leave her apartment safely, she arrived at her office building 45 minutes late, frustrated about her ridiculous spider battle and expecting to be reprimanded by her supervisor for tardiness. While she was still in the lobby getting her visitor badge because she forgot her ID during the spider chaos, a gas explosion on the 15th floor killed 3 people and injured dozens more in the exact area where she would have been, sitting at her usual arrival time. Her arachnophobia and poor time management accidentally saved her life by keeping her away from a workplace disaster that she would have been directly in the path of if she had arrived punctually and gone straight to her desk as usual. 2. A man got violently food poisoned from gas station sushi and had to cancel his weekend hiking trip to the mountains, spending Saturday vomiting instead of climbing trails with his hiking group as originally planned. He was furious about missing the outdoor adventure he had planned for months and losing the money he paid for permits and supplies, cursing his decision to eat questionable raw fish from a convenience store. An avalanche buried the exact trail his group was hiking, killing 2 hikers and trapping the others for 18 hours in freezing conditions before rescue teams could reach them. His terrible food choices and subsequent gastrointestinal distress accidentally saved him from being caught in a deadly natural disaster that he would have been hiking directly into if he had made better dining decisions. 3. One woman accidentally set her kitchen on fire while trying to cook bacon at 3 a.m., creating enough smoke and chaos that she had to evacuate her apartment building and call the fire department to extinguish the grease fire she started through drunk cooking. She was mortified about waking up all her neighbors and causing building evacuation over her late-night cooking disaster, expecting to face angry neighbors and potential eviction for her kitchen incompetence. During the evacuation, firefighters discovered that a gas leak in the building's basement had reached dangerous levels and would have caused a massive explosion within hours, killing everyone in the building while they slept. Her intoxicated cooking failure and resulting fire department call accidentally saved 47 lives by bringing emergency responders who detected the gas leak before it could cause a catastrophic explosion. 4. A man missed his flight because he got lost in the airport parking garage for 2 hours, wandering around looking for his car while his departure time passed, and he became increasingly frustrated with his poor sense of direction and parking skills. He watched his plane taxi away from the gate while he was still searching for his vehicle, angry about missing his business trip and the important meetings he would have to reschedule because of his navigation incompetence. The plane crashed into a mountainside 30 minutes after takeoff due to mechanical failure, killing all 156 passengers and crew members aboard in a disaster that would have included him if he had been able to find his car and make his scheduled departure. His directional confusion and parking lot wandering accidentally saved his life by preventing him from boarding a doomed flight. 5. One woman stayed home from work with a fake illness because she wanted to binge watch a television series instead of attending meetings she considered boring and pointless, calling in sick with elaborate flu symptoms she invented to justify her mental health day. She felt guilty about lying to her employer and worried about being caught in her deception, spending the day anxiously watching TV while expecting to be fired for her dishonesty and poor work ethic. A disgruntled former employee entered her office building with weapons and shot 12 people in the exact conference room where she would have been attending the meeting she was avoiding, killing 4 co-workers, including her direct supervisor. Her work avoidance and elaborate lie accidentally saved her life by keeping her away from a workplace shooting that targeted the specific department and meeting she was supposed to attend. 6. A man got arrested for drunk driving the night before his scheduled skydiving appointment, spending 24 hours in jail sobering up and missing his tandem jump that he had paid for and looked forward to for months. He was devastated about missing the adventure and losing his money due to his poor decision-making and irresponsible drinking, facing DUI charges and the humiliation of his arrest for stupid choices. The skydiving company's plane crashed during the exact time slot he had reserved, killing the instructor he was supposed to jump with and 3 other customers when the aircraft experienced engine failure and couldn't make an emergency landing. His drunk driving arrest and subsequent incarceration accidentally saved his life by preventing him from being aboard a small aircraft that crashed during his scheduled jump time. 7. One woman accidentally locked herself out of her house while taking out trash and spent 4 hours waiting for a locksmith, missing her dinner plans at a restaurant she had made reservations weeks in advance for a special celebration. She was furious about her carelessness and the expensive locksmith fee, angry about missing her special dinner and the money she wasted on unreliable memory and poor planning habits. A gas explosion destroyed the restaurant during the exact time of the reservation, killing 11 diners and injuring dozens more, when a kitchen gas line rupture caused a massive blast that demolished the building. Her absent-mindedness and lockout situation accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being in the restaurant when the explosion occurred. 8. A man overslept and missed his morning train because he stayed up all night playing video games, arriving at the station 10 minutes after his usual commuter train departed and having to wait an hour for the next one. He was angry about his lack of self-control and the consequences of his gaming addiction, expecting to be late for work and potentially disciplined for his irresponsible time management and poor life choices. His regular train derailed 15 minutes after leaving the station due to track maintenance errors, killing 23 passengers and injuring over 100 more in a crash that would have included him in his usual seat if he had maintained better sleep habits. His gaming obsession and resulting oversleeping accidentally saved his life by making him miss a commuter train that crashed during his normal travel time. 9. One woman got into a minor car accident in a parking lot and had to spend 3 hours dealing with police reports and insurance information, making her miss her scheduled appointment at a medical clinic for routine tests. She was frustrated about the timing and inconvenience of the fender bender, worried about rescheduling her appointment, and the delays in her medical care caused by her poor parking skills and inattention. A gunman entered the medical clinic during her appointment time and shot 7 people, including 3 doctors, killing 2 patients in the waiting room, where she would have been sitting if she hadn't been dealing with her parking lot collision. Her minor accident and subsequent paperwork delays accidentally saved her life by keeping her away from a medical facility shooting. 10. A man ate expired milk with his cereal and got severe stomach cramps that prevented him from attending a concert he had expensive tickets for, spending the evening sick in bed instead of enjoying the music he had looked forward to for months. He was angry about wasting money on concert tickets and missing the performance due to his failure to check expiration dates and his generally poor food safety habits that led to his illness. The concert venue's roof collapsed during the show due to structural failure, killing 15 people and injuring dozens more when steel beams fell into the crowd during the main act's performance. His food poisoning from expired dairy products accidentally saved his life by preventing him from being in a concert hall when the ceiling caved in on the audience. 11. One woman missed her yoga class because she couldn't find matching workout clothes and spent 45 minutes searching through laundry and closets, arriving at the studio after the session had already started and the doors were locked. She was embarrassed about her disorganization and vanity, angry that her clothing obsession had caused her to miss the exercise class she needed for stress relief and physical health. During the class she missed, an electrical fire started in the studio's walls and trapped 12 students in the back room when the exit became blocked by flames, killing 3 people from smoke inhalation before firefighters could rescue the survivors. Her clothing indecision and lateness accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being trapped in a yoga studio fire. 12. A man got a flat tire on his way to catch a ferry and missed the boat by 10 minutes, having to wait 4 hours for the next sailing while dealing with tire repair and roadside assistance for his vehicle maintenance negligence. He was frustrated about missing his island vacation plans and the time wasted due to his failure to maintain proper tire pressure and vehicle upkeep that caused the roadside emergency. The ferry he missed sank in rough weather 30 minutes after departure when waves overwhelmed the vessel, killing 18 passengers and crew members who were trapped below deck when the boat capsized. His tire failure and missed departure accidentally saved his life by preventing him from being aboard a ferry that sank in a storm. 13. One woman accidentally double booked herself and had to choose between attending a work conference or her friend's birthday party, ultimately deciding to skip the professional event to avoid hurting her friend's feelings and maintain personal relationships. She worried about the career consequences of missing important networking opportunities and professional development that could affect her advancement prospects and workplace reputation. The conference hotel caught fire during the main presentation, killing 9 attendees and injuring dozens more when exits became blocked, and people were trapped in the convention center during the emergency evacuation. Her scheduling mistake and priority choice accidentally saved her life by keeping her away from a professional conference that became a deadly fire trap. 14. A man got lost driving to a wedding reception and spent 2 hours wandering country roads with poor cell phone reception, missing the entire celebration he had traveled across the state to attend with his family. He was embarrassed about his navigation skills and angry about missing the special event, worried about explaining his absence to relatives who expected him to participate in the family gathering. The reception hall's dance floor collapsed when too many guests gathered for the bouquet toss, killing 4 people and seriously injuring 23 more when the structure failed under unexpected weight loads. His directional incompetence and extended detour accidentally saved him from being injured or killed when the wedding venue's floor collapsed during the celebration. 15. One woman missed her morning jog because she couldn't find her running shoes and spent 30 minutes searching her apartment, causing her to abandon her exercise routine and start her day late and frustrated with her disorganization. She was angry about breaking her fitness schedule and worried about the health consequences of skipping exercise due to her poor organization skills and cluttered living situation. During her usual jogging time on her regular route, a drunk driver jumped the curb and struck 3 joggers in the area where she always ran, killing 1 runner and critically injuring 2 others in a hit-and-run accident. Her shoe misplacement and search delays accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being on the jogging path when the impaired driver crashed into the area. 16. A man's alarm clock failed and he overslept by 3 hours, missing his scheduled hunting trip with friends who left without him when he didn't show up at the designated meeting time for their outdoor adventure. He was disappointed about missing the hunting season opening and angry about his equipment failure, worried about the money he had spent on licenses and supplies for a trip he couldn't attend. His hunting group encountered a bear that attacked the camp, killing one hunter and mauling 2 others when they inadvertently came between a mother bear and her cubs in the wilderness area they were exploring. His alarm malfunction and oversleeping accidentally saved him from a dangerous wildlife encounter that turned deadly for his hunting companions. 17. One woman got food poisoning from a restaurant lunch and had to cancel her evening plans to attend a charity fundraiser, spending the night sick at home instead of participating in the social event she had committed to supporting. She felt guilty about missing the charitable obligation and wasting the expensive ticket she had purchased to support the cause, worried about her reputation and commitment to community involvement. The fundraiser venue experienced a carbon monoxide leak that hospitalized 34 attendees and killed 2 elderly guests who were overcome by the invisible gas during the dinner portion of the event. Her food poisoning and resulting absence accidentally saved her life by keeping her away from a charity event that became a mass poisoning incident. 18. A man accidentally broke his garage door opener and couldn't get his car out, forcing him to miss his scheduled appointment at a business networking event that he considered important for his career advancement and professional development. He was frustrated about the mechanical failure and worried about missing networking opportunities that could affect his business prospects and professional relationships with potential clients and partners. The networking event experienced a structural collapse when a construction crane fell through the roof, killing 6 attendees and injuring dozens more during the main presentation when steel beams crashed into the conference room. His garage door malfunction accidentally saved his life by preventing him from attending a business event that became a construction accident disaster. 19. One woman missed her book club meeting because she accidentally locked her keys in her car and had to wait for roadside assistance, spending the evening dealing with her lockout instead of discussing literature with her reading group. She was embarrassed about her carelessness and frustrated about missing the intellectual stimulation and social interaction she looked forward to each month with her fellow book enthusiasts. During the book club meeting, a home invasion occurred when criminals targeted the house believing it was empty, shooting 3 book club members and killing the host when the reading group tried to defend themselves. Her key lockout and automotive troubles accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being present during a violent home invasion. 20. A man got severely sunburned at the beach and had to cancel his mountain climbing expedition, spending the week recovering from his sun exposure instead of attempting the challenging ascent he had trained for all year. He was angry about his poor sun protection decisions and disappointed about missing the climbing season after months of physical preparation and equipment investment for the mountaineering adventure. His climbing group encountered an avalanche that buried 3 climbers and killed 2 team members when unstable snow conditions caused a massive slide on the route he was supposed to climb. His sunburn and recovery time accidentally saved him from a deadly avalanche that killed members of his mountaineering expedition. 21. One woman missed her train to visit family because she stopped to help an injured stray cat, spending 2 hours at an emergency veterinary clinic instead of traveling to her planned family reunion gathering. She was conflicted about missing time with relatives and spending money on veterinary care for an animal that wasn't hers, worried about her family's reaction to her absence from the important gathering. The train she was supposed to take collided with a freight train due to signal failure, killing 12 passengers and injuring over 50 more in a crash that would have included her if she hadn't stopped to help the injured animal. Her compassionate impulse and animal rescue delay accidentally saved her life by making her miss a passenger train that crashed. 22. A man's car wouldn't start, and he had to miss his scheduled flight for a business trip, spending the day dealing with automotive repair instead of traveling to an important conference that could advance his career prospects and professional development. He was frustrated about the mechanical failure and worried about the business consequences of missing professional obligations and networking opportunities that could affect his advancement potential. The plane he was supposed to board experienced engine failure and crashed during takeoff, killing all 87 passengers and crew members when the aircraft couldn't gain sufficient altitude to avoid obstacles near the airport. His car trouble and missed flight accidentally saved his life by preventing him from boarding an aircraft that crashed immediately after departure. 23. One woman got trapped in an elevator for 3 hours and missed her dental appointment, spending her afternoon waiting for rescue instead of getting routine dental work that she had scheduled months in advance for oral health maintenance. She was claustrophobic and panicked about the confinement, angry about missing her appointment and the potential dental health consequences of delayed professional care and treatment. During her appointment time, the dental office experienced a gas explosion when equipment malfunctioned, killing 2 patients and staff members who were in the building when the blast occurred and destroyed part of the facility. Her elevator entrapment accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being in a dental office when a gas explosion killed other patients. 24. A man missed his connecting flight because he got distracted by airport shops and lost track of time, spending too much money on unnecessary items instead of focusing on his travel schedule and departure permits. He was angry about his lack of focus and the financial consequences of missing his connection, worried about rebooking costs and travel delays caused by his poor time management and shopping obsession. The connecting flight he missed crashed into a mountain during bad weather, killing all 134 people aboard when the pilot became disoriented in severe storms and flew into terrain at cruising altitude. His shopping distraction and missed connection accidentally saved his life by preventing him from boarding a flight that crashed in a storm. 25. One woman accidentally deleted an important work presentation and spent the entire day recreating it, missing her evening cooking class that she had paid for and looked forward to as a creative outlet and stress relief activity. She was frustrated about her computer skills and time management, angry about losing work and missing personal enrichment opportunities due to her technological incompetence and poor backup habits. The cooking class kitchen caught fire when a student's dish flambéed out of control, spreading flames throughout the facility and killing 2 participants who were trapped when exits became blocked by the rapidly spreading blaze. Her file deletion crisis and work recovery accidentally saved her life by keeping her away from a cooking class that became a deadly kitchen fire. 26. A man got a speeding ticket and had to attend traffic court, missing his scheduled volunteer shift at a homeless shelter where he regularly helped serve meals to people experiencing housing insecurity and food scarcity. He was embarrassed about his traffic violation and guilty about missing his community service commitment, worried about disappointing people who depended on volunteer services and support from community members. During his volunteer shift time, a mentally ill individual entered the shelter and attacked volunteers and clients with a knife, killing 1 volunteer and injuring 4 others before being subdued by security personnel. His traffic violation and court appearance accidentally saved him from a violent attack at the homeless shelter where he regularly volunteered. 27. One woman missed her spa appointment because her babysitter canceled last minute, forcing her to stay home with her children instead of enjoying the relaxation and self-care treatment she had planned for stress relief and personal wellness. She was frustrated about the childcare situation and disappointed about missing her spa day, worried about her stress levels and the money wasted on canceled appointments due to unreliable babysitting arrangements. The spa experienced a carbon monoxide leak from faulty equipment that hospitalized 15 clients and killed 2 elderly customers who were overcome by the invisible gas during their treatments in enclosed massage rooms. Her babysitting crisis accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being exposed to carbon monoxide poisoning at the spa facility. 28. A man missed his golf tournament because he threw out his back lifting a heavy box incorrectly, spending the weekend in bed with muscle relaxers instead of competing in the amateur championship he had qualified for through months of practice. He was disappointed about missing the tournament and angry about his poor lifting technique, worried about his golf ranking and the entry fees he had paid for a competition he couldn't attend. Lightning struck the golf course during the tournament, killing 3 players and seriously injuring 6 others when a sudden storm moved in faster than weather forecasts predicted, and players couldn't reach safety quickly enough. His back injury and bed rest accidentally saved him from being struck by lightning during the golf tournament, where he was supposed to compete. 29. One woman missed her evening exercise class because she couldn't find parking near the gym, spending 45 minutes driving around looking for spaces instead of working out as planned for her fitness routine and health goals. She was frustrated about urban parking problems and angry about missing exercise, worried about her fitness progress and the membership fees she was wasting due to parking availability issues. The exercise class she missed experienced a ceiling collapse when water damage weakened structural supports, killing 1 participant and injuring 12 others when heavy beams fell during the aerobics session. Her parking struggles accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being in the gym when the ceiling collapsed on the exercise class. 30. A man overslept and missed his scheduled scuba diving lesson, arriving at the dive shop after the boat had already departed for the underwater training session before and looked forward to as an adventure activity. He was embarrassed about his tardiness and disappointed about missing the diving experience, angry about his poor sleep habits and time management that caused him to miss the aquatic adventure. The dive boat capsized when inexperienced divers panicked underwater and caused equipment failures that led to the vessel sinking, killing 2 students and the instructor when they became trapped beneath the overturned boat. His oversleeping accidentally saved him from drowning when the scuba diving boat capsized during the lesson he was supposed to attend. 31. One woman missed her art class because she got food poisoning from questionable leftover pasta, spending the evening sick at home instead of attending the pottery workshop she had registered for as creative expression and stress relief. She was angry about her poor food safety habits and disappointed about missing artistic instruction, worried about falling behind in her creative development, and the class fees she was losing due to her illness. The art studio experienced a kiln explosion when pottery firing equipment malfunctioned, killing 1 student and injuring 8 others when superheated ceramic fragments became deadly projectiles throughout the workspace. Her food poisoning accidentally saved her life by keeping her away from an art class where a kiln explosion killed another student. 32. A man missed his hiking group because he couldn't find his hiking boots and spent 2 hours searching his house, causing him to abandon his outdoor plans and miss the nature excursion he had planned for physical exercise and mental health. He was frustrated about his disorganization and disappointed about missing outdoor activities, angry about his cluttered living situation that prevented him from participating in healthy recreational activities. His hiking group encountered a rock slide that killed 2 hikers and injured 3 others when unstable cliff faces collapsed on the trail they were following in the mountain wilderness area. His boot searching delay accidentally saved him from being killed in a rock slide that buried members of his hiking group. 33. One woman missed her dinner reservation because she accidentally left her wallet at home and had to return to get it, arriving at the restaurant 45 minutes late and finding her table had been given away to other customers. She was embarrassed about her forgetfulness and frustrated about losing her reservation, angry about missing the dining experience she had planned for a special occasion celebration with friends. The restaurant experienced a kitchen fire that spread throughout the building, killing 4 diners and injuring dozens more when exits became blocked, and people were trapped in the dining room during the emergency evacuation. Her wallet forgetfulness and return trip accidentally saved her life by delaying her arrival until after the restaurant fire had started. 34. A man missed his scheduled massage appointment because he got stuck in unexpected traffic from a minor accident, spending an hour in gridlock instead of receiving the therapeutic treatment he had booked for back pain relief and stress management. He was frustrated about traffic delays and disappointed about missing his appointment, angry about urban congestion and the money he had spent on canceled wellness services due to transportation problems. The massage therapy clinic experienced a gas leak explosion that killed 2 clients and 3 therapists when equipment malfunctioned and ignited accumulated natural gas throughout the facility. His traffic delay accidentally saved him from being killed in a gas explosion at the massage clinic where he had an appointment. 35. One woman missed her book signing event because she couldn't find parking anywhere near the bookstore, spending an hour driving around looking for spaces instead of meeting her favorite author as planned for literary inspiration and personal enjoyment. She was frustrated about downtown parking limitations and disappointed about missing the cultural event, angry about urban planning that prevented her from participating in intellectual activities she valued. The bookstore experienced a structural collapse when renovation work weakened support beams, killing 3 customers and injuring 12 others when part of the building fell during the author's presentation. Her parking problems accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being in the bookstore when part of the building collapsed. 36. A man missed his scheduled medical appointment because his car broke down on the highway, spending 3 hours waiting for roadside assistance instead of getting routine health screening that he had delayed for months due to medical anxiety. He was frustrated about automotive reliability and worried about his health, angry about missing medical care due to transportation problems, and poor vehicle maintenance habits that caused the breakdown. The medical building experienced an active shooter incident during his appointment time, with a gunman killing 2 patients and wounding 6 others in the waiting room, where he would have been sitting for his delayed health screening. His car breakdown accidentally saved him from being shot during a medical facility attack that occurred during his scheduled appointment time. 37. One woman missed her yoga retreat because she got severe motion sickness on the bus trip and had to get off early, spending the weekend recovering at a roadside motel instead of participating in the wellness program she had paid for and anticipated. She was disappointed about missing the spiritual experience, angry about wasting money on a retreat she couldn't complete, frustrated by her travel sensitivity that prevented her from participating in self-improvement activities. The yoga retreat center experienced a carbon monoxide leak from faulty heating equipment, hospitalizing all 23 participants and killing 3 elderly students who were overcome by the invisible gas during the morning meditation sessions. Her motion sickness and early departure accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being exposed to carbon monoxide poisoning at the yoga retreat. 38. A man missed his scheduled job interview because he spilled coffee on his interview outfit and had to go home to change clothes, arriving at the company too late for his appointment and potentially missing a career opportunity due to his clumsiness. He was embarrassed about his accident, worried about his professional prospects, angry about his lack of coordination that might have cost him employment opportunities and career advancement. The office building experienced a bomb threat that resulted in an actual explosion, killing 4 people and injuring dozens more when a disgruntled former employee's threat turned into reality during business hours. His coffee spill and clothing change accidentally saved him from being killed in a workplace bombing that occurred during his scheduled interview time. 39. One woman missed her evening dance class because she twisted her ankle walking downstairs, spending the night icing her injury instead of participating in the social dancing she enjoyed for exercise and community connection. She was frustrated about her clumsiness and disappointed about missing physical activity, angry about her poor coordination that prevented her from maintaining her fitness routine and social relationships. The dance studio floor collapsed when structural damage went undetected, killing 1 dancer and injuring 15 others when the wooden floor gave way during a crowded group lesson that she was supposed to attend. Her ankle injury accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being in the dance studio when the floor collapsed during the class. 40. A man missed his mountain biking trip because he couldn't fix a flat tire on his bicycle, spending the day struggling with bike repair instead of riding trails with his cycling group in wilderness areas they had planned to explore. He was frustrated about his mechanical incompetence and disappointed about missing outdoor exercise, angry about his lack of technical skills that prevented him from participating in recreational activities he enjoyed. His cycling group encountered a bear attack on the mountain trail, with 1 cyclist being killed and 2 others seriously injured when they inadvertently surprised a protective mother bear with cubs in dense forest vegetation. His tire repair struggles accidentally saved him from a deadly bear encounter that killed 1 member of his mountain biking group. 41. One woman missed her scheduled hair appointment because she got lost driving to a new salon, spending 2 hours wandering unfamiliar neighborhoods instead of getting the haircut she had planned for a special occasion the following day. She was frustrated about her navigation skills and disappointed about her appearance, angry about her directional incompetence that affected her grooming and self-confidence for important events. The hair salon experienced an electrical fire that started in the wall wiring, killing 2 clients and a stylist when they became trapped by flames that spread rapidly through the small building during business hours. Her navigation problems accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being in the hair salon when an electrical fire killed other customers. 42. A man missed his scheduled camping trip because he couldn't find his sleeping bag and outdoor gear, spending the day searching through storage areas instead of joining friends for a wilderness adventure he had planned for months. He was frustrated about his disorganization and disappointed about missing outdoor experiences, angry about his cluttered living situation that prevented him from participating in recreational activities with his social group. The camping group encountered a flash flood that swept away their campsite, killing 2 campers and injuring 3 others when unexpected rainfall caused rapid water rise in the canyon where they had set up their tents. His gear searching delay accidentally saved him from drowning in a flash flood that killed members of his camping group. 43. One woman missed her scheduled volunteer shift at an animal shelter because she overslept after staying up late binge-watching television shows, spending the morning dealing with her exhaustion instead of helping care for rescued animals. She felt guilty about her poor time management and disappointed about missing volunteer commitments, angry about her lack of self-discipline that prevented her from supporting charitable causes she believed in. The animal shelter experienced a violent incident when a disturbed individual entered the facility and attacked volunteers, killing one worker and injuring 4 others before being subdued by other staff members during the chaos. Her oversleeping accidentally saved her from being attacked during the violent incident at the animal shelter, where she was supposed to volunteer. 44. A man missed his flight to a business conference because he forgot his passport and had to return home to get it, discovering his mistake only when he reached airport security and realized he couldn't travel internationally without proper identification. He was embarrassed about his forgetfulness and worried about business consequences, angry about his poor preparation that caused him to miss professional development opportunities and important meetings. The plane he was supposed to board crashed into the ocean due to mechanical failure, killing all 198 passengers and crew members when both engines failed and the aircraft couldn't maintain altitude over water. His passport forgetfulness accidentally saved his life by preventing him from boarding an international flight that crashed into the ocean. 45. And finally, one woman missed her evening pottery class because she couldn't start her car and had to wait for roadside assistance, spending 3 hours dealing with automotive problems instead of participating in the creative activity she used for stress relief and artistic expression. She was frustrated about car reliability and disappointed about missing artistic instruction, angry about automotive expenses and the creative time she was losing due to transportation problems and poor vehicle maintenance. The pottery studio experienced a gas explosion when kiln equipment malfunctioned and ignited natural gas that had been leaking from damaged pipes, killing 2 students and the instructor when the blast destroyed part of the building. Her car trouble accidentally saved her life by preventing her from being in the pottery studio when a gas explosion killed other students in the class. Sometimes the universe rewards stupidity more than intelligence. These people prove that making the wrong choice at exactly the right moment can be the difference between life and death. The lesson? Maybe being a disaster isn't always a disaster. Subscribe if you want more proof that failing upward is a real survival strategy.
What's the scariest thing that happened to you when in someone else's house? Age 6 to 8-ish. Slept over at a friend's house with my little brother. Her father woke us all up in the middle of the night, had us bundle up, and loaded us into the family minivan. He drove to a gas station and talked the whole way about how a bakery exploded behind their house. He said the resulting gases and such could kill us, so we had to try and drive as far away as possible. They were also our next door neighbors, so I worried about our parents' safety. At the gas station, our friend's mom bought us snacks while he canvassed the area. I told her I didn't hear any explosion and asked about my parents. She must have called them from a payphone during the snack run, because they pulled up a few minutes later to take us home. I was, of course, terrified to go home. Later on, our parents sat us down to explain that our friend's father was sick with something called schizophrenia that makes him hallucinate. Story 2. One of the most embarrassing moments of my life. Playing at a friend's house, about 8 years old. Her mom says she's going to have a bubble bath for the next hour or so. Do either of us want the bathroom before she does, as there's no other toilet in the house? We both say no. Fast forward half an hour. Start getting stomach cramps. I really need to take a crap. I try and hold it, but it's turning into an emergency situation. I tell my friend, we try and call on a neighbor. You're not in. I can't wait any longer, so I timidly knock on the bathroom door and tell my friend's mom I need to go to the toilet. She's not pleased, but tells me to come in. She doesn't get out of the bathroom. She just covers herself up and tells me to go, probably presuming I just need to wee. So I have to sit there in front of her and do this god almighty, smelly, huge crap. It was horrible. I tried to avoid all eye contact, but I could feel the hatred seeping off of her. She'd clearly been looking forward to this relaxing bath for a while, and now I was quite literally crapping all over it. I couldn't even take the time to wipe properly. I was so mortified. So I had to sit in crappy pants until my dad came to take me home. This was 20 years ago, and I still lose sleep about it. Okay, so that's humiliating, first of all. But also, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, if you take a dump before she goes in there, it's still going to be a pretty unpleasant situation for her to walk in on. If it's really as bad as described, the bathroom is pretty much doomed no matter what. So obviously it's worse to do it while she's in the bath, but either way, you were kind of between a rock and a hard place, so that sucks. But funny story, thanks for sharing. Story 3. My dad almost got taken out that way. It's a crazy story how he lived through that experience. My younger sister was living at home post-college. It was late in the evening and she was in her room upstairs dancing in her lingerie, as young women do. All of a sudden, she hears our mother screaming terribly. So little sister runs out of her room and down the stairs and into the guest room downstairs. What does she see? Our mother naked, screaming hysterically, and our dad effing passed out and naked on the bed. He was foaming at the mouth and making some weird sounds. So, crazy coincidence, little sister has taken a CPR course at a hospital a week earlier. She gets to work on dad while yelling at mom to call an ambulance. Paramedics show up to our mom holding a sheet to her naked body. Our dad laying on a bed with a sheet modestly covering his dad making parts. And my 20-something sister in lingerie doing CPR. Who knows what kind of death fest they thought was going on. And I can't joke with my dad about it because I'm not supposed to know the details. He had a 99% blockage in his early 50s. Men, take your health seriously. The Widowmaker is no joke. Edit. Texted with sister who saved dad's life. Have received clarifying details. Dad was naked on the floor by the futon, foaming at the mouth and making weird sounds. Mom was in a nightdress on the floor, shaking dad. Mom was screaming and crying. Sister was in lingerie from dancing alone in her room. And mom told me they were doing doggy style when he collapsed on her. Anyway, moral of this story is take care of your health, or your 20-something-year-old daughter might find you naked and have to do mouth-to-mouth to you to save your life. Eat less red meat, dudes. I'm a chick, and yes, girls like to dance in their lingerie in front of the mirror when alone. Story 4. I was probably 7. My friend lived down the street. Her mom had invited some girls to come hang out from our class, and she made sandwiches, cookies, juice, popcorn, normal girl day type of fun. We were in the garage playing. Her dad was either drunk or had an anger problem. He came in yelling at us, saying we were too loud. He grabbed my friend's mom by the arm and hit her. She started crying. Then he grabbed my friend and spanked her. All right. Well, he proceeded to grab each girl and spank them hard. I ran away as fast as I could back to my house. I remember my friend consistently coming to school being real tired, sometimes falling asleep at her desk. Farah, I hope you're okay. Edit. She moved away soon after. No idea where she went. I did tell my parents. After that, I remember only being allowed to go to one friend's house. Any other time, my mom would invite my friends to come to ours. I did too. I ran before he got to me. Still told my mom anyway. 3. Yes, the CPS was notified. I'm sure teachers were well aware of abuse before anything. Story 5. Not technically in someone else's house, but I was babysitting a special needs 2-year-old, and the kid wanted to go play outside. No biggie, but since it was fall in Alaska, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't too cold out. I stepped outside to check the thermometer. The door locked behind me. I had no phone, and since it was Alaska, the closest neighbor was too far away for me to leave the kid alone in the house to get help. So I ended up ramming into the door in a panic until the lock broke and I could get in. The kid was okay. Got in the laundry, but otherwise had no idea anything was wrong. I thought I would get in trouble for breaking their door, but the mother said I could have broken a window and she would have cared. The mom paid me $50 for it, though, and that's a lot of money for a 12-year-old. Edit. To be clear, I didn't break the door itself, just the lock. Their lock wasn't a standard deadbolt or anything. It was a gate latch that was opened by a hidden string on the outside. The door couldn't be unlocked because the string had wrapped around the locking bolt, so it would pull tighter the more it was pulled. I opened the door by slamming against it enough that the bolt bent and I could get my fingers in there to lift it. It took a good hour or two bashing the door. They replaced it with a deadbolt the next day, and I was the 12-year-old. The kid was 2, and the mom was in her 30s, IDK. Sorry if that wasn't clear. Story 6. My cousin brings me to his friend's house. We all hang out in the basement. My cousin forgets his cigarettes and asks if I can grab them from his car outside. I think nothing of it. Go grab the cigs and start making my way back to the house. I walk in the house by myself when I run into the friend's dad. This guy's father, who I've never met, just looks me up and down and goes, "Who the F are you? Why are you in my house?" Mind you, we're in New Jersey, and this is an Italian Guido family. So I'm basically getting yelled at by discount Tony Soprano. This guy's flipping out, and I'm scared crapless. Until my cousin comes storming upstairs and clears everything up. All my cousin had to say was, "Frank, this is my cousin." And just like that, crisis averted. Love you, New Jersey. Story 7. James. Wake up, Sleeping Beauty. Time to get all your belongings mugged away. Ted. Whoa, what's going on? James. Hands up where I can see him. Ted. James. You Wearing a ski mask? James, it's a mugger hat, idiot. Now give me all your prized possessions. Ted, James, ski mask? What is this, a dimly lit alley in the 90s? James, this isn't James. The name's Juicy J. I was born on the streets and weaned on powdered baby formula, so you know I mean business. Ted, now, is that a knife in your hand? James, that's right. Give me your treasures or I'll stab you silly. Ted, it's a real knife? James, as real as the knife in my other hand. Ted, the F. You have two knives? James, one to stab you silly and the other to stab you seriously. You have till the count of 3. Ted, James, this isn't funny. I'm actually feeling pretty uncomfortable here. James, 1. Ted, stop windmilling your arms around. That's not even how you stab someone. James, 2. Ted, seriously, stop. This isn't fun. James, 3. Ted, dude, back off. James, it's stabbing time. Ted, all right. Jesus Christ, here's my wallet. Back the F off. James, oh, Ted, don't you see? Ted, see what? Lunatic? James, no. Don't you see that I don't want your wallet? Ted, what do you want? Broken nose? James, I want my best friend. I just want you. Ted, what? James, the treasure was never your wallet. The treasure was you the whole time. Ted, what are you talking about? James, this isn't actually robbery, Ted. Ted, oh, wait, I get it. This is some psycho way to get me to recognize my self-worth. James, no, it's a kidnapping. Put this bag over your head and get in the truck. Story 8. My best friend's dad was in the reserves and would come home late at night a lot. One time he had come home and we didn't notice. We were heading to the kitchen to go make bread and cheese, and we froze in the hallway because we saw someone kneeling in front of the fireplace, which wasn't lit. We proceeded to freak the F out, which wakes up Dad, and he comes out of his room laughing his ass off. Turns out he thought it would be funny to set his duffel bag up, wrap his coat around it, hat on top, boots in front, and it looked like some dude just chilling with his head on his knees. Old Clarky boy, I miss him. He was so much fun. Completely unrelated story with him is he bought a gold VW Golf, and when he came home with it, he burst into my friend's bedroom where we were watching Dragon Ball and yells, "I love gold!" Runs off. He's always doing crazy crap. Some people have asked for our bread and cheese recipe. Cut sub rolls, collar them out, stuff them with sharp cheddar, and then microwave them until they're gooey and melty. I'm afraid to try that. Eddie K fit make you crap my pants or constipate. I definitely appreciate that recipe being provided at the end because I also wondered what bread and cheese was. And clearly, this isn't a traditional sandwich that utilized bread and cheese. No. This is just bread and cheese. All of its glory. And now we know what it is and how to make it. I'm not going to make it, but yeah, thanks for sharing. Story 9. I house sat for my childhood crush when we were 12-ish as her family went on a 6-week road trip around the U.S. They had a cat and a bird, and you see where this is going. This stupid little finch got out of its cage. Legit, the cage was closed when I returned the next day, and the cat killed it. I was obviously scared out of my mind of being the guy who killed Crush's bird. So I did the only logical thing and went to the pet store and bought both of the finches they had that looked identical. I had about 2 weeks to figure out which was more like the cat bait. Then, not knowing what to do with the other, I kept it. They never found out, or told me if they did. And that's the story of how I ended up with a pet finch. Edit for questions. House sitting was the wrong word. I went over every day to feed their animals, bring in the mail, etc. They lived pretty close to me. Y'all are some sick Fs. We were 12. My mom had finches too, hence why I was tasked to take care of this one. We just added it to the flock. The cage had slide-up doors for the food and water tray. I'm convinced that's how the bird got out. Story 10. The daycare my little sisters and I went to was down the street from our house. One day, my then 2 or 3-year-old sister told my mom her private area hurt, and that T, won't use real name, but it was the daycare lady's husband, had put something in there and that it hurt really bad. My mom obviously took her straight to the doctor, where they'd come to the conclusion that she was definitely penetrated and the authorities needed to get involved immediately. Well, before the ball could get rolling on that, the daycare lady had informed us that her husband had left town and had written a note talking about how he had done horrible things that he could never take back and how they would never see him again. Upon the police arriving, they found CP, the guy was a photographer, on the guy's private computer involving several kids from the daycare. About a day or two after all this, local forest rangers reported finding a body in the woods by a camp area outside of town. They identified him as the husband with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. It gives me chills thinking about the horrible crap that was happening in that house while I was there. Edit. My little sister is doing amazing, by the way. She moved to SoCal for school and is working her way to becoming a hospitalist. She's an extremely strong person who graduated high school with a 4.4 GPA, despite being homeless with my mom and bouncing around from couch to couch. She's an amazing person. Story 11. I was 11 years old and at my friend's house. His parents and all of his siblings were home. Everyone but his dad was in the front room of the house. His dad was doing yard work in the backyard. I got up to go to the bathroom, and while passing the back door, saw that my friend's dad was on a ladder with an electric tree trimmer. Before I looked away and continued on, his dad fell off the top rung of the ladder and crashed hard on the ground. The tree trimmer was somehow still on and landed next to his body. The trimmer was going full horror movie and slowly moving towards him, and he was not getting up. I'm the only one who saw this happen, so I yelled, Friend's mom, your dad fell, come quick, and ran outside to pick the trimmer up and move it away. By the time I turned it off and started focusing on him, everyone else was outside. We helped him up. The mom took him to the hospital for back pain and a mild concussion. The older siblings watched us while they were gone, and everyone was very thankful I had to be. Edit. It was scary to me because I did not know what to do and acted on adrenaline and instinct. The fall was also pretty intense looking. I thought I saw a guy die. Story 12. This happened when I was like 8. I went over to this girl's house. Really liked her. Her older brother had told us about Bloody Mary, and she was ecstatic to try and summon her. So she asked me to come with her. Of course, I said yeah. So we go in there, turn off the lights, shut the door. She starts chanting it, and the brother starts pounding on the door, screaming. When we tried to open the door, it was locked, and he kept pounding and screaming, "Oh God, she's got a knife! Help!" After like a while, he finally let us out, laughing his ass off. Mirror's epic scared the crap out of me until I was 16, and I'm still wary of them to this day. Edit. He didn't lock it. He was leaning against the door or put something against it. I used the word lock to describe that it wouldn't open. Sorry about the confusion. Story 13. This was when I was really young, like 7 or 8. And it's one of those memories where I'm not sure if it was real or just a crazy dream. And it was too long ago to tell, but I'll tell it anyways. I was with a childhood friend at his house in the movies. He lived in a real rundown house, but his neighbor down the road was pretty affluent, with a great house. He said he wanted to go exploring, and being a kid from the desert, I was down for that. He led us to the house, where he somehow convinced us to climb through the guy's doggy door into the house. Pretty great house. I still remember the layout vividly. Anyways, here we were, exploring some random guy's house, when we hear a door open. My friend had thought the owner wasn't home because the neighbor's cat wasn't in the driveway, so he thought we were safe. We sprinted and hid behind separate leather couches in the guy's living room. He came out of the kitchen wearing a bathrobe and nothing else, and got a glass of water, reading a magazine. We watched him from behind the couches as he took his time and finally went back up the stairs. We sprinted out of that house and back to my friend's house, and I don't think Usain Bolt himself could have beaten my 7-year-old sprint. It was pretty scary then, but it's absolutely terrifying to think what could have happened. TLDR, snuck into a random guy's house with a friend as a kid. Almost got caught. Never break and enter again. Story 14. It was a shared house that our ski club owned up in Vermont. We were renting it for the night, along with a few other families. All was fine until after dinner, when I had to take a particularly bad dump. Naturally, the toilet clogged. I tried plunging, I tried flushing again, I tried other disgusting methods, but it did not go down. Knock knock. A sinking feeling entered my stomach as I realized someone was at the door. This was the only restroom, and the contents of the toilet bowl were swimming around in a brown soup of disgustingness. I couldn't flush again, or it would overflow, and nothing was working. So I washed my hands and explained the situation to the waiting gentleman, who was a portly dude in a wife beater and worn jeans. He told me to get out of the way. I did with haste. I don't know how he got it to go down, but he did. I apologized like 20 times. It was a terrible, smelly, revolting situation. At least I had enough toilet paper. Story 15. The first time meeting my boyfriend's family, who lives in another country, we stayed in his old attic bedroom. In the middle of the night, he reaches over and shakes me awake. Huh? I mumble, and he says, "Shh, very still. I think there's someone else in the house." I lay motionless, thinking that someone has broken in, and I'm about to be psycho murdered. Listening to the sounds of the old creaky attic, convinced every gust of wind is a footstep. He puts his arm around my head, covering my ears. I don't move for hours in fear until I hear him snoring. And that was the night I discovered, for the first time, he talks in his sleep. Edit. Thanks for the silver. To celebrate, I'll share one of the many other stories of his sleep talking. We were in bed discussing things we need to pick up at the store. I was making a mental note. So, eggs, milk, bread. I think that's all. Anything else? He goes, oh, can you add rope to the list? I go, yeah, sure. A few seconds pass. Wait, what do we need rope for? For the net, he says. Cool. What net? You know, the net for the trap. What trap? The trap for Vince Vaughn. We have to stop him. Stop him before he kills us. Story 16. When I was about 16, I'd spent the night at my best friend's house. During this time, there were rumors going around that I was gay because I came out to a previous friend who decided to share it with others. My best friend knew of my sexuality, but it did not bother him at all. During the sleepover, I remember laying on the floor while he was in his bed. I was still laying opposite to his head, which angled me towards the opening of his bedroom door. In the middle of the night, I get this jolt of adrenaline in the middle of the night as I had the feeling that someone was watching. I still had the cover over me and made a hole shape to peek out of. The door was cracked open. It was completely shut before we both knocked out. I stared deeper into the crack and noticed what looked like another pair of eyes staring back. I get this horrible pit in my stomach as the eyes continue to look around the room, right up to the point when it locked onto my eyes. The door began to crack open wider. I see a full head peek its head in at an attempt to get a closer look of something, when all of a sudden this thing burst the door open shouting, I got you, while removing the covers off my friend. My friend immediately shouts, what the F, and flicks on the light switch. It was his mother. She stormed out of the room and slammed the door to her room. Me and my buddy had a hard time falling back to sleep as we were trying to figure out what that was all about. The next morning, I overhear my friend talking to his mom while I was in the bathroom. Apparently, she heard I was gay and that she always had a feeling. She was trying to catch if I was doing stuff to him in his sleep. Effing ridiculous was my reaction, but I washed up and told my buddy that I would be going home. Her head popping in was some scary crap. Never told him why. We're still best friends. I just avoid his mother. Story 17. I was at this stranger's house to give him some money for accidentally hitting him on his bike. I was also on a bike. And the first thing I noticed is that his house is really dark. Not in that his lights weren't on. His house didn't have lights at all. No ceiling lights or lamps or anything. Homeboy legit used a flashlight around his own house to get around and find things. Next thing I know, this guy who I've spoken maybe 100 words or less to is showing me a straight up two-handed sword and matching dagger that are both razor sharp. This is one of those people who have a harder time being quiet than thinking of things to say. And next thing you know, I've been into every room in this place and met his pet parrot the size of an effing eagle. The reason I was there in the first place was to replace a handmade Italian seat for his bike. And he ended up giving me a pair of $30 gloves, the old gloves that got a few scratches on them when I hit him, 5 to 10 high-end protein/power bars, and a glass of strawberry lemonade. Definitely a strange experience. Story 18. My brother and sister adopted from my uncle and his girlfriend at the time. They were, and still are as far as I know, junkies who cared more about the drugs than they cared about their children. When I was young, my parents were still trying to help them get their crap together so they could reclaim their children into a loving and stable home. It never happened. Instead, what happened was yelling and screaming matches at my uncle's trailer home, who was with another woman by then, or his ex-girlfriend's apartment. Neither one wanted to stop the drugs. I remember being scared and upset and hearing my mom being so upset that she was yelling and screaming at these people. I honestly thought that someone was going to be hurt, or worse. Eventually, my parents realized they'd never give up the drugs, and they just adopted the kids outright, and I consider them my siblings. It's not all roses. My brother is in prison, but my sister is happy living with her husband and little daughter, who's just the cutest toddler in the world. Story 19. When my SO and I first started seeing each other, I had just recently switched to a non-hormonal BC after having the next planet implant and no periods for 2 years. The second time I went over to his house, I unexpectedly got my period, and I had been warned by my doctor my periods might be a little heavier than before. Little did I know this was a huge understatement. So I'm cuddling with my SO when I realize I'm feeling a little moist, and not the good kind. So I excuse myself to go to the bathroom. I'm not joking when I say I had a steady stream of menstrual blood coming out of me and my pants, thankfully solid black, were soaked too. I wasn't expecting my period, so I had no pads or tampons, and my SO lived with 4 other guys who were single, so no feminine products were lying around. The cherry on top, though, was the fact that they were completely out of toilet paper, and I had left my phone in the bedroom, so I was basically stranded on the toilet. Once I realized how effed I was, I had a panic attack and cried. After what felt like forever, my SO knocked and asked if I was okay, and I told him what was going on. He was really understanding and ran down to the store to get me tampons, TP, and pins. I was so embarrassed at the time and scared he would judge, but it's really funny to look back on. Story 20. It was one of my first sleepovers. I was at my cousin's house, and I didn't know his house very well. I woke up to use the bathroom, but I wasn't quite sure where it was. All the lights were off, and everyone was asleep. It was complete black. I felt my way into the hall and walked to where I thought the bathroom was and only found the stairs. I tried to go back to the room, but I couldn't find it. I didn't want to make any noise as my uncle was working day turn and he needed to sleep. He was working swing shifts all the time at the mill and was really cranky if you woke him. I blundered around upstairs trying to find the door to the room that I was sleeping in, but couldn't find it. I started to panic. Eventually, I had to call out for help as I couldn't even find a light switch. My aunt woke up and drove me back over to my grandma's house as I was in a complete panic. I must have been about 7 or 8. It doesn't sound like much, but it was a big deal to me at the time. Story 21. When I was in high school, I was house sitting for the first time at my best friend's place. He had 2 dogs. It was a split level, so I was in the downstairs with surround sound watching Event Horizon for the very first time. At some point mid-movie, all of the power in the house goes off, and I'm in pitch blackness and confusion for about 5 seconds until the power comes back on and the doorbell rings. The dog starts going nuts and barking at the door. I'm at this point freaking out. I run straight upstairs to my friend's room and grab the BB gun I know is next to his dresser. I start inching back downstairs towards the door, the squirrel popper tightly in hand. I turn on the porch light, but no one is out there. The dogs are still riled up. At this point, I can see outside that it's raining. I hadn't heard the storm before because of the loud movie, followed by my pounding heart. I call my mom and ask her casually if the power went out at our house due to the storm. We lived about 5 minutes from my friend. She said, no, but a funny thing happened. The phone line suddenly went dead. Now I'm starting to freak out a little bit because the power is still on, but the phone is dead. This is when cell phones were just starting to become normalized, but most people still use pagers. After about a minute or so, I'm trying to rationalize everything when the power goes back out. About 5 seconds pass. The power comes back on and doorbell rings. The dog starts going nuts again. I left the porch light on, but didn't see anyone out there. So I herded the dogs back downstairs, locked the door, clutched the BB gun to my chest, and finished watching Event Horizon. TLDR, watched Event Horizon while house sitting. Freaky stuff happened with power outages. I grabbed a BB gun and finished the movie like a man. Movie still freaks me out. Story 22. I need to talk about this story, so I changed to my throwaway account. I'm in my 20s, and I had to stay at a colleague's house when I'm visiting her town for business. Because the company made me stay at her house, they got her a brand new mattress for me to sleep in. I had a terribly stressful day that day, and we had some alcohol before we went to bed. That night, I didn't have a good sleep. It was nightmare after nightmare, and I just dreamt that I was in the bathroom. Then I wet the new mattress. I immediately woke up to find that I'd wet the new mattress, and I went into panic. I tried to dry the mattress with my towels. Luckily, I brought more than one towel, and went to Google on what to do. The next day was the day I had to travel home, but before I left, and while she was at work, I washed the mattress. I told my colleague that I had my period and stained the mattress. That's why the mattress was washed and hanging on the balcony. She bought that story. Phew. That is literally the scariest thing I've ever done at someone's house. Okay, so washing a mattress, I suppose I understand, like soap and water, maybe some detergent, disinfectant. But the part at the end about the mattress hanging on the balcony, how in the world do you pull that off? Just kind of an insane visual of this massively heavy mattress, just, casually hanging off the side of the balcony. I mean, clearly English is not this poster's first language, so I'm sure that this isn't exactly the way it went down, but anyway, I just thought that was funny. Moving on, story 23. When I was little, I would have a good amount of sleepovers at my friend's house. My fam always had tons of allergies to pets, so we never had any. My best friend had dogs and a really wonderful special cat, but I didn't know anything about cats when I was little. So I kind of say hi, then run away. It's the summer, and my friend has a tent and wants to sleep in a tent in his backyard. I'm not crazy about it, but we bring a bunch of blankets out and get all set up. When I wake up, it's lights out, so maybe 7 to 8 in the morning. And his cat is laying on my chest with her paws right under my chin and her nose like right near my nose. I'm laying there in mortal fear because I figure she's planning on eating my face off. She's purring, so that must have been a sign she was going to strike. I remember her sort of half moving to get her to go away, but she'd just sit there and kind of flex her paws. I think I lay frozen for like a good hour until she decided to do something else and got off. I barely escaped death. As I grew up, she became a great friend. Whenever I'd go over, she'd come find me and sit either on me or next to me. Because of her, I love cats now and respect them. It's special. Story 24. When I was in high school, one of my friends was having a birthday party at their house. Now, I'm kind of introverted, so at some point, they were all in the kitchen doing something, and I was in the living room sitting on the porch just taking a short mental break. A little before this, one of the party guests, Jay, had their boyfriend, B, show up. He announced he was high, not sure on what, and a little after, he passed out asleep on the other couch in the living room. While I'm taking my break, I look over at B and I notice something off. He's twitching a lot now, and it's turning into full-on convulsions with each passing second. I call Jay into the room once I notice he's now foaming a little in the mouth. They all come into the living room and crowd around B. Someone's dialing 911. I'm still on the other couch like a dumb F because I don't know what else to do. Jay tries to wake B up, shaking him. Suddenly, he bolts up, screams, and stagger runs out the front door. At this point, my aunt shows up to pick me up, and I skedaddle out of there. As far as I know, the guy was fine, just having a bad reaction to whatever he took. I made new friends after this. TLDR, at a party, when a guy has a bad reaction to the drugs he took, he has convulsions and runs out into the neighborhood screaming. I leave. Story 25. So generally I'm afraid of big dogs. I went over to my new friend's house to get ready to go out clubbing. Coming in, she introduces me to her stepdad's 3 Dobermans to help me get comfortable. All 3 are cute dogs, very friendly and wanting pets. I give each one a treat and we're all friends, right? So I'm feeling at ease. I don't think anything of it. We decide to ride together, so I go to step outside and move my car while she does her makeup. As I head for the back door, I came in the front. Dog number 1 cuts me off and stands in front of the door. I reach for the knob and they're snarling. Okay. I turn to head upstairs and the other 2 have me in a triangle. Not growling, just staring. I'm in a triangle of Doberman. I try to stay calm and take another step. The 2 in front step towards me growling. I start to call up to my friend. Bad idea. I get 1 syllable of her name out, and now teeth are being bared. I'm now terrified. For context, I'm 5 feet tall and female. I try to reach for my phone. The triangle shrinks a lot, and growling intensifies. I realize this is how I'm going to die. They're snarling, shiny white teeth bared, peckles up, closing in, and my friend appears, panicked, calling the dogs by name. They back off. She hugs me, then opens the door. All 3 of those jerks wag their tails like everything was cool. Everything was not cool. It turns out they're rescues, and some idiot taught them to keep people in the house until there's a hug. A literal hug. She was very apologetic about her brain fart. It's been years. We're super tight now, but the dogs are still not quite trained out of it. Most places don't deliver there anymore. I don't visit anymore either. She moved years ago. Story 26. I've told this story before on other threads, but when I was about 17, I was at my friend's apartment building, which his parents owned. It was a pretty old building in the Pilsen neighborhood of Chicago, and according to his dad, it used to be owned by Al Capone, but I'm not sure how true that was. We had an apartment on the top floor that they let us use to just hang out, and it allowed us easy access to the roof so we could go smoke cigarettes. One night, we were about to go up, but I had to pee, so I told him I'd meet him up there. After I was done, I went up the stairs to the attic portion that was connected to the roof. There were no lights, so we always used our phones to guide us. We had those old flip phones without lights, so you only had the light from the screen to help navigate the cluttered mess that was up there. As I made my way to the roof door, I saw a shadow pass by me. Now, this wasn't like the shadow of something moving with the light of my phone. This shadow felt solid, like a person. I followed the direction it went, thinking it was my friend. I kept saying that I knew it was him and to stop playing around. It passed me a few more times before heading to the other side of the attic, and that's when I heard my friend's voice from downstairs. He got a call from his girlfriend and was in another room talking to her the whole time. I have no idea what that shadow figure was, but it really freaked me out, and I told my friend what happened and that I did not want to go back up there. Story 27. I was sleeping over at a friend's house in a big old colonial in Germantown, an old neighborhood in Philadelphia. It was early February, so it was pretty cold, and my friend had brought me a ton of blankets to sleep under. The room was fairly narrow, with a twin bed set up across a window and a floor-length dressing mirror in front of the closet. I was uneasy going to sleep because I'd never been there before, but eventually I did fall asleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I felt like I woke up to see a woman all dressed in white standing in front of the mirror by the closet. She was facing the bed, but her long dark hair was loose and streaming in front of her face so that I couldn't see what she looked like. I lay there for what seemed like hours, just staring at her, standing motionless across the room. I was too afraid to move in case she was waiting for me to wake up before she did anything. Though I never saw her do it, she moved across the room till she was sitting on my chest, with her arms across my throat and her hair trailing over my face. I was struggling to breathe, really gasping huge, heaving breaths, but all I ended up doing was sucking in huge mouthfuls of her hair, making it even harder to breathe. I was choking to death on her hair, and I couldn't move enough to dislodge her from my chest. Then I woke up. The weight was all those blankets my friend brought me to sleep under in her drafty old house, and the hair was my own, uncharacteristically left loose as I slept. It took me ages to get back to sleep, but once I woke up, I didn't remember the whole thing till months later. Story 28. I wasn't in the house, but just outside it. I went to visit my paternal grandmother at her house. She kept the door locked, so she had to come over to unlock it when I arrived. Her living room has large windows that overlook the street, and you can even see the door from there, so I could easily see her and she could see me. My grandmother was frail and suffered from arthritis, and in fact, she passed not long after this. As she was walking to the door, she fell down in the living room. I had no key to the house, and I was freaking out. I had no idea what to do. I was ready to freaking break the living room window in or call 911. Then she somehow managed to climb back up using furniture to prop herself back to a standing position and open the door. After that day, I demanded a key to the house from my parents. I hate to think what would have happened if she didn't miraculously get back up. I felt so helpless, nearly as hopeless as the time my maternal grandfather fell crossing a busy street and traffic was starting to back up down the street. At least that time, I was able to prop my grandfather up and carry him over to the side of the road before the cars reached us. Moral of the story? Watch for your elders falling. Story 29. This is so embarrassing. I was in elementary school having a sleepover with a friend. We were in her basement when we noticed the little beams were coming out of the bean bags they had down there. And the beams were moving around because static electricity, I guess. But we were convinced the bean bags were haunted by ghosts. Who wanted to move beanbag filler around unplugged, as ghosts often do? We ran upstairs screaming to our babysitter, who was watching sports. Well, my friend was screaming. I was laughing hysterically. That's how I found out when I'm really scared. I laughed. Naturally, our babysitter, the older brother of a friend, thought we were just effing with him since I was collapsing with laughter and babbling about haunted beanbags. He basically told us to shut the F up and let him watch his sports. I guess this shows that I had a pretty sheltered childhood. Story 30. This happened sometime in the mid-2000s. I'm over at a friend's house late at night, and the two of us were watching reruns of the classic Twilight Zone. His family is out somewhere, so it's just us in this large two-story house. The episode we were watching had to do with this town that gets enveloped in never-ending darkness, and the people in the town all hate each other. So the darkness was supposed to be a manifestation of their anger or something like that. Anyways, the episode nears the end, and Rod Sterling begins his ending narration. He says something to the effect of, "Be sure not to let the darkness consume you," or something similar. My memory is vague. And I crap you not, as soon as Rod said those words, the power in the house went out, and me and my friend were left in shock, sitting in the living room in total darkness. It was the freakiest coincidence I've ever experienced in my life. And no, it wasn't a prank, because nobody else was home, and my friend never left the living room. And this is not the first story that I've heard of something weird happening during or right at the conclusion of an episode of the classic Twilight Zone. It's almost like the show itself is opening up and directing into the Twilight Zone. Story 31. I spent the night at one of my best friend's house in elementary school. It was a super chill night. Jumped on his trampoline, played some basketball and some Xbox. Hell, even watched Two Girls, One Cup, which was a big wake-up call for me and what originally made me think that the internet was bad and YouTube was something I should stay away from. This was the early YouTube and I was young. But anyways, as we were hanging out, and it gets to be about 8 p.m., and a friend of ours has her mom drive her over to this house to look at my friend's hamster, which he was trying to sell. Well, that put his mom over the edge when she showed up. She was very drunk and started screaming at my friend right into his face. Some of the meanest crap I've ever heard. He just took it with a stone-cold face as I started bawling, not knowing what to do. We would leave the room and then she would follow us, and eventually it escalated to her just hitting my friend in the face multiple times. I escaped myself since her targets were on him and sat in his little sister's room as we both cried together. And I remember just asking God why someone so dear to me had to live like this. Because based off his reactions, I could tell this was a regular thing. Finally, when it started to get really bad, his father came home and instantly loaded me and my friend up in the car, and he dropped me back off at my house. I stayed up that whole night talking with my mom, crying my eyes out at what I had witnessed. It was a big wake-up call for me to see the way that some people were raised and gave me an appreciation for my parents and how calm they always were with me, because I was definitely a little crap. I still think of that situation and get heated. Since then, I see that friend here and there, and it seems like things are going pretty good for him, which always makes me happy to see. We've graduated high school, and I think he's in college right now. Anyways, sorry for the long story. Just had to get that all into words. I've never felt so helpless and so worried for someone I cared about, ever. Story 32. I was at this girl's house, and her mom's boyfriend came home drunk. He started getting angry about something and took an axe into the house, swung it into the fridge, and screamed, "Do you want this to end up like the Villisca axe murders?" I live in Iowa. For those who don't know the story, serial killer snuck into a house with a family with kids and their friends staying over and murdered them all with an axe. Was never caught. I lie in bed, clutching my friend, who was silently sobbing, praying to God he didn't come upstairs, because her door lock didn't work. He started going off the rails and screaming at me to go the F home now, while the mother was telling him to leave me alone. Scary crap. I think he just left the house after that. It was a long time ago, and I only now remembered it after reading some of the other comments. I could have been murdered that night by a drunk a-hole. Story 15. I was at my friend's house when we were 7. We'd often just hang out and Mario Kart in 64. She had a brother, a few years older, who'd stick around at times. He once grabbed some big chicken knives and threatened us. He was a few feet away, so not threatening us with a knife to the neck type of thing. Still, we were 7. We obviously freaked out. He said he'd stab us, kill us, cut us up, etc. He kept this up for about 10 minutes and then burst out laughing, saying it was a prank. Real effing funny, man. Their family eventually moved away and we didn't keep in touch. I wonder if my friend's brother has turned into a psychopath. Story 34. Alright, story time. Back in 2008, I was in Germany as an exchange student. One day, me and my host family went to a family friend's house for lunch. After lunch, we were playing board games, and I needed to take a piss. To be polite, I asked, "Can I use your bathroom?" And the host pointed me to the door behind the dining table. I walked into the bathroom, and there was a sink, a bath, and something that looked like a toilet with no lid or seat, and really low to the floor. I looked around confused for a few minutes before thinking, F it, this must be some weird German lube, and started.
Courtrooms are places where people are expected to tell the truth, present evidence, and accept responsibility for their actions. Then there are these defendants, who apparently thought that judges and juries would accept any explanation, no matter how ridiculous, as long as it was delivered with enough confidence. These are real excuses that people actually try to use in actual courtrooms, proving that some individuals have never met an absurd story they wouldn't tell under oath. 1. A defendant charged with speeding told the judge that he wasn't actually driving fast, but the time was moving slower around his car due to a personal time dilation field he had developed in aviation. He explained that while his speedometer showed 85 mile-hours, he was actually traveling at a safe 45 mile-hours in normal time, and the police radar had failed to account for his temporal manipulation abilities. The defendant offered to demonstrate his time control powers in the courtroom, but the judge declined and imposed the full fine plus court costs for wasting everyone's time, which ironically couldn't be slowed down by meditation. 2. Facing charges for public intoxication. One defendant insisted that she wasn't drunk but was experiencing spiritual possession by the ghost of a drunk person who had died in a car accident near the bar. She claimed the spirit had taken control of her body and forced her to consume alcohol against her will, and that she should be considered a victim rather than a perpetrator. The defendant requested an exorcism instead of jail time and offered to provide contact information for her spiritual advisor who could verify her possession status. The judge was unimpressed by the supernatural defense and sentenced her to community service, presumably in a location with fewer restless spirits. 3. A shoplifting defendant argued that he hadn't stolen merchandise but was actually conducting a consumer research study on retail security systems for his college psychology class. He claimed that taking items without paying was part of legitimate academic research into store theft prevention methods, and that he planned to return everything after documenting security responses. The defendant produced what he claimed was a research proposal, though it was written on a napkin in crayon and included no actual academic methodology. The judge noted that legitimate research requires permission from study subjects and imposed fines that would definitely impact the defendant's academic budget. 4. Charged with driving without a license, one defendant explained that she didn't need traditional licensing because she was a sovereign citizen of the universe, whose driving abilities were governed by cosmic law rather than state regulations. She argued that traffic laws only applied to commercial drivers and that her personal transportation was protected under interplanetary travel rights. The defendant presented a handmade universal driving permit that she had created using glitter and star stickers as proof of her cosmic authorization. The judge was unmoved by the cosmic citizenship defense and ordered her to obtain a real license from the Earthly Department of Motor Vehicles. 5. A noise violation defendant claimed that loud music wasn't coming from his property, but from a dimensional portal that had opened in his backyard and was transmitting sounds from an alternate reality where his neighbors were having a party. He insisted that he was as much a victim of the noise as his complaining neighbors and offered to show the court the exact location where the portal had appeared. The defendant explained that he had tried to close the dimensional rift, but lacked the proper interdimensional tools. The judge suggested that dimensional portals should be reported to appropriate authorities and imposed a fine that existed firmly in this reality. 6. Facing assault charges, one defendant argued that he hadn't actually hit anyone, but had been shadow boxing with his inner demons when the victim accidentally walked into his therapeutic violence session. He claimed that the collision was entirely coincidental, and that the victim should have recognized obvious signs of spiritual combat happening in the area. The defendant offered to demonstrate safe shadow boxing techniques to help the court understand how the victim had interfered with legitimate demon fighting. The judge declined the demonstration and noted that inner demons should be battled in private spaces where they wouldn't involve innocent bystanders. 7. A theft defendant insisted that she hadn't stolen the jewelry, but had been temporarily borrowing it for a past life regression session, where she needed authentic period pieces to properly channel her previous incarnation as Egyptian royalty. She explained that the jewelry belonged to her in a previous life, and that modern ownership laws didn't account for reincarnation rights. The defendant offered to provide documentation from her past life therapist confirming her royal Egyptian heritage and historical jewelry ownership. The judge noted that past life property rights weren't recognized in current legal systems and ordered restitution based on present-day ownership laws. 8. Charged with breaking and entering, one defendant claimed he had been sleepwalking under the influence of alien mind control, had no memory of entering the property or taking anything. He argued that extraterrestrial beings had used advanced technology to override his conscious mind and force him to commit crimes while he slept. The defendant requested that the court contact NASA to verify recent UFO activity in the area that might support his alien manipulation defense. The judge suggested that alien mind control should be reported to appropriate federal agencies and imposed sentencing that would definitely keep the defendant awake during incarceration. 9. A traffic violation defendant explained that she hadn't been texting while driving, but was actually communicating telepathically with her cat, who was sick at home and needed her psychic support during a veterinary appointment. She claimed that her thumb movements on the phone were part of the telepathic transmission process, and that she was providing essential emergency pet care through mental communication. The defendant offered to demonstrate her telepathic abilities by contacting her cat from the courtroom to verify her psychic pet care system. The judge recommended using traditional veterinary services and imposed fines that would require non-telepathic payment methods. 10. Facing vandalism charges, one defendant argued that he hadn't damaged the property but had been conducting an archaeological excavation to search for buried treasure that he was certain existed beneath the parking lot. He claimed that his digging was legitimate historical research and that any damage was necessary for important archaeological discoveries. The defendant produced a hand-drawn treasure map that he insisted was authentic historical documentation requiring immediate investigation. The judge noted that archaeological excavations require proper permits and professional supervision, and ordered restitution for property damage that had yielded no historical discoveries. 11. A public disturbance defendant claimed that she hadn't been causing trouble but was performing interpretive dance to express her constitutional rights, and that arresting her violated her freedom of artistic expression. She argued that her dance performance was protected political speech and that police had interrupted a legitimate cultural demonstration. The defendant offered to explain the constitutional significance of each dance movement and provide artistic interpretation of her choreographed protest. The judge acknowledged artistic expression rights while noting that constitutional interpretive dance should consider noise ordinances and public safety, imposing community service that might include less disruptive artistic venues. 12. Charged with trespassing, one defendant insisted he had been following a mystical energy trail that led him onto private property where he was searching for chakra alignment points that would restore his spiritual balance. He claimed that property boundaries didn't apply to spiritual seekers who were pursuing legitimate energy healing, and that he was providing a public service by locating positive energy sources. The defendant offered to map the spiritual energy patterns on the property to help the court understand his mystical trespassing justification. The judge suggested that spiritual energy could be pursued on public property and imposed fines that would definitely affect the defendant's chakra balance. 13. A defendant facing drug possession charges argued that the marijuana wasn't his but belonged to his spiritual guide, who was an invisible Native American warrior that followed him around providing life advice. He claimed that the drugs were part of traditional spiritual ceremonies and that arresting him violated religious freedom protections. The defendant offered to introduce the court to his spiritual guide and explain the religious significance of his invisible advisor's drug possession. The judge noted that religious ceremonies require proper documentation and that invisible spiritual guides couldn't be held legally responsible for drug possession by visible defendants. 14. Charged with disorderly conduct, one defendant claimed she had been practicing for the zombie apocalypse and that her erratic behavior was legitimate survival training that everyone should appreciate as community preparedness. She argued that zombie preparation was a public service and that her actions demonstrated important survival skills that might save lives during future undead emergencies. The defendant offered to provide zombie survival training to court staff and explain optimal apocalypse preparation strategies. The judge suggested that zombie preparedness should be conducted in appropriate training facilities rather than public spaces, and imposed community service that involved helping actual living people. 15. A reckless driving defendant explained that he hadn't been driving dangerously but was testing his vehicle's compatibility with magnetic field fluctuations caused by solar storms that were affecting automotive electronics. He claimed that erratic driving was necessary scientific research into electromagnetic interference, and that he was providing valuable data about space weather effects on transportation. The defendant offered to share his scientific findings with the court and explain how solar activity influenced his driving patterns. The judge recommended leaving electromagnetic research to qualified scientists and imposed license restrictions that would limit future space weather experiments. 16. Facing theft charges, one defendant argued that she hadn't stolen the merchandise but was liberating it from corporate oppression as part of a revolutionary movement to redistribute wealth and fight capitalist exploitation. She claimed that taking items from stores was legitimate political action and that she was a freedom fighter rather than a criminal. The defendant offered to explain her political philosophy and provide educational materials about economic justice and corporate responsibility. The judge noted that political movements should pursue legal channels for social change and ordered restitution that would support the capitalist system through fine payments. 17. A defendant charged with assault claimed he had been defending himself against psychic attacks from the victim who was using mental warfare to steal his thoughts and drain his life energy. He argued that physical self-defense was justified when facing supernatural aggression, and that the victim was actually the aggressor in psychic battle. The defendant offered to demonstrate psychic self-defense techniques and explain how to recognize mental attack symptoms. The judge suggested that psychic conflicts should be resolved through mental health professionals rather than physical violence, and imposed counseling requirements along with assault penalties. 18. Charged with fraud, one defendant insisted that she hadn't committed fraud but was operating in a parallel economy where different rules applied and traditional monetary systems didn't govern her business transactions. She claimed that her financial activities were legitimate in alternative economic systems, and that conventional fraud laws were discriminatory against parallel economy participants. The defendant offered to explain parallel economic theory and provide examples of successful alternative monetary systems. The judge noted that all business activities must comply with existing economic laws, regardless of theoretical alternatives, and imposed restitution using conventional currency. 19. A traffic defendant argued that speed limits didn't apply to him because he was driving in emergency mode to deliver urgent spiritual healing to a sick plant at his apartment that needed immediate energy therapy. He claimed that plant emergency services weren't available and that his high speed was justified by the botanical crisis requiring immediate attention. The defendant offered to provide documentation of the plant's medical condition and explain emergency plant healing procedures. The judge suggested that plant emergencies could be addressed through normal driving speeds and botanical expertise, imposing fines that wouldn't help with plant therapy costs. 20. Facing property damage charges, one defendant claimed he hadn't damaged anything, but was conducting experiments in creative destruction as part of an art project exploring the relationship between chaos and beauty. He argued that his actions were legitimate artistic expression, and that property damage was necessary for important cultural creation. The defendant offered to exhibit his destruction art and explain the aesthetic philosophy behind creative property damage. The judge acknowledged artistic expression while noting that creative destruction required property owner consent, ordering restitution for art projects that hadn't been commissioned by property owners. 21. A defendant charged with disturbing the peace explained that she wasn't making noise but was communicating with urban wildlife using special vocal techniques that helped city animals cope with human environments. She claimed that her animal communication was environmental activism and that noise complaints interfered with important interspecies dialogue. The defendant offered to demonstrate proper urban wildlife communication and explain how her vocal techniques benefited local animal populations. The judge suggested that wildlife communication could be conducted at appropriate volumes and locations, imposing community service that might involve quieter environmental activities. 22. Charged with public intoxication, one defendant argued that he wasn't drunk but was experiencing temporal displacement sickness from accidentally traveling through time, and that alcohol-like symptoms were normal side effects of chronological travel. He claimed that time travel was legal and that temporal displacement symptoms shouldn't be criminalized. The defendant offered to explain time travel physics and provide documentation of his chronological journey. The judge noted that time travel didn't excuse public behavior and that temporal displacement should be reported to appropriate scientific authorities rather than resulting in public intoxication. 23. A theft defendant insisted she had been rescuing merchandise from negative energy contamination, and that taking items from stores was actually providing a cleaning service that protected other customers from spiritual pollution. She claimed that her theft was environmental activism focused on energy purification, and that she deserved payment rather than prosecution. The defendant offered to provide energy cleaning services for the courthouse and explain how to identify contaminated merchandise. The judge suggested that energy cleaning should be performed by store employees and imposed restitution for unauthorized purification services. 24. Charged with trespassing, one defendant claimed he had been following ancient migration routes that existed before modern property boundaries, and that his ancestors had established permanent travel rights in the area. He argued that historical precedent gave him unlimited access to all property along traditional migration paths, regardless of current ownership. The defendant offered to provide historical documentation of ancestral migration patterns and explain traditional land use rights. The judge noted that modern property laws supersede historical migration patterns and that ancestral rights required proper legal documentation rather than personal claims. 25. A defendant facing assault charges argued that he hadn't attacked anyone but was performing emergency acupuncture on the victim, who appeared to have blocked energy meridians that required immediate treatment. He claimed that his actions were medical assistance and that the victim should be grateful for receiving free alternative health care rather than pressing charges. The defendant offered to provide acupuncture credentials and explain emergency energy meridian treatment procedures. The judge suggested that medical treatment required patient consent and proper licensing, imposing penalties for unauthorized healthcare delivery. 26. Charged with vandalism, one defendant explained that she hadn't damaged property but was creating crop circles for alien communication, and that her artistic ground patterns were important interplanetary diplomacy that could benefit all humanity. She claimed that alien communication was protected speech, and that vandalism charges interfered with cosmic diplomatic relations. The defendant offered to explain alien communication protocols and provide examples of successful extraterrestrial contact through artistic ground patterns. The judge recommended contacting appropriate space agencies for alien diplomacy and ordered restitution for unauthorized cosmic communication installations. 27. A traffic violation defendant claimed that he hadn't been speeding but was testing gravitational anomalies in the area that might affect vehicle velocity, and that his driving was legitimate scientific research into local physics variations. He argued that gravity research required variable speed testing, and that traffic laws didn't account for scientific investigation of spatial anomalies. The defendant offered to share his gravitational research findings and explain how local physics variations affect driving safety. The judge suggested leaving physics research to qualified scientists and imposed penalties that would definitely be affected by normal gravitational forces. 28. Facing drug charges, one defendant insisted that the illegal substances weren't drugs but were herbal supplements for interdimensional travel that helped her visit parallel universes where she conducted important research for her doctoral dissertation. She claimed that interdimensional travel was legitimate academic research and that drug laws didn't apply to scholarly dimensional exploration. The defendant offered to provide academic documentation of her interdimensional research and explain proper parallel universe travel protocols. The judge noted that academic research required proper university oversight and that doctoral dissertations should be conducted in this dimension. 29. A defendant charged with disorderly conduct argued that she wasn't causing disturbances, but was performing emergency feng shui to correct dangerous energy imbalances in public spaces that threatened community harmony. She claimed that her actions were public safety services and that disorderly conduct charges interfered with important environmental energy management. The defendant offered to provide feng shui credentials and explain how energy imbalances create public safety hazards requiring immediate correction. The judge suggested that feng shui services should be requested by property owners and imposed community service that involved more conventional public safety activities. 30. Charged with breaking and entering, one defendant claimed he had been responding to a psychic distress call from objects inside the building that were crying out for liberation from materialistic imprisonment. He argued that property rescue was humanitarian work and that breaking and entering laws didn't account for psychic emergency response. The defendant offered to demonstrate psychic communication with objects and explain how to recognize materialistic distress signals. The judge recommended focusing psychic abilities on legal activities and imposed sentencing that would limit future object liberation missions. 31. A theft defendant explained that she hadn't stolen anything, but was conducting a social experiment on human generosity to test whether people would notice missing items and how communities respond to property redistribution. She claimed that her theft was legitimate research into social behavior and that she planned to publish important findings about human nature and sharing. The defendant offered to share her experimental methodology and provide preliminary research results about community generosity patterns. The judge noted that social experiments required informed consent from participants and proper research protocols, ordering restitution for unauthorized generosity testing. 32. Charged with public nudity, one defendant argued that clothing was a tool of corporate oppression and that his nakedness was political protest against fashion industry exploitation of consumers. He claimed that nude protests were protected political speech and that public decency laws violated his constitutional rights to express anti-clothing political views. The defendant offered to explain the politics of clothing oppression and provide educational materials about fashion industry exploitation. The judge acknowledged political expression rights while noting that clothing protests should consider public decency standards and imposed community service that required appropriate clothing. 33. A traffic defendant claimed that stop signs didn't apply to her because she was driving in meditation mode, and that stopping would break her concentration and disrupt her spiritual practice. She argued that traffic laws should accommodate religious driving practices, and that meditation driving was protected spiritual activity. The defendant offered to demonstrate meditation driving techniques and explain how traffic stops interfere with spiritual transportation. The judge suggested that meditation could be practiced while stationary and imposed traffic penalties that would definitely disrupt future meditation driving sessions. 34. Facing assault charges, one defendant insisted that he hadn't attacked anyone, but was performing emergency exorcism on the victim who appeared to be possessed by demons that required immediate spiritual intervention. He claimed that exorcism was religious practice and that assault charges interfered with his constitutional right to provide spiritual health care. The defendant offered to provide exorcism credentials and explain how to recognize demonic possession symptoms requiring emergency intervention. The judge recommended leaving exorcism to qualified religious authorities and imposed penalties for unauthorized spiritual interventions. 35. A defendant charged with fraud argued that she hadn't committed fraud but was operating a reality-based crowdfunding platform where investors contributed money to support her lifestyle in exchange for exposure to authentic living experiences. She claimed that her business model was innovative entertainment and that traditional fraud laws didn't apply to experiential investment opportunities. The defendant offered to explain reality-based crowdfunding and provide testimonials from satisfied lifestyle investors. The judge noted that all investment platforms must comply with existing financial regulations regardless of innovation, imposing restitution for unauthorized lifestyle funding schemes. 36. Charged with trespassing, one defendant claimed he had been following butterfly migration patterns that led him onto private property where he was conducting important research into insect navigation systems. He argued that scientific research should take priority over property rights, and that butterfly studies benefited environmental conservation. The defendant offered to share his butterfly research findings and explain migration pattern documentation methods. The judge suggested that butterfly research could be conducted on public property with proper permits, imposing fines for unauthorized entomological investigations. 37. A noise violation defendant explained that loud sounds weren't coming from her property, but were acoustic manifestations of her emotional aura that became audible when she experienced strong feelings. She claimed that aura sounds were involuntary spiritual phenomena, and that noise ordinances discriminated against people with audible emotional energy. The defendant offered to demonstrate emotional aura sounds and explain how feelings create acoustic manifestations. The judge suggested that emotional auras should be managed through appropriate counseling and imposed noise penalties that would definitely affect the defendant's emotional energy balance. 38. Facing theft charges, one defendant argued that he hadn't stolen merchandise but was testing store security systems as a public service to help retailers identify vulnerabilities in their loss prevention programs. He claimed that his theft attempts were security consulting and that stores should pay him for identifying weaknesses rather than prosecuting him for professional testing. The defendant offered to provide security consulting credentials and explain proper vulnerability testing methodologies. The judge noted that security testing required authorization from store owners and imposed restitution for unauthorized loss prevention consulting. 39. A defendant charged with public disturbance claimed she wasn't causing problems, but was channeling ancient warrior spirits who were using her body to practice battle techniques that required vocal expression and physical movement. She argued that spiritual channeling was religious practice and that disturbance charges interfered with her constitutional right to host historical spirits. The defendant offered to explain ancient warrior channeling and provide historical documentation of warrior spirit possession practices. The judge recommended channeling ancient spirits in private locations that wouldn't disturb modern communities, imposing community service for contemporary rather than historical activities. 40. Charged with drug possession, one defendant insisted that illegal substances weren't drugs but were molecular research materials for for his home chemistry experiments exploring atomic structure and molecular bonding patterns. He claimed that chemistry research was educational activity and that drug laws didn't apply to legitimate scientific investigation of molecular properties. The defendant offered to explain his molecular research methodology and provide documentation of his atomic structure experiments. The judge suggested leaving molecular research to qualified chemists in proper laboratory facilities and imposed penalties for unauthorized home chemistry experiments. 41. A traffic violation defendant argued that traffic laws didn't apply during lunar eclipse driving conditions because astronomical events created special circumstances that altered normal transportation rules. She claimed that eclipse driving was affected by gravitational changes and that standard speed limits couldn't account for astronomical influence on vehicle operation. The defendant offered to provide astronomical documentation of eclipse effects on transportation and explain lunar gravitational impact on driving safety. The judge noted that traffic laws applied regardless of astronomical events and imposed penalties that would be unaffected by lunar cycles. 42. Facing vandalism charges, one defendant claimed he hadn't damaged property but was creating temporary art installations that would naturally decompose and leave no permanent impact on the environment. He argued that biodegradable vandalism was environmental art and that property damage laws discriminated against sustainable artistic expression. The defendant offered to explain biodegradable art techniques and provide examples of environmentally responsible temporary installations. The judge acknowledged artistic expression while noting that temporary art required property owner permission, ordering restitution for unauthorized sustainable art projects. 43. A defendant charged with assault explained that she hadn't attacked anyone but was conducting emergency chiropractic adjustment on the victim whose posture indicated serious spinal misalignment requiring immediate correction. She claimed that her actions were medical assistance and that the victim should appreciate receiving free health care rather than pressing assault charges. The defendant offered to provide chiropractic credentials and explain emergency spinal adjustment procedures for recognizing posture-related health emergencies. The judge suggested that medical treatment required patient consent and proper licensing, imposing penalties for unauthorized chiropractic interventions. 44. Charged with fraud, one defendant argued that he hadn't committed fraud but was operating a dream interpretation service where customers paid for professional analysis of their sleep experiences and subconscious symbolism. He claimed that dream interpretation was legitimate consulting and that fraud charges interfered with his constitutional right to provide psychological services. The defendant offered to interpret the judge's dreams and explain professional dream analysis methodologies. The judge noted that psychological services required proper licensing and training, imposing restitution for unauthorized dream consulting operations. 45. And finally, facing multiple charges, including theft, assault, and public disturbance. One defendant provided the ultimate courtroom excuse by claiming that she was actually a method actress researching criminal behavior for an upcoming movie role, and that all her illegal activities were legitimate character development for professional acting work. She argued that method acting was protected artistic expression, and that criminal charges interfered with her constitutional right to pursue acting career development through experiential character research. The defendant offered to provide acting credentials, explain method acting techniques, and screen test her criminal character development for the court. The judge noted that method acting didn't excuse actual criminal behavior, and that character research should be conducted through legal methods, imposing comprehensive sentencing that would provide the defendant with extensive real-world experience in the criminal justice system that could definitely inform future acting roles. Here's the truth about courtroom excuses. Judges have heard every possible explanation for human stupidity, and adding creativity to your excuse doesn't make it more believable. It just makes it more memorable. These defendants proved that when facing legal consequences, some people think the solution is more absurdity rather than more honesty, and that courtrooms are apparently the last place some individuals learn that reality has rules. The real crime here isn't just what these people did, it's that they thought these excuses would work on people who hear lies for a living. Subscribe for more proof that the justice system's biggest challenge isn't complex legal theory. It's keeping a straight face during testimony. Most criminals try to maintain their innocence or hire expensive lawyers to craft sophisticated legal defenses. Then there are these people who threw out excuses so ridiculous, so absurd, and so completely disconnected from reality that somehow, against all odds and logic, they actually worked. Buckle up for a journey through the most broken moments in legal history. 1. A shoplifter was caught on security cameras stealing $15,000 worth of electronics from a store. But his defense was that he suffered from chronic shopping confusion and genuinely believed the exit was actually the checkout line. His lawyer argued that he had a documented history of getting lost in parking lots and once tried to pay for items at a bank ATM, proving his directional challenges were legitimate medical issues rather than criminal behavior. The defense presented testimony from family members who confirmed he regularly got confused in retail environments and had once wandered into a stock room thinking it was a fitting room. The jury somehow bought this excuse after watching security footage that showed him looking genuinely confused while walking out with merchandise, pausing several times as if expecting someone to stop him. He walked free after the judge ruled that his confusion was a legitimate medical condition rather than intentional theft, setting a precedent that being directionally challenged could excuse walking out of stores without paying. The ruling specified that his spatial awareness disorder made it impossible for him to distinguish between exits and checkout counters, despite the massive signs and the fact that checkout counters have cashiers standing behind them. 2. A drunk driver was arrested with a blood alcohol level 3 times the legal limit, but she convinced the court she'd only been drinking hand sanitizer for health purposes and didn't realize it contained alcohol. Her defense included testimony from a witness who confirmed she frequently sanitized her hands and occasionally her mouth. Expert testimony supported her extreme fear of germs that made consuming sanitizer seem reasonable. The judge dismissed the charges after ruling that accidental intoxication from hygiene products didn't constitute intentional drunk driving, and she left court with a warning to read product labels more carefully. 3. A car thief was caught breaking into vehicles in a parking lot, but his excuse was that he was a freelance vehicle security consultant, testing how easy it was to break into cars to help owners improve their security. He had no business cards, no clients, and no credentials, but his lawyer argued that entrepreneurial spirit shouldn't be criminalized. The court accepted this defense after he demonstrated his techniques in court and explained his informal business model. The judge ruled his unauthorized security testing was misguided community service rather than theft, especially since he hadn't technically stolen anything yet. 4. A jewelry thief was arrested for shoplifting expensive items, but she claimed she was test shopping to evaluate the store's anti-theft systems because she was considering buying the store. She had no money to buy a jewelry store and no business plan. The jury believed her story after the defense produced a notebook where she'd written potential store purchase next to doodles of jewelry. She was acquitted after convincing the court her theft was poorly executed due diligence for a business acquisition that never happened. One defendant was caught stealing a car, but his defense was that he thought it was his Uber because it was the same color as the car in the app. And he'd been waiting for 20 minutes, so he just got in and drove away when the doors were unlocked. His lawyer argued that rideshare confusion was a reasonable mistake in the modern era, where people routinely get into strangers' cars based solely on matching the color shown in an app. The defense emphasized that he had driven the stolen car directly to his intended destination, if it were actually his ride, paid no attention to the different interior or missing Uber decals, and had genuinely believed he was just being efficient by not waiting for the driver to arrive. The court dismissed the charges after determining that his rideshare confusion, combined with him leaving his wallet in the Uber and genuinely waiting for the real driver afterward while standing next to the stolen car, proved he lacked criminal intent. The judge ruled that in an age where technology mediates so much of our interactions, confusing someone else's unlocked car for a rideshare vehicle was an understandable error in judgment. The case established that car theft could be excused as transportation app confusion if the defendant acted like a rideshare passenger rather than a traditional car thief. 6. An assault suspect was arrested after hitting someone with a shopping cart, but she successfully argued that she suffered from retail rage syndrome caused by long checkout lines and Black Friday trauma from years of shopping in crowded stores during holiday sales. Her defense included psychological testimony about shopping-induced stress disorders, evidence of her past traumatic experiences with crowded stores, and medical documentation of her anxiety levels increasing dramatically in retail environments. The psychologist testified that retail spaces could trigger genuine psychological episodes in people with shopping trauma, making their violent responses involuntary reactions rather than intentional assaults. The judge accepted this excuse and ordered anger management classes instead of jail time, ruling that her cart-based assault was a psychological episode triggered by retail environment stress rather than intentional violence. The court determined that her shopping cart attack was essentially a PTSD response to commercial spaces, and she couldn't be held fully responsible for actions taken during retail-induced psychological episodes. The precedent established that any violence committed in stores could potentially be attributed to retail rage syndrome if the defendant could document previous bad shopping experiences. 7. A burglar was caught breaking into a house, but he convinced the court he was actually sleepwalking and had no conscious awareness of committing burglary. His defense included medical records of sleep disorders, testimony from family members about his elaborate sleepwalking history, including cooking meals and having conversations while asleep, and expert witnesses explaining how complex behaviors could occur during sleep states. The sleep specialist testified that some people could perform remarkably sophisticated actions while completely unconscious, including problem solving and navigating unfamiliar environments. The jury found him not guilty after determining that he couldn't be held responsible for crimes committed while genuinely unconscious, despite him somehow sleepwalking 3 blocks to a stranger's house, breaking a window with deliberate force, carefully selecting valuable items to take, and sleepwalking home while carrying a laptop without waking up. The verdict established that sleepwalking could excuse virtually any crime as long as the defendant had documented sleep disorders, regardless of how implausible it seemed that someone could commit elaborate burglaries while completely unconscious. 8. A credit card fraudster was arrested for racking up $50,000 in charges, but she claimed she had multiple personality disorder, and a different personality had made the purchases without her knowledge or consent. Her lawyer argued that holding her responsible for another personality's actions violated her rights since she had no control over or awareness of what her alternate personality did. Expert testimony supported her diagnosis, despite the suspiciously convenient timing of her disorder's discovery right after being arrested. And psychologists explained that dissociative identity disorder could cause people to have genuine amnesia about actions taken by other personalities. The court accepted this defense after psychological evaluations confirmed her condition, and she walked free while her alternate personality was declared the actual criminal, who couldn't be prosecuted because she technically didn't exist as a separate person. The judge ruled that prosecuting her would essentially punish an innocent personality for crimes committed by a guilty personality that shared the same body, which violated fundamental principles of individual criminal responsibility. The case established that multiple personality disorder could excuse any crime, creating the legal paradox of having confirmed criminals who couldn't be punished because the guilty party was technically imaginary. 9. A vandal was caught spray painting property, but his excuse was that he was creating unauthorized public art and didn't realize that spray painting buildings without permission was illegal because he thought all walls were potential canvases for artistic expression. His defense included an art portfolio showing his other street art, testimony about his misunderstanding of public space laws and belief that cities welcome guerrilla art projects, and arguments about freedom of artistic expression being protected even when property owners didn't consent to having their buildings decorated. Art professors testified that street art existed in a legal gray area, and that distinguishing between vandalism and artistic expression required subjective judgments about aesthetic value. The judge dismissed the vandalism charges after ruling that his artistic intentions, while legally ignorant and definitely unauthorized, didn't constitute criminal malice because he genuinely believed he was beautifying the community. He left court with community service teaching art classes about the difference between sanctioned murals and illegal graffiti, and the case established that vandalism could be excused as misunderstood art if the defendant could prove they'd created something that could theoretically be considered artistic. 10. A trespasser was arrested for breaking into a stranger's home, but she convinced the court she genuinely believed she was in her own house because she'd recently moved. Her defense seemed implausible until her lawyer proved She moved 6 times in 8 months, had documented memory issues, and once tried to enter her old apartment 3 weeks after moving. The jury accepted her confusion defense after determining chronic moving and poor spatial memory made her trespassing an honest mistake rather than intentional home invasion. 11. A package thief was caught stealing from porches, but his excuse was that he was a delivery quality assurance specialist, checking whether packages were being left in secure locations, and he intended to return everything after completing his comprehensive security audit of neighborhood delivery practices. He had no certification, no company, no clients, and no legitimate reason to be taking packages. But his lawyer convinced the jury that his unusual approach to community safety, while unauthorized and technically illegal, showed he was trying to help rather than steal. The defense argued that he was essentially providing free security consulting by identifying vulnerable packages before actual thieves could steal them. The court somehow bought this defense after he explained his self-appointed mission to improve delivery security, and he received probation for his unauthorized package security testing that looked identical to regular theft, except for his elaborate explanation of benevolent intentions. The judge ruled that taking packages to demonstrate security vulnerabilities was morally different from taking packages for personal gain, even though both actions involved the same actual theft. 12. A reckless driver was arrested for driving the wrong way on a highway, but she successfully argued that her GPS told her to do it, and she trusted the technology more than road signs, oncoming traffic, or basic survival instincts that typically prevent people from driving directly toward other vehicles. Her defense included evidence of multiple GPS fails that had previously led her to wrong locations, including once directing her onto a private airfield and another time navigating her into a lake. Expert testimony about over-reliance on technology causing judgment impairment supported her claim that she'd essentially outsourced all navigational thinking to her GPS device. The judge accepted her GPS defense and dismissed the charges after ruling that technological confusion mitigated her responsibility for endangering dozens of drivers by following directions more suited for a video game than actual roads. The verdict established that blindly following GPS instructions could excuse virtually any traffic violation, creating the legal principle that humans couldn't be blamed for dangerous driving if they were just doing what the technology told them to do. 13. A bank robber was caught attempting to rob a bank, but he claimed he was actually researching a book about bank robberies and needed first-hand experience to write authentically about the criminal experience. He had no published works, no literary agent, no actual writing samples beyond grocery lists, and no evidence of being a writer except his own claims. But his lawyer presented a half-finished manuscript he had started writing in jail after being arrested. The jury somehow believed his research excuse after the defense argued that method acting and immersive journalism sometimes required crossing legal boundaries to achieve authentic storytelling. The court acquitted him after determining that his robbery attempt was actually immersive journalism, gone wrong rather than actual crime, setting a disturbing precedent about research methods for crime writers. The judge ruled that attempting crimes for literary purposes showed artistic dedication rather than criminal intent, as long as the defendant could produce any written work suggesting they might someday write about their criminal research. 14. An identity thief was arrested for stealing information from dozens of credit cards, but her excuse was that she collected credit cards as a hobby, like people collect stamps or coins, and she didn't realize using them was illegal because she thought they were decorative items meant for display rather than actual financial instruments. Her defense seemed absurd until testimony revealed she had a documented history of collecting unusual items, including expired coupons, old receipts, and canceled checks, suggesting her credit card collection might be another manifestation of her bizarre collecting habits. Expert witnesses testified about her genuinely poor understanding of how credit cards worked, including her apparent belief that the magnetic strips were decorative patterns. The court accepted her hobby defense after determining that her bizarre collecting habits, combined with legitimate financial illiteracy, made her credit card fraud an expensive misunderstanding rather than intentional theft. And the judge ruled that you couldn't convict someone of fraud if they genuinely didn't understand that they were committing fraud, even though the concept seemed obvious to everyone else. 15. An embezzler was caught stealing from his employer, but he convinced the court he was borrowing money and keeping detailed records because he intended to pay everything back eventually with interest. no repayment plan or ability to repay. The jury believed his borrowing excuse after seeing his meticulous records of stolen amounts, and he avoided jail time because his documentation proved he considered his theft to be temporary loans rather than permanent stealing. 16. A car prowler was arrested for breaking into vehicles, but her defense was that she was conducting a social experiment to see how people would react to finding strangers in their cars. She claimed to be making a documentary despite having no camera equipment or footage. The judge accepted this excuse after her lawyer argued that experimental filmmaking shouldn't be criminalized, and she walked free with a warning that future social experiments should involve consent forms. 17. A counterfeiter was caught making fake money, but he claimed he was creating an art project about the meaninglessness of currency. His defense included testimony from art professors who confirmed currency-based art was a legitimate medium. The court dismissed the counterfeiting charges after ruling his artistic intentions transformed his fake money from criminal counterfeiting into protected artistic expression. 18. Someone arrested for assault successfully argued she had been in a dissociative state caused by her recent divorce and couldn't remember attacking someone. Her defense included psychological testimony about trauma-induced memory loss. The jury accepted her dissociative defense and acquitted her, despite witnesses confirming she seemed fully conscious during the attack. A wealthy thief was caught stealing expensive electronics, but his excuse was that he suffered from affluenza, and his wealthy upbringing meant he didn't understand that taking things without paying was wrong because he'd never experienced consequences for his actions, or been taught that rules applied to him. His lawyer argued that his privileged background created a psychological condition where normal rules didn't register as applying to him, and expert witnesses testified about how extreme wealth could impair moral development. The psychologist explained that growing up with unlimited resources and no boundaries could leave someone genuinely unable to understand concepts like theft that seemed obvious to people raised with normal consequences. The court incredibly accepted this defense, and he received probation instead of jail time because the judge ruled that being too rich to understand laws was a legitimate impairment that reduced his criminal responsibility. The case established the legal principle that wealth could be a mental impairment that excused criminal behavior, creating a two-tiered justice system where being rich enough meant you couldn't be blamed for not understanding that stealing was wrong. 20. A fraud suspect was arrested for scamming people out of thousands of dollars, but she claimed she was actually conducting a psychology experiment about trust and deception, and her fraud was just data collection for research she was doing without any academic affiliation, approval, or ethical oversight. She had no university connection, no research protocol, no institutional review board approval, and no ethical justification for defrauding people as a part of an experiment they didn't consent to participate in. Her lawyer presented her as an independent researcher whose unconventional methods shouldn't be criminalized just because she wasn't formally affiliated with an academic institution. The jury somehow bought this excuse and acquitted her after determining that her fraud was actually unauthorized academic research rather than actual crime, accepting her argument that stealing money became scientific data collection if you claim to be studying something while stealing. The verdict established that any scam could be excused as a psychology experiment if the defendant said they were researching human behavior. 21. A reckless driver was caught breaking traffic laws while evading police, but his defense was that he was rushing his sick goldfish to an emergency vet and panic made him drive recklessly. He had no goldfish in the car and no vet appointment, but his lawyer presented testimony about his emotional attachment to pets. The court dismissed most charges after accepting his fish-related panic attack caused temporary insanity. 22. A vandal was arrested for defacing property, but she convinced the court she was actually improving property values by adding decorative modifications to public structures without permission from property owners or any design training. Her improvements included spray painting inspirational messages on buildings like "Believe in yourself" and "Live, laugh, love," and adding decorative stickers to street signs to make them more cheerful. The judge accepted her property improvement defense after her lawyer argued that her additions, while completely unauthorized and arguably making things worse, were intended as beautification rather than destruction. She walked free with community service doing actual authorized improvements, and the court ruled that vandalism became community improvement if the vandal believed they were helping, regardless of property owners' opinions about having their buildings decorated with uninvited motivational quotes. 23. Someone caught dining and dashing from multiple restaurants claimed he was actually conducting quality assessments for a food review website he was planning to start. And he couldn't pay until after determining if the food warranted payment, according to his self-invented restaurant evaluation system. He had no website, no published reviews, no business plan, no history of paying even when the food was excellent, and no logical explanation for why restaurant reviewing required stealing meals. The court incredibly accepted this excuse after his lawyer argued that his unusual payment system, while contractually problematic and technically theft, showed entrepreneurial thinking rather than criminal intent. The judge ruled that his dining and dashing was actually market research for his non-existent food review website, establishing that theft of services became business research if you claimed you were evaluating quality before deciding whether to pay. 24. A trespasser was arrested for entering restricted areas in a government building, but she claimed she was simply exploring public spaces and didn't understand that government buildings had restricted areas despite passing multiple security checkpoints, ignoring numerous posted warnings and bypassing locked doors that clearly indicated areas were off limits. Her defense argued that signage was unclear to someone unfamiliar with government building layouts, and that her curiosity about building architecture was natural rather than criminal. The judge dismissed the charges after ruling that her exploration of off-limits areas was poor judgment rather than intentional trespassing, despite her needing to bypass 3 separate security measures, show fake credentials to guards, and ignore multiple warnings to reach restricted floors. The verdict established that trespassing in government buildings could be excused as architectural curiosity if the defendant claimed they were just interested in exploring. 25, a thief was caught with stolen goods from multiple stores, but he convinced the court he had finders keepers syndrome, where he genuinely believed that anything he found belonged to him, regardless of where he found it, who owned it, or whether finding it involved taking it from store shelves while employees watched. His defense included psychological testimony about his childhood development of unconventional property concepts that made him believe possession equaled ownership. The psychologist testified that his understanding of property rights was fundamentally different from societal norms, making his theft technically honest, according to his personal moral framework. The jury accepted this excuse after determining that his bizarre understanding of ownership, while legally and logically wrong, meant he lacked the mental state required for theft, because he genuinely believed finding things made them his, including things he found on store shelves while the stores were open for business. 26. A hacker was arrested for breaking into computer systems, but her excuse was that she was actually testing cybersecurity by identifying vulnerabilities, and she only accessed unauthorized systems to help companies improve their security infrastructure without them requesting her assistance or knowing she was helping. She had no certification, no permission, no clients requesting her services, no communication with the companies she'd hacked, and no evidence of helping anyone except herself. Her lawyer argued that ethical hacking shouldn't be criminalized just because it was unauthorized, unsolicited, and indistinguishable from actual hacking. The court somehow accepted this defense, and she received probation for her unauthorized security testing, establishing that breaking into computer systems became ethical hacking if the hacker claimed they were identifying vulnerabilities, even while stealing data and causing damage. 27. A motorcycle thief was caught stealing an expensive bike, but he claimed he thought it was his friend's motorcycle and was just borrowing it to surprise him by getting it serviced as a thoughtful gesture. He had no friend with that type of motorcycle, no service appointment, no repair shop destination, and no explanation for why surprised motorcycle maintenance required driving it across state lines to a location where he planned to sell it. The jury believed his borrowing excuse after his lawyer convinced them that his confusion about motorcycle ownership, while completely implausible and contradicted by all evidence, showed absence of criminal intent. The court ruled that believing you're borrowing something could excuse stealing it, even when the borrowing explanation made no logical sense, and evidence clearly showed intent to sell the stolen motorcycle. 28. A scammer was arrested for fraud involving fake charity donations where she collected money for non-existent causes, but she successfully argued that she was conducting a social experiment about generosity and planned to eventually donate real money after collecting sufficient data about how people responded to charitable appeals. She had collected thousands in fake donations, no actual charitable intentions, no experimental protocol, no plans to donate anything, and had spent the money on personal expenses. The court accepted her social experiment defense after her lawyer presented her actions as misguided research rather than actual fraud, ruling that collecting money under false charitable pretenses became a sociology experiment if the defendant claimed they were studying human generosity even while keeping all the money. 29. An urban explorer was caught breaking into storage units, but his excuse was that he was documenting abandoned spaces for a photography project, and he didn't realize that locked storage units containing people's possessions with current rental agreements weren't actually abandoned. His defense included a portfolio of urban exploration photos from actually abandoned buildings, testimony about his misunderstanding of what constituted abandoned property, and arguments that his photographic intentions were artistic rather than criminal. The judge dismissed the charges after ruling that his photography project, while involving breaking and entering and theft, showed artistic motivation rather than criminal intent. The verdict established that photographing yourself breaking into places transformed burglary into artistic documentation as long as you took pictures during your crime. 30. A road rage attacker was arrested for assault after attacking another driver, but she convinced the court she suffered from driving personality disorder, where her personality fundamentally changed behind the wheel, making her violent driving behavior a medical condition rather than criminal choice. Her defense included psychological testimony about her documented personality changes while driving, suggesting she essentially became a different person when operating vehicles. The therapist testified that some people experienced genuine personality transformations, in specific contexts making their behavior involuntary. The jury accepted this excuse and she received therapy instead of jail time, because the court ruled that her driving-induced personality transformation made her assault a symptom of illness rather than intentional violence, establishing that any crime committed while driving could potentially be attributed to driving personality disorder. 31. An embezzler was caught stealing from his company, but his defense was that he was actually creating a secret employee bonus fund and planned to surprise everyone with payments from the money he'd stolen once the fund grew large enough. He had no bonus plan, no documentation beyond his own claims, no ability to repay the stolen money, and had spent most of the embezzled funds on personal expenses, including a boat and vacation home. His lawyer convinced the jury that his intentions, however poorly executed and completely fictional, were philanthropic rather than criminal. The court accepted this excuse and he received probation for his surprise bonus program that looked identical to regular embezzlement, except for his story about planning eventual generosity with money he'd already spent. 32. A stalker was arrested for harassment after following someone for months, but she claimed she was actually conducting amateur detective work to help the person she was stalking by investigating potential threats in their life that she'd invented. She had no detective license, no request for help from her victim, no actual threats to investigate beyond ones that existed only in her imagination, and a documented history of obsessive behavior. The jury somehow accepted her protective surveillance excuse after her lawyer argued that her stalking was misguided security work rather than actual harassment, despite the victim testifying about feeling terrified and unsafe. The verdict established that stalking could be reframed as unauthorized personal security services if the stalker claimed protective intentions. 33. A drug dealer was caught selling narcotics to high school students, but his excuse was that he was actually collecting chemical compounds for a home science project and didn't realize that selling his chemistry experiments was illegal or harmful. His defense seemed absurd until testimony revealed he had taken one chemistry class in community college and genuinely believed his drug dealing was educational entrepreneurship. He claimed he was helping students learn about chemistry through practical demonstrations involving illegal substances. The court accepted his science project excuse and he received probation for his chemistry hobby that involved dealing drugs to minors, ruling that educational intentions could mitigate criminal responsibility for drug dealing, as long as the dealer mentioned science at some point. 34. Someone arrested for prescription fraud after obtaining controlled substances with fake prescriptions convinced the court she was actually testing pharmacy security systems to see how easy it was to obtain drugs without proper authorization. She had filled dozens of fake prescriptions at multiple pharmacies, no security consulting business, no permission to test anything, and had consumed or sold all the pills she'd fraudulently obtained. The judge accepted her security audit excuse after ruling that her unauthorized pharmaceutical testing showed concern for public safety rather than drug-seeking behavior, establishing that prescription fraud became security consulting if you claimed you were identifying system vulnerabilities while acquiring drugs. 35. A museum thief was caught stealing priceless artifacts, but his defense was that he was actually temporarily relocating items to his home for personal study and planned to return them after completing his research into historical objects. He had no academic credentials, no research plan, no affiliation with any educational institution, no intention of returning priceless artifacts he'd stolen, and had tried to sell several items before being caught. The court somehow accepted his study excuse after his lawyer argued that his self-directed education shouldn't be criminalized, even when it involved stealing irreplaceable historical items from public institutions. The judge ruled that theft from museums became unauthorized research if the thief claimed educational motivations, regardless of evidence showing intent to profit from stolen artifacts. 36. An arsonist was arrested for setting fires to 3 buildings, but she claimed she was actually conducting fire safety demonstrations to show building owners how flammable their structures were and motivate them to improve fire prevention. She had started fires without permission, no fire safety credentials or training, no warning to building occupants who were inside during her demonstrations, and no communication with property owners about her testing. Her lawyer convinced the jury that her fire safety testing, while obviously dangerous and destructive, showed community concern rather than criminal intent. The court accepted this defense, and she received probation for her unauthorized combustion demonstrations, ruling that arson became safety education if the arsonist claimed they were teaching fire prevention through practical demonstrations. 37. An illegal gambling operator was caught running an underground casino, but his excuse was that he was actually teaching probability and statistics using real money to make the math lessons more engaging for his students. He had no teaching credentials, no curriculum, no educational materials, and no students who realized they were in an educational program rather than a casino where they were losing money. The judge accepted his mathematics education defense and dismissed most charges after ruling that his gambling operation was actually innovative pedagogy rather than actual illegal gaming, establishing that operating a casino became teaching math if you mentioned probability at some point during the gambling. 38. An identity thief was arrested for stealing personal information from dozens of people, but she successfully argued that she was actually helping the victims by showing them how vulnerable their information was through practical demonstrations involving actually stealing their identities. She had stolen identities, opened credit cards, taken out loans, caused thousands in damages, and never actually warned any victims about their vulnerability. The court accepted her security awareness defense after her lawyer presented her identity theft as educational service rather than actual crime, ruling that destroying people's credit became teaching them about security if you claimed educational intentions while committing fraud. 39. A burglar was caught breaking into houses, but his defense was that he was actually conducting real estate market research by examining properties from the inside to provide accurate valuations based on first-hand inspection. He had no real estate license, no research methodology, no business conducting property evaluations, and had taken valuables from several houses during his market research. The jury accepted his excuse after determining that his property research, while involving breaking and entering and theft, showed entrepreneurial ambition rather than criminal intent. The verdict established that burglary became real estate research if you claimed you were evaluating property values while stealing things. 40. An assault suspect was arrested for attacking a stranger, but she claimed she was actually practicing self-defense techniques, and her victim had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time during her training session. She had attacked someone in a parking lot without provocation, no martial arts background or training, and no explanation for why self-defense practice required actually hurting random people rather than using training equipment or willing partners. The court accepted her training excuse after her lawyer argued that her practice session was misunderstood rather than intentional assault, ruling that attacking strangers could be excused as self-defense training if you claimed you were practicing techniques. 41. A ticket counterfeiter was caught making fake passes to concerts and sporting events, but his excuse was that he was actually creating memorabilia replicas for collectors and didn't realize that selling functional fake tickets was illegal, even if you called them collectibles. His defense included examples of his other replica work and testimony about his alleged misunderstanding of counterfeit laws that seemed deliberately ignorant. The judge dismissed the charges after ruling that his ticket replication was artistic reproduction rather than criminal counterfeiting, despite him selling tickets that people actually used to attend events, establishing that counterfeiting became collectible creation if you claimed artistic intentions. 42. A con artist was arrested for fraud involving elaborate fake investment schemes, but she convinced the court she was actually teaching people about financial literacy by showing them how easy it was to fall for scams through hands-on demonstrations where they lost real money. She had collected thousands from victims, no financial education credentials, no plans to return money from her educational demonstrations, and had spent victim funds on luxury purchases. The jury accepted her teaching excuse after her lawyer argued that her fraud was actually aggressive financial education rather than actual theft, ruling that scamming people became teaching them valuable lessons if you claimed they learned something from losing their money. 43. A mail thief was caught stealing letters from mailboxes, but his defense was that he was actually conducting a social experiment about mail security and planned to return everything after documenting his findings about postal system vulnerabilities. He had opened dozens of letters, taken several credit cards, used stolen information to make purchases, and shown no evidence of planning to return anything or document any findings. The court accepted his experiment excuse after ruling that his mail theft was misguided research rather than intentional federal crime, despite extensive evidence of him using stolen mail for personal financial gain, establishing that mail fraud became sociology research if you mentioned experiments. 44. Someone arrested for practicing medicine without a license claimed she was actually providing wellness consulting and didn't realize that diagnosing diseases, prescribing treatments, and performing medical procedures constituted medical practice requiring a license. Her defense argued that the line between wellness advice and medical care was unclear, and she genuinely believed her health recommendations weren't actual medicine despite treating serious conditions. The court accepted this excuse and she received probation for her wellness consulting that involved treating serious medical conditions without any medical training, ruling that practicing medicine became giving wellness advice if you avoided explicitly calling yourself a doctor. 45, and finally, there's the check fraud mastermind who was caught running an elaborate scheme involving hundreds of fake checks, but convinced the court he was actually conducting financial system testing to identify vulnerabilities in banking security that could help banks protect themselves better. He had written fraudulent checks for years, stolen thousands of dollars, perfected his fraud techniques through practice, and shown no intention of helping banks beyond spending the money he'd stolen from them. His lawyer argued that his check fraud was actually unauthorized, but well-intentioned security research that banks should appreciate. The jury somehow bought this excuse and he walked free after convincing the court that his years of systematic fraud were actually a public service, identifying weaknesses in financial systems. He received probation for his banking security audit that was identical in every way to regular check fraud, and left court having successfully proven that sometimes the stupidest excuse really is stupid enough to work if you present it with enough confidence and find a jury willing to believe anything. Here's the brutal truth about the justice system. Sometimes the dumbest excuse wins simply because it's so ridiculous that juries can't believe someone would make it up. Or because the excuse is technically possible even if obviously false. Or because people want to believe the excuse because convicting someone means admitting the justice system can't always distinguish between creative lying and unlikely truth. These people discovered that the key to legal success isn't having a good defense. It's having an excuse so absurd that people assume you must be telling the truth, because nobody would lie about something that stupid, or having a story that's theoretically possible even if obviously fictional. Subscribe if you want to see more examples of justice being both blind and apparently incapable of detecting obvious nonsense. And hit that notification bell if you enjoy watching the legal system occasionally work in ways that make absolutely no sense to anyone with functioning critical thinking skills.
How do you do? How do you do? I'm June Foster. This is Shirley Clyde and Gladys Kravitz. We're the Welcome Wagon Committee. Welcome to Morning Glory Circle. Oh, thank you very much. Won't you come in? Sure you're not busy with someone? Maybe your mother, maybe your sister? No, not a soul here but me. Place clothes approximately 2 inches apart. Sprinkle generously with brown sugar, then add ginger ale. Mother, hold it. Get the cloves in first. Of course, I forgot we do everything the hard way. It isn't hard, it's fun. Anyway, that oven practically does it for you. All you have to do is set the dials for whatever time you want dinner. Oh, forgot to ask Darren what time he'd be home. Well, I guess I better go to the village and call him. What's the matter with your telephone? Hasn't been connected yet. Is that all? There you go. You can call now. Just remember, you did it, I didn't.
Well, I should be through here about 6:30 and home about 8. Hey, I see you got the phone connected, huh?
No, they won't be here until later this afternoon. Bye, darling. Do you have any idea how nervous I am about going over there today?
Get nervous, don't go.
Well, you've got to. I mean, we're part of the welcome wagon. Shirley Clyde and June Foster and me. We're the committee. And you know how they're dying to get in there and see the house.
Move left a little, I can't see the glass.
It wouldn't surprise me if none of us were ever seen again.
What did you say?
Never mind.
I've got shadows on top of the ball glass.
So help me, I wish you'd cut this nonsense and develop a hobby. About 20 minutes per pound. 25 would be better. Why, Mother? I thought you didn't fool with moral things like cooking. What I said was I didn't believe in exerting myself. I didn't say I didn't know how. Oh, I get it. Some of the girls coming to call. Oh, really? Snooping, no doubt. I'm sure you won't mind if I make myself scarce for a bit. Discretion is the better part of it. How do you do? How do you do? I'm June Foster. This is Shirley Clyde and Gladys Kravitz. We're the Welcome Wagon Committee. Welcome to Morning Glory Circle. Oh, thank you very much. Won't you come in? Sure you're not busy with someone? Maybe your mother, maybe your sister? No, not a soul here but me. No one? No. Oh, that's my boy, Robert. Robert, now you behave yourself. Oh, he's a nice-looking young fellow. That's Shirley's son. I see. 3? I don't know who he is. Oh, he's cute. We brought you this cake as sort of a housewarming gift. It's coffee cake. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Do you have a maid with a large curly head around? Now, children, if you are quiet, you can say this to no rough house in Ada instead of no restrictions, but we're not. That's wherever you found it. That's perfectly all right. Why don't you sit down in the living room and make yourselves comfortable while I put the cake in the kitchen? Oh, why don't we all go to the kitchen? We wouldn't mind at all. Of course not. After all, we're really not company. And your nice things will probably have to last you for a long, long time. I don't get into mischief. Oh, that's fun. Oh. Would you like some cake and coffee? Oh, he loves it now. Where are the cups? Cups? Oh, not your good cups, of course. Right over there in the cupboard.
bit, little tiny. We haven't unpacked the good stuff yet. I can't seem to find the silverware. Silver? Well, it's right there in the drawer to your left. I thought I looked there. Well, look again. Napkins?
Good morning. What can I do for you? Look, son, I've got a lot on my mind this morning, so.
Oh, well, hello, Marshall. What a surprise. How come? I'm here every morning. Who's he?
Well, I live here. That's who I am. Who are you?
That's Marshall. He lives down the street.
I see. Well, then you overshot your mark.
It's okay. I can stay for breakfast. But you better not kiss me, because I got a cold, I think.
He's got a problem.
He's got a problem. What is he doing here?
I'm his only friend in the neighborhood.
Well, you're my only wife in the neighborhood, and I thought we'd have a nice breakfast together.
Anything I can do, Mrs. Stevens?
No, Marshall. You go and sit down. Breakfast is ready.
Anything I can do, Mrs. Stevens?
Darren, now try to understand. He's an unhappy little boy with a nervous, overprotective mother and no father.
So he comes over here every morning to play with you.
I knew you'd understand.
I certainly do. You're interfering.
What do you mean?
His problems are none of your business.
I'm merely being his friend.
I know you, Samantha.
Oh, really? You only look vaguely familiar to me.
No, thank you. My mother says I'm allergic to strawberries. Oh? What happens when you eat them? I don't know. I never had any.
Samantha, his mother does not want to eat strawberries.
Boy, they sure look good.
How about some juice, Marshall? Oh, that's right. You can't have that either. Too acid. Or French toast, too rich. Or sausage, or...
I don't mind much about the juice.
Marshall, why don't you go on home and ask your mother if you can't try one strawberry?
She'll say no.
How do you know?
She always says no. Besides, she doesn't know I'm here. I'm supposed to be in my room. No, she a cold I'm probably getting.
Your face isn't flushed.
I'm not even sniffling yet. See?
You don't have a fever.
Samantha, his mother says he has a cold.
Yes, dear, I know. I just meant that his eyes look perfectly all right.
But his mother says he has a cold, and she is his mother, isn't she?
Oh, yes, she certainly is.
I'm being come after. She can run 2 blocks in 27 seconds with high heels on.
Marshall, I've been just frantic. What are you doing here? I'm Mrs. Stevens. This is my husband, Mrs. Burns. Marshall was just visiting. How do you do? I told you to stay in your room. You have a cold. And if you're too young to realize how dangerous it is to run around with a cold, I should think at least an adult would recognize it. But he isn't even sniffling.
I'm sure there was no great damage done, Mrs. Burns, but Marshall shouldn't have disobeyed you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Stevens. I'm glad to see that at least you are a sensible person. Mrs. Burns, all I tried to do was... You have no children, Mrs. Stevens. That's quite obvious. Oh, it is?
We've only been married a short time.
Because if you did, you'd realize that their health is something precious that has to be constantly guarded. I raise my Marshall very carefully, and I do not appreciate interference from anybody. Please remember that. Come along, Marshall.
Okay, Marshall. Come back anytime.
And I thought if I could show him that I made 2 sales in 2 different
Henry,
departments.
what are you up to?
Nothing. He's up to something. He's trying to ram his sail down my throat. I don't like it down my throat. Unless, of course, it's a ram doing the ramming.
Stars!
Boy, Dave, you really uncorked one this time.
I meant a four-legged ram, not an LA ram. Which one are you?
I'm Jack Snow.
Any relation to Jack Frost?
We're,
Require some level of cunning or sophistication. These people proved that assumption spectacularly wrong. From monopoly money at McDonald's to crayon-colored counterfeits, these financial geniuses defined what it means to have 0 cents. One, a man in Texas tried to buy a $2,000 laptop at Best Buy using a stack of Monopoly, arguing with the cashier for 20 minutes that money is money, and that the colorful bills should be accepted because they had numbers on them, just like real currency. He became increasingly agitated when staff refused his payment, insisting that monopoly money was legal tender because it was manufactured by a legitimate American company and had official-looking designs with proper denominations clearly printed on each bill. Store security had to escort him out when he demanded to speak with the Federal Reserve about currency discrimination, claiming that Best Buy was violating his constitutional right to use alternative payment methods. He was arrested in the parking lot when he tried to pay for gas with monopoly money at the adjacent station, telling police that corporate America was conspiring against board game currency. 2, one woman attempted to deposit $50,000 in obviously fake bills at a bank, claiming she had inherited the money from her grandmother who collected rare currency that looked different from modern bills because they were from an earlier era of American printing. The fake bills were clearly printed on regular copy paper with a home printer, featuring blurry presidential portraits that looked like they had been photocopied from a children's textbook, and denominations that included a 45 bill and a 73 bill that don't exist in real currency. She insisted the bills were authentic vintage money and became hostile when tellers suggested the currency might not be legitimate, demanding to speak with the bank president about their discriminatory policies against historical currency collectors. Police were called when she refused to leave and threatened to report the bank to currency authentication authorities that don't exist, and she was arrested while still clutching her poorly counterfeited inheritance. 3, a teenager tried to buy marijuana from an undercover police officer using play money from a children's cash register toy, explaining that he thought drug dealers would accept any colorful paper bills because illegal stuff doesn't follow normal money anyway. The play money was obviously designed for children, featuring cartoon characters and bright colors with play money printed in large letters across each bill. But he argued that the transaction should be valid because the denominations were clearly marked, and the officer had agreed to sell drugs regardless of payment method. When the officer revealed his identity and arrested the teenager, the kid insisted he was being entrapped because the officer hadn't specified what type of currency was required for the drug purchase. He was charged with attempted drug purchase and possession of obviously fake currency, though charges were eventually dropped because prosecutors couldn't stop laughing long enough to present the case seriously. 4, one man painted regular notebook paper green and tried to use it as cash at a grocery store, claiming he had converted the paper into legal tender using a special government process he had learned about online from conspiracy theory websites. His homemade money featured hand-drawn presidential portraits that looked like elementary school art projects, with crayon-colored borders and denominations written in different handwriting styles, as if multiple children had collaborated on the counterfeiting project. He became angry when the cashier refused his payment, insisting that paper currency was just painted paper anyway, and that his version was more honest because he wasn't hiding the manufacturing process from consumers. Store management called police when he demanded they accept his hand-painted money and threatened to report them to the Treasury Department for discrimination against alternative currency production methods. 5, a woman tried to pay her $500 restaurant bill using Chinese hell money that she had purchased at a cultural gift shop, arguing that foreign currency should be accepted at American businesses because money is universal, and the bills had impressive designs that looked more sophisticated than American dollars. Hell money is specifically designed as ceremonial currency for burning at funerals and features obvious spiritual imagery, but she insisted it was legitimate Chinese legal tender that restaurants were obligated to accept under international commerce laws that don't exist. She called the police herself when the restaurant refused her payment, claiming she was being discriminated against for using international currency, but was arrested when officers recognized the ceremonial funeral money and charged her with attempting to use obviously fake currency. The restaurant manager kept one of the hell money bills as a conversation piece about the strangest payment attempt in the establishment's history. 6. One man tried to buy a car at a dealership using $15,000 in photocopied $20 bills, claiming he had backed up his money using office equipment in case the original bills were lost or stolen, and that copies should be legally equivalent to originals. The photocopied money was obviously fake, with black and white printing that made the bills look like homework assignments about currency. But he argued that photocopying was a legitimate preservation method, and that refusing copies was discrimination against people who used modern technology to protect their assets. Sales staff called police when he insisted on completing the car purchase with his copied money, and threatened to sue the dealership for rejecting his digitally preserved legal tender. He was arrested while arguing with officers that photocopying money was no different from banks using electronic transfers, and that his method was actually more secure because he had physical backup copies of his wealth. 7. A college student tried to pay tuition using $8,000 in movie prop money that he had purchased online, claiming that prop currency was legally equivalent to real money because it was used in Hollywood films and had been handled by famous actors who gave it authenticity value. The prop money was clearly marked as for motion picture use only, and featured obvious design flaws that made it unsuitable for actual transactions. But he argued that celebrity endorsement made the bills more valuable than regular currency, and that the university should be honored to accept payment that had been used in major motion pictures. University officials called police when he refused to leave the bursar's office and insisted that his prop money was superior to regular currency because it had entertainment industry provenance. He was arrested while explaining to officers that movie money was more trustworthy than government currency because Hollywood had better production values than the Federal Reserve. 8. One woman attempted to use $2,000 in chocolate coins wrapped in gold foil to pay for jewelry, arguing that gold-wrapped currency was more valuable than paper money and that the jewelry store should appreciate payment in precious metal-coated bills that matched their luxury merchandise. The chocolate coins were obviously candy with foil wrappers that said "choc coins" in multiple languages, but she insisted they were foreign currency with edible backing that made them more stable than paper-based monetary systems. Store employees called police when she became aggressive about their refusal to accept her chocolate payment and threatened to report them to precious metals trading authorities for discriminating against alternative currency formats. She was arrested while unwrapping chocolate coins to prove they contained real gold, revealing the candy underneath and explaining to officers that edible money was the future of economic security because it provided both monetary and nutritional value. 9. A man tried to pay his electric bill using $300 in Scrabble money from board games, claiming that word-based currency was more intellectually honest than traditional money because it represented actual educational value rather than arbitrary government promises about paper value. The Scrabble money featured point values instead of dollar amounts and had clear board game branding, but he argued that educational currency should be accepted by utility companies because it promoted literacy and intellectual development in ways that regular money couldn't achieve. Utility company staff called police when he refused to leave their office and insisted that his word game currency was superior to traditional payment methods because it combined financial transactions with vocabulary education. He was arrested while explaining to officers that Scrabble money was more valuable than regular currency because it helped people learn words while conducting business transactions. 10. One woman tried to buy groceries using $400 in clearly hand-drawn fake bills that featured crayon artwork of presidents and denominations that included a 33 bill and a 17 bill that looked like elementary school art projects about American currency. She claimed the bills were artisanal money that she had crafted herself using traditional artistic techniques, and that handmade currency should be more valuable than mass-produced government bills because of the personal time and creativity invested in each piece. Store management called police when she insisted that her artistic currency was legal tender and threatened to contact art authentication experts about the store's discrimination against handcrafted monetary instruments. She was arrested while explaining to officers that her hand-drawn money was more trustworthy than printed currency because she could personally guarantee the authenticity of her own artistic work. 11. A teenager attempted to buy video games using $200 in Pokemon cards, arguing that collectible trading cards were a legitimate form of currency because they had fluctuating market values and were traded internationally by serious collectors who understood their investment potential. The Pokemon cards were obviously gaming accessories with cartoon characters and combat statistics, but he insisted that rare cards were more valuable than regular money, and that the game store should accept payment in premium collectibles that appreciated over time. Store employees called police when he refused to leave and threatened to report them to collectibles trading authorities for discriminating against alternative investment currencies. He was arrested while explaining to officers that Pokemon cards were superior to regular money because they provided entertainment value in addition to monetary worth and could be used for both transactions and gaming activities. 12. One man tried to pay restaurant bills using $500 in Confederate currency that he claimed was legal tender because the South never officially surrendered the right to print money, and that historical currency should be honored by businesses that respected American heritage and traditional values. The Confederate bills were obvious historical reproductions sold as novelty items, clearly marked as replicas, but he argued that Southern heritage currency was more authentic than modern federal money because it represented true American independence from government monetary control. Restaurant staff called police when he became hostile about their refusal to accept his Confederate payment and threatened to organize boycotts against businesses that discriminated against regional American currency traditions. He was arrested while lecturing officers about monetary sovereignty and states' rights, insisting that his historical currency was more patriotic than contemporary Federal Reserve notes. 13. A woman attempted to deposit $1,000 in obviously fake bills in a bank ATM, claiming the machine should accept any paper currency because computers can't tell the difference between real and fake money anyway, and that electronic banking systems were designed to process all bill-shaped objects regardless of authenticity. Her fake bills were clearly printed on regular printer paper with home computer equipment, featuring blurry images and incorrect fonts, but she argued that ATM technology was primitive and would automatically process any rectangular paper inserted into the deposit slot. Bank security called police when she became aggressive about the machine's rejection of her fake currency and started kicking the ATM while claiming it was malfunctioning and discriminating against alternative printing methods. She was arrested while explaining to officers that electronic banking should eliminate the need for currency authentication because computers don't have the same biases as human tellers. 14. One man tried to buy a motorcycle using $3,000 in Monopoly money mixed with real dollar bills, hoping the seller wouldn't notice the difference and that the legitimate currency would disguise the obvious board game money in the stack of mixed bills. He arranged the money so that real bills were on top and bottom of each stack, with Monopoly money hidden in the middle. But his disguise was immediately obvious because the board game currency was different sizes and colors than actual dollars. The motorcycle seller called police when he discovered the Monopoly money, and the buyer insisted that mixed currency was a legitimate payment method as long as some of the bills were authentic legal tender. He was arrested while arguing with officers that partial real money should count as full payment, and that Monopoly money was manufactured by a legitimate American company using official government licensing agreements. 15. A college student tried to pay dormitory fees using $1,800 in foreign currency that was obviously fake, featuring made-up countries and impossible denominations like 500 Atlantis dollars and 1,000 Elf Kingdom coins, with fantasy artwork that looked like video game currency or role-playing game money. She claimed the bills were from emerging nations that weren't widely recognized, but were developing legitimate monetary systems that would eventually be accepted internationally by progressive institutions. University staff called police when she insisted that her fantasy currency was real foreign money and threatened to contact international student advocacy groups about discrimination against students from non-recognized nations. She was arrested while explaining to officers that her fake foreign currency was more interesting than regular money, and that colleges should encourage diversity by accepting payment from imaginary countries with creative monetary systems. 16. One woman attempted to use $800 in children's play money to pay for car repairs, arguing that automotive shops should accept educational currency because they provided valuable services that helped children learn about financial responsibility and transaction management through hands-on experience. The play money was obviously designed for children's games, featuring bright colors, cartoon characters with educational money printed prominently on each bill. But she insisted that learning-based currency was more socially responsible than regular money because it promoted childhood development while conducting business. The auto shop called police when she refused to provide real payment and threatened to report them to educational authorities for discrimination against learning-based monetary systems. She was arrested lecturing officers about the importance of financial education and claiming that her play money was more valuable than regular currency because it taught children important life skills. 17. A man tried to pay his rent using $1,200 in paper bills that he had colored with markers to look like currency, featuring hand-drawn presidential portraits and denominations that he had made up, including 29 bills and 41 bills that don't exist in any monetary system. He claimed his artistic currency was legal tender because he had invested significant time and creativity in designing unique bills that were more beautiful than mass-produced government money. His landlord called police when he insisted that handmade money should be accepted as rent payment and threatened to contact tenant rights organizations about discrimination against artistic payment methods. He was arrested while explaining to officers that his marker-colored money was superior to printed currency because it was personally crafted and featured original artwork that made each bill a unique collectible item. 18. One teenager attempted to buy concert tickets using $150 in gift cards from various restaurants, claiming that gift cards were equivalent to cash because they had monetary value and could be used to purchase goods and services of legitimate businesses that accepted them as payment. The gift cards were obviously for specific restaurants and retail stores, not general currency, but he argued that all forms of stored monetary value should be interchangeable, and that the ticket office was discriminating against alternative payment methods. Box office staff called police when he became hostile about their refusal to accept his restaurant gift cards for concert tickets, and threatened to report them to consumer protection agencies for limiting payment options. He was arrested while insisting to officers that gift cards were more secure than cash because they couldn't be stolen and used by criminals, and that businesses should accept any form of legitimate stored value. 19. A woman tried to pay her phone bill using $200 in casino chips from Las Vegas, arguing that gambling chips were legitimate currency because they were issued by regulated businesses and had specific monetary values that were guaranteed by gaming authorities and state licensing boards. The casino chips were obviously gaming tokens designed for use only at specific casinos, but she insisted that regulated gambling currency should be accepted everywhere because it was backed by legitimate businesses with more security than regular banks. Phone company staff called police when she refused to provide actual payment and threatened to contact gaming commissions about businesses that discriminated against casino-backed currency. She was arrested while explaining to officers that casino chips were more trustworthy than regular money because they were regulated by multiple government agencies and backed by profitable gaming enterprises. 20. One man attempted to use $600 in Chuck E. Cheese tokens to pay for groceries, claiming that arcade tokens were legitimate currency because they were purchased with real money and had specific values that could be exchanged for goods and services at authorized locations. The tokens were obviously designed for arcade games and featured cartoon characters with Chuck E. Cheese branding, but he argued that token-based currency was more fun than regular money, and that grocery stores should accept payment methods that encouraged family entertainment. Store management called police when he insisted that his arcade tokens were equivalent to cash and threatened to organize protests against businesses that discriminated against family-friendly payment systems. He was arrested while lecturing officers about the economic value of entertainment currency and claiming that arcade tokens were more honest than paper money because they were backed by actual games and prizes. 21. A college student tried to pay tuition using $5,000 in Halloween costume money that featured spooky designs with skeletons and ghosts, claiming it was seasonal currency that should be accepted during October as part of cultural diversity initiatives that celebrated different traditions and holidays. The costume money was obviously novelty items designed for Halloween decorations, featuring horror movie imagery and spooky money branding. but she argued that seasonal currency reflected cultural awareness and that universities should embrace diverse monetary traditions. University officials called police when she insisted that her Halloween money was legitimate seasonal tender and threatened to contact cultural diversity organizations about discrimination against holiday-themed payment methods. She was arrested while explaining to officers that seasonal money was more creative than regular currency and that educational institutions should support cultural expression through alternative monetary systems. 22. One woman attempted to pay her electric bill using $400 in Scooby-Doo themed play money that featured cartoon characters and mystery-solving scenarios, arguing that educational entertainment currency should be accepted because it promoted childhood learning and positive values through beloved characters. The play money was obviously children's toy currency with Cartoon Network branding and mystery money printed on each bill, but she insisted that character-based currency was more trustworthy than government money because it was associated with family-friendly entertainment that taught important life lessons. Utility company staff called police when she refused to provide real payment and threatened to contact children's advocacy groups about discrimination against educational entertainment currency. She was arrested while lecturing officers about the positive social value of cartoon-based monetary systems and claiming that Scooby-Doo money was more reliable than federal currency because it was backed by decades of successful entertainment. 23. A man tried to buy a laptop using $800 in foreign currency that was obviously fake, featuring made-up European countries and impossible denominations like 500 Fredonia euros and 1,000 Britannia pounds, with geographic references that didn't correspond to any real nations or monetary systems. He claimed the bills were from micronations that weren't widely recognized, but were developing legitimate economies that would eventually be accepted by international businesses and progressive retailers. Electronics store staff called police when he insisted that his fictional foreign currency was real international money and threatened to contact embassy officials from countries that didn't exist. He was arrested while explaining to officers that his fake foreign money was more internationally minded than American currency, and that global businesses should accept payment from emerging nations, regardless of current diplomatic recognition. 24. One teenager attempted to pay for fast food using $50 in board game money from various strategy games, claiming that gaming currency was legitimate tender because it was used in competitive tournaments with official rules and prize money that validated its economic value. The board game money featured fantasy themes and gaming company logos with game money clearly printed on each piece. But he argued that competitive gaming currency should be accepted because it was backed by organized leagues and tournament systems. Restaurant staff called police when he insisted that his gaming money was equivalent to cash and threatened to contact board game manufacturers about businesses that discriminated against tournament-validated currency. He was arrested while lecturing officers about the economic ecosystem of competitive gaming and claiming that board game money was more skillfully earned than regular currency because it required strategic thinking and competitive success. 25. A woman tried to pay her car insurance using $300 in Disney dollars that had been discontinued years earlier, claiming that theme park currency was legitimate money because it was issued by a major corporation and had been accepted at Disney properties for decades before being discontinued. The Disney dollars were obviously theme park souvenirs with cartoon characters, Disney money branding, but she argued that corporate currency should be accepted everywhere because it was backed by one of America's most successful entertainment companies. Insurance company staff called police when she refused to provide real payment and threatened to contact Disney corporate headquarters about businesses that discriminated against theme park currency. She was arrested while explaining to officers that Disney money was more magical than regular currency and that businesses should accept payment from successful entertainment corporations regardless of current corporate policies. 26. One man attempted to use $1,000 in play money from a board game cafe to pay for car repairs, claiming that gaming establishment currency was legitimate tender because it was regulated by business licensing authorities and used in commercial entertainment facilities that operated as legitimate businesses. The play money was obviously cafe gaming tokens with board game cafe branding and cartoon designs, but he argued that business-issued currency should be accepted everywhere because it was backed by legitimate commercial enterprises with proper business licenses. Auto shop staff called police when he insisted that his cafe gaming money was equivalent to cash and threatened to contact business licensing authorities about discrimination against commercially issued entertainment currency. He was arrested while lecturing officers about the economic validity of business-issued alternative currencies and claiming that gaming cafe money was more community-oriented than federal currency. 27. A college student tried to pay dormitory fees using $2,000 in foreign currency that was clearly printed on a home computer, featuring obvious spelling errors and impossible country names like the Untied States of America and Republic of California, with geographic inconsistencies that revealed the amateur counterfeiting attempt. She claimed the bills were from alternative timeline countries that existed in parallel dimensions, and that progressive universities should accept interdimensional currency as part of diversity and inclusion initiatives. University staff called police when she insisted that her obviously fake foreign money was legitimate alternative reality currency, and threatened to contact science fiction advocacy groups about discrimination against multiverse monetary systems. She was arrested while explaining to officers that interdimensional currency was more scientifically advanced than regular money, and that academic institutions should embrace theoretical physics by accepting payment from parallel universe economies. 28. One woman attempted to pay for groceries using $500 in religious-themed play money that featured biblical characters and scripture verses, claiming that faith-based currency should be accepted because it was backed by spiritual values and religious institutions that were more trustworthy than government monetary systems. The religious money was obviously Sunday school educational materials with Bible money branding and cartoon apostles, but she argued that spiritually backed currency was more morally sound than secular government money. Store management called police when she insisted that her religious currency was legitimate tender and threatened to contact religious freedom organizations about discrimination against faith-based payment methods. She was arrested while lecturing officers about the spiritual superiority of biblical currency and claiming that religious money was more ethically sound than Federal Reserve notes because it was backed by eternal values rather than temporary political systems. 29. A man tried to buy a television using $100 or $200 in currency that he had drawn himself using crayons and construction paper, featuring original presidential portraits that looked like kindergarten art projects and denominations that he had invented, including 37 bills and 52 bills that reflected his personal aesthetic preferences. He claimed his artistic currency was legitimate money because he had invested significant creative effort in designing unique bills that were more personalized than mass-produced government currency. Electronics store staff called police when he insisted that his crayon money should be accepted as payment and threatened to contact art advocacy groups about discrimination against handcrafted monetary expression. He was arrested while explaining to officers that his hand-drawn money was more authentic than printed currency because it represented personal artistic investment and creative expression that made each bill a unique work of art. 30. One teenager attempted to pay school lunch fees using $100 in Pokemon trading card game energy cards, claiming that gaming currency was legitimate tender because it was used in organized competitive play with official tournaments and prize support that validated its economic ecosystem. The Pokemon cards were obviously gaming accessories with cartoon characters and game mechanics printed on them, but he argued that competitive gaming currency should be accepted because it was regulated by official tournament rules and had fluctuating market values. School staff called police when he insisted that his gaming cards were equivalent to cash and threatened to contact gaming advocacy organizations about discrimination against competitive hobby currencies. He was arrested while lecturing officers about the economic complexity of trading card games and claiming that Pokemon energy was more strategically valuable than regular money because it required skill and knowledge to use effectively. 31. A woman tried to pay her phone bill using $250 in currency from the board game Life that featured cartoon families and life event scenarios, claiming that life simulation currency was legitimate money because it was designed to teach important financial lessons and represented real economic principles through educational gameplay. The life money was obviously board game components with life game money branding and cartoon graphics, but she argued that educational currency should be accepted because it was backed by important life skills training and financial literacy education. Phone company staff called police when she refused to provide real payment, and threatened to contact educational advocacy groups about discrimination against learning-based monetary systems. She was arrested while explaining to officers that life game money was more educationally valuable than regular currency because it taught important lessons about financial planning and life decision-making through interactive gameplay. 32. One man attempted to use $800 in currency from various video games that he had printed from online sources, claiming that digital game currency was legitimate money because it was backed by major software companies and used in virtual economies with real-world trading markets. The video game money featured fantasy artwork and gaming company logos with clear indications that it was designed for entertainment purposes. But he argued that digital currency should be accepted everywhere because it represented the future of monetary systems. Electronics store staff called police when he insisted that his printed game currency was equivalent to cash and threatened to contact gaming industry organizations about discrimination against digital monetary innovations. He was arrested while lecturing officers about the economic evolution of virtual currencies and claiming that video game money was more technologically advanced than physical currency because it represented the digital future of economic transactions. 33. A college student tried to pay tuition using $3,000 in foreign currency that was obviously counterfeit, featuring impossible combinations of different countries' design elements and denominations that didn't exist in any real monetary system like British yen and Canadian pesos with geographic impossibilities. She claimed the bills were from currency exchange experiments conducted by international banking authorities to test new global monetary systems that would eventually replace traditional national currencies. University staff called police when she insisted that her experimental international currency was legitimate tender and threatened to contact global banking organizations about discrimination against innovative monetary research. She was arrested while explaining to officers that her fake international money represented the future of global economics, and that educational institutions should embrace experimental currencies as part of international business education. 34. One woman attempted to pay for car repairs using $600 in pirate-themed play money that featured skull and crossbones designs with treasure map backgrounds, claiming that historical adventure currency should be accepted because it represented important maritime heritage and cultural traditions that deserved recognition and respect. The pirate money was obviously novelty items with pirate treasure branding and cartoon buccaneers, but she argued that nautical heritage currency was more authentic than modern money because it was connected to America's maritime history and adventure traditions. Auto shop staff called police when she insisted that her pirate currency was legitimate historical tender and threatened to contact maritime heritage organizations about discrimination against nautical cultural expression. She was arrested while lecturing officers about the historical importance of pirate economics and claiming that treasure-based currency was more adventurous than Federal Reserve notes. 35. A man tried to buy groceries using $400 in chocolate coins that he had removed from their foil wrappers and tried to pass off as foreign currency, claiming that edible money was the future of economic systems because it combined monetary value with nutritional benefits that made transactions more practical. The chocolate coins were obviously candy with bite marks and melting spots, but he argued that edible currency was more innovative than paper money because it provided both economic and caloric value while preventing hoarding and encouraging circulation through consumption. Store management called police when he insisted that his chocolate currency should be accepted as payment and threatened to contact nutritional advocacy groups about discrimination against edible monetary innovations. He was arrested while explaining to officers that chocolate money was more logical than paper currency because it couldn't be counterfeited by people without access to chocolate manufacturing equipment. 36. One teenager attempted to pay for concert tickets using $200 in foreign currency that he had created by gluing glitter and stickers onto regular paper, claiming that decorative international money was legitimate tender because it was more beautiful than American currency and represented artistic appreciation for global monetary design. His glitter money featured obvious craft supplies and sparkle dollars written in marker, but he argued that artistic currency should be accepted because it represented creative expression and international aesthetic appreciation. Box office staff called police when he insisted that his craft project currency was real foreign money and threatened to contact arts advocacy organizations about discrimination against creative monetary expression. He was arrested while explaining to officers that his sparkly money was more beautiful than regular currency, and that businesses should appreciate artistic effort in payment methods. 37. A woman tried to pay her electric bill using $350 in currency from the board game Payday that featured cartoon workers and paycheck scenarios, claiming that employment simulation currency was legitimate money because it was designed to teach important lessons about work and financial responsibility through realistic economic gameplay. The Payday money was obviously board game components with employment-themed artwork and Payday game money branding, but she argued that work-based educational currency should be accepted because it represented important employment principles and financial literacy training. Utility company staff called police when she refused to provide real payment and threatened to contact employment advocacy groups about discrimination against work education monetary systems. She was arrested while lecturing officers about the educational value of employment simulation currency and claiming that Payday money was more work-oriented than regular currency because it taught important lessons about earning and managing money through employment. 38. One man attempted to use $700 in foreign currency that featured obvious cartoon characters from American animated shows, claiming that international entertainment currency was legitimate money because it was backed by global media companies and represented the future of internationally recognized entertainment-based monetary systems. The cartoon money featured Disney and Warner Brothers characters with impossible country names like Toonland and Cartoon Republic. But he argued that entertainment currency should be accepted because it was backed by successful multinational corporations. Electronic store staff called police when he insisted that his cartoon foreign money was legitimate international currency and threatened to contact entertainment industry organizations about discrimination against media-based monetary innovations. He was arrested while explaining to officers that cartoon currency was more globally recognized than American money because animated characters were understood worldwide regardless of language barriers. 39. A college student tried to pay dormitory fees using $2,800 in currency that she had created by laminating construction paper and drawing her own presidential portraits using colored pencils, claiming artistic constitutional currency was legitimate money because it represented creative interpretation of American monetary traditions. Her laminated money featured obvious art supply materials and hand-drawn portraits that looked like elementary school projects. But she argued that artistic currency should be accepted because it represented personal creative expression and constitutional appreciation. University called police when she insisted that her art project money was legitimate tender and threatened to contact constitutional advocacy groups about discrimination against artistic monetary interpretation. She was arrested while explaining to officers that her hand-drawn currency was more patriotic than printed money because it represented personal investment in American constitutional traditions through artistic expression. 40. One woman attempted to pay for groceries using $450 in casino play money that she had purchased online, claiming that gaming currency was legitimate tender because it was designed to look like real money and was used in gambling establishments that were regulated by government gaming authorities. The casino play money was obviously marked as for gaming use only and featured casino branding, but she argued that regulated gaming currency should be accepted everywhere because it was backed by legitimate businesses with government licenses. Store management called police when she insisted that her casino play money was equivalent to cash and threatened to contact gaming regulatory authorities about businesses that discriminated against casino-issued currency. She was arrested while lecturing officers about the regulatory backing of casino currency and claiming that gaming money was more secure than regular currency because it was designed to prevent counterfeiting in professional gambling environments. 41. A man tried to buy a motorcycle using $2,500 in foreign currency that he had obviously created using a color printer and clip art, featuring impossible combinations of different countries' flags and leaders with geographic impossibilities like Australian rubles and Mexican euros that revealed his complete ignorance of international monetary systems. He claimed the bills were from emerging economic partnerships between countries that were developing new international currencies to replace traditional national monetary systems. Motorcycle dealership staff called police when he insisted that his obviously fake international currency was legitimate tender and threatened to contact international trade organizations about discrimination against experimental global monetary cooperation. He was arrested while explaining to officers that his fake foreign money represented the future of international economics, and that progressive businesses should accept experimental currencies as part of global trade evolution. 42. One teenager attempted to pay school lunch fees using $75 in currency from various mobile games that she had printed from screenshots, claiming that digital gaming currency was legitimate money because it was purchased with real money and had actual economic value in virtual marketplace systems. The mobile game currency featured fantasy artwork and game company logos with clear indications that it was designed for entertainment purchases. But she argued that digital currency should be accepted everywhere because it represented the evolution of monetary systems toward electronic transactions. School staff called police when she insisted that her printed game currency was equivalent to cash and threatened to contact digital rights organizations about discrimination against virtual monetary innovations. She was arrested while lecturing officers about the economic validity of in-game purchases and claiming that mobile game currency was more technologically advanced than physical money because it existed in digital ecosystems. 43. A woman tried to pay her car insurance using $320 in currency that she had created by photocopying real bills and coloring them with different colored markers to improve the designs, claiming that enhanced artistic currency was legitimate money because it represented creative improvement on existing government monetary designs. Her marker-colored photocopies were obviously fake with crayon artwork added to copied bill designs. But she argued that artistic enhancement made currency more valuable and that businesses should appreciate creative improvements to standard monetary designs. Insurance company staff called police when she insisted that her enhanced currency should be accepted as payment and threatened to contact artistic advocacy groups about discrimination against creative monetary improvement. She was arrested while explaining to officers that her marker-enhanced money was more beautiful than regular currency and that artistic improvement made her bills more valuable than standard government designs. 44. One man attempted to use $900 in currency from board games that he had collected from thrift stores, claiming that vintage gaming currency was legitimate money because it was manufactured by established companies and had historical value that made it more collectible than contemporary government currency. The board game money featured various game themes and company logos from different decades, but he argued that collectible gaming currency should be accepted because it was backed by the historical success of American game manufacturers. Auto repair shop staff called police when he insisted that his collection of game money was equivalent to cash and threatened to contact collectibles organizations about discrimination against vintage gaming currency. He was arrested while lecturing officers about the historical value of board game money and claiming that vintage gaming currency was more culturally significant than modern Federal Reserve notes because it represented important American entertainment heritage. 45. And finally, one college student tried to pay her entire semester tuition using $12,000 in obviously handmade currency that she had created as an art project, featuring her own self-portraits as the president on each bill and denominations based on her personal preferences like 23 bills, because that was her favorite number. She claimed her artistic currency was legitimate money because it represented the ultimate expression of personal monetary freedom, and that educational institutions should embrace student creativity by accepting personally designed payment methods. Her handmade money featured construction paper, glue sticks, and crayon artwork that looked like elementary school currency projects. But she argued that artistic self-expression made her bills more valuable than mass-produced government currency. University officials called police when she insisted that her art project money should be accepted as tuition payment and threatened to organize student protests about discrimination against creative monetary expression. She was arrested while explaining to officers that her self-portrait currency was more democratic than government money because it represented personal monetary sovereignty and artistic freedom from federal banking control systems. The beautiful irony of fake money schemes is that they require real stupidity to attempt. These financial geniuses prove that some people can't even commit crimes correctly, turning counterfeiting into an art form of incompetence. Remember, if your money features cartoon characters or smells like chocolate, it's probably not legal tender. Subscribe if you want more proof that common sense isn't that common, especially when money is involved.
Any history anywhere records, internet history, nada. I'm 90% sure it was a scam or a literal cult, and I dodged that cannonball like Neo. Story 57. I go to a company to have an interview with the IT manager. I get walked back to IT, and this guy is buried in wires in the server room. Looks like he's surprised I'm there. The HR person looks like she's very embarrassed. The guy says, "Follow me." We walk down a long hall and out a side door, get into a station wagon and start driving. He starts asking me a bunch of IT questions. No joke. I had just read a magazine article the night before. Yes, a while ago. And I had remembered something that said, ODBC is a bloated driver. I had no friggin' idea at the time what ODBC was. The IT manager says, "What do you think about ODBC?" Without thinking, I just spout out, "It's a bloated driver." His jaw drops while we're driving. He looks at me, nodding his head up and down, smiling, and says, "That's right." We park at the large grocery store. Get out. I'm staying on his heels because I don't know any better. We walk into the store. He goes to a counter by the checkout lines and buys a few packs of cigarettes. We start walking back to his car. Now remember, I'm at an interview, so I'm in a three-piece suit with jacket on. He lights one up and we drive the 5 minutes back to the office, not saying anything. We get back to the building and he says, "It's a good interview. You're hired. Come in tomorrow." I was like, okay. Backstory follows if you want to know some interesting stuff. Guy was greatly feared in the company for being mean to everyone. He treated me like crap, but I had just spent a decade in the military being treated like crap, so he just rolled off me. Took his crap like it was nothing. Blew his mind. People were always asking me if I was okay working for him. People would look down or away when they would walk by us in the halls. This guy was a total jerk, but damn, he was a friggin' genius. The things he had done were amazing and way ahead of anything I was aware of. Knowledge quadrupled in 3 months working for him. I could spout the difference between Ethernet protocols, tell you the packets used in different types of data transmissions, and so on. The guy was actually rich because he wrote a program when he was a teenager that controlled surface motion on aircraft. Crazy smart. Only reason he was there was to be close to his kids from a divorce. One day, one of the network servers, yes, a while ago, volumes ground on itself, and he was working to get the storage back online. This is Netware 3.1 on HP servers. The issue was HP at the time considered 1 MB to be 1000K, whereas Netware considered 1 MB to be 1024K like the rest of the world. He's trying to calculate the exact amount of storage he needs, and I'm not joking, he's sitting out back in the smoke area of the company at a table with an engineering book calculating by hand to the 9th decimal place how to size the volume. That's 0.000000000. All this while the assembly lines are offline for hours and massive amounts of people are standing around because they cannot scan the barcodes for their assemblies to be built because the manufacturing databases are offline due to being on the route volumes. I walk up to him and say, "Why don't we just shave 24 bits off each 1,000 bits to get the volume back online and call it a day?" He yelled at me at the top of his lungs in front of a bunch of people on smoke break. "That's not how we do things here." We're there until about 2 a.m. in the morning by the time we get the volume back online. The next morning, the president of the company calls him in his office and fires him on the spot. They put me in charge, and I'm crapping the bricks. I basically started a multi-month process to migrate to Windows servers. Windows 2000 just came out, a long time ago, and start implementing Active Directory from scratch while pulling over the NDS environment, Novel's Active Directory. Long story shorter, sorry, I survived. Learned a ton, got yelled at a lot, and it all kick-started an IT career that I'm still in. But I will never forget that guy. The craziest thing is that guy called me up at home 2 weeks after he was fired and said, "You're the best person I ever worked with. I hired you because you knew Microsoft was crap in your interview, calling ODBC bloated." He would have hated me knowing I was replacing everything he did with Windows. I'll never forget that interview or that guy. Thank goodness I've never become him. But he was the only genius I've ever worked with. Story 58. It was a job with a delivery company, but as an office worker. I would make the routes and be the person's driver called if they were having any issues finding a location. Pay wasn't great, but it was full-time with benefits, so I applied and went to an interview. The interview with HR was great. She was impressed by my knowledge of the area and my ability to troubleshoot. She then says she wants to give me the job, but cannot because the owner needs to agree to hire. Okay, annoying, but I'll play along. Schedule another interview for a week later. When I arrive, there's no one in the main area, so I sit in a waiting area. All the doors to different offices were closed. I figured the receptionist was maybe in the washroom or something. No one came. I waited for 20 minutes past my interview time. would have left, but I needed a job. The owner finally comes into the waiting area and leads me back to his office. No apology or acknowledgement that I had to wait. He is immediately rude, goes over my resume piece by piece, criticizing every place I've ever worked. I had just graduated university, but jobs in my actual field were extremely difficult to find at the time. Most of my jobs were part-time and in retail. I also worked as a summer camp counselor, which he said was a useless job. Very few questions about my ability to do the job. I was so angry, but kept my cool. I tried connecting my previous job experience to this job. Unsurprised that I was never contacted again. I had noticed that everyone I had met in the office was the same race, but figured it was a coincidence. I later learned 80% of the people working there are related to the owner, and everyone else is the same race as the owner. Apparently, this has happened a few times. HR lady says you got the job, just interview with the owner to confirm. Then, owner sees you're not the same race and finds reasons not to hire you. Very annoying. Story 59. They had a swarm of beetles on the outside of the building. It was interesting, but not really a red flag until I went to the side. Sitting in the conference room, the beetles started falling down through the ceiling, bouncing off my nose, landing in my hair, and going down my shirt to be trapped in my bra, where they started biting my cleavage. As I'm frozen in horror because I've heard wonderful things about this company. It's a super short commute, and I thought I really wanted this job. The lead interviewer keeps peering out as he heard there were bugs, but he just can't see me. He wasn't interested in relocating to another room. He put on reading glasses briefly to look at what I pointed out. They lightly mocked me for being easily creeped out. I endured the pain of biting beetles to meet with 12 different interviewers. I keep bees. I'm not easily disconcerted by bugs, but having them in my bra did make me twitchy as hell. I did not get the job. They said they worried I seemed uncomfortable in their work environment. Story 60. I wanted to add, I had another interview where the boss did the sell me this pin crap, and then went on about how the office has an Xbox and they win prizes all the time. In the case, it's a crap sales job. Normal jobs don't have those incentives because they don't need them. Another one. Interview went well until right at the end. I was told I'd be earning commission only, trying to make appointments for double blazing salesmen by knocking door to door for 8 hours a day. Best quote from that is, look, I know you don't want commission only, but come and try it out for 2 days and I'll pay you 30 euros a day. I had another interview where I was told straight up, we don't like whiny behavior in this office. We don't go around talking behind people's backs. It's all very open. Got the job. It was an office of about 7 people. The whole 6 weeks I worked there, everyone stopped talking when I walked into the room. And people didn't speak to me because they were all talking about me behind my back. Bear in mind, I was about 28 and they were all in their 50s. Eventually, there was a mutual decision for me to leave the business, and I was told there's a black cloud over you. You bring an atmosphere to the office. I didn't do anything to cause that. It was like immediately people had an attitude, especially the one young person there. He hated sharing his status as the young guy and made it quite clear he didn't care for me being there straight away. A bunch of idiots. Story 61. We were asked to report at 8 a.m. for an interview at a stem cell bank company for the position of junior lab manager. The location was over 2 hours away from where I lived, so I left at around 5 a.m. from home, too early for breakfast. At the entrance of the company, they took us to put our belongings, phone, and footwear in a locker. Standard protocol in my home country, especially if it's a bio-based lab. Once we were all inside, we were asked to wait in an air-conditioned room. We were kept waiting until 12 noon, when I went up to the reception area and asked what time the interview would begin. They said HR managers are yet to arrive, please wait. Back then, 12 plus years ago, I was a fresh graduate, around 22 years old, and badly in need of a job, so I did not say anything and went back to my waiting spot. By this time, I was very hungry, having not eaten anything since morning. I had some chocolate and snacks in my bag, which was stuck in the locker. Around 1 p.m., they said those who want to go out for lunch can go and come back in 30 minutes, but HR can come anytime and start the interview, and if the candidate was not found when their name was called, they would be automatically disqualified. Naturally, only some people went out for food. Rest, like me, fearful of being disqualified, kept waiting and hoping someone would call. Remember, we were hungry and sitting bare feet in an AC room. Only water was provided to us, and by 2 to 3 p.m., that was also consumed by all of us waiting. After 3 p.m., some candidates started leaving. They were annoyed, /hungry, had other places to be at. From around 40 to 50 of us, we were down around 25 by 5 p.m. Around 5:30 p.m., the HR comes and calls a candidate inside, and that interview goes on until 6:30 p.m., which irritated me finally. I knew it will take me 2 hours to go back home, and as a woman, it was not safe for me to travel in the dark in my home country, so I decided to leave, of course, angry and dejected at an entire day being wasted. Through the course of the day's waiting, I managed to make a friend who stayed on and was called in for the second interview, 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Later, when I asked her how the interview went, she told me they asked her how stressed she was feeling as the first question as soon as she entered the room. She said she was feeling okay. She has a calm personality in general. They told her they'd made everyone wait intentionally the entire day, since the job was in a highly stressful environment. What stress, I have no idea. They finally ended up doing some aptitude questions with her and general stuff about where she lives, can she commute to this workplace, etc. And by 7:30 p.m. offered her the job, without interviewing the others still waiting outside. And they said, we'll tell them interviews have been canceled for today and they can come back tomorrow. And when they come tomorrow, we'll tell them person has been selected already and send them back, if she accepted the job offer. She was older than me and had worked in the US before this experience. So she turned the job offer down and told them it's simply unacceptable they treated everyone during the day, and she would not be associated with this company in any way. She's still my friend and already a top-level management executive now at a very big pharma company. The stem cell company went bankrupt after 4 to 5 years of this incident, and I reached home safe that night, with no regrets of having walked out. To this day, I cannot still believe that they actually made people wait with no care about their time, food, or dignity. Pressures may be desperate for jobs, but they're also human, and no HR has a right to behave this way, ever. It's just not excusable. Story 62. I applied for an IT-related job at a video production company. I've never done IT professionally, but I've always tinkered with computers and worked in video production for years, so I figured I could pick up the knowledge along the way. I'm a fast learner. I had the requirements they were after, except knowledge of a command line language that they use. I figured if I got the job, I could learn it. So I did the online application, got down to 45 for a phone interview, did the phone interview, got down to 10 for a video interview. This is where it got tricky. I got into the video interview. There were 3 people. Everything went pretty well. They were asking me behavior and personality type questions. Then one of the other interviewers took over and he starts asking me straight technical questions. What does this button do in the command line? What does this command achieve? I keep saying, I don't know, sorry, pass. Then he says, have you ever used this command line? No, I think I'm done. Does anyone else have any questions? I kind of died inside a little. He was very clearly disappointed and shocked, and I felt like a fool. Surprisingly, the interviewer sent me learning resources about the subject, and I got asked to an interview with them 3 more times over the next year. But I turned them down as I found a job I'm quite happy with. Story 63. It was last summer when it was unclear whether unemployment benefits were going to continue, and I really wanted to go back to work. However, my old job let me go after being closed for months, and options to go back into my field, hospitality, were slim. I was willing to take almost anything as long as it was a consistent paycheck. I interviewed at a gas station and had zero clue it was a sales position since it was never said during the phone screening, so it became instantly awkward when, at the beginning, I noted I wasn't interested in sales at all. It got worse after he looked at my resume, saw all my experience, and continued for the rest of the interview to repeat, you don't belong here. You'd be better off where you came from, but still pushed on to interview me for a sales position. By the end, my self-esteem was crushed, and I almost cried on the way home, wishing I could go back to where I came from. A few weeks later, a recruiter for that same company kept calling to set up an interview, since they clearly didn't know it already happened. After the 3rd call, I answered and let them know I'll never work for them a day in my life after recounting my experience. They apologized and never heard from them since. Story 64. During my career as a paralegal, my most memorable job interview was with a male attorney who personally conducted the interview himself. I should mention that I'm also a male and that during the time period in question, there were not many male paralegals around, particularly in the city that I lived in at the time, deep south of the United States. When the attorney ushered me in for the interview, I quickly noticed how odd he was acting when he first saw me in the waiting room. He was acting very suspicious of me, and after a few preliminary questions, he asked me how I heard about the job opening. From an advisement in a legal newspaper was my answer. And the next question out of his mouth was, so my wife did not call you personally to ask you to interview? To which I replied, no. Long story short, I didn't get the job. but it dawned on me much later that he must have been having an affair, or at least his wife may have thought he was. In my profession, it was quite common for attorneys to have affairs with their attractive legal assistants. Seriously, I've never felt such vibes of suspicion coming from a person whom I'd never met before and who seemed convinced that I was some sort of plant sent there by his equally suspicious wife in lieu of a hot young female legal secretary. Story 65. Well, I was over the job I had, and so called a friend who was president of a new company and looking for sales/marketing people. We were going to eat lunch in a little soup and sandwich place downstairs, then head up to the offices to meet more of the staff. A couple of other guys were going to meet us for lunch, but we were to come down as they finished their morning calls. Three of us, my friend, the VP, and I, grabbed a table and started eating. I had ordered a Starbucks bottled mocha drink with my food, the kind where the chocolate always settles to the bottom and needs vigorous shaking. I was a bit nervous, of course, but things were going well. So I was talking away, and without paying attention, I grabbed my drink and shook it hard, only I had already taken the top off. I launched an entire bottle of Starbucks mocha into the air. It was like slow motion, and we all watched as the contents of the bottle cascaded down all over the table, all over me, and all over the vice president's lap. It was everywhere but in the bottle. The VP gasped and jumped up, dripping, and ran over to the counter for more napkins, and we all started cleaning up as best we could, which wasn't very well. About that time, two more sales guys came down and stopped short when they saw the mess. Instinctively, they looked at my friend, their boss, and he simply shook his head. They sat down for the interview, and I quietly explained my foolishness. And then everyone just tried to act like I wasn't drenched in Starbucks mocha. It was awkward. I had to go upstairs and meet the staff that way as well, then walk back to my car in a nearby parking garage. I honestly looked like someone had thrown mocha latte-filled balloons at me. It was dreadful and embarrassing beyond words, but I got the job, and we've laughed about it to this day. Story 66. My dream job opened up at a school across the street from my house a month after I moved in. Serendipitously, the year before, I'd met and befriended the outgoing teacher at a conference in Seattle. She lived in the Detroit area, and I was about to move there. We teach a specialized elective, and her program identically matched the one I'd spent 14 years building at my previous school in another state. It was a hell of a coincidence, and colleagues within our professional organization assumed I was a shoo-in for the position. When I arrived at the interview, they informed me that I'd be teaching another subject in addition to the one I applied for. I never taught the other subject, and that was clear in my resume, which I mentioned right away. Regardless, most of the questions they asked me were about the subject I'd never taught. They said, just try your best. I went home and cried. They ended up splitting the position between two already there teachers who didn't want it. They proceeded to run the program into the ground within a year. Then they quit a year later. I'm still unemployed. Story 67. I interviewed for a sales management job at a luxury auto dealer after leaving a really toxic nonprofit, and to make matters worse, I had unverified concerns that my reputation was sort of tarnished following my departure. I get to the dealership, and the two interviewers are my potential direct supervisor and the head of the store. They printed off a predictive analysis report that was a summary of traits and flaws based off of keywords in my resume. Bizarre practice. Anyway, they gave me little to no information, interrogated me, and then walked me out before ghosting me for good. I don't have a single problem admitting that experience sticks with me and compels me to wish misfortune on them. I later got a job in real estate with someone that had worked at that dealership, and the predictive report nonsense was something they had never explained, nor has any of his peers who also worked there. Despite this, the interviewers claim to have utilized this practice since the store's inception. As paranoid as it makes me sound, this experience and that last tidbit, along with other mishaps in the course of my job hunt, only served to reinforce my suspicions of some professional conspiracy against me. Happy ending is that I finally landed my dream job in the justice system, as I had long been aspiring towards, with the best boss I've ever had and ever will have, and have a shot at leadership as indicated by my peers, supervisors, and a lovely HR officer. Life turned around, and the cherry on top is my soulmate, who's brought me three perfect and beautiful little soulmates who call me Dad. Story 68. Typical IT story. Long time ago, I worked as an IT consultant. Typically, we would just be told to show up at Company X and do our job, whether it be installing new computers or servers, running network cables, so on and so on. One day I get called into HQ and my handler says to me, Taizat, we need you to go to Company Y and interview with them before we can send you on the gig. He goes on to say, we've been sending people in and they've been rejecting them all, and we think you'd be good because you're very good with people. So I agree. Go home and refresh my resume and head over to meet with Company Y. Mind you, for a temp IT gig. I go in and meet with the hiring manager. She's this older, heavy-set white lady, and I can tell right away that she's in a bad mood. Or maybe this is just the way she was. We start talking and she's reading through my resume. Things seem to be going well until all of a sudden she slams my resume down on the table and says loudly, "God damn it, I told them I needed someone with SQL." She says it out as SQL, experience. I do have experience building out and deploying SQL servers, I say. "Well, then why is it not on your resume?" she barks back. "It does, under my skills. See, right there," pointing to the line on my resume that says Microsoft SQL. "This does not say SQL," she responds back. "SQL is the same thing as, this is a waste of my time," she yells. I'm keeping my cool and continue to try to explain to her, but her mind is made up and she ends up just walking out of the interview room. I sit there for a few minutes, then get up and see myself out. I head back to HQ, explain what happened word for word. They ended up dropping company Y from their client list. Story 69. Too many to list, but all for different reasons. Most ridiculous offer? I interviewed at a 5-year-old startup company who was lowballing salary big time. Interviewer kept advertising the huge bonus potential. Keep in mind, I was not interviewing for a sales position. "If we hit our sales goal this year, you'll make 8 times salary." Me: "What is sales goal?" Them: "15 million. Me: "What are current sales?" This was 3.5 months into the year. Them: "60K. I literally laughed and said, "There's no way that's happening." Interviewer did not disagree. Most ridiculous interview. Walked in for first interview and they handed me a 10-page packet. Solve all of these coding challenges by hand on this paper. Code needs to compile / be syntactically correct, etc., etc. Handed it back and left. Note: they were not trivial questions. Biggest letdown: interviewed for a hacker position for an electric vehicle company. As I'm not local, we discussed early on if it would be a remote position and they agreed. Had a couple phone interviews, which were tough, but did well. Flew out to their office and spent a full day getting grilled by multiple people. Hard, but went well and had some great conversations. Got a call back from the recruiter and they said, "Congrats, you got the position. But we were thinking about it and we'd really like someone on site. Would you consider relocation?" Would have loved to reload, but couldn't and had to turn it down. Biggest runaround: interviewed with an up-and-coming software automation company. Had multiple phone screens, did a bunch of silly online mental tests, had more phone screens, met some people in person, flew to New York to meet / interview with even more people, heard nothing for weeks. Sent a polite email asking for an update, heard nothing. Then got a note that, "Sorry for the delay, but we had a delay, but we're definitely looking to hire you." Then nothing. Then more nothing. Sent another nice note. Then nothing. Then nothing. Then another note asking if I was still interested. I chose not to reply. No. This dragged out over the span of like 7 months. The logic games were silly, and literally every interview / discussion had yet another one. It was really strange. People who worked in restaurants. What was the worst customer that you had to deal with? Worked in a popular restaurant for a while. We usually have quite a long wait, 30 to 40-minute waits, during dinner service, and people are told by the hosts about this. There was this lady that got fed up with the wait after 10 minutes. She stormed into the restaurant, stood next to a table of 4 people, and literally asked them, "You guys done? We've been waiting for a long time now, and we would like to have the table if you guys are just chatting." It's completely mind blown how people are able to not give a F and pull something like this in public. Story 2. A customer ordered one of our daily specials and didn't like it. So instead of complaining to me about the food and letting me offer something else, she complained to my manager about me. This was May of last year. In August of last year, turns out she was one of my college professors for the semester, teaching a management course. She recognized me the first day, but I played it off like I didn't know her. Edit: she didn't complain about me to my manager in front of me. I left to go work an event in a different building, and she left a sticky note for me after talking to my boss. I don't know what the sticky note said since I didn't bother to read it. Story 30. I got my worst review. It was also this establishment's worst piece of customer feedback from a woman who my hard-ass boss and co-boss agreed I had welcomed warmly and who I had served appropriately and politely. This customer accused me of being terrible and rude and swearing at her because, get this, I held up 2 fingers to illustrate that we had 2 cup sizes. She also said that I'd been consistently rude for over a month and was the reason she was never coming back. Only I'd actually transferred from a different store and it was actually my 2nd day working there. So I guess she had no way of knowing. I just want to know what the hell her issue was. I thought I was friendly to her. I don't understand why she'd go out of her way to try and get a minimum wage worker fired. Story 4. Way back in the 80s, I worked in a restaurant that was a favorite of a celebrity chef in those days, Jeff Smith, the frugal gourmet. Never seen a bigger asshat than that guy. Literally make our servers cry. Nothing was ever right. He was beyond rude and condescending, yet he kept coming back. He had a reputation of being a jerk off camera. Eventually, he was disgraced by being outed as a child predator and was quickly forgotten by all. Our restaurant was a good place. Another celebrity chef at the time, Grant Kerr, the galloping gourmet, was always a pleasure to have visit. Story 5. After a wedding reception ended at our facility, we were cleaning, and I began the cleaning process on our espresso machine. The party was over almost a half hour already. The process takes 12 minutes. People were still there as the party slowly let out, and the father of the bride asked me for an espresso. I told him I could get it to him, as we have a strict policy of always trying to satisfy guest needs. But the machine was cleaning, and it would be done in about 10 minutes. He begins ranting about how much he paid for the wedding and stormed to our banquets manager and told them I refused to make it for him. Manager is a D-bag and starts ripping me in front of the guy. I show both of them that the machine is just finishing the cleaning process and it was impossible to make it beforehand. I got suspended for 2 weeks. You know, it's not uncommon. In fact, I would go so far as to say that it is common for, let's just call them paying customers at restaurants, to just adopt this pretentious attitude like they own the servers and the waiters and the staff there because they're paying for a meal and therefore they're in charge, they're calling the shots, right? We see this all the time. But what's really aggravating about this story, as employees back there in the kitchen and actually working there, you gotta have each other's backs. There's nothing more unsettling than seeing a manager that doesn't support their employees and then has the nerve to suspend OB for this. I mean, I'm assuming that everything that was shared in the post is exactly how it went down. It just doesn't make any sense. It's terrible. Story 6. Work in a place that's frequented by local families and youth sports teams. On Sundays, this one large group of people always come in and they're the worst. The parents drink and ignore their preteens who run around playing games in the entire restaurant, disrupting everyone else. They've tried to walk in a party of 45 during end-of-year sports party season when we're booked solid and get mad that there isn't enough space for them. And they modify everything like crazy and leave 0 in a tip. It's at least once a month the entire group comes in, and weekly for some of the individual families. Story 7. I worked at Friendly's in high school as a server, and this brings back so many painful memories. Worked my ass off all night once for a whole soccer team and parents who came in with no notice. Then, at the end of the night, they wanted everything split up. The kids were sitting at different tables, so trying to get the right kid's food to the right parent was near impossible. Not to mention, some kids split meals or got specialty drinks and ice cream or appetizers. Some parents were trying to tell me what their kid ordered. Others were just saying, whatever the blonde kid with the headband ordered, etc. It was impossible to work out who got what and who was supposed to be charged with it. Not to mention, about half of them had coupons that they were all switching around with each other, some of which were expired. But they wanted them used anyway because they were spending so much money. A huge portion of the bill had to be comped because no one would claim a bunch of items, and I didn't think to tell them beforehand they couldn't split the bill 17 ways. After reprinting checks about 10 times because, God forbid, someone pay an extra $2 on a milkshake, they said their kid didn't order, even though you could look over at the table and see half the kids had milkshakes. I was in the back crying. My manager was yelling at me over what a fiasco this was and mad because the kids had been drawing on the tables and throwing crayons at other customers over the partition. I finally come back out to hopefully get everyone change or swipe cards or whatever. And one of the dads had the audacity to tell me to, quote, not look so stressed out. It's just Friendly's. F you, whoever that guy was. They then left me about a $15 tip in total for the 3-ish hours I waited on them, with a bill that was easily over $400. A lot of them tipped on the coupon price instead of the actual cost, and a lot of them just left whatever change was left over. I know it's only Friendly's, and I might have been young, but that doesn't make the job any easier. F those people. Story 8. This one guy who basically hated his order so much that he waved me over and told me to put my hand out, and proceeded to spit out entirely what was in his mouth into my hand. Then tell me to refund him, and then make him something else. So I would have been fired on that day. I would have taken what he just spat in my hand and smashed it right back in his face. The people that act like this, and I know that there really are people that do this, You suck, and you deserve to starve. Or eat prison food. Prison food probably tastes better than whatever this guy spat back out. Sorry you had to go through that. Story 9. I waited tables for a few years in college, and the worst table that I ever had was a Catholic priest and some guy he was trying to hit up for donations. The whole meal, he was very condescending and demanding. After everything was done, I left the check at the table. He ended up walking out, stiffing me not just on the tip, but on the entire check. He even stole the leather check holder thing. I reported this to my manager. A couple weeks later, this same guy comes in with about 20 members of his congregation. My manager told him he wasn't welcome in our restaurant after walking out on his previous tab in front of his whole party. They all ended up leaving to go elsewhere. Best manager I've ever had. So in contrast to the story that I commented on a few stories ago about managers not having their employees' backs, this manager, is awesome. Like, believe your employees when they say that customers are being D-bags. Have their backs, and then if you have a chance to, like, take a shot back at them and, spin the karma back, like in their face, do it. That's awesome. That makes for much better reading. Moving on. Story 10. Not a restaurant employee, but I had an A at my legal job. He gave us $20 halfway through the job because we were good, but said, if you don't keep up the good work, I will take it back. Jerk off. Adding to this, as it seems popular, first guy was a late 20s grade 8 douche. Another guy was this short 45-ish powerlifter that was a stereotypical short man. Think of guys that call people chief sarcastically, and an a-hole to boot. Sometimes customers water Gatorade for us, and it was always appreciated. We were touring this guy's house, and as we walked into the kitchen, he announced he had water for us. Oh, awesome, thanks, I said as I surveyed what needed to be moved. The MF pointed down to his dog's water bowl. Yeah, F that dude. Same dude also had a plethora of weight/workout junk, which was fine. Cougars are essentially powerlifters, but I saw him push what looked to be a bowling ball into the front lawn. I went to pick it up, thinking it was a bowling ball, but no, it was a 150-pound cast iron ball bearing from a ship's engine. He could have left it on the pavement, but where's the fun in that? Let it sink into the ground, where I had to dig it out and lift it onto a 4.5-foot truck bed. Love that thing for grip strength, exclaimed Gable. Story 11. I had a guy that was a germaphobe and had really bad OCD. He came through before, and my coworker didn't want to deal with him. So I went to the drive-through window after washing my hands. I cashed out the order that was on screen, and he reluctantly handed over his card. I gave him the coffee that I cashed him out for. He started yelling at me, saying that it was wrong. Apparently, the person that took the order forgot to type it in. Unfortunate, but it happens. He started yelling at the coworker that didn't want to take his order at the window. So instead of just saying that it was the wrong order, getting refunded and being on his way, he stayed in the driveway for 20 minutes telling my coworker that she was stupid and unprofessional and was unfit to be a supervisor. He kept demanding that we get the phone number of our franchise owner, but apparently the number was wrong and he kept yelling at us. But when we came back to the window after 20 minutes of this, he left. My supervisor went into the back to cry. I felt so bad for her. She's a sweet person. Fast forward less than a month later, he called the store to apologize, and the manager made sure that my coworker never dealt with him again. But he could come in as long as he didn't make a scene. He told the manager that his therapist told him he should apologize. He spent a combined total of 3 hours on the phone with the manager, where he apologized and also blamed us for making him late to his appointment that day. At the end of the phone call, he asked if we were hiring. Yeah, nice little plot twist there at the end. Yeah, I know I've been like a mega douchebag, and you all probably hate me, but are you guys hiring? Can I come work with you? Yeah, that would end well, I'm sure. Story 12. Used to be a bartender at this hybrid restaurant/bar/movie theater. On big movie releases, the bar would get absolutely slammed, and on this particular night, we'd run out of glassware completely. People were allowed to take their drinks into the theater with them. The only glassware I had at the time were regular pint glasses that you would normally serve water in. We only served beer in them in a pinch. This guy and his wife/GF got lucky and caught a seat at the bar, and he ordered a Jack Daniels neat. Having no other glassware, I put it in a pint glass and explained that we were running low on rocks glasses, assuming he would understand since it was absolute chaos everywhere he looked. He took it and said, "I'm not very happy," in a smarmy way, and gave this crappy little grin. I apologized again and said, "Unfortunately, we're not making any more glasses back here." And him and his wife acted like I reached across the bar and slapped him. I just got my manager and told him to deal with him. He told them the same thing I had told them regarding the lack of glassware and gave them a free drink, which they seemed happy with. I would have felt bad if there was something else I could have done for them, but there wasn't, so F that guy. Story 13. Had a man and his wife come in during a really busy lunch rush. He was rude off the bat, interrupting me, not wanting to listen to me speak, whatever. It happens all the time. He was very adamant that he wanted both chips and salsa and a plate of roasted wings as appetizers. He kept emphasizing that he wanted them together before they ordered their lunch, even though chips and salsa only take a minute and wings take about 12. I rang them in together because of how he ordered them. In hindsight, I should have made completely sure, but not 3 minutes later, the man is waving at my coworker across the restaurant, yelling at her about how they've been there for 30 minutes and his appetizer's taking too long, and he wants it before his wings. I was at a party table, so he ran back and grabbed the chips and the wings, which were somehow up as well, and brought them out. He took one bite of a wing and tossed the plate like a frisbee across the table towards her and started complaining about them being cold. I rush over to see what's going on, and he starts yelling at me, saying his food is awful and this is the worst service he's ever gotten in his life. I don't do well with grown men yelling at me, so I went to the kitchen and my manager went out and thankfully had my back as much as he could and made the guy pay for the wings and chips and then leave. After that, I started to clean the table where I found the single penny he tipped me with that my coworker promptly threw in the trash, and got a call from my general manager asking why a man had called me, quote, professionally challenged on Yelp. Story 14. There was an old couple I loved who used to come in every single week to the restaurant I worked at. They were super nice and clearly still very much in love. I'd always kind of thought of them almost like role models of how I'd like to be in my retirement. They lived a couple towns over in a picturesque place and would always have nice stories about what they'd been up to. The guy spoke like Ray Winston, which made him cool as F in my eyes. Serving them always made the shift better. Anyway, one day we were doing a charity thing for World Hunger Day, specifically for children in Africa, and there were relevant pictures of starving kids on the flyer we gave the bill. It was one of those tick here if you want to add 25p or something things. It was a bit cringe, but most customers were like, whatever, it's only 25p. So anyway, I take over the bill, and the guy totally blindsides me with his response. I ain't giving no money to some effing... I was caught off guard and stood in silence as he went into a massive racist rant. I totally never expected that. I'd seen these guys as people to aspire to. Turns out they were massive bigots. I was gutted. Story 15. A lady from the real estate agency next door ordered a chicken box, and then proceeded to drive an hour to her next showing. In the middle of summer, where it probably sat right in front of her AC unit in the passenger seat. Surprise, surprise, food gets cold when left in the cold. Who knew? Upon the shocking discovery that food doesn't stay warm, she called us to scream at my boss that we tried to kill her because he's a spineless pushover in the summer. He agreed to give her a new free meal when she came back. She came to get her free food, and things didn't improve. One of our chefs came to collect her cold food. While still in front of the window, he opened the box and fished out the uneaten biscuit. He threw the rest away, but walked away with the bread. I presume he meant to eat it, but he went about it all wrong. She started screaming about how we were recycling food, that she had friends with the health inspector, that she was going to see us in court. The histrionics brought my boss out of his office, and after chewing out the idiot chef, he tried to smooth things over. I don't remember much. We were all effing busy, and since he'd taken over the drive-thru, I hopped onto another task. She wouldn't move forward, and the line was piling up. My boss was starting to get annoyed. They had stopped talking to each other. Her hot meal is up, and he goes to hand deliver it and tell her to get the F out of line. I'm not entirely sure, as I was halfway across the store trying to make drinks. All I remember is a surprised gasp from our food runner, and looking up to see a box of steaming hot chicken came sailing through the window and scattered across the front of the house. My boss had barely stepped back in time. We could only stare as the crazy lady roared out of the parking lot, and he snapped at the first person stupid enough to still be making eye contact and clean it out. Story 16. I worked at a Vietnamese restaurant back at high school, and I had a Viet family come in to eat. They gave me snobby vibes the entire time, especially after I told them I couldn't speak Vietnamese. They ordered regular pho, but asked for no cilantro, so I rang the order in with no cilantro. It came out with cilantro in it, and I told the kitchen what the family asked. The kitchen told me they couldn't do anything about it, so I told my manager, and they told me to ask the family if they still wanted it. Family said yes, so I brought it out and they took out the cilantro and ate the entire thing. At the end of the meal, they spoke to the owner and complained how I got their order completely wrong, got the food for free, and got their bill taken out of my pay. The owner told me I should have removed the cilantro myself. Crappy management, crappy customer. Edit. I was not angry that the customer ordered no cilantro. I was upset at the fact that they abused their rights by asking not to pay for their food when they clearly ate everything. Also, it's been a few years. Story 17. Not me, but I heard about my dad's former coworker being an absolute a-hole to a waitress. He'd only started working in my dad's department, IT, a few months earlier, and my dad did not like him from the start. This guy accompanied my dad on a business trip to Australia a couple of years back, and they went to a nice restaurant one evening. This guy proceeded to tell the waitress the food was horrible, then just resorted to personally insulting the waitress, which made her cry, on top of refusing to tip her. My dad immediately thought, this guy's a complete a-hole. That same guy, a few weeks later, also tried to get my dad fired, so he could get my dad's position as head of IT. My dad confessed to me that he was thinking of leaving that company anyway, but that guy made him GTFO. Thankfully, he's well known in his industry. He's the type of guy that could resign at a job on Friday afternoon and start a new one on Monday morning, so to speak. So my dad submitted his resignation and immediately got a job elsewhere. Unfortunately, the guy did get my dad's job, but lots of people in the IT department jumped ship to the company my dad was working at. As a result, the a-hole who had taken my dad's job ironically got fired a year later because nobody wanted to work for him. Edit. Okay, I'm getting a lot of responses about tipping in Australia. My dad was not aware you guys don't tip. He always tips everywhere he goes. Hope that clears it up. Story 18. I worked at a bakery for 2 years, and I had to deal with, honestly, the most heinous and rude customers ever. I've worked in the food industry my whole life and lived in Toronto up until 3 years ago, and I've never dealt with such entitlement. Anyways, one day, one of our staff members quit by text message 5 minutes before her shift, and 30 minutes before we were set to open at 8 a.m. on a Saturday. We were hard-pressed finding someone to cover, so I was alone until a front-of-house person was able to come in. About an hour later, I had one of the kitchen staff helping me, and all they could do was grab things and bag them as they weren't trained on cash or coffee. So here I am, running around trying to help customers, make coffees, bring people through, and clearly stressed. This douchebag man was clearly annoyed that he had to wait, huffing and puffing, and eventually loudly exclaimed, "F this, I'm not effing waiting for this crap," and proceeded to throw his bagged muffin at my head and storm out. I legit almost chased him down. I was livid. Customers are crap. Well, so as corny as this sounds, throwing a muffin at somebody is still technically considered assault. So you were well within your rights there to go after him or at least call the police on him. You know, some of them muffins be stale, hard as a rock. You could get hurt by that. Moving on. Story 19. Oh, where to start? I worked in a cafe for a few years, and while there were some bad one-offs, the worst people were difficult regulars. There was one who would order the most popular thing on the menu, but with a list of modifications a mile long, right down to what fruit to include with the side of fruit and how many inches tall to pile the turkey on the sandwich. She would always get it to go, and then would about 50% of the time call the restaurant from home saying that the order wasn't correct and that she wanted a refund. However, my least favorite was this woman who would come in about an hour before closing and then stay until past closing, bugging you for little things piecemeal all the while. I get that at sit-down restaurants, customers can generally come in whenever they want as long as the doors aren't locked yet, and then stay as long as they want. However, we were in a small cafe, and I would kick everyone out when I locked the doors. She just wouldn't leave. Once she was on the phone when it was time for her to leave, LOL. I ended up just shouting at her, loud enough for whoever was on the other line to hear. "It's time to leave the cafe now!" People not wanting to leave was relatively common, although most people would leave right away when you asked. Once a woman just wanted to finish up one more thing on her computer. One more thing turned into one more thing, which turned into one more thing. She was sitting by the open window, and there was no air conditioning in the cafe. So finally, I just went and closed the window. She gave me the dirtiest look, but she got the F out, LOL. The first customer that I described was my coworker's worst nightmare, and he always made me deal with her since, while she was super annoying, I didn't mind as much. The people who wouldn't leave at the end of the day pissed me off so badly, though. Look, we've all been there. To me, there's really nothing more rude than people that press employees around closing time. The common courtesy as a customer is to be done doing whatever you're doing and leaving the building 5 minutes before official closing time. But technically, once you hit that actual hour closing time, 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, whatever it is, you absolutely need to be out at that point. So if you're not going to be courteous, then the absolute least that you can do is leave promptly at the closing hour. And people that linger, hang around, it's just so tacky and inconsiderate. Story 20. I used to manage a restaurant and hated those couple of times in 5 years of my working there when some entitled customers left without paying because the waitresses didn't come to pick up my money. That's a piece of crap move and a poor excuse, when all you need is to grab a waitress's attention by simply talking. Once it was a family of 4 who left the restaurant during a busy evening, and we realized that the bill wasn't paid for after some 10 minutes had passed. I checked the cameras and saw the father taking the bill, putting the money in, sitting there for just 3 to 4 minutes, looking around and taking the money back and leaving with the whole family. Lucky our owner was a great guy and told me to simply ban the effer and his family. And to my surprise, that piece of crap came back with friends on a busy evening in a couple of months. I was very excited watching his face being embarrassed in front of his friends and customers sitting outside when I told him that he's banned. And when his wife started to get upset, I told them I remembered them and told them the whole story with me checking the cameras and seeing him taking the money back and all. Story 21. I worked in a Japanese restaurant and it was a small restaurant. So I was usually working as cashier, waiter, busboy, and delivery driver. Basically, it was me handling everything, and the owner would come out from the back and take over if there was a delivery. Anyway, one day we had a family come in. Mom and Dad got sushi rolls for themselves and then got chicken hibachis for the kids. The hibachi came with a side of rice, and I watched as these kids started throwing rice at each other. Mom and Dad did absolutely nothing to stop them, like not even a cut that out. When they left the place, all around their table was an absolute mess. And to make things worse, the floor was carpeted. So cleaning rice out of it was a huge pain in the ass normally. But this was on a whole different level. Didn't even get a sorry about the mess from them. Story 22. Worked fast food in high school. I've got a few. 1. Man orders double cheeseburger with extra cheese and receives one with 4 slices instead of the usual 2. 2 minutes later, he's absolutely red in the face and screaming at the poor cashier. He's demanding to talk to the little crap that made his sandwich and asking if we think this is some kind of a joke. Apparently, when he ordered extra cheese, he wanted 1 extra slice, not 2. 2. Some guy comes to the drive-thru and orders 4 fish sandwiches. We only had 2 pieces of fish cooked, and they were really close to their hold expiration time. Since we had to cook more anyway, my manager said to waste those 2 since they were old and make all fresh ones for the customer. Guy comes up to the window and they ask him to pull forward because it'll be a couple minutes. Meanwhile, we keep serving other cars. After a couple orders go out, this dude is in the lobby and asking for a manager. He's irate that we made him wait on his food while serving other people. The manager apologizes and explains the situation. Most people would be thrilled we didn't serve them old food. But for some reason, that just made this guy angrier. He starts yelling louder and then threatens my manager with physical violence over it. She asks him to leave and threatens to call the police. Dude storms out, slamming the door so hard he broke the latch and squeals his tires as he leaves the parking lot without his order. Never came back for it either. 3. We had this regular who came in every Sunday morning and ordered the same thing. A side salad, supersized fries, and a Happy Meal for her grandkid. One day, the person who bagged her order put the salad and the fries in the same bag as we were trained to do. If you've ever seen a supersized fry container, they're tall, and the side salad is in one of those little rectangular plastic things. So, as you can imagine, the fries fell over. For a normal person, this is no big deal, but not for this lady. She needed new fries and a new salad, in separate bags this time. Of course, the fries we had already made that came up 1 minute ago were not good enough, and she refused to leave or accept the new ones until we made a fresh basket. Story 23. It was my first week as a waitress at a Perkins. 2 old ladies came in 2 hours before the end of my night shift. They ordered the turkey specials, which came with soup, the meal, and dessert. I got their food and checked up on them. Everything was fine, but they were still eating. I came back 15 minutes later to check again. One woman was finished, so I took her plate, but the other wasn't, so I left her to it. I came by again 10 minutes later and asked, still waiting. The centerpieces in the middle of the table were positioned in such a way that I didn't notice the fork in her hand. She responded very rudely. Obviously I am. What does it look like? I was new at this, so I was taken aback. I apologized and laughed it off nervously. At this point, however, the kitchen was 10 minutes to closing, and I needed to put in their dessert order so the staff would know what items to not clean up and put away. So I asked the woman if I could take their dessert orders, and the same woman looked at me angrily and said, "Do not rush us. We come here every week, and we've never experienced such poor service. There's no need for you to be hovering like this." I suppose I was hovering, but they were taking forever. I apologized and explained the kitchen was closing soon, but she wouldn't have it and sent me on my way. By the way, as all this happens, the other lady sat there awkwardly, not saying a thing. Although, as I walked away, I heard her tell her friend she shouldn't have yelled at me like that. I went back to the kitchen and talked trash with the other waitresses, but as I did, I noticed my boss walking to their table. Oh, great. So they're chatting now, and she's not even finishing her food. So a half hour passes, and the kitchen is closed, and the restaurant's about to close too. But there they are, still chatting. When they were finally done, I went and asked if I could take their dessert order. And guess what? They ordered something that needed to be prepared by the kitchen, as well as coffee for the table. Well, the coffee machine had already been cleaned, which was a whole process, and the kitchen staff was gone. I told them that, and the one rude woman insisted I ask my boss to reopen the kitchen because he knew them and they were regulars. Having no choice, I asked him, and he reluctantly did it. We made a whole new batch of coffee, and he whipped up their order in the kitchen. They got a ton of free coffee because we had nothing to do with the leftover. I had to stay an hour and a half late while my ride waited in the parking lot so I could re-clean the kitchen by myself. Then I got yelled at by my boss for not taking their dessert order earlier, and he gave me no chance to explain myself. To top it all off, when I left, I got a measly $8 tip on a $75 bill. Worst day ever. Story 24. I used to work in Park City, where they have the Sundance Film Festival. So you have a bunch of high-maintenance, snickety people from the film industry in what is otherwise a pretty chill ski town in Utah. Just the absolute gall people have in customizing their order is enough to drive you crazy. I hope every line cook in every restaurant in Los Angeles makes $1 million. Here are some of the ones I remember. A latte, half almond milk, half cream, mixed, extra hot with a small spurt of honey on the bottom. A black bean burger put in a spinach tortilla with the tomatoes chopped, not sliced. A breakfast burrito, but make it vegan. We had vegan options on the menu. The burrito wasn't one of them. I guess nobody from LA eats gluten, so I got a bunch of free croissants, so it wasn't a total loss. Look, OP, I live in LA and I eat gluten. Don't group us all together with those pretentious jerk-offs that you gotta deal with. We're not all bad, I promise. Story 25. Used to wait tables a while back. Breakfast place. Mother's Day was always the worst to work in restaurants, as I'm sure anyone else can agree with. So this Mother's Day is going particularly well. And then towards the end of the brunch rush, I get sat with a party of 8. Everyone's in a good mood. Mom, it's her day, orders our breakfast tacos with no onions. She says no onions like 3 times. Right, no onions. Drinks are going fine. Everyone is doing well. Food comes out. I ask how everything looks. Mom pushes her plate away and loudly and aggressively says, "I said no onions." I look down at the tacos to see that there are, in fact, no onions. Me, "Ma'am, I put your order in with no onions. There are no onions." She gets a crap-eating grin and goes, "Oh yeah? Well, what are these?" and points to the green bell peppers on the tacos. Me, those are green bell peppers. She rolls her eyes and goes, "Same thing." The table goes silent as no one in her party knows what to do, clearly blinded by her stupidity. My brain short circuits. I think to myself, no, the F they aren't the same thing. They're not even the same effing color. You can read, you're an effing adult. Just say how you want something and stop making a scene. Instead, I just put on my best customer service smile and said, "Right, sorry about that. We'll get that fixed." Took it back to the kitchen and told my chef, and he just started laughing about it. $0 tip. Happy Mother's Day. Story 26. I have 2 from the same restaurant. First one goes like this. I worked as a busboy, and it was getting near closing time. At this point, it was around 9:30. We closed at 10. And this table, who was probably 20-ish feet away from where I was, started trying to say to me, "That's a free meal." I stopped vacuuming because I just didn't understand what they were asking me. Supposedly, they were under the belief that if someone was vacuuming before close, then they got a free meal. So eventually the owner comes up to me and asks me how far away I was vacuuming, and I said the same thing. She just told me, yeah, they're idiots, and told me to wait a little bit. They ended up leaving past 10:30, and I don't think they left a tip. They didn't get their free meal. Another shorter story was the time that two giant groups of about 16 people each came in a few weeks later at about 9:45. I think I got home at midnight that night. Story 27. Back in college, I was working my first job as a front of house staff for an on-campus, locally owned burger place. My main job was to call the order numbers out to customers and pass their food off. Easy enough. Well, one night we get absolutely slammed with to-go orders at close. I'm the only person out at the front, and there were two cooks behind me working on the food. A man ordered 2 burgers. Cool. Well, we're so busy, I'm obviously not aware of what number goes with what customer off the top of my head, and I call out a number. The customer takes it and heads out. Turns out the wrong customer grabbed that man's order. He proceeded to yell profanities at me, calling me an effing idiot, demanding his food be free, and he gets free fries, all in front of other customers. I started crying. It held up everyone else's food in the process. The manager has to tell him to F off and remakes his food. It's just one giant crap show. Story 28. Pizza, ice cream, sandwich shop in a small rural town. I was on delivery. We had this guy who ordered maybe once a week or so. This customer lived a solid half an hour outside town. None of us knew why the owner ever agreed to deliver to this guy in the first place, being that far out, but we used to wonder if the owner was being threatened into. The level of crap the customer would raise if you didn't bring him cheese and peppers for his pizza was absolute madness. There was an incident where a delivery driver found the customer waiting on his porch, polishing a shotgun. And the first thing the customer did was loosely point the gun towards the driver and say, "Bring my cheese and peppers?" We fully believed the customer would have shot our driver if the answer had been no. As it was, the driver didn't have as much cheese and peppers as the customer would have liked. The customer threw a fit. From then on, when we delivered to this customer, because the owner didn't cut him off, we were told to take a bucket of cheese and peppers with us. I'm talking like one of those bulk ice cream buckets you buy at the supermarket. We all kept on in our trucks, but we had to start taking an extra just for this one customer. I wonder if the guy was even in it for the pizza. Look, if a guy's pointing a shotgun at you, you don't have to wait for your employer to cut them off. Like, take matters into your own hands and call the police. And that's especially if you, as OP quoted here, fully believe the customer would have shot our driver if the answer had been no. Like, if you truly feel like your life is in danger, I mean, no job is worth that. Call the cops. Don't wait on your job. Story 29. Not necessarily the worst crime here, but there was a group of old ladies that would come in every Sunday after church. All 4 would get the same thing, every week. Iced tea with a half-grilled Asian salad with the senior discount. $4.19. Every time they paid with $4 bills and 2 dimes. Tip, 4 cents. While this sucked enough on its own, the fact that they were always super sweet to everyone made it burn even more. But on top of all that, on Sunday morning/afternoon, a really busy shift, they would sit there for several hours. So on a busy day, when you only had 3 or 4 tables, having one of the tables taken for hours with a guaranteed 4-cent tip really sucked for your income for the day. Also worked at a fast food restaurant in high school. We closed at 9 on Sundays. Almost every Sunday, a group from a local church would roll in at about 8:55 and order full meals, full desserts, and then sit in the dining room until 10:30 or 11. We ended up having to make extra strong Sunday ammonia cleaner that we would use on the surrounding tables to get them to leave. As a high schooler, it was infuriating. Story 30. We had an 8:50 to 8:55 crowd on Sundays too. It was the fast food with the square burgers, except they were also so disgusting, we could be there until long after the kitchen was closed, doing the dining room and bathrooms. Big group of them. And our spineless manager would not throw out paying customers. Finally, one of the new guys started adjusting the big clock in the dining room, 1 minute at a time while the manager's back was turned, until it was 5 minutes fast. Then he'd go at fake 8:59 and lock the doors. One time he did it while the Sunday night people were in the parking lot, getting out of their cars. Waved to me. I immediately asked the manager the most complicated question I could think of about a training thing that needed answering in the office, and that kept him so busy that not even a latecomer's impotent knocking could be noticed, while clock manager calmly lifted the phone off the hook and cleaned it. Next week, another of us showed the manager something fascinating in a catalog for his car at that hour, and again, the phone got sanitized. The week after that, they tried to show up early at 8:40, only to discover the doors locked again. all the chairs up and the whole place being professionally red. Fourth week, they didn't return. We all chipped in and got Clock Changer a PlayStation 2, which was a big deal. Story 31. The mayor of my small town had a private party in my bar/restaurant. Bunch of middle-aged people. Most of the females were local teachers. Drunk, stumbling all over, spilling, breaking glasses, trying to hug me. But this one guy, oh my god. This fat, sweaty, middle-aged, disgusting man went behind my bar and broke at least 3 glasses. Refused to pay. When I yeeted him out and refused to serve him because he was so drunk, he took out a bag of cocaine and snorted it off the bar. Then he looked at me all smug and victorious. I called my boss, hoping he would come and solve it. But he was a mama's boy who was playing entrepreneur on his father's expense, and he was super excited that the mayor wanted the party in his place. He joined in on that. When they started trashing the furniture, he finally dismissed the party. He helped me clean. I noped the F out the next day, of course. Story 32. I used to work at a candy store in a popular area for tourism in my rich, white hometown. Lots of dumb people, lots of annoying people, and lots of bullcrap. But I'd say despite this, one of the worst customers I worked with wasn't actually a customer. We hadn't opened yet, and I was outside washing windows and tables by myself. I was 17. The man, probably 50 to 60, walked up behind me while he was walking down the sidewalk and said, "Looking good." Other than that, I had a customer come in once while we were open, and I was working my section of our store's counter. I said, "Hi, welcome to store. Would you like to try some free samples today?" In my very over-enthusiastic customer service voice. It's some middle-aged effing bozo again with his wife, and he turns to her and says, "Hey, honey, would you like samples?" Clearly mocking me. His wife looked at me while he laughed, and I just stared at him like, "Are you effing kidding me, dude?" Until he got hurt. Last story. A pizza place I currently work at. I picked up our phone, and a little girl, probably like 7 years old, was like, "Hi, I ordered a pizza. I was wondering when it's going to be here." She sounded obviously very nervous to have to call on the phone and talk, but I helped her the best I could. I was kind of new, and told her it was going to be 10 to 15 as their food was already on the road. Less than 5 minutes later, I get another call, and it's this woman. And she's like, "Hi, my daughter called you guys a while ago, and she said you guys told her the pizza would be here in a couple minutes, and you refused to refund the order when she called, and it's not here yet. You lied to my daughter. Give us our money back." It's obvious this woman wasn't expecting the same person who helped her kid to pick up, and I was like, "Ma'am, I was on the phone with your daughter 5 minutes ago. I did not say it was almost there. I said it would be 15 to 20 minutes. At no point did your daughter ask for a refund." She stops for a sec, and she was not expecting me to know that she was straight up lying. But the average person who calls on the phone to order pizza, instead of ordering online like a normal person, isn't very bright to begin with, much less someone who calls on a Saturday night, close to Christmas, and gets angry when the delivery time is over 2 to 2.5 hours when she wants the pizza in 30 minutes or less. Average delivery time for 6 on a Saturday obviously wasn't 30 minutes ever. So IDK what prescription pills this mom was taking, but she had worm brain anyway. So she basically spent 10 minutes on the phone screaming at me about how I'm stupid, how my big-ass pizza chain store is going to be sorry. IDK, dumb crap like that. She's just insulting me and my place of work, like I give a crap about my job or something, and telling me to refund it and trying to get me to give out our driver's personal cell number. Eventually I'm like, yeah, F this psycho female dog. I put her on hold and let one of my poor managers handle it. By the time he got on the phone, her pizza was going to be there any second, and she screamed at my manager and screamed at the driver until they decided to ban her from ordering from the locations in our area. What a psycho. Edit. I deleted Reddit and was not expecting this to get so many comments up above. To break down the whole thing with phone orders, the way phone orders work, the company I work for is downright dumb. We have an entire store full of things we have to do. And usually phone orders are an inconvenience because we either have to listen to the ring while we do something that's more important, or we have to drop what we're doing so the call can be answered, which isn't something that can be done most of the time. And because calling on the phone simply isn't a very efficient way to order food, even if it's your preferred way to do it. People on the phone tend to be pretty rude too. This is Reddit, so people are going to get mad if I don't clarify that it's not all phone orders, but yeah. So to clear up what some people were saying in the comments, I wouldn't literally say it's dumb to order over the phone unless it's the weekend at dinner time. Oftentimes, people get on the phone during these rushes, wait for what I assume is at least 10 minutes, and then proceed to get on the phone and yell at us about how the wait on the phone is ridiculous. You don't have to wait to place an order online, and your order 100% gets put in our system correctly because there's no communication error that inevitably comes with making another person put in your order. Also, I just think it's weird that someone would rather speak to a stranger than not talk to a stranger. But obviously that's a personality thing. Oh well. Final thoughts. Just want y'all to know it was a joke and y'all need to chill. Story 33. When I worked at a Subway one night, we were running out of spinach. A guy dressed like a cowboy came in and ordered a footlong. We get to the spinach and the cowboy says, "I want a lot of spinach." Good luck with that. We're only supposed to put pinches on anyways. But this guy is used to me giving people extra when my manager isn't around because I roll that way. But not today. "You're going to give me more than that," he says in a demanding tone. "We're running out of spinach today," I say, knowing a boomer tantrum brewing when I see one. "Give me more." I give him pinches, but he wants handfuls. The cowboy demands, "I need more spinach than that, boy." "Sir, we're running out of spinach." "Do you know how much I come here and they give me all the spinach I want?" I only give people extra when they're nice, so F off, dude. "Yeah, other customers are gonna want spinach tonight, though." "I've been coming here for years, even though your prices keep going up." "Okay, why do the prices keep going up?" In my head, because this isn't a restaurant, it's a sandwich factory. And companies in unchecked capitalism are free to maximize profit as opposed to worry about food quality, health, price, or what silly cowboys think. What I said? "I'm a cashier, dude. They don't even let me touch the board." "You just talked yourself out of a sale. What's your manager's number?" I gave him my number. The cowboy leaves and leaves me a voicemail. I text back one thing. Yeehaw. Story 34. It's a takeout pizza place, but this is a fun one. It's the day before a huge event in my town. Draws in lots of visitors from around the world. Obviously, a pizza delivery place is going to be busy. Past 8 p.m. on said day, this guy calls, ordering $160 worth of food for delivery. It's like 10 large pizzas and a bunch of wings. Okay, normal delivery time for anything is an hour. I knew it was a lot more than we could handle in an hour. I asked an older coworker, and he told me it would be an hour and a half because the chicken is going to take so long. And we can put max 4 large pizzas on the oven at once. And again, we have a lot of other orders. I tell the guy, "I need it by 9. "Sir, we can't deliver that much food within an hour, especially not tonight. We're backed up as it is." "It's too long of a wait." "Well, if you pick it up, we might be able to have it ready in 45 minutes. But it's a stretch even then." "Fine, I don't want it." So, yeah, someone canceled a $160 order because we were too busy to get it delivered in under an hour the day before a huge event in our town. Oh, did I mention that this was our fire chief? Story 35. Former restaurateur and bar owner here. Worst customer was the assistant chef. We got drunk after closing the kitchen and tried to pick a fight with me. Actually took a swing at me. I brought him in the next day and we had a long chat about his conduct. I let him keep his job, provided he gave up drinking when on the premises. A couple weeks later, I showed up unexpectedly and he was at the bar drinking. The other cooks, knowing he should not be there, saw me coming through the parking lot and shuffled him off and hid him in the kitchen before I could find him drunk at the bar. I did find him, however. He was passed out, standing up in the kitchen, leaning around his ankles, and he had pissed everywhere. I fired him instantly, and as punishment, the other cooks had to stay through the night to disassemble, deep clean, and disinfect the kitchen. Best customer was the one we nearly killed. She asked if there were any mushrooms in the lasagna, and the waitress told her there were no mushrooms in the lasagna. Customer didn't state she was allergic to mushrooms, and the tomato sauce used in the lasagna actually did have mushrooms. Her face swelled up and her body promptly rejected the skin from the inside of her mouth and lips, which all began peeling off in big blisters while her breathing slowly became more difficult. Thankfully, she was okay in the end and didn't take any sort of action against us. Story 36. I have a few stories, but the lady at the cafe was the only one that actually made me cry from being so angry. At the cafe I worked at, I was making the drinks one day, and a coworker was at the register. We were very busy, so she missed writing down the specific instructions for one of the orders. All I knew was that the customer wanted a small black tea, so I make it and call it out. The lady tells me she wants it in 2 cups, very rudely. So I split it up and put it on the counter. She then says she asked for extra hot water in both cups and tells me I'm terrible at listening to directions. So she's basically asking for 2 teas for the price of 1. But I don't have time to argue, so I just do it and put it back on the counter. She then spills it on her hand while picking it up from the counter and yells, "Ow! Why did you do that?" As if I handed it to her myself and intentionally poured it on her. She then proceeded to go on a tirade about how she would sue and I'd lose my job. I was so effing mad that I started crying, and I guess that made her feel kind of bad or something, because she came back after she finished her tea to tell me her hand was okay, so there was no need for legal recourse. As if that was supposed to make me feel better. She was an insane piece of work that I had the pleasure of dealing with a handful of times. Her brother that she came in with would often apologize on her behalf. Story 37. I worked at a grocery store that had hot food to go and pre-prepped meals. I worked in that department for 4 years and had a lot of messed up customers. We used to joke that even the crazies have to grocery shop, lol. We had a glass-covered counter with heat pads and lights to hold the food. The counter allowed 2 people to be served at once, which was handy in a rush, but could cause some issues. On this night, I started serving a lady who ordered something and the rest of the chicken wings. My coworker started serving the second customer in line who had heard the first order. She wanted chicken wings as well, so my coworker told her she would have to wait about 5 to 10 minutes for the next batch to come out. She immediately flipped out, saying that she ordered them first, she hadn't, and that her kids were hungry at home. She insisted that the other lady wait instead. I finished packing my customer's wings and began handing them to her. The rude lady was saying something like, "Wow, you couldn't leave any for me?" At the same time, she shoves the first lady into the counter in an attempt to reach for the wings. She pushed her so hard the glass case rattled and the baby the first lady had in a carriage began to cry. The second lady kind of snapped out of it and went to pay and leave. The lady I was serving was so stunned she didn't know what to do. We told her to call the police because she had been assaulted. She agreed and went outside to see if we could get the other woman's license plate. Apparently, in the parking lot, the lady who'd stormed out almost hit her as she was leaving. The police arrived and took everyone's statements. Afterward, I saw both ladies, and after getting the point across, the lady who was shoved dropped the charges. What a crazy day, though. Edit. I'm from Canada, so our laws are a bit different than Americans, but I don't know enough about how they work to comment. And so, beginning this story, I did not have cat fight in the foyer over some chicken wings on my bingo card. So yeah, that was unexpected, kind of wild. Thanks for sharing. Story 38. I worked as a server in a 24-hour diner in a small Massachusetts city. There's a prestigious school, Williston Northampton School, around the corner. Wealthy kids, almost all of them are awful. The school does this thing called button bucks. It's a prepaid card, and many of the businesses in town accept them, including the diner. Those kids treated us like we're subhuman. Snapping fingers, interrupting me while I was taking another customer's order, make a giant mess, crack jokes about us, all sorts of crappy things. Then they don't tip. I had one group of boys order about $70 worth of food, paid with a $100 bill. I brought them their change, some bills and 13 cents in change, and they walked out the door and they made a point to tell me, "Your tip is on the table." I could tell by the way he said it that there was some crappy thing going on. They put the 13 cents in a cup full of water, napkins, ketchup, half-chewed fries, just a nasty cup they made just to be mean. The 13 cents on the bottom of the glass was my tip. That's the only time I threw a glass in the trash. I refuse to degrade myself further by picking through it. It's been years now, and even now I feel rage just thinking about those Williston kids. F the Willies. Story 39. Happened right before the shutdown. 3 siblings, teen boy, preteen girl, and elementary girl, come in without their parents for tacos an hour before closing. They order 3 tacos, but they come with 2 in an order, so I clarified that they want 6 tacos. Preteen girl, PTG. We come all the time and we get them as singles, with a bad attitude and not looking up from her phone, by the way. Me, I'm sorry, we only offer single tacos during happy hour, 4 to 7 p.m. PTG. Well, last time we were here, we got them. Me. I'm new here, so it was probably an old thing we did. PTG. New since last week. At this point, I'm getting frustrated arguing with the child and ask if she wants to speak to my manager. PTG. Whatever. But if I see on the receipt that they're singles, I'm gonna have to kill you. All with a smile on her face. Attention, parents. If you send your kids to a restaurant alone, please teach them manners. Thank you. TLDR. 11-year-old Karen tries me as if she knows more than me. The employee then threatens to kill me. Story 40. I worked at a local Italian restaurant, and one night I had a couple that came in and sat themselves then demanded their menus. First red flag. When I came over, the man told me how he was from Italy, and he already noticed that the carbonara isn't made like real carbonara. The real stuff apparently has 4 types of cheeses on it. He made me check with the kitchen to see if they could make it the real way. We couldn't. Then he still decided to get it, knowing he wouldn't like it. At this point, I knew that I was going to get a crappy tip, because who the hell orders something they don't think they're going to like? Anyways, I get them their complimentary bread, and he complains that it's not hot enough. It stays in a bread warmer. So I had the chef pop it in the pizza oven, but the dude isn't happy with it still. So I have to wait for the kitchen to prepare fresh bread, and he barely ate any in the end. Surprising no one, this guy hated the carbonara, and he of course chewed me out over it and told me how disappointing he thought our restaurant was, and how now he'll have to drive back home to Miami unhappy. I comped his bill, apologized, and told him I hoped the rest of his night went well. The entire time, his wife said nothing and sheepishly smiled at me. No tip, of course, but him leaving was good enough for me. Story 41. When I was bartending one night, I had 2 people come in that seemed a little loose, but not so much that I shouldn't serve them. I gave them a round or 2, and they were having fun and interacting well with customers, until they weren't. They started crossing the line where I felt comfortable serving them anymore, and I probably gave them 1 more round than I should have, but I was hoping they would cut themselves off. Well, the time came to cut them off. I apologized and had to let them know that I couldn't serve them anymore, because they were being disruptive in a small bar and were obviously very drunk. At this point, one of the 2 starts yelling at me for refusing to serve her, and then when it got so bad that the customers around her started defending my choice, she then started throwing a tantrum at them, and then my manager after that. So that part I can deal with. People get drunk and say all sorts of crap they don't mean. You have to learn to brush it off. What truly effing baffled me is that while the one customer was screaming at me and everyone else in range of her voice, her friend had retreated to the bathroom and set fire to one of the wicker baskets that we used as a trash can. They left before one of our poor barbacks was told our bathroom was on fire by a customer. I've broken up fights. I've had one customer puke 3 times in the process of trying to get them out. I've had to kick out people 3 times my size for being bigoted and intolerant. I've had people yell at me for cutting them off. And I've had so many people just fall asleep on the bar top. You know who you are. But arson just really took the cake. Crazy thing is, after all that bullcrap, I've always encountered way more good than bad, and I truly miss being behind the bar during this quarantine. Hopefully I'll get to see you crazy effers soon. Story 42. I only had 2 tables at the beginning of a weekday shift. We were a bar/lounge, so slow weekdays were common. For some reason, they chose to sit near each other. Well, one table ordered barbecue chicken nachos, and once they were ready, I took them out. The second table saw them, and after I dropped them off, she asked me what they had ordered, quote, because it looked amazing. So I told her what appetizer it was, listed the toppings for her. Told her it was available, barbecue chicken, plain, or steak. She said that she wanted exactly what the other table had, and I told her that that was the barbecue chicken option. She confirms. I put in the order. Bring it out to her. She's polite, takes the food. She's eaten about half the nachos when I stop by to ask her if she needs anything, and she tells me, this is not what I ordered. I want a refund. I don't like barbecue sauce. At this point, who gives a crap? So I tell her sorry, we'll take them off the check. And I take the half plate back to the kitchen. I stop by her table to check on her drinks shortly after. For some reason, she's suddenly irate. She wants to know where her new free order of barbecue chicken nachos is. I explained to her that she would have to pay to reorder. They wouldn't be free, especially if she was trying to order the same thing. I remind her that there's barbecue sauce on the barbecue chicken nachos, and she returned the last order because she doesn't like barbecue sauce. This old-ass female dog starts yelling at me about how she's owed a new dish for free, and she became the first and only customer I flat out told we would refuse to accept any further food orders from. She closed out her drink tab and decided to linger for about another hour. We allowed indoor smoking and were just about the only place left in the city that did. So she chain smoked her gross clove cigarettes, and the pleasant table nearby, who watched everything happen, tipped me $40 and told her she was rude AF on their way out. So I guess it worked out all right. Story 43. Okay, so a middle-aged couple sits down at a table. In our restaurant, we have separate tables for lunch, so we get more seatings. A lovely old couple who are regulars here sit down next to the mid-aged couple. The middle-aged couple suddenly lose their crap, saying, "How dare you sit next to us? We're having our meal here." Moved to another table. That entire area of the restaurant was basically for me to watch over and take orders at. We always had 3 waiters outside and 1 inside. I was there long enough to be trusted with the inside part because they had the better tips usually. So I asked what's wrong, despite knowing damn well the middle-aged couple was the dicks. Old couple are dumbstruck over what just happened. Manager walks in, tells me to take orders as usual. The moment the dick couple asks for the check, he tells me to give the old couple a treat on the house and to say, for being so patient with the service. Middle-aged couple immediately asks why they didn't get one. I mention a noise complaint from other tables, from the tables outside. I haven't seen that couple since. Story 44. Worked as a host at a Persian restaurant in the 90s, Chicago. Had a Saudi Arabian political big shot come in all decked out in an expensive man dress. He threw a fit because I assigned him a female server who was Persian. Refused to have a female serve them. We were very busy, so the owner asked that I wait on him because I'm an Iraqi man, which carried a lot of respect back then, since most of us were dying from the wars. What he didn't know is that I'm a small minority from the Middle East, a Christian, one that still speaks an ancient language. I served that table with my crucifix chain exposed on my chest. He was furious, but didn't say anything. All of the Muslim waiters were cracking up because we all despise Saudi Arabia for the oil-hungry sellouts they've always been. That little rich man was terrified of me. All the power he had in the Middle East was destroyed by an Iraqi Chicago boy. I made him my female dog that night, over 20 years later, and I still remember it vividly. POS. Story 45. Oh boy, story time. I was working at the most popular Italian fine dining chain in America. We opened at 11, but I was scheduled for 10:30 to do opening duties. 2 middle-aged women were at the doors at 10:45. We let them in because it's not a big deal. But what is a big deal is that they both ordered drinks and our bartender didn't get there until 11. I let them know and they seem okay with it. This is where things fall to crap. I drop off waters while they wait for their drinks. That's great, honey, but that's not what I wanted. Haha. They smile and it's clear she's just trying to make a bad joke. Again, I tell them that it's only 10:55 and the bartender's not in yet. They tell me to make the drinks. I can't because corporate rules. I ask my manager to make the drinks. While he does that, I take their food orders. I don't remember what their mains were, but they got calamari as an app. They start oversharing, like a lot. Turns out they're out to lunch because one of them was at the hospital and just got a lot of blood drawn. They mention trashy men, bad drivers, and they're swearing a lot. Now it's 11:05-ish and they have their calamari and their drinks. Ugh, was that so hard? Finally. Other guests, including young families, arrive and sit in my section. They eat half the calamari and then decide it was undercooked. It was golden and perfect. I asked the kitchen to drop a new calamari and it took like a minute longer than is typical. Surprise, this ruins the calamari. They hate it. I'm not eating this crap. And I asked the manager to take it off their check. They're taking up a lot of my time and asking for a lot of little things. I go to take care of some other tables. They ask if I'm okay, then ask if I could ask the woman to stop swearing so much in front of their children. Next time they drop an F-bomb, I tell them that this is a family restaurant. Blah, 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 free country. Oh, I want another drink. Fine, whatever. I put the order in. Their meals are up right at that second, so I return within a minute to drop their food off. Where's my second drink? Hello? Now they're banging their half-empty glasses on the table. I offer grated Parmesan on their meals. One says, come on, what do you think? Now they're yelling at me and I start to cry, while still trying to take care of my other tables, who are angels. I ask my manager to take over the rude folks and to let them know they're cut off from alcohol. And he tore them a new one in the way only managers are allowed to. They got upset they couldn't order more drinks and asked for the check and leave. They barely leave enough cash to cover the bill, but one comes back and asks if she left enough for the tip. Because yeah, I could get fired for saying that, but also, I'm so done. She gave me $5 more and I never saw them again. Worst customers ever. Best manager ever. Story 46. Not any particular customer, but I used to work in this restaurant in downtown Palo Alto a few years ago. One day, of all people, Mark Zuckerberg comes in with his wife, baby, and father. I was guessing, and they sit in a booth. Then a F-ton of people follow them in and seat themselves. The entire time, they're all just looking at them and sneaking in pictures. When I was bringing a sandwich out to some dude, I saw him texting someone. I'm sitting in the same restaurant as Mark Zuckerberg. Great for business, but it was super weird to be surrounded by a bunch of people who act like a defining moment of their life is sitting in the same diner as someone famous. We didn't get a lot of terrible customers, but there were a few that stand out in memory. There was one mother with serious Karen vibes that sent fries back to the kitchen because we seasoned them with parsley. Her words to me were, "You're pretty young, right? You don't have to understand. You won't do it because the green stuff." I smiled and nodded, but I was rolling my eyes in my mind. Story 47. Just a bit of background info. I'm American with Mexican descent. I lived in a border town, and we had a lot of wealthy/snobby Mexicans come to the U.S. to shop. I was working in a hotel restaurant and had to deal with these people all the time. It's also important to know I don't speak Spanish. Most of them spoke English, so it was no big deal. One time, this lady calls and asks a question. I told her I didn't speak Spanish and was the only person available and could not help her. She asked what my name was. Because my last name is a Mexican last name, she told me I was a disgrace to all Mexicans. I was like, well, good thing I'm American. She hung up, and I immediately called my boss to inform him of what just happened. This lady called the front desk at the hotel and complained to the manager. They called me over and said, "Hey, this lady called and she wanted me to fire you, but we aren't going to do that." I nearly crapped my pants thinking I was going to get fired. The manager said he was sick and tired of Mexican nationals trying to get people fired just because they don't get their way. I love my heritage and celebrate it, but it's not my fault my parents didn't speak Spanish. Story 4.
Everyone's been to restaurants, stores, airlines, and theme parks without causing problems. Most people follow basic rules, act like reasonable humans, and leave without incident. Then there are these individuals who managed to get themselves permanently banned through acts of stupidity so profound that businesses decided they never wanted to see them again. 1. Someone got permanently banned from a luxury hotel after they decided to test the fire alarm system at 3 a.m. by pulling every single alarm on all 15 floors within 20 minutes. Their explanation was that they wanted to make sure the hotel took fire safety seriously and to concerned guests. Hotel management was not impressed by this safety audit that evacuated 400 guests in the middle of the night, many standing outside in pajamas in freezing weather. Security footage showed them running from floor to floor, deliberately triggering alarms while wearing a bathrobe and looking extremely pleased with themselves. The lifetime ban came with a bill for emergency response, including 3 fire trucks, 2 ambulances, police presence, plus compensation for guests who checked out early. The letter explained that safety concerns should be reported to the front desk rather than tested through creating fake emergencies. 2, a customer received a permanent ban from a grocery store chain after they were caught repeatedly opening packages of cookies, eating one from each package, then carefully resealing the boxes and returning them to shelves. When confronted by security, they argued they were quality testing to help other customers make informed purchasing decisions and didn't understand why the store would object to this free service. They claimed they were doing the store a favor by ensuring quality. Store management disagreed and banned them after discovering they opened over 40 packages across multiple visits over several weeks. Security had been tracking them for days after customers complained about finding opened packages. The ban letter included photos from cameras showing them methodically working through the cookie aisle. 3. An airline passenger earned a lifetime flying ban after they refused to sit in their assigned seat and instead insisted on sitting in the cockpit because they wanted to see how flying worked and believed their ticket entitled them to choose any location on the aircraft. When flight attendants explained that passengers couldn't sit with pilots due to federal regulations, they argued they paid for a ticket and should sit anywhere they wanted. They claimed this was discrimination against curious passengers. The situation escalated when they tried pushing past crew members to reach the cockpit door, physically attempting to open it while shouting about their rights. This resulted in the flight being delayed 2 hours, police involvement at the gate, removal from the aircraft, and a permanent ban for attempting to access restricted areas and assaulting crew. The ban letter specified that federal regulations weren't negotiable. 4, someone was banned for life from a theme park after they climbed out of a roller coaster while it was moving because they wanted better photos for their social media account and felt the standard ride experience wasn't giving them dramatic shots. Park officials were horrified when security footage showed them unbuckling their safety harness mid-ride, standing up while traveling in 50 millibars, and taking selfies with one hand while holding the restraint bar with the other. Their explanation about creating content for followers didn't persuade management, especially after the incident caused an emergency stop. stranding dozens of passengers for 45 minutes. The ban letter included detailed safety violations, mention of potential criminal charges, and stated that social media content didn't justify risking lives. 5. A gym member received a permanent ban after they brought a full George Foreman grill to the gym and started cooking hamburgers in the locker room, filling the entire facility with smoke and the smell of grilled meat. When staff confronted them about the obvious fire hazard and health code violations, they explained they were maximizing efficiency by combining their workout with meal prep so they wouldn't waste time going home. They had set up the grill on a bench, brought a cooler full of raw meat and condiments, and were actively flipping burgers when discovered. The gym issued a lifetime ban after the grilling incident triggered the sprinkler system, soaking the entire locker room and damaging personal belongings of other members. The ban letter mentioned $15,000 in water damage to lockers and flooring. 6. A restaurant patron was permanently banned after they brought their own live lobster to a seafood restaurant in a bucket and demanded the kitchen cook it to their exact specifications. When told the restaurant only prepared food from their own menu and couldn't cook outside food due to health regulations, they became increasingly adamant. Eventually, they released the live lobster on the dining room floor, claiming that if the restaurant wouldn't cook it, they'd let it live there as a pet. The chaos of a loose lobster scuttling under tables and pinching ankles resulted in customers screaming and climbing onto chairs. Staff took 20 minutes to capture it, while the person filmed everything for social media. The lifetime ban came with a bill for damages, including broken dishes and compensation for disrupted meals. The law specified that releasing creatures in dining rooms was grounds for permanent expulsion. 7. Someone earned a permanent ban from a library after they were discovered running an unauthorized business from a study room, conducting loud sales calls and client meetings in what was supposed to be quiet study space. When librarians asked them to stop, they argued that public libraries were taxpayer funded, and they had every right to use them as free space. They had set up a laptop, external monitor, portable printer, and phone charging station, essentially converting the study room into their personal headquarters. After multiple warnings and discovering they'd been doing this daily for 3 months, booking rooms under fake names, the library issued a lifetime ban. The letter mentioned complaints from dozens of students who couldn't access study rooms, and noted that commercial use violated terms of public access. 8. A customer was banned from a movie theater chain after they brought a full rotisserie chicken into a showing and ate it loudly during the film, complete with tearing meat off bones and audible chewing heard throughout the theater. When asked to stop by staff and other patrons, they argued that if the theater could sell popcorn, they could bring whatever food they wanted. The theater disagreed, especially after discovering they'd brought an entire meal with sides, including mashed potatoes and coleslaw spread across multiple seats. The permanent ban came after they returned the following week with an even larger meal, including soup in a thermos, which they spilled on another patron. The ban letter specified that while outside snacks were sometimes tolerated, full restaurant meals that disrupted guests were unacceptable. 9. A museum visitor received a lifetime ban after they touched multiple priceless artifacts despite numerous do not touch signs, velvet ropes, glass barriers, and several direct warnings from staff. Their defense was being a hands-on learner who needed physical interaction to appreciate objects fully, and that visual-only experiences didn't work for their learning style. Museum security wasn't sympathetic after they'd set off alarms on 6 different exhibits, left fingerprints on a 500-year-old painting, requiring professional cleaning, and actually picked up a 2,000-year-old pottery piece they nearly dropped. The ban came with a bill for conservation work, including specialized cleaning costing $8,000. The letter suggested they visit hands-on children's museums instead. 10. Someone was permanently banned from a casino after they brought their emotional support peacock and let it roam freely on the gaming floor, claiming it was necessary for mental health and that denying access would violate disability laws. When security asked them to remove the bird, they threatened to sue for discrimination. The casino disagreed after the peacock flew onto gaming tables, knocked over drinks, scattered chips, defecated on a roulette table, and terrified patrons with loud calls and aggressive behavior. The bird's tail feathers kept hitting people, and it pecked at slot machines. The ban letter specified that only actual ADA-defined service animals were permitted. It included federal regulation citations, security footage of destruction, and a bill for cleaning. Several guests had demanded refunds after their gambling was interrupted. 11. A retail customer earned a permanent ban from an electronics store after they opened every laptop on display to check if they were real by attempting to install their personal software, games, and files on demo models. When employees stopped them, they argued they were being thorough and the store should appreciate their diligence. The store was less understanding after discovering they'd spent 3 hours attempting downloads onto 20 different computers, had crashed several systems with malware, installed unauthorized software, and changed all passwords so other customers couldn't access displays. The ban came with demands for compensation for damaged computers and staff time required to restore systems. The letter explained that testing meant using pre-installed demo software, not converting displays into personal devices. 12. Someone was banned for life from a spa after they brought their entire family of 6 into a single-person massage room and a group rate because they wanted to share the experience together. When told rooms were designed for individual clients and they need separate appointments, they argued family bonding was important and the spa should accommodate their budget. They became aggressive when staff explained one therapist couldn't massage 6 people simultaneously. The spa issued a permanent ban after they refused to leave, and their family started using facilities like their living room, with children running around and someone eating snacks on the massage table. Security had to remove them, and they damaged the table and used hundreds of dollars worth of products. The letter specified services were priced per person, not per room. 13. An aquarium visitor received a lifetime ban after they jumped into the touch tank to swim with the stingrays because they felt a spiritual connection and believed the barrier was unnecessary. Their explanation about always wanting to be a marine biologist didn't persuade management. Security footage showed them climbing over barriers, removing shoes, and jumping fully clothed into the shallow tank while families watched in shock. The stingrays were stressed, and the person had to be physically pulled out by security while protesting they were bonding with marine life. The ban came with citations for endangering animals, a bill for veterinary checks on all stingrays, and mention of potential criminal charges. The letter reminded them that touch tanks were for touching with hands only. 14. A customer was permanently banned from a furniture store after they moved into a display bedroom and refused to leave, essentially squatting in the showroom. When staff discovered them sleeping in the display bed at closing time, they claimed they were testing the furniture thoroughly and needed to experience a full night's sleep. The store issued a lifetime ban after finding they'd been secretly living in the display room for 3 days, hiding in bathrooms at closing, then moving into the bedroom after hours. Staff discovered they'd been using bathroom facilities, eating takeout on expensive furniture, leaving grease stains on a $5,000 sofa, charging their phone, and had showered in the bathroom sink. The ban included a trespassing warning, cleaning bills, and notification that police had been informed. 15. Someone earned a permanent ban from a country club after they brought an inflatable pool and set it up on the golf course because they thought the property needed a water feature. When groundskeepers asked them to remove it, they argued they were improving landscape design for free. They had brought a pump, inflated a 12-foot pool on the 7th green, filled it with water from the irrigation system, and were lounging with drinks when found. They issued a lifetime ban after discovering they'd also brought lunch, charging golfers $5 for drinks. The inflatable pool had damaged the carefully maintained green. The ban included repair bills and mentioned they were lucky not to face criminal charges for property damage. 16. A bookstore customer was banned for life after they rearranged the entire fiction section according to their own organizational system because they didn't like the alphabetical order by author. When staff asked them to stop, they insisted their system of organizing by emotional tone, then cover color, then page count was superior, and they were providing valuable service. The bookstore issued a permanent ban after finding they'd reorganized thousands of books over multiple visits spanning 2 weeks, creating chaos for customers trying to find anything and staff fulfilling online orders. Employees had been staying late trying to fix organization, not realizing someone was returning daily to reorganize everything. The letter specified that unauthorized reorganization cost hundreds of hours in labor and resulted in lost sales. 17. Someone was permanently banned from a fast food restaurant after they brought their own ingredients and tried to go behind the counter to make it the right way because they didn't think employees were preparing orders correctly. When employees blocked them, they argued paying customers should have input into preparation. They had brought their own cheese, special sauce, and preferred pickles. The restaurant issued a lifetime ban after 3 attempts to enter the kitchen, despite repeated warnings that customers weren't allowed in food prep areas due to health codes and safety regulations. The 3rd attempt resulted in them pushing past an employee and reaching the grill before security removed them. The letter cited health department regulations and mentioned potential criminal charges. 18. A concert venue issued a permanent ban after someone brought professional lighting equipment and set up their own light show, interfering with the actual production. When security confiscated their equipment, they argued they were enhancing the experience. They had smuggled in spotlights, color filters, and a control board, setting up in the balcony where they operated a rival light show that kept blinding performers. The venue banned them after their lighting caused the show to stop mid-performance when a performer couldn't see. The band complained and several songs had to be restarted. The letter included equipment confiscation, a bill for disruption, and mentioned that interfering could result in criminal charges. 19. Someone received a lifetime ban from a pet store after they released all the birds from their cages because they believed animals should be free. When confronted about chaos and dozens of birds flying around and escaping through doors, they claimed to be an animal rights activist performing liberation. The store issued a permanent ban with a bill for birds that escaped, including several expensive parrots never recovered. The chaos lasted hours with staff and customers trying to recapture birds, while this person filmed for social media. The letter included costs of lost birds, merchandise damage from droppings, and mention of potential criminal charges for theft. It noted that if genuinely concerned about welfare, there were legal channels that didn't involve losing animals to outdoor predators. 20. A customer was permanently banned from a coffee shop after they brought their own espresso machine and started making drinks for other customers in the corner, essentially running a business. When staff asked them to stop, they argued they were sharing their coffee passion. The shop issued a lifetime ban after discovering they'd been charging customers less than shop prices and running a competing business for 2 weeks. They had business cards, a cash box, and regular customers who would come in, order nothing from the actual cafe, and buy from the unauthorized barista. The letter specified that operating a business inside another business was illegal, violated health codes, and basic ethics. It mentioned they were lucky the cafe wasn't pursuing legal action for lost revenue. 21. Someone earned a permanent ban from a bowling alley after they brought their own bowling ball that was actually a painted watermelon because they thought it would be funny content for social media. When the watermelon exploded on impact with pins, covering the lane in fruit pulp, seeds, and juice, they claimed it was a social experiment. The bowling alley issued a lifetime ban with a cleaning bill for the destroyed lane, requiring professional refinishing. The explosion splattered fruit across multiple lanes, damaged pin-setting machinery, and ruined other customers' games. Other bowlers had slipped in the juice. The letter specified bowling balls must be actual bowling balls, not produce, and that creating hazardous conditions could result in liability for injuries. 22. A park visitor was banned for life after they set up a full camping site with tent, campfire, and cooking equipment in a city park that didn't allow camping. When rangers told them to leave, they argued public parks should be available for all uses, and taxpayer money meant they could use it however they wanted. The Park Service issued a permanent ban after they returned multiple times with increasingly elaborate setups, including furniture, a hammock system between trees, and a makeshift shower. They had essentially moved into the park. The final incident involved inviting friends for a camping party with music and a bonfire that got out of control. The letter cited fire safety violations and damage to park property. 23. Someone was permanently banned from a pharmacy after they repeatedly tried to go behind the counter to help organize medication because they didn't like the arrangement. When pharmacists stopped them, they claimed excellent organizational skills and were trying to help. The pharmacy issued a lifetime ban after the 3rd attempt to access controlled substances, serious security and legal concerns. The pharmacy's license could be revoked for allowing unauthorized access to prescription medications. The letter explained that pharmacy operations were heavily regulated by federal and state laws, that organizational preferences were irrelevant, and that attempting to access prescription areas could result in criminal charges. 24. A customer received a lifetime ban from a hair salon after they brought their own scissors and tried to cut other customers' hair while people waited. When staff intervened, they explained they were self-taught and wanted to practice. They had approached waiting customers and offered free haircuts. The salon banned them permanently after they'd actually started cutting someone's hair before stylists noticed. The person whose hair they'd started cutting had to get an emergency fix from a real stylist. The letter cited licensing laws, liability issues, and that practicing cosmetology without a license was illegal. It mentioned the victim was considering legal action. 25. Someone was banned for life from a swimming pool after they brought inflatable furniture and tried to create a floating living room in lap lanes. When lifeguards told them to remove it, they argued they were just relaxing. The pool issued a permanent ban after they repeatedly brought increasingly elaborate setups. The final incident involved a full floating entertainment center with waterproof speakers, cup holders, and ottomans taking up 3 lanes. Serious swimmers couldn't complete workouts. Swim team practice was disrupted, and the furniture kept drifting into other swimmers. The letter specified lap lanes were for lap swimming, not floating furniture showrooms, and that setups posed safety hazards. 26. A restaurant patron earned a permanent ban after they brought their own chef to critique the kitchen's cooking techniques through the serving window. When management asked them to stop, they claimed they were helping the restaurant improve because they cared about culinary excellence. They had hired a chef, paid them to come to dinner, and positioned them near the kitchen, where they could observe every dish. The chef was calling out critiques like overcooked and poor plating, while customers tried to enjoy it.
Might as well watch my first one of the club. My hacking won't let me fucking sleep.
That's Regina Brown. Back in the day, we recorded a song together for this movie, Lavender Moon. The movie flopped, but the song blew up. Won us a Grammy.
Grammy?
I really hope Father Time is gay, because when I die,
All kinds of shit started
I'm
coming
gonna go
our way,
fuck him in the ass every
Regina,
fucking day for eternity.
I just had to walk away. Haven't seen her in years.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming out. Give it up for Gary on guitar.
Go over there. No doubt. She'll be glad to see you.
I don't know about all that, but she's here. So why not? Regina. I would know that voice. Hey, Michelle.
God.
Did we like to see you? And you suck. This is Nigel. He's my fiance.
Oh,
It's an honor.
can't it just be death already?
I'm going to say bye to my cousin. The soul call. Nice to meet you, Reggie.
Fucking throat feels like a goddamn sandpaper after all that hacking. Can't even go.
Even with these tragic acoustics,
Whoever,
your voice
whatever God
still
or
sends a
being is in
chill down
charge
my
of
spine. Lucky for you,
sickness
you
is
have
going to
me
be
keep
fucked
it
in the
warm.
ass for all of eternity when I die.
Well, nice seeing you. Oh, wait. It's been a minute. What have you been up to?
Better yet, I'll fuck him up the news. Hope he's got the nostril for it.
We're pretty busy. Oh, yeah? What? Can we not do this? Not do what? Pretend.
be happy to see each other. Walking away from you is the smartest thing I've ever done. That's funny. I always thought I walked away from you, Ran and children. You were just so impossible to work with. Bullshit. Once we got that Grammy, you only thought about yourself, and you took every opportunity with you. Oh my God, always the victim, refusing to listen to anyone. You could have had the same career as me, boo-boo, but I couldn't be a kiss-ass sellout like you. If listening to other knowledgeable people is selling out, then okay, I did. Because that's how you build a career. But I guess your way works for you. So congratulations. This is awesome. Still the same old Hazel. Thinking you know what's best for everybody. Only now, instead of $60 shoes, yours cost $600. How much was the child bride?
Almost. Almost. Miss me with the ball. Almost. Look at my
More
cold.
coffee here? No, I'm good. Thank you very much. I'm gonna jump on those lunches though.
Already done. Senor. Turkey sandwich for Ollie, peanut butter and banana for Imani.
Yes. Yummy.
Smells so good. Good morning, chicken nuggets.
Good morning, Mommy.
Buenos dias. Can I get you something, Brie? Waffles, eggs, yogurt parfait?
Look, Mommy, I told Jesus is my favorite shirt. And look, he got the stain out.
That is amazing.
It was a lot of work, but I never quit until I get the job done.
We better get going. We better get going.
Come on, guys. Time to go. Have a great day. Enjoy your lunch. I love you. This holiday poppy. Here we go. Thank you very much.
You're gonna be late. Out of my way.
So, Jesus.
You're right, he's a mistake. We should not have hired him. We should let him go. I mean, he's spoiling our children.
What I was gonna say was you were right, and I wish we had found him a long time ago. Let's do it, babe. Let's make him permanent.
You know, let's just put a pin in it because I'm going to be late. And don't forget, we have that cocktail party tonight for the hospital board, all right? Speaking of which, I'm trying to find my dress that I need to steam. I have no idea where it is.
Jesus took care of it. Ain't he the man?
He's a man. He is a man.
Took care of your wife about. You gotta go too.
The blue. Definitely. Classic, sophisticated, understated, sexy. That print is trying too hard.
You sure? It's my first Facebook Live event.
The blue. Trust me.
All right. Vanessa.
Oh, the print. Absolutely. More stylish, cool. Oh, hey Ari. Hey Vanessa. Look, you two have fun at the event, okay? I gotta head to work.
Can't wait till you're here, babe. Love you.
Love you too, Senator. Now, go kill it. Bye.
I hope so. We are one phone call away from FAI demanding their advance back. The independent artists will both be out of a job, and Curtis does not do poverty.
Well, neither does Hazel, but how many ways can I say I'm looking?
What about their friend Regina?
Regina? I don't know. She's just a painful memory with a great set of pipes.
Well, are we talking about Lavender Moon? Regina Crowell?
Mm-hmm. We saw her last night.
By accident. And we're not friends anymore. Or ever.
What does that matter? It's not about friendship. It's about business. We've listened to so many artists. That's the first one I've heard you say anything nice about.
Okay, I made a mistake. I must be slipping. Okay. I admit a woman can sing, really sing, and any label will be lucky to have her, except mine.
Look, you have to take a chance on someone. We're running out of time.
No. If you could have seen the way that bitch blew me off.
So you have a bad history. So what? If Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey can bury the hatchet, so can you.
I'll think about it.
I have arrived!
Oh, yay, Tony!
Oh, great. Your wedding planner's here. The perfect way to distract from financial ruin. Spend more money. I was thinking the exact same thing. Yay, team! The latte too sweetness. Thanks, dear. The incense, darling. Ah, my blushing bride. If I was getting a piece of that, I would be blushing too.
Sorry, Tony. I'm taking it.
Oh my God, stop it, you two. We have so much to discuss. Venues, dress designers, but first things first, what are we doing for the bridesmaid proposal? I wrote a bunch of samples, unless you already have all that planned.
Proposals? What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, my young bride, you have so much to learn. Thank God you have me.
Oh,
What we have seen time and time again, despite promises to the contrary, is low-income housing being torn down, turned into high-cost apartments with absolutely no plan for serving our vulnerable.
husband, the senator, look at him. God, he's doing incredible.
With this, gentrification starts to feel more like genocide.
I like that shirt. It looks cute.
Girl, I know. He looks like a millennial. I told him to wear the little.
I don't know, Ari. I think the people have spoken and they like it. You are sexy as how married are you?
He's talking about low-income housing. How is that sexy?
I don't think they care what he's talking about as long as he keeps on talking.
Huh.
I was just asking if he's into threesomes. Are you into threesomes? Okay, I'm shutting this shit off.
So, how's Maxine?
That girl is crazier than a fish with tits.
Jayla.
The fish is swimming. I gotta go. Hi, Maxine, you okay?
I need your help. Brian's girlfriend, Waffle Hope, keeps posting pictures of my kids on her Facebook page, and I am sick of it. I need this shit to cease and desist right now.
Can't. That's illegal. And you're supposed to be keeping a low profile after that TMZ interview. Remember, we are making the case that you are the responsible parent here. You're making this difficult.
What? Someone puts a camera on my face, I'm not gonna talk.
Stop. Everything you do is going to be scrutinized. If you don't like the pictures on Facebook, then don't look at the Facebook page. They're doing that to get under your skin, to egg you on. Don't take the bait.
Okay. You're probably right. I should get back to work.
There you go.
At the company that I founded, that my ex doesn't deserve a paperclip from.
Yeah. Okay, and remember, rise above. When they go low,
We stab them in the throat and watch them bleed out.
Huh.
What? Isn't that what Michelle Obama said?
no, that's not. Google it. Bye. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. He is bootylicious. Can I relate to you? Spicy. Welcome to the organic space. Can I take your order? I'd like to have a slice of vegan humble pie and a Coke. We don't serve Coke. Not once in 20 years, and now twice in a week. What have I done to reap this karma? Nigel's cousin told me where you were, so I came to apologize. For which offense? I have a list, and I want to make sure to check the right one. I may have come across too strong the other night. I was just so shocked to see you singing in that dump. If you insult someone while apologizing, it doesn't really count. No, Regina. Reg. Regina. Look, you got more talent in your baby toe than half the bitches out there. I've got my own record label now. Oh, and good for you. You always did like telling everybody what to do. It's called Ladies First, which you kind of qualify for. Why don't you come in and we can talk about doing something together? Oh, so now you want to help me? I'd be helping me out too. Your voice deserves to be heard. Why don't you let me put it out there? I got a feeling that if I were to throw the itching sticks, I would divine that your company is in some serious trouble for you to be sniffing around me.
Well, I hate to break it to your IG, whatever, but my company is doing just fine. Actually, great. You know how I know you're lying? Your mouth is moving.
Huh.
Fine. If you want to spend your life working in a can't even get a damn Coke diner and singing on a roof, then you go right ahead. I'm done trying. Stay miserable. And I'm not leaving you a damn check. Like some dog's piss on. I'm out here eating this. Namaste, bitch. That's what anything else?
Babe, I never even dreamed it would go so well. And the upside is I was at 1,000 followers this morning. Now I'm at 9.7.
9.8.
What? 9.8? Not 9.8K. We're gonna pop champagne in the office when we hit 10.
Oh, I mean, I remember when you hated follower counts.
Yeah, I know, but I'll admit it's nice to see the excitement. Oh, can't wait until you get here. Oh, my external hard drive sent you flight info, right?
Your external hard drive?
Sorry, inside joke. They call Vanessa my external hard drive because she remembers everything I can.
Ha ha! So fun.
10,000.
10,000? We hit 10,000. I told you we would do it. Woo!
Woo! Thank you. So good. Okay, did you rent out the whole restaurant for us? Because this is fancy. What, I can't take my girls and Jayla to an elegant high tea every once in a while? Yes, you could, but you don't.
Yeah, you've literally never done this before, Hazel. But thank you for the invite. It's really nice.
And Ari will be excited to celebrate when she gets here, which is why you're in charge of opening her gifts. Oh, thanks. And Versace, I need you to snap some pics for Insta, just to make her jealous.
Got it. Pics to induce jealousy.
Oh, it says my name. Yes. Hurry up. Hey, this isn't like some sort of murder mystery tea thing, is it? Because I have a hospital function that I can't die for. What are we supposed to do? Put them together, duh. But it doesn't fit.
Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
All right, bingo. What do I win? What do I win? Will you be my maid of honor? Oh, that's so cute.
Wait, okay. I haven't put mine together yet. Let me read it when I put it together. It says the same thing, James. Wait, for always an honor? It's adorable. Oh my God, I say yes. Give me a hug. Wait. There's more. Oh, there's more. Oh. Thank you. Oh, wow, it's heavy. Oh, hold up. Wait. I need to record this. Tony says we're going to need this for the video wedding album. But wait, why is the bride doing this? I have bridesmaids who do it. Okay. Whoa! Bridal party, bitches! Get married! Oh, yes! Ari's gonna love this. Matron of honor. Oh, look, I'm also a matron of honor. Did you know this had my name on it?
Oh my gosh, so cute.
What is this for? It doesn't show some leave on. It doesn't know. Oh, this is. I think I have one too. What? Where are they going in this?
Oh wow.
Where's the rest of it? Tony must have guessed the sizes. Oh no, this is my size. Oh, really? You're sure? I didn't even know bridesmaid proposals were a thing until Tony's school. Tony Cataldo? Mm-hmm. The wedding planner? It's pretty expensive. I mean, that can't be cheap. No, it is not cheap. Especially these fancy ass gift bags. Girl, you are doing it. Well, it's like Tony says. You only get married once. At a time. Well, ladies first must be a great union degree. Not yet, but it will be. Oh. But you know what? I'm okay, thank you. I have to try and stay sober enough to suck up to a room full of board members. Well, maybe if you drink up, you would tell your husband about Jesus. Wow, what are you, my couples therapist? I'm gonna tell him when the time is right and when Jesus stops making all that slamming and roast con pollo. This chicken has never tried, but you're gonna have to tell Gary sooner than later. Okay. Now that that's settled, let's get back to Hazel. You know, the one who's getting married, the one who gave you all those great gifts, and the ones you ingrates haven't bothered to toast yet? To Hazel, our blushing bride. For me, best bridal bitches ever. Yay! Congratulations! Thank you, so happy. Yeah.
Well, they take such a great level of commitment to be a surgeon. I marvel at anybody willing to take on any added responsibility like chief of surgery.
It's a lot, but I think I might be up for the task.
My wife is so modest. She's definitely up for the task. And not only is she an amazing surgeon, but she's also very active in all of our kids' activities. Trust me when I say this woman knows all about hard work.
Oh, I'm sure she does. Good luck, dear.
Thank you. It's nice meeting you. I love that brooch.
Yeah. They look like they still do it. They got the hips and everything.
Yeah, I like them.
Really? They remind me of some couple in Get Out.
Wow. You stop.
Look, I don't know how much you are making for all this good PR, but you're gonna get a raise.
No, this is a PR baby. I'm telling the truth.
Aww. Thank you, babe. I just love that you're here.
Glad to be. It just really feels good to be out of the house. Thanks, hey, Suze, which reminds me, I gotta call the agency.
Let's just put a pin in that.
No, it'll be quick. I just want to pull the trigger so we don't lose.
Can we just talk about that later?
The contract expires at midnight tonight.
So let's talk about it tomorrow.
What is he talking about? And I don't understand why you're not jumping on this. I mean, this dude is amazing, right? They love him. You even said this was no point.
Oh, trust me, she already jumped on it.
What's the problem?
I slept with him.
There you go.
Elaine, Joseph, I want you to meet Dr. Washington. This is the orthopedic surgeon that I messaged you about. Oh, yes, we already just met.
Gary was just telling us how active she is in her children's activity.
Yes, I'm very active.
Oh, active AF.
Gary, I'm Dr. Renard. Nice to finally meet you.
Yeah, likewise.
And Gary is just so amazing. I mean, without him, I wouldn't be able to do half the things I could do without his support and love.
Oh, that's good to hear. It's challenging as his job is. It comes with loads of perks, like that substantial pay raise I mentioned to you.
Which will come in a hefty 2 kids, private school. Doesn't come cheap for you.
Actually, our kids go to public school.
Oh, well, really, I thought Bree was expressing interest in having your kids go to Heathwood Academy at some point.
Oh, really? I don't know what Bree said or what didn't say. We are not interested in private school. I believe in public education. That's why I teach in public school.
My apologies. I did not know that. Bree never mentioned that.
Oh, it's a whole lot Bree didn't mention it for tonight, right, Bree?
What Gary means is that
Don't do that. That's not funny at all. Because what Gary means is I can't believe you lied to me. The whole time, Bree excused me.
He is just not feeling very well right now because he's got like a low blood sugar thing, and I'm gonna go make sure he gets like an orange slice. Excuse me. Where's the talent? Seriously? What is she doing here? You told me she was hysterically begging for me to come over here and that she needed to be sedated.
Well, technically, wine is a sedative. Sorry, Hazel. I took the initiative and extended an olive branch on your behalf.
Well, you know where you can stick that branch.
Oh.
Thanks for coming by. This is such a waste of time.
No, wait. Okay, stop. Let's just drop the pretense and be honest here, okay? Hazel has a company she's trying hard to get off the ground. You have a talent that's being underserved. If you two could just put your petty differences aside, you would see this could be a win for both of you.
Having had a chance to meditate on it, getting back to the studio isn't the worst idea I've ever heard. Is that your way of telling me how spiritually superior you are? Or that you're ready to work? Yes, I want to work. Just don't know if I want to work with you. Why is everything always so difficult with you? I'm not being difficult. I'm being cautious. I just need some time to think this through. Okay, well, think on this. How many people are going to take a chance on you? I believe in you, Regina. I need a formal contract. Curtis!
Consider done.
Oh, well, cheers. Oh,
I need one to do.
I'm so glad you still drink. I'm spiritual, but I'm not stupid.
Oh,
I gotta call my sponsor now.
no.
Bought taste soups?
Yes, once. When we were separated, okay? He was some bartender. I had no idea he had like a secret man he liked.
How could you not tell me like the moment you saw him in our house?
I know, but the kids were so happy. You were finding time to write. I mean, the man is a beast with the air fryer and a steamer. That's really rare.
You could have told me.
In my defense, I did ask you to hire someone that looked like Mrs. Doubtfire.
I was just hiring the best person for the job. Now, sadly, in the interview, I forgot to ask, hey, did you have sex with my wife? Now, thanks to you, I got to fire him and I got to tell him.
Okay, look, Harry, yes. I know, maybe I should have told you about Jesus when I first saw him in the kitchen, but let's not act all victim-y and self-righteous like you didn't have a whole-ass relationship when we were married. And
Yes.
I don't remember you running home and telling me about that shit at all. All right? In fact, you were like, flaunting this thick bitch in my face, bringing her to my child's birthday party.
Uh-huh.
You invited her. I didn't invite her.
Yes. Yes, I did. Indeed. And I had to put on a brave face and not embarrass you, unlike what you just did to me in there.
You have no idea how you made me feel.
Oh,
Are
shit.
you serious? Yes, I do. I actually do. Except your betrayal happened when we were married, not separated.
Uh-huh.
I had to get over it, and so do you.
Yes, that's right.
If you're playing for tips, you are not getting anything from me.
Ah! Oh.
I'll be right back. David, the mayor's arrived. His office wants to do press photos.
Have you heard from Ari? She should be here by now.
Not yet. I left several messages. Senator, can you get a few photos in front of the banner, please?
Sure. Yeah, just a minute. Hey, babe. I'm not sure if I should be worried or angry that you're not here, but please call me back.
Still nothing?
Nope. My wife is a no-show.
Okay, don't worry about it. You're good. I'll fill in for the photos. No one will even notice the difference.
You know,
Come on, it's your big day. Let's go.
You know what? You're right. This is my big day.
Sorry, let's go.
All right. Hey, good morning. Hey, how'd you sleep? You know what? I want to have Chinese food for dinner. That sounds good.
No way. I'm not pretending like nothing happened last night. I'm not talking about it.
Okay, yes. Plenty happened last night, but we need to talk about it. except we are in the dark rooms. Now prime some more black desperate. More for the teachers, man.
What the bullshit, Gary? It's not about the coffee. It's about the coffee. Thank you. Please steal something from your work. But we need to talk about what happened at my work and what could have happened if someone saw that scene you caused.
Hey, you know what? You're right. My behavior in front of your colleagues, Marie, is unacceptable. And Marie, I'm sorry.
No, don't do that. Don't you dare do that. You are not apologizing. You are agreeing. You are egregializing. You're apologizing. I don't know. That could be a thing, but don't do that.
Okay, so you're mad because I won't fight?
No, you just want to sweep it under the rug. And that's how I know you're angry. We need to talk about what happened with Jesus.
Yeah, I didn't extend his contract, told the kids that he joined the space program, and yeah, everything is fine.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
You're fine.
I'm more than fine.
You're good. That's great. You sure you're good?
I'm so good.
Hold up, 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 hold up. Play this again.
Ari, where were you this morning?
The ticket Vanessa sent is for next weekend. She booked the wrong flight, David.
Wait, what? Vanessa booked your flight for next weekend?
Bro, did I stutter? Yes, next weekend.
Busy day, Dee. We only have half an hour for lunch.
Thanks, man. Do you mind giving us a minute?
Oh, no. Actually, I'd like Van to stay, if that's okay. Dee, I'd like to know why my flight itinerary was incorrect.
Ari, I apologize for all the confusion. I reserved the exact flight you requested, except the wrong date. Once I realized my mistake, I contacted the airline, rebooked another flight, and emailed you the updated itinerary immediately, but I guess you didn't get it.
No, Vanessa, I didn't get a new itinerary, nor did I get an email or text to confirm receipt.
But I assure you I sent it.
I don't know if you're lying or incompetent or maybe both, but it's unacceptable.
Ari, that's enough. Okay, let's all just take a breath. Vanessa, can you please give us a minute alone?
I don't trust her, David. I think she's lying.
Ari, come on, the poor girl made a mistake. She apologized. It's not like she wanted you to miss this.
You sure about that? She's not a poor girl, David. She's a grown-ass woman with the job for which she needs to be held accountable.
Look, I'm just as upset as you, but we're on opposite coasts with extremely different schedules. Sometimes these things just happen.
I gotta go.
I mean, look, I would change it, but... Okay.
It troubles me to have to do this. But this is not your parents' pantry. For example, I like to grab a lozenge, but they seem to be missing. Again, have exercises. This is the dark roast coffee. Again, please, stop stealing from the teacher's lounge. Gary, can you help me with the kids' mission? Gary?
Gary! Oh my God! Uh-oh! I'm so sorry. Of course, yes. Just reviewing some notes in my phone about the
Healthy Kids
initiative. Thank you. This close, Healthy Kids Initiative, because we have to get these kids to eat, or less, or more good stuff, less junk food. Actually, there's a kid saying that I was doing. But you know what? Like the presidential. Mealtime should be a family event. And healthy kids, they eat healthy foods, including all the major
You know there's more than one way to eat clean though, right, Dad?
Oh,
Not to see, mommy. Get an ego. Parents need to set a good example. If mom and dad eat right, then so will the kids. Oh! Make healthy choices for healthy kids.
Smells like dark roast. Care to share where you got that, Gary? All right, let's have our next presentation. A little less theatrics. You ready?
On behalf of Ladies First, and obviously Hazel Michelle, welcome to your Artist in Residence boot camp. It's very, Hazel, narcissistic chic. I know. You're welcome. That's a lot of marble. The showcase is coming up, and there's a lot to prepare. So, in this rare occasion and under these very limited conditions, mi casa es su casa. This really feels like such a bad idea on so many levels. However, since it's not level basement, which is where my apartment is, I'll work through it. What? Showcase? Oh, Ladies First is sponsoring a new artist showcase. I'm not a new artist. Well, you are to FAI, and they own my label. It would be a great opportunity for them to meet you. So they can sign on. So you signed me, but you didn't really sign me. How is this your label? Because it is. TikTok, time is money. Should get started. Time is a construct of the patriarchy. Oh, Lord, give me strength.
All set. Get comfortable, girl. You're no stranger on here.
James, my sexy Jamaican king.
Anytime. I will be under this.
Yeah, you just did that in the elevator. Y'all gonna do this every single time we see each other. Oh, girl, here's hoping.
Regina, I know when we were talking contracts, I said you wrote. You really didn't have to bring your own dishes.
These are singing bowls. For healing. Oh, good. I've been meaning to get some of those. Give her the itinerary. Okay, thank you. Settle in and rest up. We are going to hit the ground running. The legend Walker Lamont is coming at 9. Walker Lamont? Uh-huh. The Walker Lamont? Yeah. Won a Grammy for Producer of the Year 3 times in a row. And only missing the T in EGOT? Yes, he's going to help us with one of the songs. Now, this isn't some cousin you call Walker Lamont. It's the Walker Lamont. He's afraid. Damn, he's finally listening. Next time, open with that. I know she's so lavender and ghost milk. God, this bitch is crazy. That's my room.
My client is fine keeping this party honest. It's your client who wants to make a kid's birthday party into a social event. And between us, 7 isn't even a milestone year.
It's either a party or my client takes the twins to Disneyland in Paris.
Well, my client has put forth the Party Family Fun Zone. It has a ball pit and a bounce house, supervision for the kids, and no cleanup.
My client prefers to spare her children of a stat infection because that's nasty. She proposes a nature-themed backyard party at the Waldorf, an elegant affair geared towards someone of my client's needs.
If you expect my client to foot half the bill for an exorbitant PR stunt for your client's company, you might as well have Anonymously's marketing department cover the cost. I thought children.
Fine, but my client is more than willing to host a party in her own backyard where the children will feel safe in their mother's arms.
Yeah, well, my client wants a ball pit.
Bouncy house.
Trampoline.
Fine, what's the split?
They'll cover the cake, your client may pick the flavor.
Vanilla, no sugar.
For God's sake, these are children.
50% reduced sugar, or your client is responsible for property damage caused by children on the show.
Fine.
Guest list.
No in-laws.
No Waffle Hub, aka Crystal Queens.
Deal.
That wasn't so hard, now was it?
Waffle Hole.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Be careful, I might tell you my name for you.
Is it? Jakey Poo. You know what yours is?
Enlighten.
Jalicious.
Okay, enough. Enough done. Now I'm done. That's why I'm getting about something.
Yeah, did you get a chance to check out the demo?
Yeah, got it, Walker. Can you play a little bit so I can warm up?
Yeah, let's get it. Damn, girl, you still got it, huh?
You thought we were playing around here, huh?
Really not, yo. All right, let's start from the first verse.
Wrapped in your arms, falling deeply. Wanna stretch this moment to forever, baby. So blinded, but I know that I'm keeping. You make me feel like I'm dreaming.
Yeah. Let me get your lyrics.
No, I got it. I just tweaked the words a little bit so they sound more authentic to me. You know?
Yeah, I respect that, but let's try hitting some of the original lyrics first, okay?
What's with all this lovey-dovey stuff? This is supposed to be a heartbreak song. Think Sad Mary J. Blige. Sad Mary J. Blige is multi-platinum.
That's not where I'm at. I'm more love and light right now. That's a headspace something.
Making money, that's the headspace we're in.
Yeah. Why don't we sing the song as written by the nice genius with all the hits? Because I'm not your puppet, that's why. This is my company. I hold the purse strings, so I get to pull your strings, okay?
I actually pull the purse strings.
Shut up, Curtis. I know that's how you and Derek used to work, you know, you being whatever artist he told you to be, but that's not the kind of artist I am. Do you mean artist or waitress?
Ladies. Apparently there's something going on between you two, and I don't want to be in it. So, yeah.
Wait, you're leaving?
Hayes, I don't do drumming. Life is too short. So when you two are ready to really work, give me a call.
No.
No. Okay, wait, Walker. I have some fresh plum cake. Your name already.
Say what you did. Don't you put this on me. This is all your fault. I'm so done with you.
Gary's all in his feelings. Now about Jesus. But he won't come to me. But you know what? He did this shit in the first place. If he wanted to hook up with that carpool hoe, we wouldn't even be in this situation in the first place. Well, that's facts, because Gary is not the victim. Then we'll burn your whole shit down, and then when you book a night at the Marriott, it's a problem. Exactly. I mean, the audacity of him to embarrass me in front of Dr. Renard and all the whites at my job. The Karens. What Dr. Renard said. Oh, girl, I've been avoiding him like a potato salad with the raisins at the cookout. Are you serious? Just talk to him, Bree. It may not be that bad. Well, it certainly can't be as bad as this. I mean, I'm gonna stick to my Peloton, let's be honest. Switch! Hey, why is she acting like we just stole something out of her purse? You, stop talking. Okay, Jillian Michaels, I'm just here to, like, raise my heart. Say it! Stop talking! Dr. Renard.
Dr. Washington.
Hi, do you have a minute?
Yes, everything okay?
Yes, I just really want to apologize for that weirdness at the cocktail party.
I gotta tell you, Dr. Washington, the board was really pleased with you. You made quite an impression.
Oh, thank God. I thought that love and hip hop moment might have canceled me out.
No, you're good.
You were so nice. Thank you, Dr. Renard, for being so chill about this. And
TMI, Gary and I were going through some personal issues that night.
Hey, listen, I'm no stranger to marital spats, especially at inopportune times. Marriage is the hardest thing I've ever had to do.
Right? It's so rough.
Yeah, it's like brain surgery.
How'd you guys get to the rough patch?
We got divorced. Hey, I'll take number 7.
I'm just so sorry to hear that.
Oh, we thought it was better to end things than to let things fester and have 2 people resentful and totally unhappy. Some things are not meant to be. Thanks.
That's so beautiful. You should put that on a magnet.
Oh. Have a good lunch, Dr. Washington.
Are these fortune cookies free? Let's just take this because I'm here.
I feel like I'm going crazy. I really do, because everywhere I go, I see this dude fucking my wife. You know? And he was probably just laughing the whole time he's in my house, just plotting. The next time he had his face in my expression. And I'm sorry. Then I'm being so graphic. It's just, I don't have anybody else I can talk to. I can't tell my boys that Bree fucked somebody else. How would say that?
So, Bree having sex with somebody else is a stain on your image. This would be considered a failure to your friends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have you tried talking to Bree?
She didn't get it. Bree don't get it. Bree don't get how I feel.
Then how do you feel, Gary?
Betrayed, bamboozled, hoodwinked. I'm pissed, but I'm hurt too, you know?
And Bree couldn't possibly know what that kind of betrayal feels like, huh?
I see what you're doing. Yes, there is a similarity. Obviously, I see that, but it's not the same. It is not the same at all.
No, because
How
he
is
was
a
married.
similarity not the same at all?
Because, okay, when I did what I did, right, to her, it's like, so when I did what, oh, shit, this is the same.
Mm-hmm. Maybe focusing on this guy is a way to make you feel less guilty instead of trying to empathize with Bree. Empathy is about finding echoes of another person in yourself. It's one of my favorite quotes. Let that sink in for a minute.
This definitely sinking all the way down.
I ain't being sober, don't need no more clothes.
Where are you, Gary?
Please don't say it's so. Please don't say it's so. Take another shot and back to testing. I got some things on my chest that I need to say. You stuck up in your ways. Already head down, take the I know I made mistakes. You act like I can't change. Yeah, I'm on my way.
What's going on here? Good evening, Uncle.
Nigel, the ship is sinking. If I were you, I'd catch the first rowboat back to
Jamaica. That's it. I'm out of here. I gotta hand it to you, Regina. You have set a new record. In less than 24 hours, you've managed to piss off the only 2 people in this town willing to work with you. One was me. The other was the legend himself. And trust me, honey, the only reason he worked with you was as a favor to me.
No lies detected there.
I'm not gonna stay in a situation where my voice is not valued. Same old Regina, always finding a new way to self-sabotage. Same old Hazel, always making everything about you. Curtis, see this bitch out. This bitch can see herself out.
No, we can't just stand here, bro. We got to do something.
After you, Prince Charming.
Don't worry. I got it. Regina, didn't you say that nothing makes you happier than singing? And here is the chance to do what you love. So why not sing?
I want to sing on my own terms, without compromising my integrity.
I'll have to compromise. But it's not a sign of weakness. It shows you're secure enough to be open to new ideas.
Good effort, Nigel. Listen, Regina, before you go, I just want you to know, I was a huge fan of yours back in the day.
Oh, thank you, Curtis.
I used to always wonder why you didn't make more music, but now I guess I know it's because you're a quitter. Yeah, say what you will about Hazel, she's a fighter. The truth is, you couldn't sing that song as written, so you just made up a reason to quit.
Excuse me? I can't sing that simple song? I could sing that song in my city.
Swept me off my feet, don't let you drop it, babe. You just let me keep falling, didn't stop it, baby. So blinded by love, I was tripping. Could never hit the mark, we get missing. Took my breath away, then suffocate me so I can't breathe. Don't make promises that you can keep. Put back the pieces you broke. Give back the talent you stole. You said you never let go. Can't help but feel like you owe me.
Oh, yes. Think we'll find anybody that good by the time the showcase runs around? Let me help you. We won't.
I swear, this is your last chance, Gina. I'll do the song as written with a few extra runs for good measure. Fine. But don't overdo it. This ain't a band solo. I can take it to church now. Well. Girl, please save it for the studio, okay? Curtis, call Walker. Apologize and send him a gift. Don't be cheap, okay? Let's get to work. Do I have time for?
Look at us with the 1-2 boy. Well, you know, seems like I use my powers for good. Maybe. Your speech help.
Curtis, are we becoming friends?
No. You know what? And the moment has passed. Please, the touching.
That's not me. Damn, girl, where's the rest of your skirt? It's time about him for his birthday. Where are you? Aren't you supposed to be on a plane?
I'm still in New York. The car in front of me tried to make a left and got clipped by a bus.
I can't believe you actually lied to me.
Hey, baby!
Bring your ass over here.
Oh, what?
The kids are with your mama. We gotta have this out right now.
Okay, can I just say one thing?
Shh, don't talk. Just listen. Oh, wait a minute. That's a Jodeci song. That was so good.
I think we good on the tequila, yes?
Want to know the truth? Because I want to tell you the truth. It was so good to tell you that I slept with Jesus. That was sweet, sweet. And I loved it.
That's fair.
Damn right it's fair, bitch. But also, if I want revenge, then I'm not as over it as I thought it would be, and that's just like really confusing right now.
It is a hard thing to get over.
Stop agreeing with me. Stop agreeing, okay? I'm trying to fight with you. I've been trying to fight for 2 days. We need to fight this out.
I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. Hey, honestly, Bree, I didn't realize just how much I had hurt you. I mean, yes, I knew that it was wrong. I didn't fully understand what it meant to have somebody that you love share himself with somebody else.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, it sucks.
I just said that. It sucks.
I feel like I got stabbed with a rusty knife.
And you got tetanus. And your respiratory system failed, and you can't find your EpiPen because it's at the bottom of your big purse, and you just stop breathing, you can't breathe, you feel like you're gonna die. Yeah, I've been there.
I'm sorry. And I mean that. No, Bree, I mean that, okay? I can't believe that I did that to you, and I promise that I will never, ever do that again.
Okay, well, you know I'm petty. And I really enjoyed all of that. I really did, but damn, Gary, I gotta apologize. I gotta say I am so sorry for the way I told you about Jesus. That was whack.
No, it was whack.
That was so whack.
Because you just blurted it out.
In front of so many people.
So many people.
Like rich white people.
Out of respect.
That's whack. Look. Get out.
I'm good.
Baby, have some. It's good. Go and get it. It's the expensive one.
Okay, fuck it.
Oh, you just going in. Oh. What? Oh.
Thank you. Real talk. Wrong at all. I'm gonna need a little time to get over this shit, Brie. Okay, now I will actively be trying. It's gonna take more than 2 days. I mean, damn.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. You see that? This is good, baby.
This is good.
This is very good.
This is good.
That's very good.
How were you gonna go and smash a Spanish Instagram while we were separated?
Oh, there's more. You have more.
I mean, the man, he needs to put on clothes, Brie. He needs to put on clothes, and that's your type. That's what you like into? I didn't know that. That's interesting. I didn't know you was into that.
Gary, it was like Antonio Banderas and Ricky Martin and a baby. How could I not?
And he ain't cute. I mean, he's not cute like me. Sure, motherfucker's like, gorgeous or whatever. So what? Let me ask you this. Can he lick it and click it at the same damn time like I do?
No, well, we cannot.
Right.
Take that bottle upstairs.
No, I'm gonna show you out. You got it?
Yeah.
Your next sleep?
It's a whole spinning with it.
No, that's a sweater.
I feel it. It's perfect, right?
More than perfect. Just a few more tiny alterations and this dress will reveal just enough cleavage to be tasteful.
Okay, I'm not sure if cleavage is ever tasteful at a wedding. Jealousy is such an ugly thing. You know what's gonna be ugly? Your credit card statement. Hazel, do you really need such an expensive wrap? Yes.
You know what? I am starting to dislike you less and less, Jenga.
I'll take that. Hazel, that's fine, but my goodness, you look amazing. I agree. Absolutely. You look stunning. Thank you.
And where's Ari?
Oh, she should be joining us on Zoom any second now. But I'm here as her proxy to try on whatever you need. I'm here for you.
And I'll go get the seamstress. And, oh, make sure to drink the champagne. I checked the label. It's the good stuff.
Okay.
Oh, how lucky am I? I'm getting married. I have a big showcase tomorrow night, which neither of you bitches have bothered to RSVP.
Shit, that's tomorrow? Maxine's twins are having a birthday party, and I gotta babysit the adults. Yeah, and I'm bummed I can't go either.
Yeah, I know you got your little surgery or whatever.
Why does everyone keep calling it a little surgery? I swear to God, Gary's cousin Pam is our new nanny, and she's always making fun of me and my little surgeries. How's it going? It's not going well.
But I thought it'd be good. I mean, Gary's getting a chance to write, and you're getting some peace. Isn't that what you wanted?
I mean, I don't know if I'd put it like that's what I wanted, but Ari just sent a text. Won't make it dealing with the David thing.
Oh, that can't be good.
Look, you need to have this for Ari. Oh, because she need it.
Well, to me, I'm getting married.
Again.
Hey, babe, you're up early.
We need to talk. I sent you something. Check your email.
What am I looking at?
You tell me.
Okay. That's me. That's Vanessa. That's an overpriced Caesar salad. What's this about?
I got tagged in that photo last night, even though I'm not in it, but Vanessa is, and so are you. Wearing the tie I bought you for your birthday, the same one you wore the night you stood me up a few weeks ago. And I know you did, but you don't wear the same shit twice in a month.
Wait a minute. What am I on trial for exactly?
You said you midnight, but it looks like you're having a nice dinner to me.
No, that was lunch, Mari. I told you, I got stuck because of that car accident, remember?
Even if it was just lunch, I still don't like it. One-on-one meals, inside jokes, Vanessa coming back to your apartment?
All right, where is this coming from? You don't usually do the whole jealous wife thing.
Oh, this is not about jealousy, David. This is about inappropriate behavior. And if you can't see that, if this flatters your ego, then I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, babe, listen, we're both a little over it. Can I call you back later?
You know what, David? You're a grown-ass man. You do you.
Take your actions, match your words. One day you say you want.
Good work.
I need you to pick a side. You better pick a side, yeah. Pick a side, you better pick a side, yeah. Ooh. One line, two sides, you choose.
Man, we are so glad to have you help out while we look for a permanent name, but I cannot eat another bite.
Come on. I can't have my baby cousin right on an empty stomach. And especially not in that dreary shed you got out there.
Wait, Trier, listen, that shed is nice in most people's living rooms. And did you know that Langston Hughes also wrote this shit? Now, I'm not trying to compare myself, but both of our names, they have G's in them. Oh, and A's. I'm just saying.
Good morning. I know I look crazy.
Not crazy. Sloppy.
Like you gave up. I think you look good.
Thanks, babe. I did just spend 10 hours in the OR last night, so I can look like Chewbacca if I want. Okay. And I have to make my surgery report for my late night shift today, and I can't seem to find it anywhere. Sam, you were cleaning earlier.
No, I was decluttering. There's a difference. See, I was trying to create more space for you to work.
Oh, thank you. That is so thoughtful, but I have a system, and it feels like you disrupted it.
Well, you know, Bree, I was just trying to do something nice for you, that's all. Because clearly you and Gary have been living a little messy. So obviously you need me.
Obviously we need you. That's so true. So much.
I love the red sparkles for you.
Oh, it's perfect. Oh, Regina, don't you think it's perfect? It's perfect. It's just sparkly, red. Red represents the root chakra. I just don't want to mess with that.
Sound check will be 3 hours before then hair and makeup will be in your dressing room. Do you still want those fresh orchids in both? Because silk ones would save us money for the Diptyque all-natural candles you also requested.
Fresh. And I hope you have someone who knows their way around a curling iron. I don't just let anybody up in my hair.
I can tell.
Girl, you know I got you. Just imagine soft, loose curls framing her face. It'll go perfect with a red dress. I told you it's too flashy. Flashy is what we need to impress FAI.
If I had it my way, I'd have you on stage in a potato sack.
Great. So we can kiss the red dress goodbye. Hold on. Sometimes you gotta spend money to make money. Trust me, Regina. We'll take it. Keep this one for me.
So stupid, I can't.
I see you're making yourself feel at home.
Girl, and this Riesling is everything.
Did you pick up your lettuce?
Yep.
That was a gift from my surgery team because I performed this damn near impossible neurosurgery on the brachial plexus.
Oh, good. So it was free, so you don't mind. You want to get a glass? You want some?
No, that's so generous of you. Very tempting. I have patients later. You know, do you think it's a little early for 1 o'clock?
This is a little midday treat like they have on Married to the Game. You should really have a glass because you do not deal with stress well.
Huh.
What? Do not step to that hoe. You do not want to do that.
Okay, you know what? I need to do some work before I go into the hospital. So do you mind just keeping it down?
Rip it out, you wanna die, fight out, whatever. Being is in charge of sickness and strangle it.
My expensive wine.
Oh, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. You know she gonna stab you in the back. That old nasty fox.
Pam, I just need a little quiet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God!
What happened?
Why is she taking them back?
You know what? I don't know what's happening. I don't care what's happening. I gotta go work anywhere but here is what I got.
Oh my God, what did you say? You think that that's what she said? I can't. Where? How do you rewind on this? Where's the rewind?
I know.
Gary,
Yes.
Gary, we need to talk about Pam.
Oh, isn't she great? Baby, thanks to her, I have had like a super successful day. So maybe instead of Annie, you just need a family member that doesn't have a life of their own.
No, absolutely not. We said that Pam was a temporary solution.
Of course, but in the current temporary, I think it's going pretty well, yeah?
For you. It's going well for you. She's not drinking up your very expensive gifted wine and yelling at the TV like it's supposed to answer her. It's crazy.
Do I even want to know what that means?
No, actually, you should. You're working really hard. Can I just be something?
No, come on. It's because it's not a lot of space to get for both of us, and I'm just getting started, so.
Baby,
What?
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
This is what you're working on. I'm not going to judge you.
All right, this one time, okay? Keep in mind, it's just a rough draft, okay?
You know I like a rough.
No,
That's true, I don't.
I was in the zone, baby. It's just.
Okay, well, it's good.
Thank you.
It's also just 4 sentences.
4 very well written sentences.
Yeah, no, they're good.
Yeah.
But at this rate, it's going to be like, what, 27 years before you finish a book?
Just give me.
What?
Give it. Because you don't understand the creative process. I got work to do. Thank you. Thanks for coming to visit me. I have work to do.
A bounce house and a trampoline. This is such a liability.
The kids have fun.
Someone's gonna get hurt.
So what? The ball don't bounce back up again. That's the point.
You know what? You're right. Let him bounce.
Thank you. So that's all right? I'm gonna check on the cake. Baker's running late.
Mm-hmm.
Look at you. Taking deep breaths, using your inside voice, no name calling. I love to see you finally doing the conflict resolutions I suggested.
Well, I realize the more we argue, the more I have to see him, so maybe it's best if I just play it cool.
Does that mean you're not calling him a dusty nigger anymore?
Not to his face. Instead, I created a fake IG profile. This way I can write nasty comments under his posts. Hello, anonymous online cruelty.
I'm glad to see you keeping it classy.
Well, that dick doesn't deserve shit, but I promised you that I would behave.
Well, thank you.
I'm gonna go check on the cake.
You girls are so cute.
Thank you. Brian, did you get a hold of the bakery?
Yes, but I had someone else pick it up.
I heard it was someone's.
Hey.
Hell no, this dusty Negro did not invite his used mattress pad up into my house around my kids.
I'll handle this.
Okay. Hey, brother man, she needs to get out of my house now because this is not what we agreed to.
No, this is not what you agreed to. I'm not some child you can just order around. I say she stays, so she stays.
Oh, you say she stays. Okay, all right. You know what? This is gonna be fun.
See? 2 words. Time and place.
Right. The time is now and the place is here for an ass whooping.
You really want to give an ass whooping at your kid's birthday party? You are better than this, Maxine. Remember what you promised me?
Promises are for suckers. You should have got that shit in writing. Move out the way. Hey, brother. This is just like you to pull some shit like this behind my back. How dare you bring your skank into my house?
I have a right to a private life. Crystal is a part of that.
Can I please just have a drama-free birthday party with my children? You know, some quality time with them as their mother?
Oh, please. I remember when I used to beg you to make time for our kids. Like the year you skipped their birthday to attend a day conference.
That conference was how I launched my company, the company that is keeping your child whore with an unlimited supply of Capri Sun. For the record, I prefer Sunny D. That would be the part that you would object to. And what are you wearing? Who wears a half crop top to a children's birthday party, you slut?
We need to focus on what's important here, which is the kids. Is this really the memory you want them to have of this day?
Yeah, Maxine. Think of the children. For once, try to be a good mother.
No assault, no call in the
Exactly what I need for full custody. Jacob, I need you to call me back now. We have a situation.
Oh, it is perfect in here. Oh, tonight is going to be so special. Where's Regina?
I don't know. Curtis went to go get her.
Oh, I'm sure she's driving him crazy. Curtis!
Is this good? Yes.
What's happening? Where's Regina?
I don't know. She was here. Now she's not. She won't pick up her phone. It's more than likely that she's a no-show. Yes. Regina!
Regina!
Regina?
What the hell, Regina? I'm so good.
What's wrong?
I vouched for you to a lot of people who are coming to hear you tonight. Do you understand that?
Listen, Hayes.
I don't think I can do this. What if they say no? I wouldn't have done all this if I didn't believe in you. They're gonna hear one note and they're gonna fall in love with you all over again. I can see it. What version of me? I'm not you, Hazel. You can rock a red sequin dress. I know, but I can't. It's not me. Lord knows I really want this opportunity, but I want it as myself. I'm sorry, Hazel. Nah. I'm sorry. If anybody knows what it's like to have people dictate who you are as an artist, it's me. Yeah, I know you can relate. Okay. So how about this? The first song is the Walker Lamont recording. And the second is your choosing. Are you sure? No, but I'm trying to compromise here, so thank you, Hazel. Also, it may not be tonight, but you are wearing that red dress. I spent way too much money. Girl, you are a mess.
Hi, this is Ari. Please leave a message.
Hey, it's me again. I'm starting to feel like you're dodging my calls, so please call me back.
Okay, blackened salmon with sauteed spinach. Told them to hold the rice. I know you're trying to watch your figure. You know, 7th sexiest politician in the world.
Is that real? In the world?
Yep.
Who's number one?
Barack, duh. Followed by AOC, Trudeau. But hey, you beat us all.
Well, thank God for that. Man, all this press is so nice.
Oh, and it's still coming. Oh, Essence wants to do a girl dad piece. They wanted to know if you had a writer in mind, someone you know personally.
I'll think on it.
All right, sounds good. We'll circle back on that later. Oh, and one more thing. They want you to do a men's retreat called Brother to Brother. They're covering all costs, an additional fee, and you can bring a +1. Can I confirm your participation?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome! Oh, I'm so excited. Everything's going so well.
Yeah, so well.
Swept me up my feet, don't lay, drop it, babe. You just let me keep falling, stop it, baby. Blinded by love, I was tripping. Could never hit the mark, we got missing. Don't fly with the weight and suffocate me so I can't breathe. Don't make promises that you can't keep. Put back the pieces you broke. Give back the time to show. You said you never let go. Can't help but feel like you owe me. You know that you owe me. You know that you owe me. Don't go when they owe me. You owe me. You owe me. My days, you owe me that. Lost nights, you owe me that. I know I'm never getting back. Someday you'll pay what you owe. Put back the pieces myself. You kill me, don't need nothing else. You're gonna pay what you owe. You know that you owe me. You know that you owe me. Don't go where they owe me. You owe me. You owe me. My days, you owe me that. Lost nights, you owe me that. I know I'm never getting back. Someday you'll pay what you owe. Love. Someday you'll pay what you owe.
And then I said 2 3 tall. Thank you for suggesting this, though.
My pleasure.
Gary's at a school board meeting, and this is so much better than going home and seeing his cousin just jerking up all my good wine without even asking me. And she yells at the TV like it's supposed to answer her.
Really?
Yes.
That's not that bad, is it?
It's worse.
Can I get the gentleman and his lovely wife another round?
Oh, I am not the lovely wife.
Oh, the gentleman's divorced.
My apologies. The gentleman and his lovely ex-wife.
Oh,
Okay, I am not the lovely ex-wife.
no, my ex-wife is in Malta spending my retirement savings.
Ooh.
We're fine with shrinks.
Wow, retirement savings, Malta. I'm so sorry to hear.
Oh, it's fine. At least we didn't have kids. I can't imagine bringing up children in an unhappy marriage.
Ouch. That hits home.
Why do you say that?
Well, when Gary and I were separated last year, it was really rough on us, and I didn't even realize how rough it would be on the kids, And I just worry about their bills when they're older.
Yeah, real talk. It happens. Listen, I think all parents traumatize their kids on some level. We're imperfect beings. It's hard not to.
That weirdly made me feel better.
No, it's true. Not your kids. Your kids are gonna be fine. You're a rockstar mom.
Oh, thank you so much.
I mean it.
We should get the check.
Yeah. I got the check. It's on me.
Are you sure?
Yeah, of course. Get out of here, Dr. Washington.
Okay. Yes.
Cheers.
Okay.
Wow, you like the wine.
Better not start that rumor.
You set us up.
Wow. Not even a hello first. Just jumping straight in?
Well, hellos are for friends, associates, not pretty boys like you.
Nice. You know, for the record, I explicitly told my client that he was not allowed to bring Crystal. Regardless, that doesn't excuse your client for the birthday cake assault.
It's kid, Jacob.
I know. But even if there are no physical damages, the emotional distress alone warrants pressing charges.
That's a joke, right? I hope so. Because if you even think about pressing charges, then we're going after full custody of the kids, which shouldn't be hard with Brian is parading his barely legal mistress, violating their parental agreement.
Technically, Crystal did not attend the party. She was merely dropping off the cake.
Okay, you want to have a real fucking meeting right now, or are you going to keep talking this nonsense in my face? Can I get you guys?
Yes, I'll have Urban and whatever she's having is on me.
I'll have the same thing. Double it up. That's the kind of day I'm having. And he's paying for it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You said it.
I did say it.
Okay. Look, Jacob, negative press equals lower stock value to this company. And we both know what that means. Am I right?
You know, I truly admire how skilled you are at speaking a language I actually understand. How it all affects me.
Okay. Yeah, well, us lawyers gotta look out for each other, right?
How can I look out for you? Look out for me.
Here, I have some things in mind, but I really
There's no such thing as that.
I knew they'd be fucking. You see that 2 episodes ago?
Oh, shit. Where were you? I left voicemails, text messages. I thought we were checking in once we cooled off.
Yeah, the thing is, David, I'm not cooled off because you're lying about that night you stood me up.
Are you serious? This again?
David.
Come on. I have a lot on my plate, Ari. What difference does it make?
David, enough. Just tell me the truth.
Okay. Yeah, I was with Vanessa. But I promised nothing happened. And the picture is from lunch. Her shitty college boyfriend broke up with her, so I took her out to cheer her up. Later that night, I was on my way home, and she called me, and she was a mess. At a bar, way too drunk, saying some dark things about hurting herself. So I turned around and brought her back to her apartment.
And after that?
I left her with her roommates and went home. Alone, Ari.
If that's all it was, why didn't you tell me that the first time?
I don't know, I didn't want to embarrass her.
Oh, but you want to let me feel crazy?
No, I kept thinking it would go away. But you know what? Now that it's out in the open, maybe we can move past it.
Move past it. You already lied once. How can I believe that's the whole story?
Because it is. I swear, it was one bad night.
Oh, and this is another.
He's a politician. Never trust a politician.
Hey, Warren.
Hey.
What did I tell you? Is Regina not everything I promised?
No, great energy. But we already have a singer in your age group. You.
Oh, okay. So now you have two. You know we're not all the same, right?
Hazel, I don't think you get it.
I do get it. You're going to pit two black women against each other. Meanwhile, there are 50 white artists named Chris regurgitating music that I made over 20 years ago.
Hazel, it's a no. It's a hard no. Maybe reconsider, Suki. I'll be in touch.
So, did FAI like the show? No. They loved it. Oh, really?
Most people assume that making serious money requires traditional careers like medicine, law, or finance. They spend years in school, accumulate massive debt, and climb corporate ladders hoping to eventually earn six figures. Then there are these careers, where people discovered that the strangest, most unconventional jobs often pay way more than respectable professions that require decades of training. 1. Professional odor judges can earn up to $85,000 per year by smelling armpits, breath, and feet to test deodorant and hygiene product effectiveness. Major companies hire these specialists to ensure their products actually work before launching them to market. The job requires a sensitive nose, the ability to distinguish between hundreds of different scents, and apparently an iron stomach. These odor experts spend their days having people raise their arms after workouts, breathe directly into their faces after eating various foods, and remove their shoes after wearing them all day. While most people would pay money to avoid smelling strangers' body odor, these professionals get paid impressive salaries, specifically because the work is so unpleasant that few people are willing to do it. The job requires extensive training to identify specific scent compounds and rate odor intensity on standardized scales. 2 professional cuddlers make between $60 and $80 per hour, providing non-sexual physical affection to clients who are touch-starved or lonely. These therapeutic touch specialists work with people who need human connection without romantic involvement, including those recovering from trauma, dealing with social anxiety, or simply lacking physical affection in their lives. The profession requires certification, clear boundary setting skills, and the ability to provide emotional support through platonic touch. Successful professional cuddlers can earn over $100,000 annually if they maintain a full client schedule and operate in major cities where demand is highest. The work involves spooning, hand-holding, and providing comforting physical presence, all while maintaining strict professional boundaries and ensuring clients feel safe and respected. 3. Snake milkers earn around $50,000, $70,000 annually extracting venom from poisonous snakes for use in creating antivenoms in medical research. These specialists work at venom extraction facilities, carefully handling deadly snakes and collecting their venom by making them bite through membranes stretched over collection containers. The job requires nerves of steel, extensive knowledge of reptile handling, and acceptance that one mistake could result in a potentially fatal bite. Despite the danger, there's high demand for skilled venom extractors because anti-venom production depends entirely on people willing to risk their lives working with the world's most dangerous snakes. The profession requires years of training in herpetology and snake handling, and experienced venom extractors are so rare that facilities compete to hire them. 4. Professional mermaids can earn $250, $500 per hour swimming in elaborate tales at parties, aquariums, and corporate events. These aquatic performers have turned childhood fantasies into lucrative careers by learning to swim gracefully in heavy silicone tails while holding their breath for extended periods. Top mermaid performers work at major aquariums, high-end resorts, and exclusive private parties, with some earning over $80,000 annually. The job requires exceptional swimming skills, the ability to perform underwater while making it look effortless, and maintaining the magical illusion for audiences. Successful mermaids invest thousands in realistic custom tails and spend months developing the swimming technique needed to move convincingly while essentially having their legs bound together. 5. Golf ball divers make $50,000, $100,000 per year retrieving lost balls from water hazards on golf courses, then cleaning and reselling them. These underwater specialists dive into murky ponds and lakes filled with golf balls, alligators, snakes, and various hazards, collecting thousands of balls per dive. The job requires scuba certification, comfort diving in zero visibility water where you can't see your hand in front of your face, and willingness to share water with wildlife that might consider you an intruder. Golf ball divers sell their recovered balls back to courses or directly to golfers at significant markups, with some experienced divers collecting over 5,000 balls in a single day. The profession combines the danger of underwater work with the bizarre reality that there's a thriving market for used golf balls. 6. Professional line standers earn $25, $50 per hour, waiting in line for other people who don't want to wait themselves. These queue specialists camp out for days before product launches, concert tickets, or limited availability events, essentially selling their time and patience to wealthy clients. In major cities, professional line standers can earn over $60,000 annually during peak seasons by maintaining spots at multiple lines simultaneously and coordinating teams of waiters. The job requires tolerance for boredom, ability to withstand weather extremes, and strategic planning to maximize earnings by choosing which lines offer the best hourly rates. Some line standing companies hire teams of people to wait for everything from new iPhone releases to Supreme clothing drops. 7. Pet food tasters can earn up to $75,000 per year eating dog and cat food to ensure quality, taste, and nutritional value meet standards before products reach pets. These food scientists have refined palates trained to detect subtle differences in pet food formulations, checking for proper texture, smell, and flavor balance. While they don't typically swallow the food, they chew it thoroughly and analyze all aspects of taste and mouthfeel. The job requires a strong stomach, culinary expertise, and the ability to evaluate pet food using the same criteria applied to human food products. Major pet food companies employ these tasters because pets can't provide feedback about whether new formulas taste good, so humans have to do it for them. 8. Professional bridesmaid services charge $302,000 per wedding to stand beside brides who don't have enough friends or family to fill out their wedding party. These hired friends attend all pre-wedding events, wear matching dresses, participate in ceremonies, and basically pretend to be lifelong friends for the duration of wedding festivities. The job requires acting skills, emotional support capabilities, and ability to blend seamlessly into wedding parties while maintaining professional boundaries. Successful professional bridesmaids work multiple weddings per month and can earn over $50,000 annually, with some expanding into full wedding planning and coordination services. The work involves everything from helping choose dresses to managing drama between actual wedding party members. 9. Furniture testers earn around $50,000, $60,000 per year, sitting in chairs, lying on beds, and using furniture to evaluate comfort, durability, and design effectiveness. These ergonomic specialists work for furniture manufacturers, testing prototypes before mass production, spending their days deliberately trying to break furniture and find design flaws. The job requires attention to detail, ability to articulate subtle differences in comfort levels, and willingness to spend hours sitting in chairs and lying on mattresses. While it sounds like the easiest job imaginable, furniture testers must provide detailed feedback about everything from lumbar support to armrest height, essentially getting paid to do what most people do for free at furniture stores. 10. Professional sleepers can earn up to $15,000 for a single research study, participating in sleep research that monitors everything from brainwaves to sleep position. Universities and research institutions pay these sleep study participants to sleep in labs while connected to monitoring equipment, helping scientists understand sleep disorders, dream patterns, and the effects of various conditions on sleep quality. Some professional sleepers work with luxury hotels testing mattresses and bedding, earning money to provide feedback on comfort and sleep quality. The job requires the ability to sleep in unfamiliar environments while connected to wires and being monitored, which is harder than it sounds. 11. Water slide testers make $30,000, $50,000 annually visiting theme parks and resorts to ride every water slide multiple times, evaluating safety, speed, and entertainment value. These quality control specialists travel the world testing new attractions before they open to the public, checking for rough spots, proper water flow, and overall ride experience. The job requires fearlessness about high-speed water attractions, attention to detail about safety concerns, and ability to provide constructive feedback to park designers. Riding water slides sounds like pure fun. Professional testers ride the same slides dozens of times per day, analyzing every aspect from entry points to splash landings. 12. Professional mourners earn $50 to $100 per hour attending funerals of strangers to make the services seem better attended and provide an emotional atmosphere. These hired grievers cry on cue, comfort actual mourners, and funeral attendants to help families save face when turnout is disappointingly low. The profession is centuries old, but has evolved into a modern service industry with professional mourning companies providing various packages. The work requires acting ability, emotional control, and comfort spending days surrounded by grief and death. Successful professional mourners can earn over $40,000 annually in areas where the service is culturally accepted. 13. Dice inspectors at casinos earn $60,000 to $80,000 per year, examining dice under microscopes to ensure they're perfectly balanced and not weighted to favor certain numbers. These quality control experts use precision measuring equipment to verify that each die meets exact specifications down to fractions of millimeters, checking for imperfections that could affect fairness. The job requires extreme attention to detail, understanding of probability in physics, and ability to focus on repetitive inspection work for hours. A single imperfect die could cost casinos millions if it consistently rolls certain numbers, so these inspectors play crucial roles in maintaining game integrity. 14. Professional viewers in China can earn substantial incomes waiting in line for others at government offices, hospitals, and various services where long waits are common. These line specialists navigate bureaucratic systems, understanding which offices require which documents and when to arrive for shortest wait times. The profession has become so organized that queuing companies employ hundreds of workers and coordinate complex schedules to maximize efficiency. Experienced viewers earn premium rates by developing expertise in specific bureaucratic processes and building relationships with office workers who can expedite services. 15. Plane repo specialists earn $10,000, $15,000 for aircraft they successfully repossess from owners who've defaulted on loans, with some earning over $150,000 annually. These aviation recovery experts track down planes, often internationally, then legally seize them by flying them away when owners aren't looking, or are unable to prevent the repossession. The job requires commercial pilot licenses for various aircraft types, investigative skills to locate planes that owners are deliberately hiding, nerves of steel to take aircraft from potentially dangerous situations, and willingness to work in legally gray areas of international aircraft recovery. Successful repo pilots can earn substantial incomes by recovering multiple planes per month, though the work involves significant risk of confrontation with angry owners who don't want to lose their aircraft, and occasionally requires entering foreign countries to seize planes and fly them back to the United States. The profession attracts former military pilots and adventurous aviators who enjoy the combination of detective work and flying. 16. Professional online game farmers earn $20,000, $50,000 annually playing video games to accumulate virtual currency and items that they sell to other players for real money in thriving virtual economies. These gaming entrepreneurs operate in games with valuable digital economies, grinding through repetitive gameplay for hours daily to collect rare items, level up characters, or accumulate in-game currency. The profession has created entire industries in some countries, where gaming farms employ hundreds of workers playing games around the clock in shifts, treating virtual worlds like digital factories producing valuable commodities. While playing games sounds fun, professional farmers perform repetitive tasks for hours daily, essentially turning entertainment into tedious factory work, where efficiency and productivity matter more than enjoyment. Some gamers earn substantially more by focusing on rare item acquisition or providing high-level services like dungeon running for wealthy players who want achievements without doing the work themselves. 17. Iceberg movers in Canada earn $40,000 $80,000 per year using specialized boats to tow massive icebergs away from oil rigs and shipping lanes to prevent catastrophic collisions. These maritime specialists attach lines to ice formations that can weigh millions of tons, slowly moving them away from danger zones where they pose threats to offshore operations. The job requires advanced maritime skills, deep understanding of ice behavior and ocean currents, and a willingness to work in dangerous Arctic conditions where one mistake could result in ship damage, environmental disasters, or death. The profession exists because icebergs pose serious threats to offshore drilling operations and shipping traffic, and towing them away from danger is more practical and economical than trying to destroy them or work around them. Some iceberg movers work for oil companies, while others contract with shipping companies or government agencies responsible for maritime safety. 18. Professional ethical hackers make $75,000, $150,000 annually, with top specialists earning over $300,000 by breaking into computer systems legally to identify security vulnerabilities before malicious hackers exploit them. These cybersecurity specialists use the exact same techniques as criminal hackers, but work for companies trying to protect their systems from attack. The job requires extensive programming knowledge across multiple languages, deep understanding of network security systems and their weaknesses, and ability to think like criminals while maintaining ethical standards. Top ethical hackers command premium rates because their skills prevent data breaches that could cost companies millions in damages, regulatory fines, and reputation loss. Some work as full-time security employees, while others operate as independent consultants earning substantial fees for penetration testing services. The profession has grown dramatically as cyber attacks have become more sophisticated and damaging, creating huge demand for people who can break into systems before bad actors do. 19. Gross stunt performers in entertainment earn $500 to $2,000 per gig, eating disgusting things or performing revolting acts for TV shows and live audiences. These professional gross-out artists consume live bugs, rotten food, and various inedible substances, pushing the limits of what audiences can watch without looking away. The work requires strong stomachs, ability to perform under pressure, and willingness to do things most people couldn't be paid any amount to attempt. Successful gross stunt performers develop tolerance for disgusting experiences and can earn over $60,000 annually during active seasons. 20. Professional pushers in Japan earn respectable salaries, compressing passengers into overcrowded subway cars during rush hour, ensuring doors can close despite impossible crowds. These transit specialists use specific techniques to fold passengers into trains without causing injury, performing jobs that exist because Tokyo's subway system operates beyond capacity. The work requires physical strength, spatial reasoning, and tolerance for angry passengers being shoved into uncomfortable positions. The profession highlights Japan's solution to overcrowding, hiring people to physically force more humans into spaces that are already full. 21. Ocularists earn $60,000, $100,000 annually, handcrafting custom prosthetic eyes for people who've lost eyes to injury or disease. These specialized artisans combine medical knowledge with artistic skill, painting intricate iris patterns and matching natural eye colors perfectly. Each prosthetic eye is individually crafted to fit the patient's socket and match their remaining eye, requiring exceptional attention to detail. The profession requires years of training in both medical fitting and artistic painting, with master ocularists commanding premium prices for their unique combination of skills. 22. Professional bed warmers at luxury hotels earn $50 to $60 per hour, climbing into guest beds before arrival to warm the sheets with their body heat. These human heating systems lie in beds for 30 minutes, ensuring sheets reach optimal sleeping temperature for VIP guests who expect ultimate luxury. The job requires comfort being in strangers' beds, ability to maintain consistent body temperature, and working unusual hours when guests are arriving. While it sounds absurd, some luxury hotels offer this service as the ultimate in personalized comfort, and guests pay premium room rates that justify employing human bed warmers. 23. Rental family members in Japan earn $150 per hour pretending to be family members for clients who need someone to attend events, meet parents, or fill social roles. These professional family actors play spouses at weddings, children at family gatherings, or parents at school events, providing convincing performances as hired relatives. The work requires acting skills, emotional intelligence, and ability to convincingly portray relationships that don't actually exist. The profession exists because Japanese social pressures create demand for people who can help others save face in situations where real family members aren't available or suitable. 24. Golf ball spotters at driving ranges earn $25 per hour, sitting in armored vehicles on the range picking up balls while golfers hit shots around them. These brave range workers drive protected vehicles that look like giant metal cages, collecting balls while golfers actively aim at them. The job requires trusting that protected cages will withstand impact from hundreds of golf balls traveling at high speeds and nerves calm enough to collect balls while projectiles bounce off your vehicle. While the pay isn't astronomical, it's more than most entry-level jobs and requires no special skills beyond willingness to be a moving target. 25. Professional bridesmaid dress wearers earn $500 for fitting modeling dresses at bridal shops, so actual bridesmaids don't have to keep changing clothes during the long shopping sessions. These living mannequins try on dozens of dresses per day, allowing bridal parties to see how different dresses look on real bodies without everyone in the wedding party constantly changing. The work requires patience for repetitive fittings that can last hours, ability to model dresses professionally while standing for long periods, and maintaining friendly demeanor while people critique how various dresses look on your body. Some bridal shops employ multiple dress models in different sizes to show entire wedding parties how dresses fit various body types, helping brides visualize their complete wedding party in different dress options. The job combines elements of modeling with customer service, requiring both physical presence and interpersonal skills. 26. Paper towel sniffers earn $60,000 annually, ensuring paper products don't have unpleasant chemical odors before leaving factories and reaching store shelves. These smell experts sniff thousands of paper towels, toilet paper rolls, and tissues daily, checking for scents that might indicate manufacturing problems, chemical contamination, or quality issues that could result in customer complaints. The job requires a sensitive nose capable of detecting subtle chemical odors most people wouldn't notice, ability to distinguish between acceptable paper scent and problematic odors, and tolerance for spending all day sniffing paper products in manufacturing facilities. Major paper companies employ these specialists because unpleasant smelling products lead to customer complaints, returns, and brand damage that costs far more than paying smell experts to catch problems before products ship. Some paper sniffers develop such refined abilities that they can identify specific chemicals or manufacturing issues from scent alone. 27. Professional paint drying watchers earn around $40,000 per year, literally watching paint dry to ensure proper drying times and finish quality for paint manufacturers developing new formulations. These quality control specialists monitor paint under various temperature and humidity conditions, documenting how long different formulations take to dry and whether they cure properly without defects. While it's become a cultural metaphor for the most boring possible work, professional paint watchers must pay extremely close attention to subtle changes in sheen and texture as paint dries. The job requires genuine attention to detail, ability to focus on work that most people would find impossibly tedious, and documentation skills to record precise observations for research and development. Paint companies employ these specialists because accurate drying time data is essential for product labels and customer satisfaction, and automated systems can't match human observation for detecting subtle finish problems. 28. Train pushers in India earn modest but steady incomes, helping passengers board impossibly overcrowded trains by literally pushing people through doors and windows during rush hour. These platform assistants use poles, their hands, and sometimes their entire bodies to compress passengers into trains operating at 200, 300% capacity, with people hanging from doors and sitting on roofs. The work requires significant physical strength, quick reflexes to avoid being pulled into trains themselves, and tolerance for daily chaos on platforms where thousands of people compete for limited space. The profession exists because India's rail system transports millions more passengers than it was designed to handle, creating demand for people who can help maximize train capacity through creative human compression. Some pushers become locally famous for their ability to fit seemingly impossible numbers of passengers into trains, developing techniques refined over years of practice. 29. Professional chocolate tasters earn $50,000, $70,000 annually evaluating chocolate for major manufacturers, testing everything from cocoa percentage to texture, flavor notes, and mouthfeel. These flavor specialists have refined palates trained to detect subtle differences between chocolate formulations, identifying off flavors and ensuring quality standards across production runs. The work requires culinary expertise, usually developed through formal training, deep understanding of chocolate production processes, and discipline to taste, without actually consuming large quantities of chocolate that would make anyone sick. While it sounds delicious, professional tasters must maintain objective standards and can't let personal preferences affect their evaluations of whether chocolate meets technical specifications. Some specialize in particular types of chocolate, becoming experts in dark chocolate, milk chocolate, or luxury premium products. 30. Professional worm pickers earn $20, $30 per hour collecting night crawlers from lawns and golf courses after dark for sale to bait shops and composting operations. These nocturnal harvesters work after dark when worms surface following rain, grabbing them before they disappear back into the ground, with reflexes fast enough to catch creatures trapped in their burrows in fractions of a second. Skilled worm pickers can collect thousands of worms per night, with some earning over $50,000 annually during peak seasons by working long nights and selling to multiple buyers. The work requires quick hands, good night vision, and willingness to spend nights crawling around wet grass, grabbing slimy worms that try to escape your grasp. Some pickers develop techniques using headlamps with special lighting that makes worms easier to see, and experienced harvesters know exactly which conditions produce the most worms. Dice quality control specialists at manufacturing facilities earn $35,000, $50,000 per year, rolling dice thousands of times to ensure they're properly balanced and produce truly random results. These statistical testers document results from countless rolls, identifying dice that consistently favor certain numbers. The work requires understanding of probability, patience for extremely repetitive testing, and attention to patterns that might indicate manufacturing defects. Gaming companies employ these specialists because unbalanced dice could undermine entire product lines if companies discover they're not producing fair results. 32. Professional dog food tasters earn $60,000, $75,000 annually, ensuring dog food tastes good by standards dogs might appreciate, since dogs can't fill out feedback forms. These specialized tasters evaluate texture, moisture content, and flavor profiles of dog food products, using their understanding of canine preference to predict whether dogs will enjoy the food. The work requires culinary training, knowledge of pet nutrition, and ability to evaluate food meant for animals rather than humans. While they typically spit out the food after tasting, these professionals spend careers evaluating products most humans wouldn't consider putting in their mouths. 33. Professional video game testers earn $40,000, $70,000 per year, playing unreleased games to find bugs, glitches, and problems before public launch. These quality assurance specialists play the same game sections repeatedly, deliberately trying to break games and document every error. While gaming sounds fun, professional testers perform tedious repetitive tasks like walking into walls for hours to check collision detection, or repeatedly performing the same action thousands of times to find rare bugs. The work requires meticulous documentation skills, patience for repetitive gameplay, and ability to approach games analytically rather than for entertainment. 34. Professional TV watchers earn $30,000, $50,000 annually, viewing television content for streaming services and networks, tagging shows with metadata, and ensuring quality standards before content goes live. These content reviewers watch countless hours of programming, categorizing shows by genre, rating content appropriateness for various audiences, identifying issues like audio problems or incorrect subtitles, and ensuring content is ready for distribution. The work requires ability to maintain focus through hours of continuous viewing, attention to detail for metadata accuracy, and stamina to watch significantly more TV than seems humanly possible while maintaining critical analysis. Some services employ hundreds of content taggers who collectively watch and categorize millions of hours of programming, with each viewer developing specialties in particular types of content. 35. Professional queue managers at theme parks earn $35,000, $50,000 per year. Organizing lines and managing crowd flow to minimize wait times and prevent bottlenecks that reduce park capacity. These crowd control specialists use psychology and logistics to keep thousands of guests moving efficiently through parks, redirecting crowds, adjusting queue configurations based on real-time conditions, and sometimes entertaining guests waiting in long lines. The work requires understanding of crowd dynamics and human behavior, quick problem-solving skills to handle unexpected situations, and ability to remain calm when managing frustrated guests who've been waiting for hours in heat. Major theme parks employ teams of queue managers because efficient crowd movement directly impacts guest satisfaction, safety, and park capacity, making these specialists essential to operations. 36. Airplane repossession specialists earn $85,000, $150,000 annually tracking down and legally seizing aircraft from owners who've defaulted on payments, often working internationally. These aviation bounty hunters locate planes through investigative work, sometimes stealing them from airports by filing false flight plans and taking off before owners realize what's happening. The work requires commercial pilot licenses for various aircraft types, investigative skills to track planes that owners are actively hiding, understanding of international aviation law, and willingness to operate in legally ambiguous situations that skirt the edge of legality. The profession exists in a gray area between legal repossession and what looks like theft, with successful repo pilots earning premium rates because few people have the combination of skills, nerve, and questionable judgment required to steal airplanes legally. 37. Professional mourners at Chinese funerals earn $40, $80 per hour, wailing, crying, and performing elaborate grief displays to honor the deceased and support grieving families. These professionals learn traditional mourning songs and rituals specific to different regions and religions, providing emotional atmosphere that demonstrates proper respect for the dead through culturally appropriate displays of grief. The work requires acting ability to produce genuine seeming tears and emotional displays, understanding of complex funeral traditions, and stamina to maintain intense emotional performances for hours. In cultures where lavish funerals demonstrate family devotion and social status, hiring professional mourners ensures appropriately impressive ceremonies, regardless of how many genuine mourners attend, with some wealthy families hiring dozens of professional mourners to create elaborate emotional displays. 38. Professional mistletoe harvesters earn $20,000, $40,000 during holiday seasons, climbing tall trees to cut mistletoe for Christmas decoration sales. These seasonal specialists scale trees up to 50 feet high using climbing equipment, harvesting parasitic plants that grow in treetops. The work requires climbing skills, comfort working at dangerous heights, and willingness to spend winter months in trees cutting plants that most people only see as holiday decorations. Experienced harvesters know which trees have the best mistletoe and can collect enough during short seasons to earn substantial incomes from this niche market. 39. Professional dice controllers at casinos earn $55,000, $70,000 annually, mastering precise dice throwing techniques that influence results without cheating. These specialists develop such consistent throwing mechanics that they can influence dice outcomes through skill rather than luck. While casinos ban players who dice control too effectively, they hire their own specialists to understand the techniques and detect players using them. The work requires exceptional hand-eye coordination, understanding of physics and probability, and thousands of hours practicing throwing techniques. 40. Furniture models earn $200, $400 per hour, posing as living statues in furniture store displays, remaining motionless in windows or showrooms to attract attention. These human mannequins stay perfectly still for hours, surprising shoppers who assume they're looking at statues until the model suddenly moves. The work requires physical stamina to maintain positions without moving, ability to ignore itching and discomfort, and comfort being stared at by crowds. High-end furniture stores use living models to create buzz and drive foot traffic, paying premium rates for people who can convincingly impersonate furniture. 41, professional fortune cookie writers earn $40,000, $60,000 annually composing the brief messages that go inside fortune cookies for major manufacturers producing millions of cookies. These specialized writers create thousands of fortunes, balancing optimism with vagueness and ensuring messages are universally applicable and inoffensive across cultures. The work requires creativity within strict constraints of space and tone, understanding of what makes satisfying fortunes that feel personal while being generic, and ability to produce endless variations on themes of luck, love, and success without repeating yourself. Major fortune cookie manufacturers employ small teams of writers who collectively produce the millions of fortunes consumed annually in Chinese restaurants worldwide. 42. Professional complainers in Japan earn $50, $80 per hour being hired to complain on behalf of people who are too polite or uncomfortable making complaints themselves in a culture that discourages confrontation. These complaint specialists confront businesses about poor service, defective products, or unsatisfactory experiences, using professional demeanor to get results without creating animosity or embarrassing clients. The work requires assertiveness balanced with professionalism, thorough understanding of consumer rights and business practices, and ability to negotiate favorable outcomes for clients. The profession exists because Japanese cultural norms strongly discourage direct confrontation, creating demand for people who can complain effectively on others' behalf without violating social expectations. 43. Golf ball spot wetters at driving ranges earn $12, $18 per hour, using water hoses to wet small spots on the range where golfers place balls for hitting, supposedly improving shot quality. These range attendants ensure balls sit properly on wetted grass rather than dry ground, maintaining dozens of wet spots simultaneously as different golfers rotate through hitting stations. The work requires ability to judge how much water creates ideal conditions, understanding of golfer preferences about ball placement, and tolerance for tasks that seem pointless to outsiders who don't understand subtle differences between hitting from wet versus dry grass. While the job appears absurd, regular golfers appreciate properly wetted ball spots, and ranges employ wetters to maintain this detail that supposedly affects shot quality. 44. Professional sneaker proxies earn $40,000, $80,000 annually, purchasing limited release shoes for resellers who need someone to physically wait in lines and enter raffles. These proxy specialists camp outside stores for days before shoe releases, enter hundreds of online raffles, and use various tactics to secure coveted sneakers that immediately resell for significant profits. The work requires dedication to following sneaker release schedules, willingness to spend nights camping outside stores, and connections within sneaker communities. Successful proxies work for multiple resellers simultaneously, earning per-shoe fees plus bonuses for securing particularly rare releases. 45, and finally, professional statues and living art performers earn $150, $500 per hour, remaining motionless in public spaces, painted entirely in metallic paint to look like actual statues. These human sculptures maintain frozen poses for hours at tourist attractions, only moving occasionally to surprise onlookers who've been debating whether they're real people. The work requires exceptional physical control to remain motionless despite fatigue and discomfort, ability to ignore hecklers and people testing whether you're real, and tolerance for being touched by curious tourists. Top statue performers develop signature poses and characters, building reputations that command premium rates at major tourist destinations. Some work year-round at popular locations, earning over $80,000 annually by essentially being paid to not move, proving that sometimes the most profitable career move is making no moves at all. The truth about these wild careers is that they exist because someone had to do work that seemed too bizarre, too unpleasant, or too good for traditional employment, and they figured out how to make serious money from it. These jobs prove that unconventional paths often lead to surprising financial success. The real lesson isn't that everyone should become a professional armpit smeller or human bed warmer. It's that the most lucrative opportunities often hide in places where others refuse to look. doing work that others refuse to do, solving problems that others refuse to acknowledge exist. Subscribe if you want more proof that conventional career advice is overrated. And hit that notification bell if you're ready to rethink everything you thought you knew about what constitutes a real job that pays real money. One, companies claim products are natural to make them seem healthier, but the term has no legal definition and means absolutely nothing. The word natural on food packaging is pure marketing, with zero regulatory oversight. Arsenic is natural. Crude oil is natural. The FDA doesn't regulate the term natural on food labels, allowing companies to slap it on virtually anything. Products labeled natural can contain artificial ingredients, pesticides, and heavily processed components while consumers pay premium prices. The natural label is designed to create a health halo that justifies higher prices without delivering actual benefits. Marketing departments use natural because research shows it increases sales regardless of actual product content. 2, diamond companies invented the tradition of engagement rings through marketing campaigns, creating artificial demand for an overpriced stone. Diamonds were traditionally associated with engagement until the 1930s advertising campaign, "A Diamond is Forever." The De Beers Corporation fabricated the entire cultural tradition through decades of marketing. Diamonds aren't actually rare. The supply is artificially controlled to maintain high prices. The resale value of diamonds is terrible because the retail markup is enormous. The 2-month salary rule was invented by diamond companies to set spending expectations. The entire diamond engagement industry is built on manufactured tradition and artificial scarcity that's less than a century old. 3, food companies manipulate serving sizes to make nutritional information look better than it actually is. The serving size listed on packages is often absurdly small compared to what people actually consume. A bottle of soda contains multiple servings, allowing companies to divide calories and sugar across unrealistic portions. Nobody eats 1/3 of a muffin, but that's how nutrition facts are calculated. Companies deliberately set serving sizes to keep calorie counts under psychological thresholds. The deceptive serving sizes are legal but deliberately misleading, allowing unhealthy products to appear less damaging than they are. 4, companies advertise sale prices that are actually the regular price, creating fake urgency and discounts. Many retailers raise prices before sales to make discounts appear larger. The original price shown during sales often never existed or only existed briefly. Constant sales train consumers to never pay full price, but the sale price is the actual intended selling price. Price comparison studies show many sale prices are identical to prices at other times. The fake urgency of limited time sales pressures consumers into immediate purchases. Retailers use artificial deadlines to create scarcity that doesn't exist. 5, pharmaceutical companies advertise prescription drugs directly to consumers, creating demand for medications people don't need. The United States and New Zealand are the only countries allowing direct-to-consumer drug advertising. The ads are designed to make healthy people believe they have medical conditions requiring expensive treatment. Pharmaceutical companies spend more on marketing than research and development. The advertising encourages patients to pressure doctors for specific brand name drugs when cheaper generics exist. Direct-to-consumer advertising drives up healthcare costs by promoting expensive new drugs over established treatments. 6, bottled water companies sell municipal tap water at 1,000% markups while implying it's from pristine springs. Many major bottled water brands are literally filtered tap water from city supplies. Blind taste tests consistently show people can't distinguish bottled water from tap water. Regulations for tap water are often stricter than regulations for bottled water. Marketing has convinced consumers that bottled water is cleaner and healthier, despite no evidence. The lie has created a multi-billion-dollar industry selling a product that flows free from faucets. 7, tech companies design products with planned obsolescence to force consumers into upgrading sooner than necessary. Devices are deliberately built to fail or become obsolete after a specific period. Software updates slow down older devices to encourage new purchases. Batteries are designed to degrade and often aren't user replaceable. Companies remove features to sell additional accessories. Products that could last many years are engineered to fail within a few years. Companies have been caught deliberately slowing older products through updates, proving the practice exists. 8. Breakfast cereal companies invented the idea that breakfast is the most important meal of the day to sell more cereal. The concept was created by Kellogg's and other cereal manufacturers as marketing strategy. No scientific evidence supports breakfast being more important than other meals. The breakfast is essential message was pushed through advertising and paid research. Cereal companies funded studies showing breakfast benefits while hiding conflicts of interest. The entire breakfast industry is built on manufactured dietary advice designed to sell products. 9. Companies label products fat-free while loading them with sugar, exploiting outdated nutritional fears. The low-fat craze was largely based on flawed research. Food companies removed fat and added sugar to maintain taste, making products less healthy. The fat-free labels allowed marketing unhealthy products as healthy, despite high sugar content. Consumers gained weight eating fat-free products because they consumed more calories from added sugar. Modern research shows many fats are healthy and sugar is often the real problem. 10. Cosmetic companies claim anti-aging creams eliminate wrinkles, but most ingredients can't penetrate skin deeply enough to work. The molecular size of most active ingredients is too large to pass through skin layers where aging occurs. Any visible effects are typically temporary hydration. Cosmetic companies exploit legal loopholes that don't require proof of anti-aging claims. Before and after photos use lighting, makeup, and photo editing to exaggerate results. Consumers spend billions on creams that can't deliver the promised results due to basic biology. 11. Detox products claim to remove toxins from your body, but your liver and kidneys already do this for free. The human body has evolved sophisticated detoxification systems that don't require juice cleanses or foot pads. Companies selling detox products can never specify which toxins are being removed. The detox industry exploits scientific-sounding language to market unnecessary products. Many detox products are at best useless and at worst harmful. The concept of detoxing through products has no scientific basis in actual human physiology. 12. Vitamin supplement companies suggest everyone needs supplements, but most people get adequate nutrition from regular diets. The supplement industry isn't regulated like pharmaceuticals, allowing exaggerated health claims. Studies consistently show multivitamins don't prevent disease or extend life for people with adequate diets. Your body can't absorb many synthetic vitamins as effectively as nutrients from food. For most people without specific deficiencies, supplements are an expensive placebo. The industry has convinced healthy people they're nutritionally deficient to create demand. 13. Mattress companies claim their products are on sale year-round, making the sale price the actual price. This industry is infamous for perpetual sales that never end. Original prices are artificially inflated to make constant discounts appear significant. Holiday sales and special promotions occur continuously throughout the year. The complicated pricing structures deliberately confuse consumers and prevent price comparison. The markup on mattresses is enormous, allowing constant discounts while profit. 14. Grocery stores place expensive items at eye level, while cheaper alternatives are hidden on bottom shelves. The shelf placement is paid positioning where companies buy premium spots. The most profitable items are positioned where shoppers naturally look first. Generic and store brands are deliberately placed in less convenient locations, despite equal or better quality. Cereal marketed to children is placed at child eye level to encourage pestering. End cap displays create the impression of deals while featuring items with highest profit margins. The store layout is scientifically designed to maximize spending and guide traffic past expensive items. Essential items like milk are placed at the back, forcing shoppers past tempting products. The strategic placement exploits human psychology and shopping habits to increase basket size. Consumers who shop bottom shelves and compare unit prices can save significantly by avoiding the placement manipulation. 15. Insurance companies advertise low rates, but use fine print to exclude coverage when you actually need it. The advertised rates apply only to ideal customers who rarely actually exist. Exclusions and limitations hidden in policy details mean many claims are denied. Insurance company profits come from collecting premiums and denying claims whenever legally possible. The complicated policy language is deliberately confusing to obscure coverage limitations. Companies advertise comprehensive coverage while the actual policy provides minimal protection. Rate increases happen consistently despite advertising implying low rates will continue. The calculation of what's covered versus what's excluded is tilted heavily toward company profit. Customers discover coverage gaps only when filing claims and facing denials. The entire insurance model is built on collecting more in premiums than they pay in claims, with marketing disguising this reality. 16. Car dealerships advertise vehicles at prices that don't include mandatory fees, making the real price much higher. The advertised price excludes dealer fees, documentation charges, and various add-ons. Mandatory dealer additions inflate the price beyond the advertised amount. The low advertised price gets customers in the door. Then pressure tactics and hidden fees increase the actual cost. Financing terms are structured to obscure the total cost by focusing on monthly payments. Dealers make more profit on financing and add-ons than on the vehicle itself. The complicated pricing structure prevents easy comparison shopping between dealers. Trade-in values are lowballed while financing is marked up, but presented as if you're getting deals. The advertised price is essentially meaningless bait to start a sales process designed to extract maximum money. Consumer protection laws address some practices, but dealers continuously find new ways to obscure actual costs. 17. Organic food companies imply their products are pesticide-free, but organic farming uses pesticides that are simply different. Organic certification allows certain pesticides while banning others based on source rather than safety. Some organic pesticides are more toxic than synthetic alternatives they replace. The organic label creates a health halo that isn't always supported by nutritional differences. Consumers pay premium prices for organic products, believing they're completely pesticide-free. The certification process is expensive, pricing out small farmers while large corporations dominate organic markets. Nutritional studies show minimal differences between organic and conventional produce. The environmental benefits of organic farming are real but often exaggerated in marketing. Companies exploit consumer beliefs about organic purity that don't match regulatory reality. The organic industry has grown into a major market segment by implying benefits beyond what the certification actually guarantees. 18. Airlines advertise low fares then add fees for everything, making the total cost much higher than advertised. The base fare excludes baggage, seat selection, boarding priority, and other formally included services. The unbundling allows advertising low prices while extracting fees during booking. Comparing airlines is deliberately difficult because fee structures vary. The total cost, including necessary fees, often exceeds formerly all-inclusive prices. Budget airlines are especially notorious for advertising impossibly low fares that exclude everything but a seat. The fee structure punishes families and anyone who needs to check bags. Airlines make billions in ancillary fees that don't appear in advertised fares. The pricing deliberately obscures true costs to make airlines appear cheaper than they are. Consumers focused on base fares often choose airlines that cost more once fees are included. 19. Gym memberships are designed to be easy to start, but nearly impossible to cancel, banking on customer inertia. The business model depends on people paying for memberships they don't use. Cancellation policies require in-person visits, certified letters, or complicated procedures. Gyms reject cancellation attempts using technicalities and contract fine print. The difficulty of cancellation is intentional to maximize revenue from people who've stopped attending. Industry profits depend on the gap between memberships sold and facility usage capacity. 20. Extended warranty companies sell coverage that duplicates existing protection or covers unlikely failures. The products being warranted often come with manufacturer warranties covering the same period. Extended warranties are almost always poor financial value. Sales commissions on warranties are huge, indicating massive profit margins. The coverage excludes many types of failures through fine print. Retailers push warranties because the profit margins exceed the actual products being sold. 21. Printer companies sell printers cheaply, then charge exorbitant prices for replacement ink, locking customers into expensive supplies. The printer itself is practically given away to establish captive customers for ink purchases. Proprietary cartridges prevent using cheaper third-party ink. Chips and cartridges force replacement before ink is actually empty. The cost per milliliter of printer ink exceeds expensive champagne. Printers refuse to work if any single color runs out, even for black and white printing. 22. Coffee chains claim their sizes are good value, but size increases don't proportionally increase actual coffee. The extra cost for larger sizes mostly pays for additional milk, water, and ice rather than coffee. The largest sizes are pushed because profit margins increase with size despite apparent value. The complicated drink customizations obscure how little actual coffee is in flavored beverages. Pricing strategies are designed to make medium appear to be of poor value, pushing customers to large. The environmental impact of larger sizes is ignored in marketing focused on value. Consumers pay significantly more for sizes that don't proportionally increase the expensive ingredient. The pricing structure is based on psychology rather than actual cost differences. Size inflation over decades means today's small was formerly medium or large. 23. Credit card companies advertise rewards programs, but structure them to ensure most customers lose money in interest and fees. The rewards are designed to encourage spending that leads to carry balances. The psychology of rewards makes people spend more than they would with cash. Interest charges on carried balances vastly exceed any rewards earned. Annual fees and foreign transaction fees eat into reward value. Redemption restrictions and expiring points reduce actual value. The most profitable customers for credit card companies are those who carry balances, not those who maximize rewards. The advertising focuses on rewards while minimizing mention of interest rates and fees. Credit scores and approval requirements ensure higher risk customers pay the highest rates. The reward programs are profitable for companies because customer behavior changes increase in spending and debt. 24. Furniture stores advertise no interest financing, but charge higher base prices than cash purchases elsewhere. The zero interest promotion is built into inflated retail prices. Deferred interest means any remaining balance after the promotional period accrues all the backdated interest. The complicated terms ensure many customers miss payments or don't pay off balances in time. The no interest offer drives purchases people can't actually afford. Furniture stores make more profit on financing than furniture sales. The sales pressure during no interest promotions pushes people into buying more than planned. The psychological appeal of free financing obscures the total cost being higher. Comparison shopping reveals the same furniture available elsewhere for less than the zero interest price. The financing trap generates enormous profit from customers who thought they were getting deals. 25. Luxury brands charge extreme prices for products with similar quality to mass market items, selling exclusivity rather than quality. Blind tests consistently show consumers can't identify luxury products based on quality alone. The markup on luxury goods is primarily for branding rather than materials or craftsmanship. Many luxury items are manufactured in the same factories as cheaper alternatives. The exclusivity is artificial scarcity created through limited production and high prices. Status signaling is the actual product being sold, not superior quality. Marketing creates associations between luxury brands and success, beauty, or sophistication. The high prices themselves create perceived value through psychological pricing effects. Consumers pay for the brand name rather than proportional quality improvements. The profit margins on luxury goods are enormous compared to production costs because people are buying prestige. 26. Phone companies advertise unlimited plans that throttle speeds or have caps, making unlimited meaningless. The fine print reveals unlimited means unlimited until reaching arbitrary data caps. Throttling after caps reduces speeds to barely usable levels. Video streaming is often limited to lower quality, despite being included in unlimited plans. The definition of unlimited is tortured through contract language to allow limits. Advertising focuses on unlimited, while varying speed restrictions and disclosures. International usage and hotspot features have severe restrictions, despite unlimited domestic data. The unlimited plans cost more than capped plans that provide similar actual usage. Consumers don't realize they're being throttled until experiencing slow speeds. The unlimited marketing is deliberately misleading while technically legal through disclosure fine print. 27. Supplement companies use before and after photos that show results from diet and exercise while implying supplements deserve credit. The transformations shown involve significant lifestyle changes unmentioned in advertising. Professional photography, lighting, and posing exaggerate visual differences between photos. The timeframes shown are often much longer than implied in marketing. Disclaimers about results not typical and diet and exercise are legally required but minimized. The supplements play minimal or no role in the transformation being attributed to them. Fitness influencers are paid to promote supplements while their results come from rigorous training. The before photos are often taken in unflattering conditions while after photos are professionally optimized. Consumers buy supplements expecting transformation that requires hard work being concealed in marketing. The deceptive attribution of results to supplements rather than effort is industry standard practice. 28. Lottery organizations advertise jackpots as enormous sums without disclosing the cash value is much less. The advertised jackpot is the annuity value paid over decades, not lump sum. Taxes reduce the winnings by nearly half before the winner receives anything. The cash option typically claimed by winners is significantly less than advertised jackpots. The odds of winning are deliberately obscured in marketing that emphasizes jackpot size. Lotteries are essentially a tax on people who don't understand probability. The advertising targets lower income populations who can least afford to lose money. Revenue from lottery tickets primarily comes from problem gamblers playing regularly. The expected value of lottery tickets is always negative, making them terrible financial decisions. States profit from lottery sales while marketing dreams to people who would benefit more from saving the ticket money. 29. Car manufacturers advertise fuel economy ratings that are impossible to achieve in real-world driving. The EPA testing conditions don't reflect actual driving patterns. Manufacturers optimize vehicles specifically for the test conditions rather than real use. Real-world fuel economy is typically 20 to 30% worse than advertised ratings. The advertised numbers are best-case scenarios that almost no driver will achieve. Highway city ratings use carefully designed test cycles that don't match actual traffic. The gap between advertised and real-world economy has widened as manufacturers game the testing. Consumers base purchase decisions on inaccurate fuel economy claims. The testing methodology is known to be flawed but unchanged due to industry pressure. Buyers discover actual fuel costs are much higher than based on advertising. 30. Fast food companies show burgers in ads that look nothing like what's actually served. Professional food stylists spend hours creating advertising burgers using non-edible materials. The actual products are assembled quickly by minimum wage workers under time pressure. Buns are steamed and compressed, making them flat compared to advertisement perfection. Ingredients are carefully arranged for photos, but randomly assembled in reality. The portion sizes and ingredient quantities shown in ads exceed what's actually served. Lighting, camera angles, and photo editing further enhance advertising images. The visual deception is legal because it's advertising rather than packaging. Consumers consistently receive products that look significantly worse than advertised versions. The gap between marketing and reality is so consistent, it's become expected disappointment with each purchase. 31. Razor companies create artificial innovation to justify premium prices for minor design changes. The progression from 2 blades to 5 blades has minimal performance benefit. Marketing implies more blades equal better shaves despite diminishing returns. The cartridge system locks customers into expensive blade refills. Proprietary designs prevent using cheaper alternatives or generic replacements. Subscription models force ongoing purchases at premium prices. The cost per blade is enormous compared to manufacturing costs. Companies release new razors frequently that are cosmetically different but functionally identical. Dollar shave clubs emerge specifically to counter the razor company pricing schemes. The innovation narrative justifies constant price increases for products that haven't meaningfully improved. 32. Movie theaters ban outside food to force captive customers to buy overpriced concessions. The concessions' profit margins far exceed ticket sales margins. A bag of popcorn costing pennies to make sells for $10. The ban on outside food isn't based on health or safety despite those justifications. Theater revenue models depend on concession sales because studios take most ticket revenue. The serving sizes and prices are absurd compared to retail or restaurant options. Combo deals appear to offer value while still maintaining enormous markups. Customers have no alternatives once inside the theater due to monopoly concessions. The captive audience and prohibited alternatives allow pricing that wouldn't work in competitive markets. The business model is built on exploiting customers who've already committed to attending movies. 33. Cleaning product companies suggest you need different cleaners for each surface, but most are identical formulations with different labels. The chemical composition of multi-surface, bathroom, kitchen, and glass cleaners is often virtually identical. Companies multiply product lines to increase shelf space and create impression of necessity. Marketing implies specialized cleaners are required for proper cleaning of different surfaces. The psychological effect is consumers buying multiple bottles of essentially the same product. Color coding and scent differences reinforce the illusion of different formulations. Generic multi-purpose cleaners work equally well for most applications. The specialized cleaner narrative increases purchase quantities and total spending. Ingredient comparisons reveal the same active ingredients across product lines. Companies profit from convincing people they need numerous products instead of one. 34. Wine companies exploit consumer inability to distinguish quality, selling cheap wine at premium prices. Blind taste tests show even experts can't consistently identify expensive wines. The price itself influences perception of quality due to psychological effects. Wine competitions produce inconsistent results, with the same wines receiving different medals in different contests. The wine rating system is subjective and influenced by critics' relationships with producers. Most wine drinkers can't taste the difference between $10 and $100 bottles. The complicated terminology and mystique around wine intimidates consumers into trusting price. Marketing creates associations between price and quality that aren't supported by blind testing. The enormous price variation for similar quality wine shows the market is based on perception. Consumers overpay for wine based on branding rather than actual quality differences. 35. Sunscreen companies imply you need frequent reapplication throughout the day, but this primarily increases product consumption. The reapplication recommendations come from companies selling sunscreen rather than independent research. Most people don't need to reapply unless swimming or sweating excessively. The SPF numbers are logarithmic, so differences between SPF 50 and SPF 100 are minimal. Sunscreen expires slower than labels indicate, but expiration dates drive replacement purchases. The amount recommended for application is more than necessary to sell more product. Water-resistant claims last longer than companies admit, reducing actual reapplication needs. The industry benefits from maximizing anxiety about sun exposure and product usage. Realistic sun protection often requires less product and less frequent application than marketing suggests. The overuse recommendations primarily serve to increase consumption and sales. 36. Pet food companies create premium brands with minimal quality differences from budget options. The same manufacturers produce both premium and budget pet foods in the same facilities. Ingredient lists are remarkably similar across price ranges despite marketing differences. Premium pricing is based on packaging and marketing rather than nutritional superiority. Terms like holistic, natural, and premium have no regulated meaning in pet food. Veterinary recommended brands often have financial relationships with who recommend them. Grain-free trends were marketing-driven rather than based on pet nutritional needs. The prescription pet foods are often identical to regular formulas, but sold at multiples of the price. Pet owners overpay for premium brands thinking they're providing better nutrition. The emotional attachment to pets is exploited through marketing that implies love equals expensive food. 37. Pain reliever brands advertise different products for specific pain types, but the active ingredients are identical across product lines. Headache, backache, menstrual, and arthritis pain relievers contain the same medication at the same doses. The specialized targeting is pure marketing without different formulations. Consumers buy multiple bottles of identical medication, believing they need specific versions. The branded versions cost significantly more than generic equivalent medications. Brand names like Advil, Motrin, and generic ibuprofen are chemically identical. Marketing creates perception that pain type requires specific medication when any NSAID works. The multiplication of specialized pain relievers increases shelf space and sales. Generic store brands contain identical active ingredients at a fraction of the cost. Companies profit from convincing people they need multiple products that are all the same. 38. Energy drink companies imply performance benefits that exceed what caffeine actually provides. The energy blend ingredients have minimal effects beyond the caffeine content. Marketing to athletes and gamers suggests enhanced performance without scientific support. The sugar and caffeine combination creates crash cycles that encourage continued consumption. Energy drinks cost per milligram of caffeine far exceeds coffee or caffeine pills. The exotic ingredients listed on labels are present in negligible amounts. Marketing implies the drinks provide something unique beyond basic stimulation. The target market of young people is vulnerable to performance enhancement claims. Health risks from energy drinks primarily come from excessive caffeine consumption encouraged by marketing. Coffee or tea provides equivalent caffeine at lower cost without the health risks of concentrated energy drinks. 39. Subscription box services emphasize convenience while charging premiums for products available cheaper elsewhere. The perceived value comes from surprise and curation rather than actual savings. Most subscription boxes cost more than buying the included products individually. The convenience factor is overstated since the products require planning to use. Unboxing experiences and presentation create illusion of value exceeding cost. Cancellation policies are deliberately complicated to retain subscribers past initial interest. The subscription model ensures recurring revenue from customers who forget to cancel. Many subscription products are overstock or promotional items companies couldn't sell normally. The curated selection narrative obscures that you're paying premium prices for products you didn't choose. Auto renewal charges continue even after interest fades, which is the actual business model. 40. Breakfast cereals marketed to children pack as much sugar as candy while implying nutritional value. A bowl of many children's cereals contains more sugar than a glazed donut. The nutritional claims focus on added vitamins while ignoring harmful sugar content. Cartoon characters and toy prizes target children too young to understand nutritional information. The vitamin fortification is minimal and doesn't compensate for the sugar damage. Parents buy these cereals believing they're providing nutritious breakfasts. The cereal aisle placement and marketing deliberately appeals to children who pressure parents. The part of balanced breakfast disclaimer implies the cereal contributes nutrition when it's mostly sugar. The industry has resisted regulatory pressure to reduce child-targeted marketing for unhealthy products. Sugar cereals set children up for poor dietary habits while companies profit from addictive products. 41. Hotel booking sites show only one room left warnings that are often completely fabricated to create artificial urgency. The scarcity messaging is generated by algorithms designed to pressure immediate booking. The same hotel will show limited availability warnings consistently for weeks. Other customers viewing the same room message is often exaggerated or fabricated. The countdown timers for deals reset when you refresh or return to the site. Price comparison shows the rates aren't actually better than booking directly. The urgency tactics exploit psychological fear of missing out to prevent comparison shopping. Sites make commission on bookings and benefit from rushed decisions. Real scarcity exists sometimes, but the constant warnings train people to ignore them. The deceptive urgency tactics have become industry standard in online booking, despite being manipulative. 42. Furniture protection plans sold by retailers have enormous profit margins and poor claim approval rates. The protection is often duplicated by credit card benefits or homeowners insurance. The fine print excludes many types of damage consumers assume would be covered. Claims require documentation and processes that discourage actual usage. Retailers make more profit on protection plans than on furniture being protected. The protection period often ends before furniture would naturally fail. Independent analysis shows buying protection plans costs more than occasional furniture replacement. Sales commissions on protection plans incentivize aggressive selling tactics. Most consumers never file claims, making plans pure profit. The protection plan pitch exploits recent purchase anxiety when consumers are vulnerable to additional spending. 43. Movie studios manipulate weekend box office numbers by including Thursday previews and inflating screen counts. Opening weekend numbers are marketing tools rather than accurate revenue reporting. The records being broken are artificial because ticket prices constantly increase. Studios buy tickets to their own movies to inflate opening numbers. Screen count inflation counts the same movie showing multiple times as separate screens. The emphasis on opening weekend is manufactured to create media coverage. Worldwide box office numbers are combined to obscure domestic failures. The success narrative is carefully managed through selective reporting of favorable numbers. Studios pressure theaters to book their movies in premium formats to inflate per-screen averages. The box office game is about creating perception of success for marketing purposes rather than reflecting actual popularity. 44. Charity fundraising tactics by corporations allow them to claim credit for customer donations while gaining tax benefits. The checkout charity donation goes to the charity, but the corporation gets marketing value. Companies advertise total donations as if the corporation gave them money rather than customers. The tax deduction for corporate charitable giving sometimes includes customer donations they facilitated. The charity partnerships are selected for marketing benefit rather than effectiveness. Employees are pressured to donate through workplace giving campaigns that benefit company image. The corporate social responsibility narrative is built on customer donations and minimal corporate investment. Consumers would better serve charities by donating directly rather than through corporate campaigns. The corporation gets credit and publicity for generosity that came from customers. Administrative fees from corporate charity programs reduce the amount actually reaching charitable causes. 45. Companies sell smart versions of ordinary appliances at premium prices with minimal additional functionality and new ways to break. Smart home devices require apps, accounts, updates, and internet connectivity for products that previously worked without complexity. The technology adds failure points where perfectly functional appliances now break when servers go down or companies stop supporting them. Privacy concerns arise from devices collecting data about home activities. The subscription models for features turn one-time purchases into recurring revenue. Smart appliances become obsolete when companies decide to stop supporting them, regardless of physical condition. The connectivity rarely provides benefits worth the additional cost and complexity. Technical support for smart features costs consumers time dealing with connectivity issues. The devices report usage data back to manufacturers for marketing purposes. Security vulnerabilities in smart devices create risks that didn't exist with mechanical appliances. The smart appliance trend is primarily about creating recurring revenue and planned obsolescence, rather than improving functionality, proving that sometimes the dumbest lie is calling something smart, when it's actually making products worse while charging more for the privilege of additional failure modes. These corporate lies prove that marketing has become more sophisticated at deception than products have become at actually improving. What makes these lies particularly effective is how they exploit psychological vulnerabilities. Fear of missing out, desire for status, trust in authority, and hope for easy solutions. Companies have teams of psychologists designing marketing to bypass rational decision-making. The lesson isn't to become paranoid about every purchase, but to recognize that marketing exists to sell products, not to inform consumers. A healthy skepticism toward advertising claims, reading fine print, and comparing actual ingredients or specifications rather than trusting marketing narratives can save substantial money. Subscribe if you enjoyed this exposure of corporate deception. And remember that if marketing sounds too good to be true, it's because lying is more profitable than honesty. Most criminal masterminds spend years planning elaborate heists and sophisticated schemes. Then there are these people who prove that sometimes the most ridiculous plan is the one nobody sees coming. These financial crimes succeeded precisely because they were too stupid to be taken seriously. 1. A bank teller in Ohio stole $2.3 million over 8 years by taking a single penny from random accounts every day, reasoning that nobody would notice or report a 1-cent discrepancy in their banking statements. She created a complex system for selecting different accounts daily, ensuring no customer lost more than a few cents annually, while she accumulated thousands of dollars each month through micro theft that appeared to be rounding errors. Bank auditors never detected the scheme because computer systems were programmed to ignore penny discrepancies as normal calculation variations, and customers never questioned tiny amounts that seemed like standard banking fees or interest calculations. She was only caught when she became overconfident and started taking nickels and dimes, creating larger discrepancies that triggered automated fraud detection systems designed to catch significant theft rather than penny-level embezzlement. 2. One man successfully operated a fake parking meter business for 3 years by installing convincing replica meters on city streets and collecting $50,000 annually from drivers who paid for parking spaces that were actually free. He researched city parking meter designs and created identical units that dispensed official-looking receipts, placing them in areas where tourists and unfamiliar drivers expected to pay for parking, but the city hadn't installed actual meters. His meters were so convincing that even parking enforcement officers assumed they were legitimate city equipment and wrote tickets for cars without valid receipts from his fake meters. The scheme only ended when a city maintenance worker tried to empty his meter and discovered it wasn't connected to the municipal parking system, leading to an investigation that revealed dozens of fraudulent meters throughout the downtown area. 3. A woman made $180,000 selling vintage air in mason jars to collectors, claiming each jar contained authentic atmosphere from historical events like Woodstock, the first moon landing, and Elvis concerts that she had supposedly preserved in sealed containers for decades. She created elaborate certificates of authenticity and backstories for each jar, pricing the air based on the historical significance of the events and the rarity of atmospheric samples from specific dates and locations. Customers paid premium prices for jars containing regular air that she had captured from her backyard, believing they were purchasing genuine historical artifacts that would appreciate in value over time. The scam continued until a collector had the air tested and discovered it was identical to contemporary atmospheric samples. But she had already sold hundreds of jars to enthusiastic collectors who wanted to own pieces of history. 4. One entrepreneur created a successful cryptocurrency called Invisible Coin that existed only as website graphics and marketing materials, raising $340,000 from investors who believed they were purchasing revolutionary digital currency that used advanced invisibility technology. He claimed the coin's value came from its untrackable nature, and that traditional blockchain technology couldn't detect invisible coin transactions, making it perfect for private financial transactions and secure digital investments. Investors received official-looking certificates confirming their invisible coin ownership and watched their supposed portfolio values increase through his fake trading platform that showed fictional market prices and transaction volumes. The scheme collapsed when investors tried to cash out their holdings and discovered that invisible coin had never existed beyond the promotional website and fake certificates they had received. 5. A parking lot attendant in New York collected $75,000 over 2 years by charging tourists $20 to park in spaces that were already free, convincing visitors that street parking in Manhattan required payment to unofficial attendants who managed neighborhood parking assignments. He wore an official-looking uniform and carried a clipboard with fake parking assignments, targeting rental cars and out-of-state plates, while explaining that tourist parking required special permits that he could provide for cash payments. Tourists paid gladly, believing they were avoiding parking tickets and ensuring safe parking in an unfamiliar city where parking regulations seemed complicated and enforcement appeared strict. He was caught when an undercover police officer investigated complaints about unauthorized parking fees and discovered he had no connection to any legitimate parking management company. 6. One woman made $95,000 selling premium water that was actually tap water she had blessed with positive thoughts and filtered through crystals she purchased from New Age stores for a $50 total investment. She marketed the water as containing healing properties and enhanced molecular structure that could improve health, increase energy, and promote spiritual wellness through her scientific blessing and crystal filtration process. Customers paid $25 per bottle for water that cost her pennies to produce, believing they were purchasing scientifically enhanced hydration that would provide health benefits beyond regular water consumption. The business thrived until health authorities investigated her claims and required her to stop making medical assertions about her water products. But she had already built a loyal customer base willing to pay premium prices for blessed tap water. 7. A man successfully sold emotional support to pet owners by offering telephone counseling sessions for animals, charging $60 per hour to speak with dogs and cats whose owners and their pets needed psychological help for behavioral issues. He claimed to have telepathic abilities that allowed him to communicate directly with animals during phone sessions, providing therapy and advice to pets while their owners listened on speakerphone and translated his guidance into actionable pet care strategies. Pet owners paid for dozens of sessions, convinced that their animals were receiving professional psychological support that improved their behavior and emotional well-being through his remote animal communication services. The scheme ended when veterinary boards investigated his practice and determined he was practicing unlicensed animal therapy, but he had already earned $85,000 from concerned pet owners seeking professional help for their supposedly troubled animals. 8. One entrepreneur made $220,000 selling ghost detection equipment that was actually modified radio equipment and flashlights he purchased from electronics stores and remarketed to paranormal investigators and ghost hunters. He created elaborate product descriptions claiming his devices used advanced electromagnetic field detection and spirit communication technology that allowed users to locate and communicate with supernatural entities during ghost hunting expeditions. Customers paid hundreds of dollars for equipment that cost him $20 to assemble, believing they were purchasing professional paranormal investigation tools that would enhance their ghost hunting abilities and provide scientific evidence of supernatural activity. His business thrived until paranormal investigation groups realized his equipment was identical to standard radio gear and that his supernatural detection claims had no scientific basis. 9. A woman collected $130,000 by convincing neighbors she was running a community investment fund that would purchase and renovate local properties for shared profit, when she was actually using new investor money to pay fake returns to earlier investors in a classic Ponzi scheme. She claimed to have real estate expertise and connections with contractors who could renovate properties at below market costs, promising investors 15% annual returns through her neighborhood improvement investment program. Residents trusted her because she lived in the community and seemed knowledgeable about local property values, giving her money to invest in properties that she never purchased while using their funds to pay fake dividends to early investors. The scheme collapsed when too many investors wanted to withdraw money simultaneously, and she couldn't generate enough new investments to cover the redemption request. 10. One man made $165,000 selling time travel consultation services, offering to research customers' past lives and provide guidance for future decisions based on information he claimed to gather from their previous incarnations. He charged $200 per session to conduct temporal research that involved meditation and crystal ball gazing, providing detailed reports about customers' historical identities and how their past experiences should influence their current life choices. Customers paid for multiple sessions, believing they were receiving insights from professional time travel research that would help them understand their purpose and make better decisions based on knowledge from their previous lives. His practice continued until skeptical customers compared notes and realized he was providing identical past life stories to multiple clients, revealing that his time travel research was entirely fictional. 11. A parking meter repair technician made $240,000 over 5 years by installing fake, out-of-order signs on working meters and collecting the coins that accumulated when drivers left money in supposedly broken equipment. He created official-looking maintenance signs and placed them on profitable meters in busy areas, returning periodically to collect money from drivers who paid into meters they believed were malfunctioning, but still wanted to avoid parking tickets. His scheme was brilliant because drivers assumed the meters would eventually be repaired and their payments would be processed, while parking enforcement officers saw the maintenance signs and didn't issue tickets for expired meters that appeared to be under repair. He was caught when a suspicious parking official investigated why certain meters required unusually frequent maintenance and discovered the fake repair signs. 12. One woman earned $190,000 selling aura photography using a regular digital camera with colored filters, convincing customers she could capture and analyze their spiritual energy fields through specialized photographic equipment and psychic interpretation techniques. She charged $75 per session to photograph customers' supposed auras, providing detailed reports about their spiritual health, emotional state, and energy blockages based on the colored effects she created using simple camera filters and photo editing software. Customers believed they were receiving scientific analysis of their spiritual energy and paid for multiple sessions to track their aura improvements over time through her professional spiritual photography services. The business ended when a photography expert exposed her techniques as basic filter manipulation, but she had already built a substantial clientele who trusted her spiritual analysis and energy healing recommendations. 13. A restaurant worker collected $80,000 by adding a fake employee appreciation fee to customer bills, explaining that the charge supported staff benefits and would be distributed among all restaurant workers as additional compensation beyond standard tipping. He printed fake fee descriptions on receipt paper and added 3 non-tidy charges to bills depending on order size, convincing customers that the fee was a new restaurant policy designed to ensure fair compensation for kitchen and service staff. Customers paid the fee gladly, believing they were supporting restaurant workers through a progressive compensation system that supplemented traditional tipping with guaranteed employee benefits. He was discovered when the restaurant owner noticed discrepancies between reported sales and actual revenue, leading to an investigation that revealed hundreds of fake charges he had collected over 2 years. 14. One man made $275,000 selling lucky lottery numbers generated by a computer program he claimed could predict winning combinations using advanced mathematical algorithms and historical lottery analysis. He charged $50 for weekly number selections and $200 for monthly premium packages, convincing customers that his software could identify patterns in lottery drawings that increased their chances of winning through scientific number selection. Customers purchased his number selections for years, believing they were investing in professional lottery strategy that would eventually generate massive returns through his mathematically optimized gambling approach. The scheme continued until customers realized that his winning numbers performed no better than random selections, and that he had never disclosed any significant wins from his supposedly superior prediction system. 15. A gym employee earned $95,000 by selling personal training certificates to members who wanted to become fitness instructors, creating fake credentials using his computer, and claiming he was authorized to certify personal trainers through his connections with fitness industry organizations. He charged $500 for certification courses that consisted of basic exercise information he copied from fitness websites, providing official-looking certificates that members believed would qualify them for personal training jobs at other gyms and fitness facilities. Several people found employment using his fake certificates before fitness organizations discovered he had no authority to certify trainers, and that his credentials were worthless documents that wouldn't be recognized by legitimate fitness employers. He was caught when certified trainers complained about unqualified instructors entering the field with suspicious credentials. 16. One woman collected $155,000 by convincing art collectors she could authenticate valuable paintings through psychic art analysis that revealed the true history and value of artwork through supernatural investigation techniques. She charged $300 per analysis to examine paintings and provide detailed reports about their authenticity, provenance, and estimated value based on psychic impressions she claimed to receive from the artwork's spiritual energy and historical connections. Collectors paid for her authentication services because traditional art appraisal was expensive and time-consuming, while her psychic analysis provided immediate results and often confirmed that their paintings were more valuable than they had suspected. Her practice ended when an art expert investigated several pieces she had authenticated and discovered they were known forgeries, revealing that her psychic abilities couldn't distinguish authentic artwork from clever reproductions. 17. A taxi driver made $120,000 by installing fake credit card readers in his cab and collecting customer payment information, then using the stolen data to make small online purchases that most customers wouldn't notice or report to their banks. He created realistic-looking card readers that captured customer information during legitimate taxi rides, using the stolen data to make $20, $50 purchases from online retailers that appeared as normal commercial transactions on credit card statements. His theft strategy worked because small charges rarely triggered fraud alerts, and customers often didn't remember minor purchases, allowing him to use hundreds of stolen card numbers for modest amounts that accumulated into substantial income over time. He was caught when a security-conscious customer noticed unfamiliar charges and reported them to police, leading to an investigation that revealed his fake payment equipment. 18. One man earned $185,000 by selling professional plant therapy services to homeowners who believed their gardens needed psychological counseling to improve growth and health through emotional support and stress reduction techniques for vegetation. He charged $100 per session to provide therapy for plants, trees, and flowers, claiming that botanical stress was a major factor in poor plant performance and that his counseling techniques could improve garden productivity through emotional healing. Customers paid for multiple sessions, convinced that their plants were receiving professional psychological support that would enhance their growth and flowering through reduced stress and improved emotional well-being. His plant therapy practice continued until agricultural experts investigated his claims and determined that plants don't respond to psychological counseling. But he had already built a loyal clientele who attributed their garden improvements to his emotional support services. 19. A hotel clerk collected $95,000 by adding fake resort fees to guest bills and pocketing the money, explaining that the charges covered additional services and amenities that weren't included in the standard room rate. He printed fake fee descriptions on hotel stationery and added $15 to $30 charges to checkout bills, convincing guests that resort fees were standard hotel policy for services like Wi-Fi, fitness center access, and pool maintenance that enhanced their stay experience. Guests paid the fees without questioning them because resort fees were common at many hotels, and the amount seemed reasonable for additional services and amenities. He was discovered when hotel management noticed discrepancies between reported fees and actual amenity costs, leading to an audit that revealed hundreds of fake charges he had collected over 3 years. 20. One woman made $205,000 selling digital detox retreats that were actually camping trips with no special programming or professional guidance, convincing stressed professionals that her wilderness experiences would cure their technology addiction through expert supervision and structured recovery programs. She charged $800 per weekend for camping trips where participants gave up their electronic devices and spent time in nature, claiming that her retreats provided professional digital addiction treatment and cognitive behavioral therapy for technology dependence. Customers paid premium prices for basic camping experiences because they believed they were receiving specialized medical treatment for digital addiction from qualified professionals who understood the psychological challenges of technology withdrawal. Her retreat business ended when customers realized they were paying professional therapy prices for ordinary camping trips with no actual treatment or qualified supervision. 21. A grocery store cashier earned $140,000 by creating fake loyalty program accounts and crediting customer purchases to his fictitious accounts, then redeeming the accumulated rewards points for gift cards and merchandise that he sold online. He set up dozens of fake customer accounts using generated names and addresses, transferring loyalty points from real customer purchases to his phantom accounts while customers remained unaware that their shopping wasn't earning them rewards. His scheme worked because customers rarely checked their loyalty account balances, and the store's computer system didn't verify that account holders were real people making actual purchases. He was caught when the store's loyalty program audit revealed accounts with impossible purchase patterns and addresses that didn't exist in postal records. 22. One man collected $175,000 by convincing wealthy clients he could invest their money in exclusive government bonds that were actually fictional securities he created using official-looking documents and fake government letterhead. He claimed to have connections with Treasury Department officials who provided access to special bond programs available only to high-net-worth investors, promising guaranteed returns that exceeded standard government bond yields. Clients invested hundreds of thousands of dollars based on the sophisticated documentation he provided and his apparent knowledge of government finance, believing they were participating in legitimate but secretive investment programs. The scheme collapsed when clients tried to verify their bond holdings with Treasury officials and discovered that the exclusive programs had never existed, and their money had been stolen through fake government securities. 23. A computer repair technician made $160,000 by installing unnecessary software on customer computers and charging premium prices for fixing problems that the software itself created, convincing customers they needed expensive repairs for complex technical issues. He installed programs that slowed computer performance and generated error messages, then charged $200 to $500 to remove the same software and restore normal operation, while claiming he was fixing sophisticated malware and system corruption. Customers paid for his repair services because their computers genuinely had problems after his initial service calls. And his technical explanations convinced them that their systems required professional expertise to resolve complex issues. He was caught when a computer-savvy customer investigated his repair work and discovered the unnecessary software he had installed and charged to remove. 24. One woman earned $225,000 selling quantum healing crystals that were actually colored glass pieces she purchased from craft stores for $2 each and resold for $500 as scientifically enhanced healing devices with quantum energy properties. She claimed the crystals had been charged with quantum frequencies that could realign cellular energy and cure various health problems through advanced physics applications that traditional medicine didn't understand. Customers paid enormous prices for craft store glass because they believed they were purchasing cutting-edge medical technology that combined ancient healing wisdom with modern quantum physics for superior health outcomes. Her crystal business thrived while health authorities investigated her medical claims and required her to stop advertising healing properties. But she had already sold thousands of pieces of colored glass to customers seeking alternative medical treatments. 25. A maintenance worker collected $110,000 by installing fake water quality improvement fees on apartment building utility bills, convincing tenants that the charges covered mandatory water filtration required by new environmental regulations. He created official-looking notices about water quality compliance and added $25 to $45 monthly fees to tenant utility bills, explaining that the building needed to upgrade water treatment systems to meet federal standards for drinking water safety. Tenants paid the fees without questioning them because water quality was a legitimate concern, and the amounts seemed reasonable for improved building infrastructure and health protection. He was discovered when tenants contacted the water utility company to verify the new regulations and learned that no such requirements existed, and the fees were unauthorized charges. 26. One man made $195,000 by creating a fake celebrity endorsement agency that charged businesses to arrange endorsements from famous people who had never agreed to promote their products or services. He claimed to represent major celebrities and offered to arrange social media endorsements, product placements, and promotional appearances for fees ranging from $5,000 to $50,000, depending on the celebrity's supposed popularity and reach. Businesses paid his fees believing they were purchasing legitimate celebrity marketing that would dramatically increase their sales and brand recognition through famous spokesperson endorsements. His agency operated for 2 years before businesses realized their purchased endorsements never materialized, and the celebrities he claimed to represent had never heard of his company or agreed to any promotional arrangements. Technician earned $135,000 by creating fake prescription insurance claims for expensive medications that were never dispensed, using customer information to bill insurance companies for fictitious prescriptions, while the customers remained unaware their information was being used fraudulently. He generated false claims for costly specialty medications and submitted them to insurance companies with realistic documentation, collecting reimbursements for drugs that were never manufactured or delivered to any patients. His scheme worked because insurance companies processed routine claims automatically, and customers never received bills for medications they didn't actually receive. He was caught when an insurance fraud investigator noticed unusual prescription patterns and discovered that many of the claimed medications had never been picked up by the patients. 28. One woman collected $170,000 by selling professional weather prediction services to farmers and event planners, claiming she could provide more accurate forecasts than meteorologists through her combination of traditional weather wisdom and modern atmospheric analysis techniques. She charged $300 per custom forecast and $100 for weekly weather updates, convincing customers that her personalized predictions were more reliable than free weather services because she considered local microclimates and agricultural factors that standard forecasters ignored. Customers paid for her weather services because accurate forecasting was crucial for their businesses, and her predictions seemed more detailed and specific than general weather reports. Her forecasting business ended when customers realized her predictions were no more accurate than free weather services, and that she had no meteorological training or special forecasting abilities. 29. A hotel maintenance worker made $125,000 by charging guests for fake emergency repairs in their rooms, convincing them to pay cash for immediate fixes to problems he had secretly created during his regular maintenance duties. He would damage plumbing or electrical systems during routine service calls, then return later claiming to have discovered urgent safety issues that required immediate attention and premium pricing for after-hours emergency service. Guests paid for his emergency repairs because they needed functioning hotel rooms, and his explanations about safety hazards convinced them that immediate action was necessary regardless of cost. He was caught when hotel management noticed that emergency repairs consistently occurred in rooms he had recently serviced for routine maintenance. 30. One man earned $210,000 by selling professional social media optimization that consisted of purchasing fake followers and engagement from bot farms, then charging clients premium prices for supposedly organic growth strategies that would enhance their online presence. He promised to increase followers, likes, and comments through advanced social media marketing techniques, delivering fake engagement that temporarily made clients' accounts appear more popular and influential than they actually were. Clients paid thousands of dollars for social media growth that was entirely artificial, believing they were receiving professional marketing services that would build genuine audiences and increase their business opportunities through improved online visibility. His business collapsed when social media platforms began removing fake accounts, and his clients' follower counts dropped dramatically, revealing that their paid growth had been completely fraudulent. 31. A gym instructor collected $145,000 by selling specialized fitness equipment that was actually standard exercise gear he purchased wholesale and remarketed as revolutionary training devices with unique fitness benefits that couldn't be achieved through conventional equipment. He claimed his equipment used proprietary resistance technology and ergonomic design principles that provided superior workout results compared to traditional gym equipment available to the general public. Customers paid premium prices for ordinary exercise equipment because they believed they were purchasing cutting-edge fitness technology that would accelerate their fitness goals through scientifically advanced training methods. His equipment sales business ended when fitness experts examined his products and determined they were identical to standard exercise gear available at much lower prices from sporting goods stores. 32. One woman made $155,000 by offering professional decluttering consultation that involved convincing clients to give her valuable items they no longer wanted, which she then sold online while claiming she was providing free disposal services for unwanted belongings. She charged $75 per hour for decluttering advice, identifying valuable items among clients' possessions that she could resell for significant profits through online marketplaces and auction sites. Clients paid for her consulting services and happily gave her items they considered junk, not realizing that many of their discarded possessions had substantial resale value that she was capturing for her own benefit. Her consulting practice ended when a client discovered she was selling their donated items for hundreds of dollars and realized that her disposal services were actually a profitable resale operation. 33. A car rental agent earned $185,000 by adding fake insurance upgrade fees to rental agreements and pocketing the money, convincing customers that additional insurance coverage was mandatory for certain vehicle types or rental destinations. He created official-looking insurance addendums and charged $20 to $60 per rental for coverage that didn't actually exist, explaining that premium vehicles and international travel required enhanced insurance protection beyond standard rental coverage. Customers paid the fake insurance fees because vehicle protection seemed important, and the charges appeared reasonable for additional security and peace of mind during their travels. He was discovered when the rental company audited insurance claims and found no records of the coverage he had been selling to customers for 3 years. 34. One man collected $165,000 by selling premium tech support subscriptions to elderly computer users, convincing them that their computers needed constant professional monitoring and maintenance to prevent security breaches and system failures. He charged $50 monthly for remote monitoring services, that consisted of occasionally calling customers to ask about their computer performance, while claiming he was providing 24/7 cybersecurity protection and system optimization that prevented costly repairs and data loss. Customers paid for his tech support because they feared computer problems and valued having professional assistance available when they needed help with technology issues they didn't understand. His support service operated for 4 years before family members of elderly customers investigated the charges and discovered that his monitoring services provided no actual technical support or security protection. 35. A wedding planner made an extra $80,000 by charging couples for exclusive vendor relationships that were actually normal business arrangements she had with suppliers, convincing brides that her special connections would provide them with discounted services and priority treatment during their wedding planning process. She claimed to have negotiated special rates and exclusive access with photographers, caterers, and venue operators, charging couples premium planning fees for vendor relationships that were available to any wedding planner or individual customer. Couples paid thousands extra for her vendor connections because they believed they were receiving exclusive discounts and preferential treatment that would make their weddings more successful and affordable through her industry relationships. Her planning business ended when vendors revealed that she had no special arrangements and was charging couples for access to standard commercial services available to anyone. 36. One woman earned $140,000 by selling professional pet psychic readings over the phone, convincing pet owners that she could communicate telepathically with their animals to diagnose behavioral problems and provide training advice through supernatural animal communication abilities. She charged $85 per phone session to speak with pets while their owners listened, claiming she could understand animal thoughts and emotions through psychic connection that revealed the underlying causes of pet behavioral issues. Pet owners paid for multiple sessions because they desperately wanted to understand their animals better, and her readings seemed to provide insights into pet psychology that helped explain their animals' behavior patterns. Her pet psychic practice continued until veterinary behaviorists investigated her advice and determined that her recommendations were generic suggestions that could apply to any pet with similar symptoms. 37. A computer store employee collected $120,000 by selling customers expensive data recovery services for computers that had no actual data problems, convincing them that their files were at risk and needed immediate professional backup and recovery to prevent catastrophic data loss. He ran fake diagnostic tests that generated alarming error messages about potential hard drive failures and data corruption, then charged $800 for recovery services that involved simply copying files to external drives without any actual repair work. Customers paid for data recovery because they feared losing important files, and his technical explanations convinced them that immediate action was necessary to prevent disaster. He was caught when a computer expert customer investigated his diagnostic claims and discovered that the supposed data problems were fabricated scenarios designed to sell unnecessary services. 38. One man made $200,000 by creating a fake investment research service that provided subscribers with stock recommendations based on insider information he claimed to receive from Wall Street contacts who had access to non-public financial data. He charged $500 monthly for investment newsletters containing stock picks that he claimed were based on confidential corporate information and professional financial analysis unavailable to general investors. Subscribers paid for his research because they believed they were receiving insider investment advice that would provide them with significant advantages over other investors who relied on public information. His newsletter operated for 3 years before subscribers realized that his stock recommendations performed no better than random selections, and that he had no connections to legitimate financial industry sources. 39. A spa employee earned $115,000 by selling premium aromatherapy treatments that used regular essential oils she purchased from discount suppliers and remarketed as rare therapeutic compounds with enhanced healing properties through her specialized preparation techniques. She charged $150, $300 for aromatherapy sessions using common essential oils that cost her $5 to $10 to purchase, claiming that her oils were sourced from exclusive suppliers and processed using ancient techniques that enhanced their therapeutic effectiveness beyond commercially available products. Customers paid premium prices for standard aromatherapy because they believed they were receiving professional therapeutic treatments using rare oils with superior healing properties. Her spa practice ended when customers compared her treatments to standard aromatherapy services and realized they were paying professional therapy prices for basic essential oil applications. 40. One woman collected $190,000 by convincing homeowners she could improve their property values through feng shui real estate optimization that involved rearranging furniture and adding decorative elements that supposedly enhanced the flow of positive energy through their homes. She charged $400, $800 per consultation to provide feng shui analysis and recommend changes that would increase property appeal and market value through improved energy balance and spiritual harmony. Homeowners paid for her services because they wanted to maximize their property values, and her explanations about energy flow seemed sophisticated and potentially beneficial for attracting buyers. Her feng shui practice continued until real estate agents investigated her claims and determined that her recommendations had no impact on property values or market. 41. A fitness center manager made $175,000 by creating fake personal training certification programs and charging gym members to become certified instructors through his supposed connections with fitness industry organizations. He offered weekend certification courses for $600 that provided basic exercise information and official-looking certificates, convincing members that his training would qualify them for personal training jobs at other fitness facilities. Members paid for certification believing they were receiving legitimate professional credentials that would open career opportunities in the fitness industry. Connections and recognized training programs. His certification business ended when fitness organizations investigated complaints about unqualified trainers and discovered that his certifications were worthless documents with no industry recognition or authority.